can go. No time to waste. What are you waiting for? Why don't you just get up and go?
Go and create even more with the new Globe Prepaid, because it's your imagination that will keep the world going.
Why don't you watch me do my thing? Reinvent and show the world, yeah. Choose to be more, choose to be better, choose to evolve, choose to evolve, choose to be more, choose to be better, choose to evolve, choose to evolve. Every time the world spins round, reinvent 360. Thinking you gon' miss a good thing, yeah. Show the whole world, reinvent. Nobody knows that. Be strong, be a good friend. 1, 2, 3, ready to try. Why don't you watch me do my thing?
Take it to the next level with Globe's fiber, LTE Advanced, and 5G mobile connection. Now you have the power to reinvent your world. Globe.
Want to show some love to your fave streamer in Facebook gaming? Show your support by giving them stars and virtual gifts so they can continue their passion for gaming and streaming. Purchase stars to give your streamers on Facebook through Globe Prepaid and Postpaid. Tap Get Stars to purchase additional stars. Select the pack of stars you would like to buy. Pay through Globe Prepaid and Postpaid. Now, you can start sending not just stars, but also virtual gifts as you watch different streamers of various games. Purchase stars on Facebook through Globe Prepaid and Postpaid. Also available in TM. When you want to level up your entertainment, G-Pay your way and get the latest games and movies on Google Play using Globe Prepaid and Postpaid. Add payment method on Google Play. Enable payment through Globe Prepaid and Postpaid and confirm. No credit card needed. Simpleng-simpleng steps para tuloy-tuloy ang purchases at downloads sa Google Play. Your safe one-stop shop for apps, games, music, and movies on your Android device. Use Google Play now through Globe Prepaid and Postpaid para level up ang entertainment. Also available in TM.
Guys, help please! Nawawala si Max!
No! Sige, tara, post natin.
Hala, pa-expire na dito ng Wi-Fi ko.
Focus na lang yun sa phone ko eh.
Ako bahala. One promo na lang tayo.
With Globe's first ever Surf for All 99, now you have 9 gig to use for all sites. And for 4 friends on any device. One promo for all you need.
Look who I found!
One promo for all you love. The first ever Surf for All 99. Only from Globe.
Welcome. It's game day here in VCT Philippines, and we're here currently at the quarterfinals, the last one of the bracket, and we're going to the semifinals next. Welcome again. My name is Estrado. You're joining me here on the updraft here. It's an absolutely amazing time we had yesterday. So many great games, but hey, guess what? We've got even more coming your way. But before we start the show, before we talk about any of that, let's give a quick thank you to our sponsors. Thank you to PPGL, the largest multi-game esport league in the Philippines, organized by Mineski and Globe Telecom. And Globe, hashtag reinvent exciting victories in Valorant with the new Sylvanas bundle. Get yours now on Coda Shop with Globe. And of course, let's get hashtag OL together now as Virtual Hangouts Go Esports brings events and programs like no other, starting with an apprenticeship program led by the pros, stream takeovers, and local and international tournaments. Excuse me. Download the Globe One app and click on Virtual Hangouts tab to get updated on the latest happenings on Globe Virtual Hangouts. Thank you as well to our official gaming PC and laptop partner, Predator. Hashtag summon your strength. And do not forget to like and follow all of our pages on Facebook, YouTube, and Twitch. That's PPGLGG on Facebook and YouTube. And on Twitch, it's PPGL_VCTPH. And make sure to check out our TikTok. It's at Hello PPGL. So welcome to the show. Let me formally announce the start of it. Thank you all for tuning in. Again, I'm your host, Estrado. Joining me is the magnificent dynamic duo, Linginal, is with me on the panel here today. How are you guys feeling, Viminal? I'll start with you. Looking fresh today, my friend.
Oh yeah. I mean, sheesh, no cap. We got a lot of crack teams playing today.
Oh no.
It's gonna be a hell of a time. I can't wait to get into today's games.
I mean, right now, looking at the brackets, I mean, I would definitely say that I'm a bit anxious for either of the teams, but at the same time, excited because there's a lot of rematches going to be upcoming for today.
Yeah, it's so excited because it's going to be another rematch. We're going to be seeing potentially Hashira Empire. This one is what I'm honestly looking forward to at the very end of the day. But we also get to see Alpha get to play again up against Pirates. That's also going to be a rematch. So I think we get to truly see the growth of these teams here. I'm super excited about this Viminal because now we get to see Alpha go up against the new lineup of 6045 Pirates. They changed new roster recently, adding a new duelist. So, I'm super excited about how that's going to go. As we said, the first game of the day, however, is going to be the quarterfinal. It's LFO versus Walkure, and then we got Pirates versus AE, and whoever wins the first one is going up against Hashira for the next semifinal. So let's go real quick, Viminal here. 6045 Pirates.
Yeah.
They got a new guy, and they're going up against AE. I think they got a better chance of winning against these guys now.
I mean, definitely with the addition of Senor Carl to that duelist lineup, evening out the firepower discrepancy throughout the entire team, I think they're looking way better.
Yeah. And Ling here, Senor Carl, he's doing a pretty great job, honestly, even bagging the MVP away for the first time against, Fire Saiyajin. But we saw a really good performance on the side of Alpha Esports as well. So that's going to be a little bit of a shaky matchup. It's going to be, I think, a closer game than what we're used to. But as we can see, the first quarterfinal, we saw Pirates versus Vendetta. Let's go take a little bit of a recap on it here. So Pirates versus Vendetta, that one was a little bit more straightforward. Ling, what are your thoughts on that?
I mean, straightforward indeed. I would definitely say that the pirates that we usually see isn't exactly what we definitely witness as of late. Because they've proven themselves to be more refined, and of course had a few upgrades here and there that nobody even anticipated. Definitely have to say, Senior Carl with that duelist was actually something that seems somewhat called for, and then I definitely have to say Vendetta kind of lacked or kind of painted a picture on what pirates used to look like, because they were pretty much coming out from raw talent and would have to say lacking in terms of creativity. But I am still looking forward to what the team can actually do on their next tournaments that they could actually participate in.
Right. And so actually, here's the thing. Pirates, with their new lineup. I always thought that if you're gonna run a lineup like that on Pirates, it's either you do, and you have a player like Farsighted on your team, you do one of two things. You either double down on it and run the single duelist compositions, much like we're used to seeing from other regional teams from SEA and including Hashira here locally, or you go and pick up somebody new and go for the double duelist setup. They've chosen to go for the latter, and it seems to be working out for them, Viminal.
Yeah, what they did right there was basically just out-muscle Vendetta. Vendetta, we know them to be a very tactical team, evident from their gameplay yesterday. But Pirates was just like, screw it. We're going to take you guys head on. We're going to win our duels anyway.
Yeah, and just winning those duels, proving to be enough, I think, and significant improvement, marked improvement from the side of the Pirates here. Now, Vendetta, Ling, what do you think about the performance of these guys here? They're kind of new on the scene, but they showed a lot of promise on this squad. However, the 6045 Pirates a little bit more seasoned than them, a little bit less rough around the edges. What are your thoughts on how that went?
Well, this is where we actually see teams that have experience participating in VCT compared to the new bloods or the new faces on towards the scene. And this is where we actually see them actually encountering the same problem, because from what I've seen on the performance of Vendetta in itself, they've leaned more on towards their individualistic plays, and they completely forgot the fact that this is going to be a tournament setting where we basically need all the 5-man firepower and also a 5-man contribution to actually secure the win. And definitely have to say, kudos to Eugene S for doing the best he can to actually carry out the team. But then again, it takes more than one man to actually take out the series.
Oh yeah, definitely. And well, we have seen single man carry sometime, but sometimes it's just not enough. And especially in a tournament like VCT, this becomes less and less likely, where you get players single hard carrying a whole team, but more on, I'd say, team efforts that really get you over the finish line here. So let's move on here. We saw the recap of quarterfinals 1. We had another one on the second day, and that was, of course, played by the current opposition of Pirates 6045 Pirates, and that's none other than Alpha. So unfortunately, we didn't get to see the Jet. We didn't get to see the Jet on Gian Sanity. We did get to see his South Kid Taft Boy side, though, which is a little bit interesting.
Oh my god!
I was fighting the urge to get in on that, but we saw the same old thing from I'd say Alpha, but this time with a little bit more efficacy. I'd say Viminal.
Just a bit more refinement. It was more of the tried and tested formula that you're trying to go with. They were just out to prove that we don't necessarily need a role swap just yet. Maybe we just needed to fix our fundamentals, and that's what they did. Just played a lot more clean than in the past. But who knows? Gian Sanity himself told us that he had a lot of things up his sleeve. So maybe in the future, maybe down the line here in the brackets, we'll see something else.
I think they're going to pull this out today, especially against 6045 Pirates, whatever they had stored up. They got to bring it out now, because if they want to get into the grand finals and go up against the rest of the lower bracket, not the lower bracket, the bottom side of the bracket, they're going to have to do something special, because the last time they went up against 6045 Pirates, they lost. And this is an even better 6045 Pirates now. So it's going to be a little bit tough, I'd say. It's going to be a little bit tough, especially if everybody on the Pirates is going to be really, truly, contributing to their scoreline, to their progress here. But now, Ling, what are your thoughts about this one? Let's break it down a bit here. Alpha Esports, they stand a fairly good chance against Pirates here, but against a team like Fulcrum, it was just an absolute wash.
Man, it's a completely different story for us to just straight up compare what Fulcrum is about, comparing that to 6045 Pirates, because Pirates, then again, like I've mentioned earlier, is a team that is starting to bloom onto its form, to which we're going to be expecting them a lot more in terms of tournaments. Vendetta, or rather Fulcrum Esports, on the other hand, might have to say are the new kids on the block. They definitely have community experience, but it's a completely different setting compared to VCT. It's all about those professional players plays. Not exactly going to be expecting a lot of pugs to happen, and might have to put this, or rather emphasize on the fact that Pirates really is something to look out for, and that definitely should not be underestimated. And because you've seen the progress that they're making, and definitely will be expecting more. They have Senior Carl finally on the duel list, and what more could actually ask for given that the light and load out of Fireside Jin?
Yeah, well, once you sort of take a little bit of stress away from Fireside Gen, I think then you can really see some magic here. But we wrapped up that second game, that second quarterfinals. Let's move on to the third. So I think the biggest and honestly the craziest match that happened at the end of the day, Hashira GXR. Nobody expected that to go that way. I certainly didn't. We called it 2-1. Sure. I mean, I called it 2-1. I think Ling, you also went 2-1.
Yes.
Did you?
To Hashira.
I think
Yeah,
I
you
called
did.
it. I think I
I
called
did
it
too.
2-0 on that
So you
one.
did. Yeah, and I don't think any of us really truly expected how that was going to go, because I think
Yeah.
for most of that series, we were all left stunned, just going, okay, Hashira's bad today. I guess we're just gonna go. And then they stopped being bad, Ling, and just made the craziest comeback we've ever seen in VCT.
Man, that was honestly, like I said, yesterday was the best map that I rather the best series that I've witnessed here on VCT Philippines, because you cannot take away this phenomenal comeback that Hashira did against GXR. The odds were completely against them, but then again, they completely innovated and based rather played on the matter that they have definitely had a good read on GXR, and it shows that ultimate stack, or rather that huge gap that GXR had over them was us actually losing hope over the team, but they changed all of our minds in just a snap. Man, there's really something about what's happening inside that boot camp, which is uh just having that turn on switch on towards like each and every player there.
Yeah. I think Vimino, we were at this point when we were kind of going, it was like 10-2. And then we were like, all right, 10-4. Yeah, it's still not going to happen. Suddenly 10-6. And then it was like 11-8. And I was like, oh, all
It's
right.
actually happening.
And then when we get to the later stages, it's like, no way. No absolute way they're doing this. After the trashing that happened in map number 1, they get trashed even harder on map number 2. And the thing of beauty was this comeback now, Vivino.
It's just the importance of having that clutch gene.
Yeah.
It's just them maintaining their composure all throughout. Some teams, when they're down for the count, when their backs are against the ropes, they get stronger, they wake up, and then they perform better and fix their mistakes that needs to be rectified.
Yeah,
And that's
but-
exactly what happened to Hashira.
But what about GXR here? They looked like they had the series. This should
Yeah.
have been their series. It was 10-2, game number 2, and I really, they should have closed it out. All they needed was 3 more rounds, and they couldn't even get that. Hashira only really got 2. I think 1, I think, on the starting side. And then suddenly, it just turned on its head. Is this a matter of Hashira getting into their heads, or GXR getting into their own heads? Or do you think it was more of just they got a little bit too complacent and thought, yeah, we're going to win, let's just get 3 more rounds?
Yeah, I think it's definitely them being a little bit more complacent and not making the necessary counterplays and adjustments necessary to secure those last remaining rounds. Hashira, when they got a read on them, it was just smooth sailing all throughout.
You know what I'm really worried about? Why there was no tactical pause, I think, on the GXR side.
Exactly.
Like, at some point, and this is, I think, a lot of teams forget, and I always stress this when it comes to Hashira, that there should, whenever you're down like 0-5, 0-6, you got to take a breath, man. You got to call that tactical timeout. You can't just keep going at that pace, because it's like an avalanche. It keeps in this play right here by A makes the win. My God. I think it was I think, Ling, one of the characteristics of a great comeback, and one of the reasons why this is historically one of the most exciting games, is because it wasn't just a comeback where suddenly they win everything. It had a lot of great clutches, a lot of insane moments, a lot of 1v3s, 1v4s, and 2v4 retakes. Really, the players of Hashira had to dig so deep in order to get this and make this one of the most exciting series. I just think that's, if we're talking about this like philosophically or scientifically, it makes such a good narrative. It makes such a good drama when it's not just a straight comeback, but it's also like so many crazy, crazy
hard-fought
plays to
one.
make it happen.
Yeah.
Exactly. But Ling, I'm gonna go to you on this one because we do have your segment coming up. So,
Oof.
this is the time of the day. But before we get into this time of day, we have to ask you guys at home. It's time for Ling's rice cooker, by the way. We still don't have a name for Ling's rice cooker. So I would really appreciate if you could drop in chat and comments. I think by the time we get to the grand finals, we should announce what the name is. So what is the name of Ling's rice cooker? I don't want to hear Asahi. We've already heard it. Drop the comments in chat. I want to hear something good. We're gonna be discussing that later on while we're on break. But anyway, Ling, you got your rice cooker ready to go. What you got for us today?
Man, the rice cooker that shall not be named as of now actually has something to say for all of us. And I'm pretty sure it will be good news for
Okay.
the team that we're talking about,
It's the
and
Voldemort
bad
of
news for the team
rice
that
cookers.
will have to deal with them. Because I kind of heard whispers while I was trying to sleep. I mean, I don't know what he was trying to say, but yeah. Then
Yeah.
again, now what
That is
happens?
right out of
I'm a little
Reddit
bit
no
worried
sleep.
for Ling now.
Yeah.
Well, I'm not losing my mind yet, but it's just the rice cooker.
That's
doing
what
its
you would
thing.
say, though. I mean, that's
Sure,
exactly
Wow.
what.
a rice cooker whispering to me. That sounds kind of sketch already.
Yeah.
I mean, it has its own opinion. Like it has its own opinion. So I wouldn't be surprised that he would whisper some nuggets of knowledge as well on what's going to be
In your
happening
sleep,
today.
just at night. Okay. Yeah. All right.
So
I'll take
anyway,
it.
What you got for us, Ling?
today is Hashira's redemption arc. Whoa, there.
Oh, bold predictions right there.
Okay.
So it says Hashira's redemption arc is today. Oh my
Mhm.
God! All
I
right.
wonder what that means. Ian, what do you think?
Man, I think it means that Hashira are gonna throw every round today and just lose 16
Oh,
0
no.
13. No, I'm kidding. Obviously, I can't. But I'm very concerned. I'm happy about what the rice cooker says. Don't get me wrong. I'm just a little bit concerned about the fact that it's whispering to you at night. I feel
That is
I
pretty
feel like we
scary.
have to unpack this at a certain point off stream.
Should I leave
I
my
mean,
room?
whoever sent that to you, it might have been cursed or something.
Yeah.
I don't know.
We sent you a cursed rice cooker from PPGL. So it's now a cursed rice cooker.
Well, it
guys.
doesn't really matter. I only like cooking rice on it and
Right.
like getting
It's cursed
meals.
rice though. Your rice is always a little too soggy. Never perfectly
That's
fluffy.
terrible.
Okay. Yeah, no, it's
Oh
the
my
worst thing to happen, especially for us Asians now. But okay, let's go ahead and move on before we get into the deep intricacies of cooking rice, because we all know how important that is here in SEA. All right, so giveaway, guys. Time for a giveaway. We're gonna talk about how you guys can win. Now, Ling had her segment. Viminal, it's about you. Your time to shine, man. How
All
did
right.
you guys win 1,500 plus Valorant points?
I love doing this. My favorite part of the stream. In order to win 1,500 Valorant points, guys, you got to like and follow the PPGL Facebook page. Like and share the stream with the caption of which team you're rooting for. Make sure the post is public with the official hashtags, hashtag Valorant Challengers, hashtag VCTPH, hashtag PPGL Valorant. And then again, a total of 10 winners will win 1,500 Valorant points. Winners will be announced at the end of the stream, so stay tuned.
Exactly. And if you want to know where you can view the winners at the end of the stream, it's going to be here on both of these streams on both languages, English and Filipino. So Twitch for English, and that's PPGL_VCTPH. And on Facebook, it's a PPGLGG, your home court. And of course, all panel sessions are going to be in English. So worry not if you're on the Filipino stream wondering why these guys are speaking in English. Don't worry, the casters will change and talk to you in Filipino soon. But we have to, accommodate all as much as we can. And so we're talking in English here today. And we also have the bracket coming up for you guys. So where's the story? Where's the journey going to take us today here in the quarterfinals and the semifinals? We got you guys covered. And of course, we're going to start off with the final quarterfinal today. It's LFO versus Walkure, and then we're gonna go for Pirates and Alpha Esports, and the last one to finish it off is Hashira versus whoever wins. What are your thoughts, Ling, on the bracket that we got for the day?
Man, I really do hope that whatever the rice cooker said is true, because whatever happens here, whatever goes down against LFO versus Walkure, should be able to fulfill the prophecy that we have today. If LFO makes it, Hashira might actually take his chance to actually seize this opportunity, or to seize this opportunity rather, to fulfill the wishes of the rice cooker. And I will be looking forward to that moment to unfold. But then again, later on, we're going to be having Pirates versus Alpha Esports, the ultimate rematch against the Cebuanos versus Gian Sari, who's a fellow Cebuano as well. And gotta say, you kind of love the camaraderie between the both of these teams.
Yeah, definitely. And all right, so let's go ahead and talk about the next part of the show. We're starting with the first quarterfinal and the last quarterfinal, actually, of the tournament. Now, we got LFO versus Walkure, a couple of teams that we really haven't gotten the chance to talk about this week, especially yesterday, but now we do. So, Walkure, a team who we always thought was pretty strong, but if I were to place power levels, I'd say they're somewhere along the lines of 6045 Pirates as well. But they're going up against Empire, who's potentially one of the best in the country. Viminal, how's this going to go for you?
I think LFO will have a pretty good chance against Walkure. But the thing with Walkure is we really haven't seen quite a bit of them here in the VCT. Last week, we only had a glimpse of them really against the Titans brand Esports. But the question is, how do they perform? How do they stack up against the rest of the teams now that Bren isn't around? Especially if now that they've gotten time to fix a couple of things, perhaps make a few tweaks and come back stronger.
It's that extra day or those extra days that you get from actually being out of the tournament that really gives you time to prepare for the next one. And like, how important is that? Because here in VCT, let's face it, there's not a lot of rest time. There's like a week or 2 weeks. If you're qualified, if you get a buy into the next round, sure, you get to rest a little bit. But if you have to go through the qualifiers, you're basically playing every week. Not a lot of time to fine tune. You only have like the weekdays in order to do that. How important is that rest period to change all your strats, make new lineups, and all of that stuff?
Well, qualifying for VCT is either a blessing or a curse for your team, or rather a burden, I would say. Because then again, I would definitely say that the limited amount of time that they have to prepare for per qualifiers is awfully not too much for them to work on. You'd see a lot of teams being dealt with the same strats all over again, what we see on broadcast. But at the same time, it only means that they only have that limited amount of time that they weren't able to channel their creativity. They weren't able to actually test out new strats, rather work on new agents that actually came out, because they're just too focused on actually trying to make it instead of actually trying to provide or be a step ahead over the competition, because you don't
Right.
really have that type of thing in your team or in this tournament alone.
And you know who's actually done a good job of doing this? Finding a way around this problem? Empire, or former Empire, LFO.
Mhm.
Because the last time they went up against Hashira, it wasn't really all about their new strats. It was more about reading and countering Hashira strats. And this is something that I'm really, really looking to see. As you can see, their lineup right now so strong. You got Batghost, you got Dratzy, EJ, Nexi, and Symbol, Viminal. These guys, they're not just they're not just nerds because they study a lot. They're also really strong individual players.
Absolutely, Brains and Ron right here. And really, the more successful teams get and the higher we go up in power rankings, I really feel that the teams rely less on set plays and rely more on their ability to read and that adaptability factor right there. So
Agree. And having that adaptability factor, and this is something Trix used to mention a lot on the panel. If you want to be a next level player or a team, you have to be flexible. You have to be malleable. You have to be able to change your lineup a lot in the way that you play mid round within a second's notice. And the reason for this is because, first of all, it's even more, I'd say, potent here in VCT because of the fact that you don't really have a lot of time to change your strats. You can't reinvent yourself. Tens posted about it. I think Shazam actually posted about it recently when he was talking about how they failed to qualify for how Sentinels failed to qualify for NAVCT. A lot of teams just counter-stratted them, Ling, and it's a pretty difficult situation, and so we have to come up with unique situations or unique answers to these problems.
Yeah.
Mm. I mean,
But
given the fact of the matter that looking at how LFO is going to be running on right now, I mean, definitely have to say that they already know each other's strengths, but the only thing that they have to worry about is the other teams, and this is where we actually see them putting that type of play out per tournament, and this is where we actually see them most effective, and might have to say could work for the meantime, but then again, other teams will definitely have figured out on how to deal with this.
yeah, I agree, and some everybody has their own sort of way, their method of doing it. In the international scene, NA, they're having a little bit of trouble because everybody's watching Sentinels. Here it's a little bit different because maybe they have a little bit less contact with each other. But still, for Hashira, a team, let's say for Hashira, for example, a team that has been here since basically week one. Every other team has a lot more time to see how they play. Not the same thing for Walkure right now, which we're going to see. So the sample size is much smaller. LFO, sure, you can study Walkure, but you don't have much to go off of, right? You only have a very minimal amount, maybe 3 or 4 series that you can go back and study. And as we look at the current roster of these boys, there's a lot of raw talent.
Yeah.
A lot of raw talent on these guys. But as to how they can take this talent and turn it into a winning formula, that's the big what if.
Yeah, I mean, the question here isn't whether or not these guys can shoot. These guys have a ton of mechanical skill. It's just how do they mesh well together? And again, can they match up to that adaptability that LFO has? I think that's really the biggest question here. LFO is kind of like that chameleon that shifts colors, right? Or what was the
It
one that
seems they
changes
play.
forms? Is there an animal that changes forms?
I don't think
so.
we have shapeshifters in real life.
Yeah. But in mythology, yes. But
Right.
that's my point. LFO is kind of like a shapeshifter right now, but Walkure, we haven't really seen quite a lot of them here recently. So
Yeah, I agree. We'll find out which of these teams can actually play, the doppels here, play a little bit more of the shape shifting role, and that's clearly LFO's play style. They've been changing a lot ever since they first introduced the first iteration of LFO is almost completely different from what we're seeing here today, and that just makes it so much fun to watch because you never know what they're going to throw at you in the next tournament, but they know what you'll throw at them because they've studied you. And I think I'm gonna call them the research nerds of VCT from now on.
Can we just remind people that this LFO roster is relatively new? It was just yesterday, basically, the version was playing for this. Stiletto was playing for this, right? And this is pretty unique that we see a team mesh this fast. So yeah, this is pretty great.
Yeah, and it's not, again, I feel like it's all part of that honeymoon phase, right? When teams get together, they always have this honeymoon phase, or it's either a rocky start like GXR or a honeymoon phase just like LFO. It's only one of the two. You either find so much success or you find none at all, Ling. And what do you think about that? You think it's honeymoon phase right now for LFO?
I mean, looking at the side of things, they're running at a pace right now that does look a lot more promising compared to how other teams adjust against like newer players inside their team. Because Brand Esports, I might have to say that ain't looking like a honeymoon phase at all. And I would say that this is going to be pretty much the same story here for LFO. They've struggled completely in figuring out their identity, but now they have finally changed up the pace, and this new color on them suits very well. And I'm pretty sure they would wear it a lot more often.
Yeah, I agree. I'm hoping we see more of the continuous growth here of LFO. The problem with LFO has always either been, it seems to be, 2 steps forward, 1 step back. That's what happened with Stiletto. That's what happened with Version. They're doing a lot of work. They got a lot of progress, but then it's 2 steps forward, 1 step back, 2 steps forward, 1 step back, and I'm just concerned. I'm worried about, because I'm a fan, right? I'm a little bit worried that it's going to be the same thing that, they're going to win. They beat Hashira last time. They got far, but they, had issues right now, against Bren.
Yeah.
It's a little bit tough. I'm just scared as we take a look at the head-to-head, by the way, of these two players. I'm just scared that they're not going to find that consistent trajectory upward.
Yeah, I mean, really, that's the question. When you burn bright really, really fast, are you going to go downhill just as fast? And having that consistent trajectory is really important. But what's been very consistent so far for the side of LFO and Walkure are these two players, Symbol and Winterlove. Again, very different roles here, guys. We got Symbol on that Reyna, time and time again, Winterlove bringing out that Sky. Both very potent fraggers, but again, yeah, very different roles here.
Yeah, a little bit of an interesting comparison we have to make, and we'll take also a look at where we're going to be, taking this duel, taking this battle here today. We got the map vetoes coming up for you guys. If you're wondering where exactly we will be finding ourselves, we're gonna pull it up for you today. And yeah, here we go. Let's see. So we're gonna be ending up. We're gonna start on Icebox, and in the middle, we're gonna be in Ascent, ending up on Split. Now, Ling, what are your thoughts here? Walkure went for Icebox yet again. A map that, honestly, former Empire, they're really, really good at. So it's a little bit scary.
Man, it's scary indeed, but at the same time, we haven't really seen anything much special for Valkyrie. But then again, might actually have every chance to prove everyone wrong. We've seen this putting much of a favor for the side of LFO, but at the same time, would have to say that there really isn't much VODs for LFO to study on Valkyrie as of the moment. So this could be a surprise, or there could be a lot of tricks up their sleeves right now.
Yeah, well, there's only one way to find out here. But what about you, Viminal? What are your thoughts on this? Thoughts on the map here? Because in my opinion, I think that Walkure got a good deciding map. It's interesting that we're ending on Split. I think it's good for them that we're ending on Split. I think it's horrible that they picked Icebox because LFO, they're just really good on Icebox here, and I don't think there's any way that you can beat them on Icebox because it is one of their better maps.
Well, I'm gonna have to sort of disagree with you on that one because when you take a look at the Walkure's kind of play style here, they're not afraid to go with that Sky pick, to go with that Astra pick. I'm pretty sure they know how to play Viper really well. It might actually favor them in terms of Icebox. Might be more of a level playing field, but with the rest of the other maps there, I've got to give it to Empire. Basically, we all know how solid they are in those maps. Kind of curious though as to why they haven't brought out Haven. Maybe they're saving it for a rainy day.
Yeah,
Actually,
I agree here. And Ling, we're just about to go into the game. I want to get your predictions on it. What do you think? How is this going to go? Give me your predictions before we get into the game.
2-0 in favor of LFO. Although Haven was banned, I'm pretty sure they feared
Haven
going
was
up
banned.
against them that map. So
Yeah.
yes, still I would have my hopes up, or rather, put my money in the bag to a team more experienced, more seasoned, and pretty much knows what they're dealing with.
Mhm. Okay. For me, it's gonna go 2-1 in favor of LFO.
Right. I agree here. I think it is going to be a 2-0 though for Ling. I'm going to side with Ling on this. I feel like they're just way too strong. I feel like LFO is way too strong for Walkure right now. Maybe in the near future. Maybe after we get back from the regional challengers. Then we can really see. But for now, we got to get in talking about the game itself. We're going to take a short break, ladies and gentlemen. When we get back, it's going to be game number 1, series number 1 with LFO versus Walkure.
We went for a walk and now we found a matchup. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Challengers Philippines Stage 2, week number 3, day number 2, final quarterfinal match, and of course the semifinals later on. My name is Dax and I am joined by the great and most amazingest birthday boy who loves to make the words and the rhymes. Black and blue there. How you doing, bud, on such a special day?
Well, thanks for that great opening there, Daxon. I'm doing good. I hope you guys are doing well as too, because this weekend I'm very excited for things to happen. We have pretty much the whole pool here open. We don't know who's going to win, and that's such a great thing to be having here at the VCT. So of course, week number 2 here of week number 3. Sorry, of actually no, week number 2 of stage 2. So
No,
3. No, I am
week
right.
three, so week
I'm
three,
getting mixed things up. Day 2, week 3, stage 2. There we go. Got things mixed up.
Yeah.
It is what it is. But guys, what we won't get mixed up is our first game of the day, which will be the quarterfinal. And after that, Dax, we're going to be moving over to the 2 semis today. And we're going to find out who's going to be moving over to the grand finals for tomorrow. And that, well, is something I'm sure we're all really looking forward to.
And this matchup, this is the tough one, honestly, in our format. This is the double duty day for whoever wins this upcoming game between Walkure and, I have a list of names for them. The team formerly known as SV Empire, the orgless ones, the org not foundies, and we can just call them now the ones that are looking for an org. But it's pretty much similar rosters that we've seen already prior. And in prior weeks, rather. Walkure, they made a quick little splash with their raise plays and more. Of course, looking for Org, an incredible run, and really trying to make it to the furthest. Unfortunately, technical issues getting in their way. But guys and gals, no issues here. And now we are going to get the matchup. And we also have something else for you all. A little bit of a giveaway going on the PPGL page on Facebook. You guys should already know it by now. But we can reiterate on it as soon as it pops up down below. Come on.
Yep. Very simple steps.
Let's try to get. There you go. I got it. So like and follow that PPGL Facebook page. Like and share the stream, the caption of which team you are rooting for. Make sure to post this public with the official hashtags, hashtag Valorant Challengers, hashtag VCTPH, and hashtag PPGL Valorant. A total of 10 winners will win 1,500 Valorant points. And of course, the winners will be announced later on at the end of the stream. So stay tuned for that one.
Yes, guys, you are, of course, watching the English broadcast. We do have multiple ones that we'll show you guys later how to access. But, of course, the giveaways, not everybody can, everybody can win here because of those giveaways. So remember to join. I know some of you guys down below have been saying, I've been joining for so long and still I have not yet won. But, well, your time is going to come. Just remember to join that giveaway. 1,500 Valorant points on the line. But there's more than that just on the line for this weekend, Dax. We, of course, as the panel talked about a while ago and Illustrado expounded on, actually, the winner of this weekend is going to move on over to the C Challengers Finals to join Brent Esports, who have already qualified through week number 2. And so with our VCT here, week 3, kind of being super open, we have no idea who's going to win. Usually if Brent is in the lineup, we're like, okay, they're probably going to win this weekend. They should be. But then for the second qualifier, we have no idea who's going to win here. And so every single match, it really feels like it's suspensive build-up as we get into those final days. And so for our first match of the day, we have a team that has been actually kind of thriving here at the VCT. They've been consistently here, and now once again they're here under a new name, maybe even an older name, as the former Empire squad. These guys are boys. They're back. They're back, but of course, not in that same kind of space that they were. They don't carry that same flag anymore, but still they're coming on strong. And for another team, Walkure, that's our second team to play in the first match. Well, they are looking to prove themselves. They have been coming back here. This is like their third showing here at the VCT. And once more, again, they're trying to see if they can actually get past, those quarterfinal, semifinal hurdles that have been plaguing them so far. But to go up against a team like Empire, I mean, it's going to be a tough task. But how do you feel about this match?
I feel that this match is a proof of concept for these two teams. Looking for org. It's in the name. Guys, give us an org. Come on. Bootcamp, please. That kind of thing. And remove the issues that have plagued looking for org from their whole run in stage number 2. And on the other side, Walkure, this team also is technically looking for an org. They came back to their old name after being dropped by their former sponsor. And now they're just, hey, we can rep the same banner that we used to before. We're still going to be together. And they've gotten better along the way. So overall, this is just a statement game right now for both of these teams. Give us that support. We can get even better. And of course, whoever wins it, then an even bigger chance to make it to that Challengers Finals. They'll be facing off against Hashira in the semifinals later on. We got Pirates and Alpha Esports also going to be facing off in today's games. And overall, it really feels like that we're going to be having that same kind of situation, Black and Blue. on paper, let's just remove everything that's happened in terms of the events, in
Mhm.
terms of how the games have been won. On paper, the PH scene is still Bren +1 coming into the region. So we got Bren already in week number 2. And we're trying to see who can make it here in week number 3. It doesn't feel like, though, it's something like the second best team anymore. It really feels like whoever is going to be winning this bracket is a team that can not only contest against Bren Esports, but also against the rest of the region.
Yeah, because honestly, for I guess like during stage 1 especially, it kind of seemed like Bren and then +1 because other teams, when you even if they qualified for the Masters, it didn't kind of really seem like they had too much of a chance, right? But now finally we're getting teams that can actually through this stage 1, stage 2, they've actually kind of leveled up here, especially the teams like Hashira who have evolved so much. Empire have also been growing steadily here, and their power level is also increasing, like some of the Super Saiyans that they are, and. So but there's other teams too here who come in and they show they just need one small missing piece, and that would probably get them to that top of the line. Teams like Alpha, who are only having their second showing here at the VCTPH, but already showing that they are supposed to be and they should be a top team. And with a little change, they could actually make a noise with Bren Esports outside of the country, outside of just VCTPH. And so for teams like this, Walkure and Empire, or I guess ex-Empire rather, sorry, LFO, they're looking to be able to first prove themselves here and then prove themselves abroad. Because, of course, as we said, the winner of this weekend goes on to face the other teams in the C Challengers finals. And that is going to be, of course, kind of really the proving ground of is the Philippines enough to make things happen? The winner of this weekend, he's going to have a chance to prove that. They're going to have a chance to prove that.
Exactly. And, I said yesterday, the top half of the bracket seems like it's really the newer blood being fused into the scene. Here in the other half of the bracket, we saw yesterday Hashira, Galaxy Racer, and now we're going to see Walkure and Looking for Org. It's that old blood. These are the names that have dominated even in the 2020s, even in the initial parts of the PH stage. Sure, some of them, new configurations, people hopping on in from former teams, but these names have made, of course, that renown for themselves for quite a while already, and we'll see that new versus old later on, especially in tomorrow. But right now, it's Org-less team versus Walkure as a squad. I know already we're gonna be messing this up, Black and Blue. I'm just gonna own it. We're gonna be calling them so many different things here. The Org Not Found team, the Looking for Org team, the team formerly known as Empire. But in any case, this core 5 still gonna be sticking on around and looking to put on a show. We got Kitty in instead of EJ. He is gonna be on that jet, while Kura in the meantime looking to play the Viper. Seems like that Looking for Org may be doing the same old thing as well.
Man, Viper, I mean, even before her buffs, Icebox was already kind of a Viper map, and even more so with that 50 instant decay and all the other things they've added on top of that, the cherries, really, to complete the Sunday. Right now, it's going to be an ice cold one because Viper coming out from both sides is going to be a very interesting thing to see. It will be a complete control battle here, basically, from these two controllers, and that's going to really shape things up to be. I think, though, that this kind of playstyle is something that Empire has been able to apply more and more efficiently in the previous matches that we've actually seen them do it here in Icebox and many other maps. This kind of playstyle does fit into, I guess, having the Viper in their composition does fit into their playstyle. Walkure, they're trying to do some of the same things. They just don't have, I guess, that track record of being able to prove it, at least for it to be, very successful for them. But they're looking to do that here in Icebox. And of course, this map, Icebox, map number 1, is the map pick here of Walkure, and so it's going to be LFO starting on the defensive side. We're going to see how exactly they're going to do that with, well, they do commit the Viper here towards B, Sage as well, but the rest of them giving up boiler control easy, kind of anticipating an A-side push. Let's see if Walkure are going to read this, though, as they do have that presence towards mid as well.
Walkure gonna be on the attacking side. We got Looking for Org on the defensive, and seems like it is gonna be both squads running the stage as well. Double duelist versus a single duelist on the side of Walkure right now. Slow and steady is the pace here for the attack as of the moment. So Patience of Virtue, Batgusto in the meantime. Seems like he had a bit of a skirmish, needs to top on up after setting up a little bit of that wall. Overall though, this is the first time we've really seen such a slow start to a series in stage number 2, and it really feels like Walkure right now sizing up what Looking for Org is trying to set up on.
Well, what they are trying to set up here is kind of initial information with that Jet and Reyna trying to go for the deep long peek towards main, but then they're also looking to play back from it, and with Walkure being spotted out, they realize maybe you can try our luck towards B site. They have kind of pushed up here with RU going up towards that 2 position. Yeah, he did find Draxi, which is a really big pick. He finds the opposing Viper. That opens things up. And now the B site is a lot more tempting to go to. And they're exactly going to bite that cookie, stick their hand in that jar. Let's go for it here. Walkure making that B site attack. It's only going to be the Sage here on top of the site, and that's going to be Bat Ghost. Still, playing a bit more passive. He knows that he doesn't want to give up his pick up early. It is already a 4v5. And here comes a post plant with Walkure still 5 full men up.
Walkure, they played it slow and steady, and now they are going to reap the rewards of keeping everyone into play. Draxi has already gone down. Here we go with the Cloudburst now being thrown out here by Kitty. It's time to go for the push here. Flippy though with a kill onto 2, make that 3. Kitty right now, at least bearing a bit of the claws, but no, Walkure, their patience have really borne fruit here, Black and Blue. And 1-0 right now in a pretty commanding fashion. They just said, okay, let's go post plant, let's set up on the yellow box, and then we're good to go for the round.
Well, a good initial opening from Walkure, and you can see the whole fact that it was Draxi who went down, and RU walking up towards Zoop, he realized, okay, that means I guess we can kind of push B site. I know the wall wasn't towards B site, but it's a lot more, I guess, intimidating to go to that B site when you know there's still a Viper on the other end. While her wall was kind of initially placed towards that like screen upper boiler area, still, once again, the fact that Draxi was down meant that they were like, okay, we can confidently push B, and that's exactly what they did. So now, you can see Draxi placing his wall a bit more aggressive. It's actually there towards that green and bottom mid area. And Walkure, that's going to be Flippy finding an opening pick on the Kitty. That opens things up on the A side, and he's going to find a follow-up here, Winterlove. Both the Duelist is down and the Sova as well. That's going to be Symbol being taken down here by Wild Oreo. Open things up, and they did have, of course, the economic advantage coming into this. Seems like a quick cleanup job here, Dax, from the Walkure side.
Yeah, so reserve, but Batghost does get one Winterlove now in response, getting that kill, and that should be the demise of Draxi to wrap up the round. So Walkure doing it pretty cleanly here, Black and Blue, and I gotta say, over the past few days, past few weeks in the stage especially, you know, the Viper being a lot more popular in a map like this, the buffs making her so potent with that decay, Astra being such a popular pick in multiple maps right now in many multiple scenes. We're really seeing now the change up that these squadrons have been able to do because of patches, because of what is enabled right now by the map will, by the tendencies that we see from these teams. And I'm just loving the evolution. It's going to get even better when we see Freeze on the master stage, as we are going to get into the bonus round here for Walkure. Looking forward though, they have the guns. Interesting enough, we got Flippy picking up a hero rifle, and we'll see what Walkure can do. Can they take another round away from the team formerly known as Empire?
Well, this Empire team are looking to finally strike on back, as that's right, I might make one such claim. 2-0 to start things off, but they're looking to finally get theirs on the board here, LFO. You can see they're actually playing this quite well. They have 2 on each other side, and both of them are holding crossfires in the way that, look how parallel the Sage and the Jet are on the map and how much control they get from those angles. They're really holding this horizontal line of defense, and it has been working out well for them. At least they wasted enough time into this, but at the same time, Walkure, they haven't really put much effort into trying to retake this, or rather take the control away, which Draxi will shut on down, but the single frag is all he gets. Mr. Nice Guy, he's going to get a quick trade-off onto that. That allows him to try and go here towards the B site. Once again, Bat Ghost inside that site on the Sage, be the first one there, the only one there. He has to wait for the rest of the teammates, go for that rotate, to help him on out, and plant will happen on the B side safely.
Spike planted. There we have it. Stick it till the sun don't shine, and here we go on to default yet again. Walkure, they do change up the pace here in Icebox very easily. They can go fast, sure, but right now they're showing us such a reserved playstyle that really enables them to keep everyone alive. It's all about survivability here for Walkure, but right now, Batghost now putting a wrench in those plans, getting that kill onto Flippy. Winterlove on the board, though, 3v3 as of the moment. And even though Walkure getting zoned on out, it seems like here for Orkless, or looking for Ork, whatever the name is, they're not going to be able to get the angles as of yet to go for the defuse. Next thing now with a kill onto 1, make that 2. He's just looking to prime himself for a bit more. Arya in the meantime can be the only one left. Symbol taking the chance to go for the objective, but the poison there, the snake bag bringing in the fangs, and it's gonna be a little too late. Walkure, they bought time again, and you know, time is absolutely priceless, but right now we see the price being taxed on. Looking for Org, they're down by 3. Nexi looking good back on his original role way back when on that Reina, but it's still not enough because Walkure, they play it so slow and steady that it's winning the race as of the end.
That's exactly kind of like the potency of this composition here from Walkure. Look at this. They have the Viper, they have a Killjoy, and they have a Sova. That means they have the Poison, they have the Nanoswarm, and they have Shock Darts. That means your post plant is going to be super painful to try and retake against a team like Walkure, who have probably, already practiced their lineups here, and they know exactly, especially like on default plant, how to keep on denying that. And you can see Symbol, he tried to tank it. He tried to be able to go and defuse through that, Poison, but I guess in the end, the Snake did bite him a bit too much. And Flippy, while he does get tagged up on here, he realizes, okay, that's not too much information to be given away. They know I'm here already anyways. It's just not trying to overpeak and give away a free pick from that. But as the wall comes up on here towards mid, Ryu has pushed past it, but I'm not sure how it's going to go.
They're just waiting by the Viper's pits, by the top screen rather, for the time being. And Walkure, they picked the map for good reason. They're changing up the dimensions. Usually, you see on a map like this, verticality is king. But right now, it's just all about that speed, all about that patience. And Walkure, looking to punish, looking for Org as much as possible. Time to go now over to B site. Got advantage here for the side of the attack. There we go with Barrier Orb being placed by looking for Orb into the forefront. Does get in the way of that yellow take just in case. Still though, it's such a struggle here, Black and Blue. 4 Sheriffs and a Marshal. Needs to be miracles made here by looking for Org for now. And Nexy, off to a good start, gets the tap and gets the kill onto Mr. Nice Guy lurking on the blue box. Here we go now, Spike is planted though, Walkure backing on away. As Org not found, looking for Org, trying to figure out what they want to do with that one. As the Empress though, gonna get popped here, but Valdor with their love on the board. Kitty in the meantime, beautiful headshot there. Ryu does get the response though, and Walkure, they're getting such a big zone. They're going for the damage, but Kitty no scope for the headshot. He has got 3. Make that 4. A Marshal to read the low ranger here to do everything he can. But is it gonna be enough? Winter Love loving the cold, and he's going for the push. There's the defuse right now. Gets halfway. There's a bit of the tap, and eventually the Sage will get the kills that Walkure needed. But man, oh man, Kitty got claws here. It looks like the cat's meow is ready with the Marshal, and a good try there from looking for Org.
He needed an ace clutch to pull that on off, and he was a step away from doing exactly that. He had the Blaze Storm on up. Let's see the replay on that stuff. I really want to see this. Look at this. No scope for the second. There goes the third as well. And the fourth head clean off from Flippy. Almost get to his way there for the side of LFO Kitty, but still Walkure. A good comeback there from Winter Love, playing it calm, cool, and collected around the cloudbursts, around the smoke. He knew that at the most he had to go for a half and try and stick on it, but here it comes on, the attack coming towards A site once more. Still, though, a lot of presence being shown here by Walkure towards that mid and B main position, not wanting to get flanked because they realize that they do push tube quite a bit here, LFO on the defensive side.
LFO, at the very least, they are going to be hanging on back right now. They understand what Walkure has been up to, and the ball is on Walkure's court to change it up, go for the pushes themselves instead. That means they're going to be having to walk on in to the powerhouse that is looking for Org. We got Bad Gusto up top the boiler, keeping an eye out just in case we see another situation where the Killjoy is playing that lurk. Good read actually here from the stage. The Killjoy up. Mr. Nice Guy is waiting on that forefront. And here we go now with Walkure getting the push on. Look at the lines right now crossing on over Black and Blue. The toxic screens gonna be a good way to block out those sight lines. But in response, LFO looking to prepare themselves. Draxi is there on the other side. Snakebite now gonna get thrown. The plant gonna be into play, but looking for Org, playing a different flank, a different angle here.
Yeah, they're going for kind of this backside flank, and well, Mr. Nice Guy is able to find that frag. Nexy will get the trade-off, and the res coming in for Kitty. Now they have a 5v4 situation in their favor, and the Leer comes on out. They will be able to flush Ryu out, and that's a triple now for Nexy as Winterlove will get taken down, and so 4v2, they're going to have to push his Wild Warrior. He's going to have to go big here. He's the last one left alive. He does find the frag, but the quick trade-off from Bad Ghost, and they should have enough time, more than enough time to get this defuse off. There it goes, and finally, a round on the board for LFO.
You don't expect 4 people barreling on in behind you. And the thing is, it was such a good setup for looking for Org as well. Draxi had Talk Screen on that site anyway. Could throw at the snake fights just to get in the way of any kind of snowman takes. And Walkure, you can see their tendency has to be hanging on back on the green box and trying to play the post plant from afar. But in that situation, looking for Orb, That was just such a great backstab from them. And even though they lost one along the way, they got the res on over. They used that advantage to keep the numbers in their favor. And finally, they get a point. Walkure, though, they have a lot of money right now. Viper Spit, though, going to be the answer on the A site. And the question is, will Walkure, can they actually go into that souffle?
Well, it's going to be a tough one to really cut off the board because, well, if you go over that souffle, it might just stick to the pan, you know what I'm saying? And right now, they can't overcommit, is basically the analogy I'm trying to make. Because LFO, they're going to quickly pounce on this. And so you can see that Kitty on that flank, they realize they're committed to this. The lockdowns, they know they have to actually force the issue here, otherwise that would be kind of a waste. And now as they kind of empty out the site here, LFO, they're actually giving this up because they realize we can go for the retake here. We can actually have enough utility to make that happen. Bad Ghost, he's going to find the frag, but the quick trade-off onto him. It's now a 3v2. They still have the man advantage here, Walkure, all things considered, but I do think that Symbol here, especially after that frag, does have a chance, though. Wild Oreo, he's getting a triple, certainly dunking that cookie in the milk, and in this case, Mr. Nice Guy couldn't end it very kindly for Symbol and get Walkure the 5th round here once more.
Salutations and the letter of "we will take your site" has been sent to Looking For Org. But the big thing there was just how Walkure played the entry. They found Draxi outside of the bake zone, outside of that Viper Spit, and the souffle, it just deflates immediately without the Master Chef Viper keeping an eye on it. So 5-1 right now. Walkure is still looking in prime form. Looking For Org in the meantime, they have to decide, can they go for the force buys? A little bit, yeah, but it seems like they're just going to be going for that Marshall plus the pistols yet again. This time though, Draxi, he's the one with that mini sniper rifle. We'll see what he can do for now as Nexi, Chub being controlled here yet again by Looking For Org, but that turret can be saying hello. Back goes though, beautiful tap onto Winterlove, getting rid of the Sage from this equation, and here we go. Back goes right now, pushing a little bit more, but Mr. Nice Guy, he's taken one more step backwards. He has decided to stay over to the spawn instead rather than the blue box, and that extra distance giving him the kills. Flippy there to help out as well.
I think that was a bit misguided. Like, when you're in this kind of eco situation, yeah, you do want to make a play, you do want to push initially. Symbol finds that frag, you might find a second, but no, Mr. Nice Guy's gonna shut that down. As I said, yeah, you already, but the thing is, you only do that when you go for that push to try and, of course, you know, play off the pistols that you have. You only do it to get that initial pick. Once you get that initial pick and you're up 5v4, they should have kind of fell back and given mid up and play the numbers game, because now you can overswarm them with just, you know, the sheriffs and the marshal all together and make an actual winning situation out of it. But right now, it just leaves him Draxi here having to go on hunting season with that marshal. Now Kitty was able to do some insane stuff in those rounds prior with the marshal, but I don't know, Draxi right now, it's going to be quite tough for him. Look at all this utility being dropped and dumped on him. He's just completely getting quite I'm sure that'd be quite annoying to do, but in this case, Walkure, I think they have a really good spot here right now, Dax, and Mr. Nice Guy once more can end the round quite cleanly, and Walkure get that 6 now.
No ropes for you. That was just it. Walkure playing by the nest, denying any kind of movement there from Looking For Org. And just a good hang back playstyle yet again here from the attacking side. Walkure, they're changing the dimension right now of Icebox from what we see here on the Philippine scene, because when you go for Icebox attack, you expect, okay, they're going to be going for that very, very quick take. They're going to be looking to put that spike down as much as possible. But team experience in tactical FPSs and the like Walkure, they know what to do even in low time situations. And they're using the clock wisely right now. They're making sure that they get the punish on a very antsy, I'd say, Looking For Org team. And it's been costing the defense here. They need to be a bit more patient. The team formerly known as Empire right now, they need to get back the crown. They need to get back into at least contention. And Nexi, off the good start here, hanging on back, but Flippy now answering Winterlove on the board, and the lockdown pressure even allowing Walkure to walk on onto a site.
Just, what, 2-3 rounds later, they have a walk down up online again. You just see how good Mr. Nice Guy is doing to be with that immediately up here once more, and they pull this Hunter's Fury out. They kind of deny the plan, but I'm not sure if... Oh, well, never mind. Good decision. They bring it to a 3v3 here, especially after that opening pick by Bad Ghost, and now is suddenly totally doable. They know the positions right now. Draxi on the flank here is able to get that frag, pushing it from screens, and he finds a double too. What? They lined him from there, Mario, with a spray transfer, rather. He gets a double kill immediately. Both Draxi and Bad Ghost go down one bullet after the other. And now it's going to be a 1v1 versus Symbol here. Aryu has a great post-line position to try and deny this. He should have poison still up, but oh no, will he actually be able to do it? No, he doesn't.
No.
He's gonna stick it. He's gonna get the round. And that's gonna be a clutch coming here from Symbol. Still, Arya will get the frag at the end, but the round gets on the board. And what an amazing sequence we just saw from both of these teams. Arya stepping off big, but LFO, they will finally get the second round on the board.
Clutch meets clutch, and then suddenly, okay, that happens. Yo, there is an old saying in tactical FPS, Mr. Black and Blue, and it's something called pros don't fake. That was just, okay, let's take it. And let's go for it. Simple, right decisions at the right time. Hunter's Fury, it just wins games in those situations. And when you get the lineup, when you get that intel, it really helps out your team and it helps out yourself to do one better. Unfortunately for LFO, it looked very perilous because RU got that spray transfer to connect. At least they got the defuse, and now Walkure kicks themselves just a little bit because of that round. And even more so now, as Mr. Nice said, gonna go down. A good start here for looking for Org.
They're finally getting, I guess, some wind in their sails, but for the LFO squad, they're going to need a bit more here, especially since they are on the defensive side, and so hopefully their attacking should be better as we move on over to it. But we're only here in round number 9, and we can see early control has been taken by Walkure, though LFO not really looking to contest that. Here comes a one-way on out, and you can see there Bat Ghost kind of just seeing what he can find information-wise, but Wild Oreo does have a bead on him, so he has to be very careful which way he swings on here, Bat Ghost. They are going to be walking up to him, information given out, and that's a good opening pick here from Winter Love.
Winter Love right now, loving the snow and loving the map, you know. It might be a reason why they pick Icebox, just because they have a guy named Itai. But Kitty! How does he even hit a shot like that? Come on, Black and Blue. Unbelievable stuff yet again from a man named Joko. And he's looking loco right now on the high ground. Are you now the only one left? And he's like, okay, how? How did that happen, guys? What went wrong? And when you look at the bottom, when you look back into that round, you could just say, Kitty just hits those some way, somehow. Miracles being made.
Bro. Wow. I feel like Kitty would have perfectly fit into that 2012 era where no scopes and everything was such a big such a blaze. FaZe Clan for sure there, that move, but third round on the board, yeah, they actually have to score on up here, and so LFO, we were saying that they need to actually get some wind under their sails, and that's I guess first time they've really got to there in quick succession in terms of rounds, and so obviously a great shot from Kitty. He's been on fire with whatever sniper rifle. Earlier on, with the Marshall, now the operator, he's feeling it, dude, and that's a very very scary Kitty to be very wary of.
Whipping out the Pokemons, aren't you? But, okay. I'm just gonna say it. There's one word to describe all of this. Sheesh. Sheesh. Come on, man. From unbelievable shot to a proper one this time. A good start here for looking for Org. And this is actually a really good call here by Kitty to whip out the operator. Walkure has been playing such a slow and steady pace, and what punishes those slow peaks, those slow pokes, then the one-shot, one-kill powerhouse that is the operator. But here we go, Wild Org creeping on forward, and Kitty, he's gonna miss that one. Danger close, it will be the jet of Walkure getting the kill, instead swinging on over to the other side, but Symbol gets the read. 1, 2, and 3. It's just lineup after lineup for him. He's just flicking at the same place at the same time. You can see the stacks of those beacons there as looking for Org is mounting their run to tie things up.
Oh my. I find myself in this game alone, and we're only 10 rounds in, coming to the 11th, reacting to a lot of stuff in the background, because there have been some nutty shots here, Dax, that have really been quite nice. And look at this sequence, just 3 for 3 on that. Headshots all around. Everybody, 1 for you, 1 for you, and 1 for you. It seems like here, LFO, to compare them to anything else, they're a team that is really good at, maybe they don't start off super strong, but then it takes them a bit of time to download their opponents, and when they do, it's just money for them. And right now, Nexi, another great opening pick for the Empire squad side here, Dax, and that's a second going his way too.
Good to see Nexi back on the arena. Feels like an El Clasico, an old age in the Nefarious throwback to the past. But Kitty, the operator, Nexi now gonna get 3 so far. This misses on the way, really trying to go with Aryu right now. The Leer gonna be there, but Aryu still cool, calm, and collected to get that kill. IGL and all the like, really getting better and better as a player. Aryu has been pretty much one of the clutchiest players of the Walkure roster. And with Kitty now, knowing that the Viper is low HP, he only has to Ghost out. 1 tap to get that kill, no matter where, no matter what. You just breathe on the Viper right now. Remove that gas mask from the equation. She is just going to be choking on her own blood. But in this case, the team formerly known as Empire, they're happy to wait it out because they have an idea where Walkure is going. Are you making that long journey to try and go to B side? But Traxi prepared at border, but he still misses. And are you with the headshot? He's going back to A. Kitty though. Can he actually get the kill? That's the question. Are you right now on the other side here, black and blue? And this is gonna be the Viper split into play, confirming his location. Into the smoke screen we go. And Kitty, he says goodbye.
Well, the cat did pounce. In this case, Ryu was the mouse. Finally, only a single round away from tying things up here to get a 6-6. This is a great comeback coming from the side of LFO. As I said, you know, I think they're one of the best teams here in the Philippines when it comes to making that adjustment after downloading the opposing team. If I was going to compare them to a boxer, you know, they're probably like Money Mayweather, where in the first maybe 7 rounds in the ring, they're, you know, kind of play very defensively, maybe not winning those rounds, but they close it out in the end because they're able to download how the opposing team plays. And Empire is so good at making those adjustments. Right now, you can see them. They've realized, okay, there are openings here in Walkure's attack. Let's try and pincer on in. And sometimes the best defense is a good attack. In this case, Nexi not able to dismiss on out. Not even able to get a frag. So that's Walkure finding the pick here towards A.
Speaking of just those boxing fights, right? You want to go along in a series like this, in a matchup like this, and it feels like for looking for Org, the more rounds we go on, the later we get into the day, the stronger they're gonna get if they can make it to the semifinals. But we'll see how this is gonna go. A symbol right now. He does it again, black and blue. Just perfect lineups with the Hunter's Fury on the A site, giving a little bit more of the equalizer here for the side of LFO, but Walkure is strong on the post plant, and here we go again. They're even watching out in behind if ever.
You know what Symbol's been doing? He's done it twice now in a row to get that same exact frag. He'd shoot two of his Hunter's Furies as Meister Nice Guy and Files Wild Oreo. I'll continue on that later, but they find 2 opening picks there. That's a second now here for the side of Wild Oreo, making it a triple hold already down. So Kitty, the last one left alive, he's done insane things here with the Marshall, but once more, he's going to have to go big, and he walks in through. Might find a frag here at the very least, but they're playing very safe. Walkure not going to give him any space, and he takes him down. That's going to be finally the round here for Walkure. 7-5, but this is honestly not the bad scoreline for LFO on the defensive side. They win this pistol, they can definitely string 2 together. But I just wanted to say, yeah, what Symbol does there, he fires off 2 Hunter's Fury rounds. He waits until the last moment that he can actually still charge it off, and then he fires the third. And during that gap between the second and the third shot, it kind of baits the enemy team to thinking, oh, maybe he's not really going to aim for me anymore. And then he comes on out with it and lands that right hook of a Hunter's Fury. Great kind of bait on that.
Yeah, it's just such a powerful punch, to say the least. And it really is a jolt of electricity, a jolt of power that I'd say looking for Org, they desperately need it in and out of the game. But here we go again. Well, Kura now going to be on the defensive side. We got LFO on the attack here. And a good chance for them to try and tie things up. Well, Kura, though, at least in that last round, they learned their lesson, made sure to keep an eye out, throw the snake bite, go for the updraft into the Blade Storm even. Not gonna fall for the fakes anymore, not gonna fall for the sticks whatsoever, but they don't need to deal with that anymore. They're the ones looking for the defuses. They're on the defensive side, and here we go with a setup from looking for Org. I like this a lot. So much poison into play. Smoke's gonna be there as well, and the spike planted on the default on the right side of A.
Well, it's a full 5v5 here, of course. No opening picks because Walkure were quite comfortable giving it on up early. Kitty, though, he does find some information where Flippy is, but on the backside here, Mr. Nice Guy and Wild Oreo will find 1 apiece. Kitty will get the trade-off, but he's going to get that in return from Flippy here. So, in the 4v2 with Walkure up on this 4 side, they can stick the defuse. They have the man advantage to really just over-swarm things. And Wild Oreo, Nice Guy, they get it quick and cleanly end things here. Walkure, good defense on the A side. They let them walk into the A. They were like, okay, we'll play the retake. We can get the flank on you. We can take main away. Let's get it going. And Walkure do get that 3-round extension of a lead.
Yeah, and Walkure, this is their map pick. You can see how much work they've really put in on Icebox, and the fact of the matter is they're changing up the game yet again in the melting pot that is the PH scene. But looking for Org, Panel has mentioned already, they are no slouch, and they are quite a powerhouse on a map like this as well. Next map Ascent gonna be their pick. Deciding map gonna be split, which is interesting because honestly, Walkure having one of their best comfortable zones if you get that far. So overall, a very interesting map pool to say the least. We'll see though if we can go the distance or are we gonna get a 2-0 for one of these two teams. But for now, it is gonna be the side of looking for Org, looking to zero in with the Sheriffs. They have 4 of those revolvers out to pounce with the headshots. In the meantime, 4 Spectres on the side of Walkure, while Oreo though, he doesn't need that SMG. He's just happy to go guns a-blazing with the Ghost instead. Kitty though in the meantime with a catch onto Mr. Nice Guy. And as this happens, Walkure, they're hanging on back yet again, making sure that they're covering up any kind of advances. Looking for Org, also playing a bit of a slow and steady pace right now, trying to mirror what Walkure did in the previous half.
Now, Walkure, they do give up that opening pick, but they've brought it to a 4v4, and with that LFO, they do have an opening here. Now, typically in this kind of situation, 4v4, it does favor the attacking side. You do have man advantage. You're going to have to leave some side either weak or open. In this case, that's going to be both A and B because Walkure have focused more on this mid-side take to be able to rotate between either side in case anything does happen. But Wild Warrior is going to be making first contact here. Finds ahead of Draxi. Almost finds a second too. He could potentially does burn his dash on out, and that will allow them to get the spike planted here. It's 3v3 on the retake. And Walkure do have that economy advantage as well. So Flippy, a quick trade-off on the, well, Kitty. And I just don't know how well this is going to work considering, well, it's a quick cleanup job for Walkure. They should be. Of course, they did have the economic advantage coming into that round, and so here comes on in. We're going to finally see a gun round coming from LFO, and this is when I'm interested to see how exactly are they going to be making these adjustments on the attacking side, because they're down 4 rounds, but that is certainly palatable, and that can definitely be easily come back into and digestible for the side of LFO here, considering now they're finally able to buy up.
If they go on a streak, then they can tie things up. But this is really a do or die round for them. This is the bonus for Walkure. But if they get the win here, I wouldn't be surprised to see them in a match point situation if they can run away with it. But I do have to mention that it was an interesting call for Walkure to leave the guy with the ghost alone on the site. Because everyone else with the Spectres, we're the ones offside instead. It's really difficult to solo hold with just that ghost. And you can see while Oreo, I'm sure he got a kill, but he got traded immediately. If not for that amazing Rico dart from Flippy, could have been a bit more perilous for Walkure. In any case, though, they won the round, so it doesn't really matter. There we go with the push right now, as this is going to be Kitty seeing that toxic screen in the way. And I like the fact that Walkure, they're using this toxic screen very early on the defensive. Usually you see as a tongue twister happens in that sentence, right?
No worries.
The toxic screen is used for the post plant. So in this case, though, looking for Org, they don't care. They do get rid of one, but Kitty falls in return. 4v4 right now. Walkure, though, over onto the high ground. And here we go with looking for Org. They're just trying to stay alive, but Nexi has fallen. Simple, though, win 1 and 2. And he's crazy on A side here, black and blue, and he's doing it again.
He's doing it now on this attacking side. He's going to get the third. He could potentially, actually, no Winterlove winning that fight. Spectre in hand. No heal on him, though, and so he's going to be a quick trade-off. It's now a 1v1, I believe. Actually, make it a 1v2. Last one left alive is Mr. Nice Guy. So with the Spectre in hand, he can still make this happen. He will have to isolate those fights, though. He could potentially actually catch Batghost here, but Draxi, you can spot him out first. No, Mr. Nice Guy, he wins that fight. He's pressed for time, though. And now he knows where Batghost is. Comes out to Nano Swarm, and Batghost will swing and land his shots truly. 9th round on the board here, rather 6th on the board for LFO, and they've cut into that deficit. Now only 3 rounds away, and as we said, you know, they have to go on a streak here to make this happen. If they gave up that round, it's going to be a bad spot for them. Probably going to go up 11-5. But now finally 9-6. Only 3 rounds away. With Walkure, if they lose this, they're going to be having to go on an eco. It can certainly be a match that could go the distance here, Dax.
Yeah, looking for Org. That was an interesting call to play that post plant. They played mostly on side. They weren't too afraid to go for the fights directly. And it put Walkure in for a bit of a loop. You could see a while ago Mr. Nice Guy throwing down the Nano Swarm rather than having the gun out and suddenly getting punished there by the lone remaining member of Looking for Org. And you know, that's the thing. It does feel like for Looking for Org, they're willing to fight. They're willing to change up the dimensions of the game yet again. In this case right now, Operator though here from the side of Walkure will suddenly say hello Wild or you're pushing on through. Are you in the meantime with the setups here and now? And Kitty, he's just choking on that poison. There we go with a takedown. Winterlove tried to help on that with a slower, but realizes he has to go for the shots instead, and Symbol will fall as well. So 4v1 after everything is said and done. Batghost, he will need 2 kills to get that res. The orb though is in front of him, so only a single takedown to bring one back to life. And if he's able to do that, black and blue, 2v3 is still a possibility. Can he do it though? That's the question.
I mean, well, it's a 1v4 right now, and things not looking too great for him. I mean, look at this defense from Walkure. They're primed and ready to just help out whenever anything happens. If you see, if like he goes towards B here, then Killjoy's gonna help out from there from that orange position, and then the Sova can rotate on quickly. Everybody's gonna be pouncing on him, and you can see playing here towards this snowman position, Winterlove. Yeah, it's a quick and easy frag for him. Things were, I guess, a bit too difficult there for Bad Ghost. It was a very hard spot to be in, but more importantly, Walkure, they're up 10-6 now. They do re-extend their lead 4 rounds over LFO, and more importantly, yes, 2 away from match point. And with LFO here having to go on that eco, look at their economy, it's up in shatters, which means this could definitely be an 11th for the side of Walkure. And LFO, I mean, it is a map pick of Walkure here, but they should be doing better on this attacking side. Still, though, Walkure, a great adjustment from them to be able to take that round away, and you can see just how suffocating that Viper can be towards that V-long side.
It's just terrible, right? You got a bit of that rotten bread on one side, and you can see the punch, the spice of the operator on the other. Now then, Walkure still sticking on around with the op. Thing is though, looking for Org, it might just be a round of reckless abandon here at Black and Blue. They know there's an op on the other side. They can rush on in and try to take it away from the opposition. You can see that Kitty, he's got claws yet again with the Blaze Storm. Thraxi in the meantime putting the spike on down. Not only that, there's the Viper Spit, and I love the call here. He has a frenzy, so it means he's gonna be looking to play as close as can be and 5 people inside those smokes and get the highlights on. In the meantime though, Kitty trying to go for the backstab onto one, gets rid of Winterlove. Valor now with the refrag here, and this is gonna be Walkure sticking on the round outside the souffle yet again. Look at this though, Symbol gets the read, goes for the taps and gets the takedown after 3 beautiful shots. Are you though onto the inside here? Backo's gonna fall, but it's just difficult here for Walkure to navigate. Can they actually figure it out though? That's the question. To try to play the guessing game, Hottest Fury is the call here from Symbol, and looking for Org. They're trying to do it here and now, and they will seal it with the lightning there. A thrifty win for looking for Org, using their ults to the best degree, and they will steal it away from Walkure.
That, I think the MVP of that round, I have to say, is Symbol. Not only for, obviously, the Hunter's security and to secure it, but more importantly, to find Mr. Nice Guy and win that frag with just 5 HP left as Mr. Nice Guy was pushing from mid to go towards A main and flanked him. If Mr. Nice Guy found Symbol there, that means they won't have that post-plant presence with that Hunter's Fury, and also that's going to leave the A main side open, which Mr. Nice Guy you can potentially find another frag of that, and their whole post-plant positioning would have been shot here for the side of LFO. But Symbol making things happen there, and that's exactly the type of big brain plays when you need in this type of situation. So only 3 rounds between them and tying things on up once more. But will LFO finally make a stomp here? Finally, Bad Ghost will get that good opening pick on RU towards the B site.
That goes with that kill, and Wild Warrior right now close enough to get rid of Kitty, but Flippy has fallen in response, giving the advantage here for looking for Org. I like what they have done right now. They feel confidence after that A-take win. They try to do it again, but Winterlove given space to go for the res onto Aryu. He does use the wall though, so that means there's no barrier orb now for the defensive side. Speaking of though, here we go, Ice Wall now from Bat Ghost Plant. Gonna be there as well onto A, and this is gonna be looking for Org, setting up with everyone still alive thanks to the res.
Yeah, they have a really good spot here right now. You can see Symbol once more playing that backline position, and everybody else playing a bit more up front. This is not normally how you might see a default plant defense. A lot of times teams like to play a bit more offsite, but here they're making it work playing close. Although Wild Oreo will find that opening pick on the Nexi. And Mr. Nice Guy as well, using the cover here that they've been given because of that wall, and he's gonna find a second to Winterlove. Are you potentially find that frag on the Kitty? That's gonna be a done deal. Walkure make the post plant retake successful and do get that 11th round on the board.
That was just impressive from Walkure. You don't expect that kind of situation to happen, but they catch looking for Org so briskly and cleanly. They just took it away. Confidence has been shattered. The numbers didn't matter. And looking for Org, they just have to be a bit scratching their heads. Where did we go wrong? How did that just happen right now? As Walkure, they're looking to show how secure they can be on a map like this. So 11-7 right now, 4 rounds the gap, and here we go again for looking for Org. They already made miracles. They turned water into wine basically on that Thrifty win a while ago, but it needed the components of the Viper's Pit and the Hunter's Fury to do so. This time, they're just so far away from the ultimates. They have to rely on the taps, on the Marshall, and the Hero Rifle. We'll see if they can do it as Walkure is steeled and prepared on the other side.
You know, I only realized now that they hold it by basically the mag catch of like when you hold the Vandal. It just sorry, my tactical shooter nerdy things.
Yes.
But yes, ooh, he does land that shot though, Kitty. We know that he's super dangerous in that situation, but up close, it can be difficult to land those. Mr. Nice Guy will get the frag on the Kitty in the kitchen, sending him on out. You don't belong here, go back to the living room. And Mr. Nice Guy will find a second too. So Walkure definitely asserting their might here with the weapons they've got. Empire though, next seat. It's a good pick from him. And he's looking to actually push that with the Lear, but still, they get the spike line towards the A site, and it's 3v3 retake with only a single rifle for LFO.
Yeah, sneaky killed by Batghost as well. And I said yes because I'm actually interested in what you had to say. I just didn't understand it. So you can explain to me that later on, as here we go with Walkure looking to play over onto A side. Batghost though on a very long journey. And the thing is, they know that Walkure, they've gotten 4. They can go for the defuse right now because Batghost it's just in a different cave. Doesn't matter if you have echolocation because your location has been found by the boiler. Walkure now on match point, 12-7. Another great read and another great retake here from our defense.
Another great take once again from Walkure, and it seems like in this, well, I guess matchup, you know, LFO was the one who should have been able to make these adjustments coming on the attacking side because, well, we know they have a bit more experience, a longer track record here than Walkure, but still Walkure has been actually making things work here on the defensive side too, and quite unexpectedly so. Of course, they did come into the half rather with the lead, and they took that pistol, which is really huge for their side. So LFO, they're going to have to play perfectly here from now on. 5 rounds, they're going to have to go 5 rounds straight of wins. So they're going to have to be able to accomplish if they want to make this comeback happen.
Yeah, I'm just loving the evolution of Walkure. You can see that they're bringing in some of their old school stuff, but right now, new school cool there for Batghost gets in the face and gets the kill onto Winter Love immediately, shattering the ice in expectation of that stage, really saving the day. And Nexi now gets in the face of Wild Oreo and will shut him down. The powerhouse of Looking for Org, looking to barrel on through to B side after Walkure commits it with a Virus Pit onto A instead. Flippy though, catching out Kitty. Hunter's Fury right now looking to go for the lock on and get the tag on the Simple. He secures the kill, and here we go with another tag and another piece of damage. Batghost though with a takedown onto Mr. Night Sky right now. It's 3v2, heals on up for the Sage. Walkure, can they still figure it out? That'll be the question here.
He got a lot out of that Hunter's Fury. Unfortunately, he did hit Batghost, who still had the heal on up, and so it didn't really matter, but he gets that frag anyways on Batghost, finally confirming it. He was like, you're mine, your name has been on the ledger for quite a while, and here comes the recon bolt out. They know one has to be yellow. They pop out the smoke, and of course, that's going to both suffocate them and block the sightlines. And so you can see Drax here giving his position away, but he still lands that frag into RU, and Empire make it happen, staying alive here, and they get a round on the board. The thing is, though, they're going to have to go 4 more straight of this to be able to actually make overtime happen, and it seems to be very, very possible right now. If they win this, then Walkure, they might have to go on another eco, and that definitely could be a 12-10 scoreline.
Yeah, good calls into wrong reads, and with that being said, looking for Org at the right position at the right time to get the takedowns pretty cleanly. But Flippy, it was almost him going for that clutch, honestly. That Hunter's Fury getting so much value yet again. Gotta say though, for Walkure, they do make these small little mistakes that suddenly kind of, you know, it changes the way that Looking for Org plays the game. You see it again that the Viper, they set up on A side, they went for the pit very early on, and Looking for Org said, okay, we're forced to go B, so let's just commit. And the fact of the matter is, Walkure could not withstand the fury of Looking for Org in that situation. A while ago, right, we said, why was the pistol the only one holding against everyone else when the rest of the team had Spectres? And those are the small little mistakes that might pile up for Walkure. Good thing on them, though, they made such a big buffer right now here, Black and Blue. They're on match point. They're the ones who picked and are looking to win this map. Question is though, can they secure it? Because we've seen bigger comebacks before happen in the VCT and the PH side. And Flippy, he's gonna be the first contact if ever here on A.
It's all gonna matter and ride on how Flippy will react to this, and if Nexi will be able to find that frag on him. Oh, he's gonna find that onto Winter Love, which is huge actually. They still have to be able to clear Flippy out here, otherwise it's gonna be a problem, but they spot him on out. The shoulder's been given away, and he finds a double. This is huge now. This is suddenly super doable as they get the spike plan down. It's now a 5v3. Look at this, Kitty finds a frag, goes down. It's okay, it's 1-for-1. They still have numbers advantage. It's a 4v2 right now with RU and Mr. Nice Guy trying to make things happen. Of course, if they take this, it will be the round and the map number 1 in their way, but LFO, they have a really good spot right now, and that's going to be a free one for Nexi. That's his third. Dax, I think this is a done deal. We're moving into round number 22 right after. There we go. Symbol closes it out. Here we are.
The match checks out there, black and blue, and we are going to go into another round looking for Org, looking to make it double digits. And speaking of double digits, most of them are over that 10 kill marker. 21 takedowns though for Nexi. That's the thing about this player. We said it before, he used to be a duelist before he really flexed on over to all the other roles. Just been an incredible core component of the looking for Org roster. And he just knows how to hit those time and time again. When he's on the Reyna, you can see how he uses these orbs in terms of momentum. It's just a chain, a sonata of kills. It's a symphony of death and demise that Nexi really brings to the table. And now Walkure, they're going to have to rely on the taps and that hero rifle. 1 HP onto Winter Love. It's like he's been given a second chance by God by this point. It's like, sure, you can try again, but be careful next time, man.
It's one of those times where you can actually call out 1 HP and they're like, okay, literally 1 HP? Because, yeah, as you said, he got the second chance at life. So he was literally knocking on death's door there at the end, but luckily for him, he's a Sage. That armor has been buried down, though, so he's down to 57 because of that. And so with, well, LFO here, they're trying to make this A push happen, but you can see they're very wary of a mid push as well, which they should be, because Walkure, they're taking a pretty aggressive stance here, which definitely can be capitalized on once they do make that A main push. They might retake A main from the behind, from the flank, and so LFO being very wary of that as the wall comes up here to the A site.
Yeah, Aldrin though gonna get broken, and Mr. Nice Guy with a kill onto Kitty. That's huge here for the side of Walkure, because not only it will burn the timer of looking for Org, but most likely it will also burn the res here. And now Batkos does go for the resurrection. Second chance of life, just bringing back the corpse of Kitty to a mobile state. And with Arya now at low HP, he's going to be backing on away with their love, giving enough time to top up the full. And Mr. Nice Guy, can he actually get the lineup again? That'll be the question. Empire though, or the team formerly known as Empire, looking to put the spike down. Next, to beat someone with a kill there, but Flippy with his catch on the back goes. And Kitty, he's gonna fall to Flippy, but Draxi, Nexi, Symbol, names abound. Winter Love though, tried to go for the last stand, and that was so close for looking for Org. They will win the round, albeit barely, and they lost out on some of the guns. They had to use the res. Well, Kure, they surprised us in that round, and they made sure to go in with the biggest sticks of them all, hitting, looking for Org where it counts.
That's why I said the economy of that previous round was going to be so big, because they're super fortunate here, honestly, LFO X Empire, that the Walkure side were not on rifles. If they had more, what a great shot there from Flippy though, jeez, through that smoke. If they had rifles, if they found one more frag, it could have went their way. And the fact that they were in sheriffs, they're super fortunate that things actually turned out for them. They were quite late on that push, still able to make things happen. Here comes out the Hunter's Fury. They'll try and fish for that, but will he actually catch the fish? He's going to tag him on up, and he is not able to confirm that frag. Still though, they do have that information play off, and now they're trying to actually, they're not exactly sure where they really want to go with LFO. You can see them kind of scouting for a pick or an information really here.
Yeah, we have it again. Since one side decided to play it slow and steady and look for the punish on the attack, the other side isn't afraid to do so as well. They don't want to be really walking into what Walkure has set up for, because you look at that Walkure roster, really didn't mention it as of yet, but that Killjoy on the defensive side, making it a lot easier for Walkure to stem, to just pretty much get in the way of the stimulus there from looking for Org. And with Nexi going on down, you know he has been crazy at the shots. Look for Org, they need a guy like that in rounds like this, but they can't have him right now. Viper Spit instead is the answer, but are you? Beautiful shot on the Kitty. Now the duelists are gone here for looking for Org.
He had the right idea there, Kitty, to go for that orange control, but he had to go up at least 1 for 1, more importantly 2 for 1, considering they're already down 45 to really make it happen. But here comes on out the lockdown from the side of Walkure as Mr. Nice Guy puts that down. It's going to give him some space to work with, and they're going to try and actually make this push inside the Viper's pit. Otherwise, they're going to be trapped in it. And so here comes the dash on out. He's able to find the double. Wild Oreo just dunking it in the milk. He's cleared out B-Long as well. They're going to stick the defuse, and that will be the round as Walkure get map number 1. Icebox taken back home. And well, good job from Walkure taking in map number 1.
They made looking for Org stand in the corner, and Walkure came in with the biggest spanking of them all. A flawless win to make a statement, looking no longer to be the underdogs here with a 1-0 lead and securing a map pick they were just so sure of. Icebox now taken by Walkure, and I love what I saw from them. Evolution from roster itself. No raise whatsoever. We got the Jet instead from Wild Oreo. They didn't need to rely on the Boom Boom Pow at all. They were just like, sure, let's go for this comp that really fits us on a map like this. And just how they played that attacking side really threw a big wrench in the plans for looking for Org. They didn't expect a team to take it slow and steady at the get-go, and it allowed the side of Walkure to go for a quick little run and get some points on the board. Thing is though, they did make a few micro mistakes along the way, looking for capitalize on that with a few thrifty wins, with a few wins on the economic side. But when the going gets tough, and Walkure, they get tougher, they had the ultimates that they needed, they had the positions that they needed, and just what a play at the very end. Wild Oreo knew exactly where the corner of shame was, and he dashed on in to get those takedowns.
He had just the perfect play there to actually capitalize on the fact that they were both stacked up there behind yellow. If maybe they were kind of like playing one yellow and one towards B-Long, it would have probably been a quick trade-off, but the fact that they were close to each other meant that that spray control, we've seen actually like multiple really insane double spray control frags here today alone on that one single map. And so, man, it seems like today spray is the name of the game, and in that case, Wild Oreo will get the last say in all of it, and well, they take map number 1 away. Although, when we do move into map number 2, that will be the map pick of the side for Empire, and so we're ex-Empire LFO. And so we're looking to see if they're going to be able to extend this into a 3-map series. But guys, we'll be going into map number 2 after a very short break. I'm Black and Blue. With me is Dax. We'll see you guys in the hair. Don't go anywhere.
from the frost to the heavens we go as Walkure will have that 1-0 lead. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Challengers Philippines, Stage 2, Week 3, Day number 2, Final Quarterfinal, to see who's going to be facing off against Hashira later on in Semifinal number 2. My name is Dax, and of course, I'm joined by the amazingest, greatest, and birthday boyerest, him, Black and Blue. Your name hasn't still been changed, it's still there, so I went with it. It's like,
I
the
never even
prod
noticed
kept it,
that.
so I was like, I'm gonna go with it. I'm gonna do the Black and Blue things, and let's just get down to it. Let's get down to business and see how Walkure defeated Looking for Org in that first map. And it really was just a game of micro. We were able to talk about it a little bit in between the breaks, and it felt like for Walkure, they just set the tempo every single time. The matchups usually went their way, and it was a lot more obvious when Walkure would make the mistakes because it was the storyline of the show, of the game, was them winning out on those micro lose more often than not. That last set of kills there from Wilder, an absolute statement to get the crunchy headshots, to get those takedowns. And really, Walkure right now is giving us a completely different tempo from what we've seen on a map like Icebox and from what we've seen from them so far.
Yeah, I mean, they've actually kind of made some sort of adjustment here as we compared to like how we've seen them in the past. A lot more refined in their way. Yeah, but I also think that there still are openings that Empire should be kind of abusing and really using to their advantage. Maybe the fact that I don't want to make obviously excuses in terms of like their lineup wise, but let's face it, EJ is for a big reason, part of the reason why they're here, because he is like, their main superstar duelist, and him not being on the board. Of course, Kitty has been doing a great job and has landed some insane shots and made great plays, but still, it's not part of the full 5-man lineup, and so there might be some, things there that are not maybe as refined as if you did actually have that full 5-man starter. And well, as we're moving into it, it will be Ascent, and that is going to be the map pick of Empire this time. And so with them actually starting here on the attacking side, what's good about the side of Empire is that, yeah, we said they don't normally start off too strong, but then later on they're able to make the adjustments, at least, within that half. And so for them to be starting here on the attacking side, hopefully that means once we go into the second half, once they switch over to the defensive side, they'll actually be able to make those reads, make those adjustments, and actually, finally play that kind of comeback game that they're so really good at.
And here we have it. Ascent gonna be the place to be, and Nexi is back on the Sentinel role. And this is the thing, because in that last map, even though I love seeing the nostalgia of Nexi back on Reyna, he's been on Sentinel for quite a while, and it did take a while for Looking for Org to fill in their roles. Coming into stage number 2, they even just said, we'll figure it out. We'll get there, we'll make it happen, and we'll see what sticks. In week number 1, that was exactly what happened to them. Growing pains at the start, and then they figured out, okay, this is what works for us, and we can play to the best. And going to your point, Kitty, he's shown us that he still got it. This guy used to play for the likes of Team Subversa back then, and he has that history with some of the players from Team Adjin super early on into the scene. But he hasn't been too active. You can still see that there's a powerhouse in him. But when you, of course, have a top-tier duelist as EJ not in the running right now, it's still a bit of a difference. Simple, though, going to be over onto the Rays double duelist. Astra going to be played on now. And like mentioned in that last map, Viper, Astra, very popular right now into multiple scenes, not just in the SEA side. And I'm loving to see the stars yet again here in the heavens. It really just fits it. But Walkure, they're looking to fit on in and get that win. If they get that 2-0 to get the biggest upset against Looking for Org right now, it will make a statement that they're gearing up for a good run. And from what we've seen from Walkure, it's their evolution as well. Their wings have not only sprouted, it really feels like there's another pair in behind. These guys are ready to ascend, and this just might be the roost on Ascent to figure things out.
Well, finally, as we move into Ascent, the thing is, Empire, I'm not sure how much I'd consider them an Icebox map. They have shown some great stuff in it, but I don't think it necessarily is one of the better ones. And so now as we move into Ascent, we have seen some amazing things coming from Empire, especially here. This should be their map to be played. This should be the map that they actually make their stand and bring us, hopefully for their sake, into that third map, into the full decider, which would be Split if we ever do get to it. And so right now, for the side of Empire, they have to let go of whatever happened during that previous match. They have to, move past that. It's a previous map, restart here. Let's get this map on the game. Let's actually make things happen. And so, Walkure starting on the defense. Empire here, ex-Empire, LFO, ONF, whatever you want to call them. These boys, they're back, they're bad, they're ready to get going. 10 seconds left on the clock. We're about to get this match going here, and we're looking to see if Empire can actually finally get, you know, more than just what they really would have been able to with that previous one. So, early push here towards A main, but still being quite passive on it.
Yeah, just chilling right now, playing it slow and steady, looking to go for the punish onto those main angles. Shock Dart though gonna get thrown, and Draxi right now, a bit of a push here from looking for Org. Gotta say though, you mentioned it a while ago, this is one of their better maps. I think the only map they're better at is, well, Haven, and of course it's banned on at as the Kings of Haven. Might be able to get another win if ever that map is in rotation. As we get into the round though, an A take is gonna be working on out, and I'm loving what I see here from these two teams. They say, okay, we can change the mold of the game. We can always play it slow if ever. The only team right now I remember playing it slow and steady as well has to be Fulcrum Esports Catalyst over the day so far yesterday. But Symbol right now making an impact. He gets the kill onto RU there, opening up that A side. We still got one more defender, and Winter Love gonna fall there. Nexi with that takedown. A now right for the taking for looking for Org, and they will say, sure, let's go for it, and let's put this spike down.
They have a good post-plant position here by holding down that main position. It's going to be the killjoy on Nexi to hold things down, but he is quite low, 40 HP on him, so things might be swung either way. Mr. Nice Guy, though, going for that initial entry on as the Gravity comes out here. Kitty will find the opening pig, and Wild Oreo and Mr. Nice Guy will find one apiece for the Walkure squad. It's a double now for him. Quick cleanup here for the side of LFO, and they do get the opening pistol round for their side.
Yeah, they need that just initial momentum, get that confidence coming into the game. And thing is, you got Kitty and Symbol playing those Zula. So Kitty basically saying, you know, I'll fill in EJ's role. I'm gonna go for it. Symbol in the meantime says, I'm gonna fill in EJ's agent, and I'm gonna go for it as well. So if we're looking for Org, this is the composition that works for them. This is the setup in terms of the players and their roles that has given them the success this stage number 2. And we'll see if they can go far into this game as Walkure. That's a full save situation. Classics are just going to be the guns on the other side. And already there's the swing. But it seems like Draxi cannot get the kill onto one. But never mind. With the love, going to fall there instead. Kitty with a kill onto Mr. Nice Guy as well. And both A and B being pressured here by looking for Org.
Well, I mean, it should be kind of the sweep here considering the fact that all they're going up is against classics, which can steal a kill every now and then, especially up close with that right click. But yeah, safe plant here towards the B side. Two of them still trying to clear out mid. They do find Wild Oreo. Last one has given away his position. That's going to be Ryu. Down to 34. Shock Dart out. Insta kill. Quick, clean round for the side of LFO. And as we move into third, let's see how Walkure are gonna finally answer back to this. They did kind of surprise us on that defensive side on the second half when they actually moved into Icebox, and so it has been something that it seems like has been improved quite a bit, honestly, when it comes to the Walkure squad. Earlier on, their first week here, looking a lot more shaky, but just like teams like, well, the former Empire, which are going up against LFO now, just like teams like, you know, Hashira, they have seemed to thrive here, and they've really been improving every single week that they've been back here at the VCT. Once more, Walkure looking to show their strut.
Yeah, here we go. Walkure on the defensive side. Thing is, though, there have been shakings, there have been rumblings, really, in the Valorant scene as a whole. Struggles on the defense for Ascent in general, and it really feels like the attack is being more and more figured out here by many teams on a map like this. We'll see though if Walkure can hold the line. Flippy off to a good start there. Draxi gonna be going on down. Kitty though with the answer. Mr. Nice Guy by the boathouse looking to go for the rentals, but the only thing he's giving on away are the gunshots instead. The bullets are connecting. Symbol will fall as well. 4v2. Nexi though on the board. Bat goes with a phantom there, and it's all up to Nexi right now. He's going for the spray down and looking for the takedown. Nanoswarm gonna get thrown on over, and even though he swings onto the other side, it's not enough. Walkure, they will survive with 2 and finally get 1 on the board here, black and blue.
Yeah, as I said, you know, Walkure, they have surprised us on Icebox defense, and they're doing it once again here in Ascent. I was looking for them to actually make a play like that, and that's exactly what they do. I love the fact that, you know, they realize sometimes the best defense is an even better offense, and they're really great at initiating a lot of these fights that they know, okay, we should be taking this to do it. But now LFO, they fully invest here in the rifles, Vandals on every single one of them. See if they're going to be able to make the adjustment. 2 of them going towards B, the 3 here towards, well, A, to keep 1 on towards the top mid to hold off any sort of short or pizza pushes.
I want a pizza push. Come on, it's
I
your
want a
birthday.
pizza push. Pizza
Where
time.
is your pizza? Is it time? Look, I'm gonna say it right here. PPGL prod, maybe a birthday pizza for Black and Blue. Just send it over
If only
and you
we
can
were
show
all
it on
together.
stream.
If only we were all together, I would definitely
But
pizza
you
party
deserve
them.
it, birthday boy. I love it. I love the pizza party. And right now, I'm loving the shock dart there from Batgos, I'd say. Are you
Yeah.
taking a lot of damage onto the Cubby right now? And just that pressure. It's a game of who will blink first here. Will Aryu come on out and get peeked by the Killjoy? Seems like he is able to get on away with some help there from the Rays. And in this case, situation right now, looking for Org, they're unable to really set up on a site that they would like. They want to go to B, but they realize but the traps are there. This guy here from Winterlove trying to say hello, Walkure. They love to play, of course, the Rays on Wild Oreo on a map like this. They love the Sky as well. They've been very, very big I'd say pushers of an agent like this. They want to make sure that the guiding lights can get the connection.
30 seconds
In this
left.
case right now, it's for Intel as looking for Org is looking to play onto B site.
I love the back and forth here we see from both of these teams. Shock Dart does not land, but he has the right idea there, actually, on that Batgos. And so, information has been given on out. There's so much utility here on the B side for them to try and deal and contest with 15 seconds left on the clock. They have to make the push right now. Kitty, they're going to be pushing here from Market, and they know that there's a lot of presence on the CT side as well. He's going to find that frag into Aryu and able to back off safely too, but Winterlove will finally get the trade on him. And as his spike does go down, it is a 4v4 retake.
This looking for Org. They are going to be trying to go a bit cheeky on the angles, but Walkure with the reads and Walkure with the takedowns. That's going to be 3 down already in this post-match situation. Make that 4! And Walkure, they came in breach and clear no matter what. It's like a SWAT team. Like just really siege on into a site and more tying things up. Great statements there being made by Walkure, and this is really a really good sign for them because they have this comfort composition on a map like this. They have that Sky, and they have a Raze that is just willing to go the distance and go far no matter what with the blast packs. Not going to be surprised whatsoever to see the explosions about here from Team Walkure, and you can just see they know what kind of angles that the team formerly known as Empire can take. They get the raids onto things like Speedway, like the corner of that market entrance, and you gotta love what we see from the defense, but looking for Org. Gotta figure it out and fast. They have the Blaze Storm. And we might see it now here, Black and Blue.
I really actually love that round and how you can see they're actually both kind of like poking and prodding at each other, looking for a reaction. It really is a game of who will blink first, with that Shock Dart initiating things towards short, made a reaction towards with a smoke on B, and then they reacted with a smoke on A as well. Really has been this kind of back and forth, both pointing at each other, poking like, "Wait, make a move, please, do it now." But as they're actually making their way here towards the A site, Walkure, once again, is giving it on up, and they want to play the retake situation here.
Put that spike down and go for it. Seems like looking for Org though, setting up the nebulas there, and then we haven't really seen too much of Draxi and his setups. I've seen the stars being placed on around, and I believe it has gotten a bit of a pull into the action, like in things like Doorway, right? But he does have the Cosmic Divide right now. Can he use it? That's the question. Flip it though. Beautiful shock there onto Kitty, and now Bat goes with the Hunter's Fury in response. For love though on the board. Next, he's gonna get takedown in response. Mr. Nice Guy and Draxi trading blows, and the question is, can Walkure make it to the site and get that defuse? Batkus though inside the dark cover and being very, very pesky. He knows where to line up the shock darts, and he's letting it rip. But Aryu, he still survives, and Batkus gonna get that takedown onto the remaining members. But Walkure have done the job, Black and Blue. It was just not enough from Batkus, just an inch too far with the lightning, and Walkure will just snatch that round under the nose of looking for Org.
Well, he was right on the money on where he was sending those lightning bolt strikes here there, Batgos. Actually, Aryu had to tank him, but the thing is, when you're a phantom like Omen is, suddenly it just phases through him, and he's just like, okay, I'm gonna stick this. They do get the kill at the end, but, well, Walkure get the round, which is more important, and in that case, they do finally take the lead here away from LFO. And LFO, yeah, they took the A site very cleanly there, but at the same time, Walkure weren't really looking to kind of contest that fact. They were playing for that retake. They stacked that mid position towards B, kind of going for that raid, and they were like, okay, we can leave one like towards like that, watching the rafter side, watching the short side. If they ever go for it, let them. We'll go for the retake. We know that's what we're good at. We have the lockdown. We have lots of utility here to be applied. Mr. Nice Guy does use that lockdown and gets him enough space to really, I guess, crowd and zerg the site.
Yeah, and just the micro decisions there from Walkure. You can see that they know there were a few glances of mistakes being made in that last map. And right now they're trying to outsmart the competition because look at how RU is positioned. He has himself placed a little more forward rather than back. And usually in situations like that, you want to be close to that generator to get that cover. But his position not only mitigates a bit of that critical damage, that center of mass damage, which is 80 per shock dart, right? But he's also able to hide on away from A main in his small little nook that he can call home. So Walkure now up by 1 after a bit of a tear there. 2 rounds in pretty convincing fashion. The third one just snatching on away. But looking for Org, they're not too unhappy of that one. I'd say Batghost, he had the right idea. He got the kills. Of course, they would have loved to get that round and keep the lead in their favor. But as we are in a technical pause, I cannot wait to see what these two teams bring to the table. Astra on one side and Draxi. We've seen the effects of his Nebulas, and I know the Gravity Wells have been a player as well in their composition right now, but at Cosmic Divide, it will really change things up later on. In the meantime, Winterlove, yes, that Sky Seeker is going to be very pesky. The Jellyfish looking to just swim in the ocean here on Ascent, even though it's all about clouds instead. And not only that, Guiding Lights get that intel Trailblazer to figure things out. And of course, you can't count out Wild Oreo with the Blastbacks later on. So overall, the elements right now of change are here. Looking for Org, they're not even having EJ right now. It's Kitty in. Question is though, can they figure things out without their star duelist, as well Kure has shown us an evolution as well here in the PH scene.
They have actually a lot going for them, Walkure, in terms of the composition. They have that information gathering, yes, with the Sky and the Sova. They do have that Paranoia and the Sky flashes as well, and lots of corner clearing here with that post-plant kind of presence, with, of course, you know, the Nano Swarm, the Shock Darts, and those nades, and hell, even the Tasmanian Tiger there on Winterlove. And so, he has actually been doing so much work that it might not reflect on the board right now because he's 0 to 5, but he's been actually, as a controller should, been helping Walkure control these retakes on happening, and that has been quite a big factor where he places those smokes and his timing on that too. The space that makes has been quite an essential factor to these retakes of the side of Walkure. And as I say that, I just realized Winterlove, his name sounds like a milk tea flavor, doesn't it?
It is. It's like winter melon, winter love. Maybe that's his favorite flavor. But to build on what you say for RU, honestly, even though he's 0 and 5 right now, he has been very, very essential here for Walkure and their play style. Not only that, IGL and really most improved player in the roster. I remember his first foray into playing, he was just supposed to be the coach, and now he's here because they knew how important the calls were, and he's been refining his game and more. Walkure happy to see how actualized they can be with a player like that. Flippy though, with the Hunter's Fury, is really stemming the tide of looking for Org. And we called him out with no kills. He gets his first kill, so he says, okay, let's go. I'm ready. I'm good to go after that clutch. Kitty though might get caught in the middle, and it seems like Draxi's the only one with the rifle right now for looking for Org, trying to play the hero, and we'll see if it will be that kind of play. No, Mr. Sky will just deny them immediately with the Nano Swarms. The setup into the knockdown. It's a strike here from Walkure to get another round.
Better call up Billy, because it seems like Mr. Nice Guy is due for a name change to Mr. Bad Guy. He's been doing quite a lot of work here, and in this case, Walkure, they're seeming like the steaming villain that LFO just did not expect. It's like here for LFO, it's almost like, okay, we're looking forward to, I guess, the main boss, right? But then you get into that chapter boss, you get into that biome boss, and they're like, oh dear, Walkure are here, and oh man, they're one thing of a monster to deal with. Right now, on the defensive side, they initially kind of showed some presence towards A main, but they're giving it on up. I think they can hear all these footsteps that they initially made for the side of LFO, and they're like, okay, you guys really want to take it? You can play that. We'll still hold on to short. We got 3 players here. Let's see how it'll turn out.
I mentioned that Black and Blue, you are exposing some of your other musical tastes, as from what I've seen from you. You are that heavy metal kind of guy, but right now we're heavy on into that A site, and Winterlove, he is going to be holding into Hell instead. Father Brazil gonna get thrown. Showstopper now, gonna get unleashed there, and then Walkure, they're still stemming the tide that is looking for Org. No matter what kind of push we're seeing here from LFO, Walkure has the answer. 5-2 right now, and a great setup yet again. They just had the positions into the shots, and a simple way to take that round there for Walkure.
A single take is all they needed, and well, I guess a single call out is all Aryu needed to wake up and be like, oh, let me use this caster buff there. Giving me the Hex, finds his 2 frags, his first 2 frags in that single round alone. So Walkure here, I mean, we did not expect them to be doing this good, let's be honest with you. But at the same time, LFO, they might not have the full 5-man lineup that we were kind of expecting to be here too, unfortunately enough, but still no exceptions, no excuses made. Walkure are here, and they're playing the same game everybody else is, and right now, with them up 3 rounds here over LFO on this defensive side, things are looking quite well for them, especially. Look at this early control that they do find off of that pick from Aryu. He's been going big, 30 HP on him, but he's done his job.
Are you backing on the way? Symbol though will catch the Wild Oreo and Walkure right now. Just sudden impact there from Winterlove. Symbol though with the beautiful paint shells, but Winterlove, he's still here. Shock right now looking for the connection. Batgo's trying to go for the kill itself, and eventually he will catch him. 2v1 though, but Nexi is limping. Flippy is ready for him on the other side. There's the push right now. Confidence here from the Sova. Does he know though? Shotgun is coming. Nexi though, he heard it. He was gonna be looking for the peek instead. Flippy though with the kill anyway. And that goes, he realizes, okay, B site is not clear whatsoever. Let's go on to 8. Let's put the spike down. It's Sova versus Sova here. Mr. Black and Blue, which one will take it?
Only the true hunter shall prevail, and right now, only one has his Fury online. Flippy here, interesting enough, initially going for that long push, but he was like, okay, I think that's a bit too far for me to try and deal with. So he has to go for this short tree push position. Bat goes, he will confirm the frag, and the round finally here for LFO. Only 2 rounds away from tying things on up. It could have been swung their way. Did not even have to use the Hunter's Fury in the end, so a good clutch there coming from Bat Ghost.
Need to survive here, looking for Org. First things first, they need to tie things up because Walkure is showing us how it's done on the defensive. But then again, you know, looking for Org right now, it does feel like that there are a few struggles here and there that they have to make sure that they can figure out along the way. Because Walkure, time and time again, just suddenly someone shows up to get the refrag. And, you know, I didn't realize it because of the team names as we get into another round, but we have seen this matchup before. Walkure and Empire, they did have this tango all the way back in week number 1 of stage 2. And the story there is, it was Walkure's series to win, but unfortunately, a small half-second mistake costed them their lead, costed them a significant round, and it really feels like this is the revenge arc here versus LFO. Can they shut down the team formerly known as Empire with a potential 2-0 on a map that they feel still the wounds of that previous past? We'll find out very, very soon, as now the lockdown gonna be into play. Winterlove moving on around to the high ground. And it does feel like for Winterlove, he's just been such a big surprise here with the shots. There we go, the Dome Doom popping on over. Aldrone there to get the intel. We all know now it's A-site right for the taking, and Nexi will get that kill.
It's a good opening pick here for the side of Empire, former Empire, as LFO have taken control of the A-site with a lockdown. Here comes the Cosmic Divide as well. They've burned 2 big ults for crowd control, and Draxi will find the trade-off, but he's going to get that in return by Wild Oreo. It's now a 4v3 with Walkure in that 3-man kind of deficit, but still, if they find a single pick here, and they definitely could on the Kitty, if he's not careful, it could be swung their way. Here though, Kitty finally holding true, and he finds Wild Oreo. Mr. Nice Guy able to find one, but the quick trade off on him by Symbol. And last left alone here on top of the rafters will be Flippy. They know he's here already. The information has been given out. He's in a very tough spot. He's going to have to find 3 1v1 fights. Finds the second too. Almost gets the third, but Bad goes too quick. Could have made it happen, but in this case, once more, Bad Ghost will be the Sova that does prevail.
Bad Ghost, he's doing it again, and this is just such a showing here from the Sova so far on both sides. Flippy and Bad Ghost, 9 kills apiece, really the stars of the show right now, and they're using that extra little bit of space on a map like this to get the intel, get the space that they need to go for the takedowns, and timing has been everything here for both of these players. But looking for Org, they're happy to still have Batgos in this squad. The improvements of this player month after month cannot go unnoticed, and really Batgos right now, I'm very excited to see what he can do over the weekend, if he can make it especially to the finals, into that semi-final, as here we are yet again into the game. Draxi keeping an eye out alongside the raise of Symbol here, Showstopper, Bladestorm, and the Hunter's Fury all available for the side of looking for Org. And it seems like Kitty, he's bearing the claws yet again. He's ready to pounce on an opponent. But look at this, Walkure, they've stationed the Killjoy on the A side, and Symbol able to get a peek and confirm that the Sentinel is stationed on the E side.
You've touched on the ultimate economy here for LFO, but if you look at Walkure, they have every single ultimate up online, and so they're ready to get banged into in case anything comes happening. And so you can see Flippy already here ready to pounce and let that shock dart on out if they actually make some presence here towards B main, which they might be doing very soon. Turret has been placed out there by the Killjoy. That is going to be Nexi. Try and get some early information. Ultimate out from that from RU to find the information that they are towards B main. So that pulls now the side here to try and help the defense on the B site. And as they have taken control of market here, LFO, yes, but still as it comes on in, that's going to ring true. And here finds Symbol finding a double kill to start things off.
Wow. Did you see that? Symbol played Slide Ninja Slide and slid on that shed, but oh, Flippy! He gets the headshot off the bat goes and then goes for Symbol. What timing from Flippy right now? Flipping the script that looked like LFO's to win, leaving Draxi all alone. Now, can the Astra make it through the site, get the kills? That's gonna be the question. Mr. Nice Guy, though, will deny it. And timing is everything, even though we saw the parkour there from Symbol, making it over to B site and getting the impact. Flippy, just out of nowhere. Look at this. He lets... Oh! He was going for Symbol and hit Batghost. He was going for Symbol. He saw Batghost though, and he did aim towards the spike plant, right? Trying to go for the Colat if ever. Symbol able to move on away. But that catch onto Kitty, preventing him from falling and preventing LFO from putting that spike down even. Just a masterclass really from Flippy. And Walkure, they really just want their retribution against LFO right now. And it would just be the perfect ending to them. And a strong beginning to their run all the way to the finals, if ever, if they can beat LFO at their own game, at their own map, and in some place they knew they made a mistake before.
Man, it initially was a great opening entry there from Symbol to find two. One with a showstopper, then following it up, rifle in hand. But Walkure, well, just a Flippy show, and as you said, he flipped the script, flipped the tables, he flipped the books here on the side of LFO. Their library has been shaken, stirred, but they cannot continue to be rattled as, well, they're very chill. Seems like, I don't know, what's that supposed to be? A pumpkin pie here, shared by the Battle Bear and Mr. Samurai. What on earth? Elephant? What's that supposed to be? A whale? What are we looking at?
Are you trying to figure it out?
It's a shark?
Is it an elephant?
I think it's a shark.
I don't know. It might be oh, here we go again in Ascent in animals. Last time it was like dog versus bird. Now it's what? Shark versus elephant versus rabbit. And what kind of pie is that? The snake. There's a chipmunk and there's a snake. Yes, you're correct. It seems like that this meal is gonna have, of course, observers. Gonna have someone to. So who's the observer here? Is the snake the obs and then the squirrel, the chipmunk, whatever that is? It's the caster. Do we get even dinners casted here in Ascent of all things? But as we are in a bit of a pause right now, we're just making sure everything is fine. And Danny, Walkure, just statements being made yet again. This is really how much they've learned from the previous matchup against Looking for Org. They've learned how much they can really change up the pace and really get in the way of any kind of fast pushes as much as possible. And I'm loving what I'm seeing. The denies from Mr. Nice Guy and Flippy have been instrumental on the defensive side. And here we go again, LFO. They only have the pistols, and we'll see what they can do right now as Walkure is just keeping command of the economy and keeping command of the lead.
Early aggressive smoke there from RU, from the piece of position all the way to one way onto A long. But as this smoke does come out here from Draxi towards this mid position, they can't really take pizza away from them. They have to stay towards that bottom mid position, and RU is going to be holding the cross in case. The thing is, this is a very committed position. He's going to have to win the frag, otherwise it's going to be a moot point, but he does get that on Nexi and can safely back on the way towards Market 2.
RU right now keeping control, and of course this is a round where LFO has a disadvantage, but they're trying to get closer and closer to get the kills anyway. But Walkure, they see Meat just going into the grinder right now. They're getting the takedowns that they want, and Walkure, even though they've lost one, Batghost only has 19 HP by this point. Such a struggle here for LFO. And there's the head into the takedown. Walkure now up by 3 here, black and blue.
Once again, getting a 3-round lead over LFO, and as we move into the last round, it could be exactly a mirror match of what we saw during Icebox map number 1, where LFO, they got 5 to 7 to start things off. The difference is now, as they are starting on the attacking side here, and so the defense, it should be better. This is where Empire does shine more on their defensive side, especially on Ascent. But I mean, Walkure, they're doing such an impressive job here, keeping LFO at bay, and right now, looking to take an 8-4 scoreline to end the half. Still though, initial flash here to... Actually, that's a great flash to actually blind both the duelists towards A main for the side of LFO. And that completely halts their pace. You can see them having to resort to walking instead, but they give it up here, Walkure.
Walkure. There's sneaky plays here from looking for Orc, and they're just happy to peek if ever and get that takedown. Here we go again with their love. Sudden impact from the sky. He just goes for the drive peek anyway, and he gets that takedown. And the second time, that's when he goes for the guiding light. That's when he brings out the utility to make it even harder for looking for Orc to re-peek the same angle. So 5v3 at the end of that skirmish on the A side. We get the push here from Nexi, keeping an eye out into the middle if ever. But the thing is here, for the team formerly known as Empire Black and Blue, that spike, it's been left behind. It's like it's basically an unwanted pet that should go to a really loving home instead. Hopefully, LFO can find some adoptions there, either on A or B. And it does seem like a good start for them at least. They get rid of Aryu. Reinforcements have arrived. The Wild Oreo on the high ground. We still got Winter Love sticking by the grass, and where Sky would love to position. But LFO, they have clear sightlines now onto A. And they are going to be putting this spike down anyway.
Nice ride. Well, Wild Oreo, he does have a good idea to try and spam the hell position there, but Wild Oreo, after seeing that, or rather Symbol, after seeing that, he's like, okay, I'm not going to play there anywhere. Let me just play a bit wider here. Mr. Nice Guy turret out for information. They should be able to burn this door on down as soon as that lockdown comes on out. But the great Hunter Spirit for Flippy to initiate the retake. You find Civil, brings it down to a 4v2 situation. They have the man advantage here. They can stick the defuse. They're both towards main. All they have to do right now is body block and trade on in. But Drexy finding that opening into Mr. Nice Guy. As they push on in, information has been given away. And Winterlove will get the trade off on the next. It's all on the Draxy this time, who finds that fragment of Winterlove, but not anything more. As Flippy will once again shut it down. And they end the half once more here with 4 rounds of a lead, Walkure. A great opening start of the half.
Switching sides. That's such a commanding lead right now for Walkure, looking for Org. What can they do? Well, they change it up. Gonna be on the defensive side instead. And we'll see right now what Nexi can do with the surprising setup on that Killjoy. And that's one thing that I remember from looking for Org for quite a while. They're really good on Ascent, especially on the defensive, because Nexi is just the door master. Out of nowhere, he'll peek from the market. Out of nowhere, he'll peek from the garden area when you expect him to be on site instead. And then the next round, then suddenly he's there on A or on B. Big surprises from Killjoy just like that. But you gotta give it to Walkure, because they played a similar thing with Winterlove. That Sky just taking a page out of the playbook from what we've seen from Nexi so far. And Walkure, they've able to just get so many dividends from it. 4-round lead right now. Guiding Light though, gotta be the play and confirmation that someone's pushing on to B main. This means that Winterlove will hang on back, as here we have it again, Mr. Black and Blue. Walkure, slow and steady is their pace.
Well, Wild Oreo is kind of committed to that for a bit. He realizes, okay, he's alone, and as that smoke dissipates, he has to fall on back, and that's exactly what they do. But Short here has been taken back in control by the side of LFO. RU has to be very careful with what he's doing right now, especially this whole mid push. He could come into crumbles if they time the short push correctly here for the side of LFO. But the thing is, Kitty, I think he's going to be waiting for them to actually cross before he does that, and that lets him walk in the market, and it looks like a B-split push here, with Nexi going to have to hold things down towards B main.
Aryu and Wild Oreo peeking each other. Nexi though in the meantime with a kill onto Flippy. And here comes Mr. Nice Guy with one. Winterlove there as well. The thing is, I love the call of utility here from this guy. Buying the regrowth for a round like this, gets the heals online. It's 3v2 after everything is said and done. Aryu and Mr. Nice Guy at least almost at the 100 HP for them. We do see Symbol though and Kitty all topped up, but that extra punch from Winterlove might make a difference. Oh, Mr. Nice Guy, he's on that corner, and Symbol will blow him up. Winterlove though with a kill onto the race. It's all up to Kitty right now. The question is, where is that jet gonna be seen? Walkure, they're trying to keep an eye out. There we go with a bit of the fake, but Winterlove, he's got in the quad. The sky is the limit indeed here for Walkure, and they're trying to get even further and further out with this lead. 9-4 right now, looking to shut down such a big contender in looking for Org.
A 5-round lead here between LFO and Walkure, tying up the largest that they had in Icebox, and so Walkure right now, they're just looking to run away with this. I mean, this is probably and should be a 10th round on the board. Of course, LFO, they've won eco rounds. Yes, you're gonna have to do one more amazing one like they did in Icebox to be able to pull this one back. So look at this early mid control going to be taken by Walkure. They realize, okay, we have the better weapons. We can play that long range game. Pain shells do tag up Flippy here quite a bit though, but that's not necessarily going to sway him from anything more. Oh, Symbol taking lots of damage there. He has to fall back and certainly, well, kind of give up the short side here. Otherwise, it could be a frag found.
Yeah, Symbol, he cannot stay on with the course. He's looking for the task, but a bit of a spray here from Wild Oreo will make him make sure that he will be sneezing on out to the next round. Kitty, though, Pain Shell's just right beside him, and he's like, okay, I can't deal with that. Hot potato, back on the way already. Move on over to the B site. If ever here from the side of Walkure, the question is, can they deal with Nexi and his turret? These guys are going to be working together onto the speedway, but this black and blue. That's a shorty. It's waiting. It's ready. And here we go with a 1-2 punch. Nexi will get that takedown. And he's able to get the great escape. Not only that, Nexi gets a kill with the turn of all things. Traxi with one also. And suddenly, the tides do turn in favor for Looking for Org. This is the kind of steal that we can see from a team like this. And it's all up to Flippy now.
Well, Flippy once more in this type of clutch situation. He has to know that Kitty is somewhere here towards market, but will he find the angle? Actually, he will get the frag on the Kitty there, but he has given his own position away. Bad Ghost has to know he's pushing out the market right now. He's kind of pincered here. He cannot push out either way without finding a frag, and Nexi will get him on down. Another round here for LFO, but I think, though, that flash from Winterlove towards B main was maybe a second or two too early. You saw that after he flashed that, and there was nobody even to play off any information, and they weren't even stacked up and ready to run into the B site just yet. Because he flashed that early, it already pulled the defense coming in from the side of LFO to go their way, and, well, it really gave away what was about to happen, which let Nexi just get away with the greatest heist we've seen so far.
It just feels like that the casino has gotten its bolt stolen by this point. He should just join the Fast and Furious squad, Mr. Nexi, because the steals that he can get, the things that LFO can get away from, those are the concerns right now that Walkure need to answer time and time again, because this was their problem last time versus LFO, and in this matchup, in this time, they're doing so much better against them. But look at this, Simple, just holding close, getting that takedown. Are you though with the taps, and are you serious? Are you kidding me? No, he is not. Jokes on you, Looking for Org, because this is just a sheriff to play, and are you again showing us what he's got and how much he's worked for the slot.
Sheesh. Are you? Drexy, he will find that frag in the Flippy. It's a 3v2. They can still make this happen, yes, but Aryu's just looking on fire right now. He has picked up the Phantom. And with Nexi and Draxi seeming to go here towards the long side, I think they kind of want to play for exits, but no, they're going to actually commit to it. They will try and take the short side away, just clearing the mid on out to make sure that nobody has flanked them. But as the time is ticking, that door is still closed. And I don't know, this seems like a done deal already. This should be a round on the board for Walkure. They have the time going, they have the man advantage. See LFO realize that they're going to fall on back and actually go for the save here as Walkure extend their lead back up to 5.
Walkure, another round on the board, and they just basically get the treasure back. It feels like it's two rival treasure hunters trying to take the cursed idol from one another. And in this situation right now, Walkure, that was just a statement there by Aryu again. 1, 2. Distractions from the explosions is like fireworks to celebrate his one taps in that main angle. And my oh my, Walkure right now, if they get a lead like this, I think this is the best thing for them right now. I mean, it's pretty obvious, but for a team that usually sets the pace against their opponent, and their biggest folly is a small little mishap or two, having rounds to give, having that big buffer as a roster, as a squad, really can help you out and still win out seal games in your favor.
Well, right now, they're going to need more than just a favor to be able to bring one back, because LFO, the 5-round deficit, we've seen Walkure run away, or maybe walk away, to be more apt to their name, with this type of lead so far. They did that in Icebox, and they're looking to do it once more here on Ascent, but LFO, they do have this quite heavily market stacked side kind of defense. They do have one towards A, I mean rather two, one short, one long, and that's going to be Bad Ghost on that Sova going to make first contact. He has to be very careful though. When you're the Sova, you're playing this kind of position, if they spot you on out and if they tag you, which will slow you down, it could be very difficult to back on off. And well, he's gonna be playing the judge. Soba with the judge, very curious. You normally see him playing backline, but in this case, he wants to take it mano a mano, take the fight up close and personal. How will it go?
The Wild Oreo now close enough, and that goes. He tried there, black and blue, but the judge just not gonna be in his favor whatsoever. Jury's out, and the fact of the matter is the claims will go to Walkure onto A side yet again. Spike is planted, and this is just another good situation for Walkure. Unless we see a clutch here from Nexi, Symbol, or Draxi, this is gonna be another round on the board here for Walkure. There we go with the guiding light getting in the way, bringing in the flash in the pan into that garden area, and Symbol, he's by the doorway instead. Can he see a target though? Trailblazer trying to say hello and sick him, Mr. Tasmanian Tiger, as here we have it, the trades between the races. Nexi in the meantime with the kill, 3 in a row already for Flippy, but Draxi is still alive, 2v1, and there we go with the pinch. Oh no, it's gonna be so dangerous, but the Wild Oreo, he gets on away in time. Draxi will just be surprised by the movement of the Rays, and Walkure is now up by 6 and 2 away from winning out this series.
I don't know, man. I think that was a misplay there to have Bat Ghost hold that main position with the judge. If you wanted anybody, maybe have Kitty on the judge there and play A main, and have Bat Ghost play towards mid and help them on out there in that case, because for him to be playing that up close, that means that for your retake, you don't have the L drone. He still had that online, by the way. You don't have the recon bolt, which will come back off cooldown. And for him to be playing that sort of frontline position, that's a very 1-for-1 or maybe 2-for-1 position. You're not playing that position to try and escape and live on afterwards. It's really a committed one. And in that case, I think it's the wrong agent to be playing that spot. Very big misplay, I believe, from the side of LFO, and that gives Walkure a single round away from the match point right now. You can see Walkure, they're very good at playing this kind of pace, slowing things down and going for like a 30-second push meta when the time starts ticking. And so right now, just playing for picks once more. They've been really good at this style, and it has been working for them.
I mean, come on, Walkure, I think many of the names that you see right now have been seen in the tactical FPS shooter scene. I think Walkure as a name, right, has been seen before, and they have the roots of Audacity in them as well. So you already know that these guys can play it slow and steady. They really changed it up with their speed coming into Valorant. But hey, Origins abound, and they're happy to go on the offensive as globally as possible. As here we go again, Walkure now trying to make the push happen, but looking for Org, stemming the tide with the stars abound.
I like that reference at the end there. Well, one thing they're going to have to reference here is the strat book, because here comes a push on out. How do they hold? Symbol will do it quite nicely, and a trade-off with the pain shells from Wild Oreo, but Kitty will get the trade onto him as well. It's a 4v3 in the favor of LFO, and make that a 3v3. They've tied things up here in terms of the man deficit. Flippy finding that on Draxi, that's big. Lots of utility removed here from the retake of the side of LFO, and here comes down the lockdown. Are you, though, able to find that? A good trade-off here coming from Kitty. Hunter's Fury comes from Flippy. He's not going to find much with that, but he will kind of dissuade him from pushing on into aggressively. Kitty now in the 1v2 situation. He's going to have to go big here and go for the clutch. He will find Winterlove. He has no Flippy is here towards that A main side, and no shock darts and no Hunter's Fury left, as he does get the clutch and keeping them alive here, not giving up match point just yet. Kitty with a 4K to keep them in.
Just goes crazy again. And that's the thing, Kitty, he isn't in that main 5, but a guy like this, wouldn't be surprised to see him on a main roster for another team. He can just hit the nuttiest shots. He can just get such a good flow of kills. Unfortunately for him, he just doesn't get too many situations to do so, and it does feel like it is heavily momentum based. So the firepower is there for looking for Org no matter what. And you can see Symbol, of course, doing a good job emulating what EJ can do with that raise, throwing the paint shells at the right place at the right time. But they're still down by 5. Walkure, they've made amends to their mistakes before. They need to make sure, though, that they can seal the deal right now just to have that little bit of retribution for themselves for week number 1. Looking for Org. Do not count this team out, ladies and gentlemen. It doesn't matter who's playing right now, because there is still a chance. Sure, they are down by 5. Sure, it's not the best situation, but it's still winnable. It's still doable. And a bit of a play like that from Kitty is such a good start, because you know that the duelists need it as soon as possible.
Yeah, they need that wind under their sails. They need to get that that steam boiling underneath, because right now with a lead here as surmountable as Walkure has over LFO, it's going to be quite a lot to come back into, but still not looking to give it up too easily. You can see Nexi here going to be playing this B main position once more. I'm not sure if he's going to actually commit to this, as he does shoot out the Owl Drone there, going for a bit of an aggression, but does pull out a swarm of his own. Recon Bolt does give away his position. As the Cloudburst comes on out, he's going to be able to safely escape too. Very nice.
Nice and very nice with the lockdown. Trying to set it up, and oh, the duel and the catch! Waldorio! Oh no, the courier has been spotted with the spike being dropped. It seems like since you didn't buy any insurance on your package, LFO will just reclaim it here, and no time remaining for Walkure. They needed that rotation to work out in their favor, and the fact of the matter is 3 people still alive. Draxi though looking for a free kill, sealing the deal. Convenient enough for LFO to catch the spike there at the right time. And this is just a match made in heaven indeed, a match made on Ascent between these two teams as LFO, you can see it here, seeds of the comeback moving to happen again.
7-11. Very convenient here for the side of LFO, as they're only 4 rounds away right now. And of course, Walkure are going to be in an eco, so this could easily be just a 3-round deficit after this, with LFO having that weapons advantage and playing on the defensive side. Now, that was fortunate that Symbol was able to find that frag on the spy carrier, on the courier as you would say, very high up towards the spawn, towards high mid, but that I'm not sure how much that is going to work on throughout, because Walkure, they should be able to pick up on that. They should be able to finally make the adjustment and realize, okay, we can't leave that flank open anymore. So right now they have taken this very aggressive like bottom mid control. Symbol though, he's not going to be trying to get too aggressive with this. He shouldn't be. Well, now he can, considering Kitty is here to help him and does find that opening pick.
Yeah, even though we have Walkure at the gun disadvantage right now, they need to remind themselves that they cannot get in their own heads. It's what kind of cost them the series between Empire Den and Walkure right now. So Mr. Nice Guy, he's getting to, and that's what Walkure needs. Some clutch moments here and there. Get the bright spot on around. Some good kills for the Killjoy at the very least, but are you? Don't count this guy out, Black and Blue. We saw it a while ago. The Sheriff taps to open up a site. This time, though, a little too far off, and Draxi will get a triple to wrap up the round. 3 rounds now, the gap. LFO inching their way to try and make a wish and tie things up. But Walkure, they are going to have the guns right now, because they need to make sure they're as confident as can be as they were before.
Walkure cannot get shaken here too much, because LFO, well, they're going to bring the Storm, they're going to bring the Quake. As soon as that happens, you can see they have 3 ultimates up online here for the side of LFO. And for Walkure, while I guess the lockdown is almost there, they do have here the Showstopper and of course that from the shadows of RU to really work with. And early Shock Dart out, early Recon Bolt out as well. With that being shot out, that gives them at least information. There's at the very least 1 player there towards B main. And you can see that because of that, they're actually pulling kind of a rotation here from that raise, from that A short side to go towards the mid position and help on out in case B does come under siege. Now, there's only 2 towards B main, but looking at the position here, with them holding this top mid position here for the side of Walkure, and with Wild Oreo being right under the short, they can go for a split here if they can find an opening pick towards mid.
That's so true. It's just looking for those picks right now, keeping up with the philosophy of going slow and steady and getting the advantage. But Kitty,
No charges left.
this is what I'm talking about, Black and Blue. He's feeling it. After that quad kill round a while ago, he has that confidence right now to hit shots like that, push on forward, and that's Walkure's demise there immediately. Waldor though with a takedown, but it's 4v2. Pain Shells make that 4v1 actually, and Nexi, a triple kill to wrap up the round. 9-11. This is a 2-round gap that's getting smaller and smaller. And the whole stratagem of Walkure's slow play is punish people who peek in aggressive angles, right? But if Kitty can do it, and if Nexi can do it, what is there to punish? Instead, you're getting caught out in their slow pace, and Walkure, it's either they win those duels or they need to change it up right here, right now. Unless they want LFO to get back into the groove of things and get back into that scoreline.
When you have a player like Kitty on the opposing side who plays like a Jet main through and through, as we always see him on the Jet, no smoke is safe, and they can't just kind of be complacent with being like, okay, it's smoked off, so I guess that's it. Nope. you have a player like Kitty, once again, he's gonna, every now and then, he will try to peek that, and a lot of times he will get a frag from it or get lots of other very important factors like maybe information or something like that, or space given to him because of that peek, and it has been something that Kitty has been, for the most part, successful in doing so. So right now, Walkure, I believe they're going to start catching on, although an eco round will come from them. This could easily be a single deficit round match up here. If LFO can take this, she might be able to, as Walkure going for this very aggressive B main push.
Yeah, and a bit of a, I think did we have a little bit of a pause there? It was a little longer
Just
than
a
I
hair.
expected. Just a hair. And I like the fact that you sometimes need those breathe in pauses. Just slight meditation, like what the Astra does, right? Just keep calm, cool, and collected. And Walkure, they know they've been in this situation before. This is deja vu for them. And even though it is a few weeks past, they still know that LFO can mount that comeback and just show up on a map like this. So now they set up the Nano Swarm there, zoning out any kind of setups from the tree area. But of course, the Shock Darts being volleyed on in alongside the Angels are doing the chip damage that LFO needs rather to help them out. Showstopper into the gravity well, and that's a 1-2 punch. It's a surge of distance and a surge of damage. 3 kills for Symbol. Backos comes in as well. And a classical wombo combo to see on Valorant. So I come from a history of combos like that, black and blue, but it's always nice to see it on a map like this, on a game like this, and from the Astra and the Rays.
Yeah, this is in this point is where your squad leader basically says and shouts and screams to you, spacing, because as soon as he pulled out the showstopper there and I saw like 4 people towards main, I was like, there's no way that this isn't a multi-kill, this isn't a double kill at the very least. And he does get 2 from that, and obviously gets a 3rd afterwards with the Phantom in hand, or the Vandal in hand rather. And so, only a round away now here, LFO, from taking it and really tying things up. And Nexi, I don't think that the Sky here actually realizes how much he might be in for, and so fortunately enough there, Winterlove does back on off. I think it was a losing situation for him. I think he realizes that too. Backs on off, Tasmanian Tiger to try and drone things out. And, well, while they take pizza control, the cross is still being held here by Kitty.
Oh, and Kitty! Now he's caught, and Walkure, they realize what the mistake was. 1v1s ain't happening, 2 people might get a show, and the angle there even better. Play a bit more aggressive than usual, and surprise LFO that they're already there. So over to B side we go. Here we go with the Seekers as well. The Jellyfish Brigade is on the loose yet again, trying to find a target or two for that sting, and Wild Oreo has brought in the punch. Jaxi gonna be going on down next. He getting booped on away, and he just had no control over his feet there, black and blue. He's getting pushed to the other doorway, whether he likes it or not. And Walkure, this is a round that they needed here. This is such a big one for them. They should put them on match point unless Symbol pulls out a round of the year here and now. Come on, Symbol, let's see what you can do.
Well, he's totally blind as he's in for a bind while we're on Ascent. I think they've actually found Ascent here towards the B main position. But really, in this situation, you're kind of in for a done deal. It's a 1v5. What can you do? Well, you can get that frag. Flippy, the do. That's all he can really get right now.
I have no idea how he hit that shot.
Yeah,
Come
I
on,
don't know.
that was just so pinpoint from Symbol. So LFO now gonna be in a situation where their opponent is on match point. They're playing to tie it up at the end of regulation as much as possible. And Wild Oreo, oh, that was so close, Mr. Nice Guy. If he only peeked half a second earlier, that could have been a kill, and that could have been a shutdown on the Symbol's gun there. And then the thing is, he is so close to max money anyway, and now LFO will whip out the operator. It's do or die time now for LFO. They lose it, they lose the series, and they're out of the running for that Challenger's final slot. If they win this, they still need to win one more to force out overtime. Let's find out if Walkure can wrap it up, or will LFO keep up the suffering and keep up the struggles of this matchup. Winterlove though, already just Trailblazer trying to say hello in a mid push. All about the control right now here for Walkure so far.
I don't know about you, Dax, but with that shot especially, it's looking like an overtime match here. Winterlove not able to find the follow-up as Nexi will get a second opening pick here for the side of LFO. And, well, with Kitty on that operator now, it might just be what will swing the tide here for LFO. They haven't brought it out all game. Now is the time to do so in such a dire situation. And Wild Oreo, he will find the frag here going for Walkure. Batgos will go down, but he is in for a pickle. Nade on out, classic in hand. No bullets on either weapon. And Draxi will find a double to close things off here. Flippy will go down towards main, and that will be the round here for LFO. Now we move into the very, very final round of regulation, round number 24. Tabaruichi, let's get things going. Smells like overtime to me.
Did you see that, Black and Blue? So in football, you're not allowed to use your hands unless you're the goalie, but you can use your feet, and you can use your head, right? And that's what he did. That's what Nexi did. He ran into the paint shells, it bounced off him, and that small little timing just surprised Wild Oreo. The Rays was ill-prepared for that swing, and Nexi, just no fear whatsoever. The confidence from LFO. They know they're at the brink of elimination, but they're still in this game, and now they're one away from tying it up. Walkure, is it time to wrap it up, or is it time to struggle yet again? Can they do it right here, right now? They have 4 rifles in a Spectre, so it's not the best situation for them, but the lockdown, the Hunter's Fury, and the From the Shadows are all tools that can allow Walkure to try and figure things out if ever. But the Blade Storm and the lockdown for Nexi plus the Cosmic Divide, seems like there's also a lot of ways that LFO can answer back.
Well, with that, Winterlove, he has to know that Kitty is holding this with an operator right now. He will find that opening pick. It is the X Factor, I do believe, here coming into this one. And they do have that 5-4 man advantage. You can see they actually give up mid quite easily, but they do have some utility in towards holding that for information gathering in case they try to take the pizza away. In this case, though, it seems like Walker is the one who's going to be baked. This angle here on the stairs being held once more by Kitty. He can back on off, but the lockdown will come down here from the side of Walkure, and they're going to initiate their push, but counter lockdown coming from LFO as well. It's going to be an all-out battle here as we make their siege towards the B side. Dax, take it away.
You miss him so much,
I
but
saw
it's
him on the
okay,
chat.
as we are gonna go for it. Wild Oreo with the kill there onto Kitty. Here comes Walkure right now. They only have a sliver of time left in the bank, but they will get the plant anyway. So in this situation, Draxi might be able to use that Cosmic Divide for the post plant. There we go, the Nat Swarm getting thrown at as well, and Nexi and Batgos a bit zoned on out. Walker trying to make the lineup happen, and Mr. Nice Guy will do it there. Simple in the meantime with the refrag. It's 3v3 right now. Wild Oreo trying to go for the fight against the Boombox, and Spliffy fighting for his life and fighting against the rest. Now it's all up to Draxi. Can he set up the wall? Can he set up the stars? The alignment must be real here for the Astra. This needs to be astronomy at its finest. And now the Cosmic Divide just blocking away the boathouse if ever. But time is ticking, and Draxi is there. He will get the kill on the Wild Oreo, but he's running out of time and space. And it seems like the dimensions will go in favor of RU and Walkure. 13-11. Walkure will get their revenge and win it out in a way that was as close as can be. It looked to be the mistakes and the past of Walkure haunting them there and then, but they realize they are in week number 3. They are the future, and they will face off against Hashira in the semifinals.
Are you serious here? Walkure just walking away with that one, making it happen. It almost seemed like it was smelling like an overtime match for me, but in the end, LFO X Empire will be sent home here in the quarterfinal. Walkure looking really good right now. Of course, very unfortunate for the fact that I don't want to take anything away from that win, but we have to kind of recognize that Empire were not playing with that full 5-man lineup. Still though, no excuses. Walkure, they're looking so hot right now. Lots of great plays. I think there are some openings that could have been kind of once more, punished here, but in the end of it, they do come out with map number 2 and the series 2-0, a clean sweep, clean win from them to take the series home, and they're going to move to the semifinal.
And the expectations from Walkure to take that. There are seeds of it from what we saw from week number 1, but it really was just the pain train of the team formerly known as Empire, pushing so many of the top teams in the PH scene to the limit. But Walkure, they said, keep an eye on us because we are here to play and we are here to slay. Gotta give it to Org Not Found, looking for Org, whatever the team name is right now. This team, they deserve that kind of support. This team needs your help. And, it's a bit of a PSA right now. If there are sponsors looking for teams to pay up it has to be the two we've seen. The Walkure, you can pick up the squadron. I know from what I know, and obviously looking for org, it's in their name. Give them that support because they are powerhouses here on the PH side, and they will not disappoint.
So much potential between these two teams, and you really could not go wrong either way. Both of these teams looking for that kind of support that they need, especially for LFO. I mean, the writing is on the wall. They're wearing their hearts on their sleeves, looking for a new home, and hopefully one will be given to them by some, well, honestly, lucky team, because these guys are bad. They're a ready squad who are looking to do mean things here at the VCT. But for now, you're going to have to be sent on home for week 3. We're going to go to a short break, guys. We're going to come back with the first semi-final match of the day. Who you guys are rooting for? Let us know down below. We'll see you guys in a bit. The VCT shall return.
A 2-0 in the overtime that almost was, but just wasn't, leaving us so close to that precious 2-1 scoreline, but we couldn't quite get there. Kitty doing a bang-on job, but unfortunately unable to fill in the big shoes of none other than EJ himself. Welcome back to the show. This is the Updraft by Predator, and you're joining me, Illustrado, your host here today. Now we have an interview with the victors, one of the players, of course, from none other than Walkure, and, you know, Mr. Nice Guy. We got him joining us on the desk today. Congratulations, man. Welcome to the show for the first time. How you feeling?
Thank you. Feeling good po.
All right, so let's go straight into the interview here. How did you guys prepare? This is the first thing I want to ask. How did you guys prepare for a matchup like this one up against former Empire? What did you guys do to sort of get yourself into the mental state to play these guys?
Pinili lang namin yung mga kailangan po namin gawin based on our strengths. Since ilang beses na rin po kami natalo sa Empire din. We focused on our strengths first. Then, yun na po.
How does it feel now that you're finally going into the semifinals? So this is the first time we're seeing you guys in the semifinals today, and you're going up against Hashira later on. How are you feeling about that matchup, and how are you feeling that you're finally in the semis?
It feels good to be in the semis. Against Hashira, siguro no pressure sa amin since kami yung underdog. So we'll have to do our best lang and focus lang. Yun lang. No pressure.
Yeah. Okay. And I guess for the last question here today, for me at least. Okay. So what can we expect from Walkure in the upcoming days of VCT? I mean, not just for today, but during this upcoming year for you guys. What can we expect, the fans and and everybody from you guys?
Expect us to be grinding our way to the top, and we won't stop them.
All right, hard
Someday
work
we
and
will get
determination
everyone's
going on.
respect.
Yeah, definitely a goal that everybody should be aspiring for, and I'm wishing you luck on that. Before I let you go, your time to shine right now. I want to give thank yous or shout outs to.
Thank you sa mga sumuporta sa amin and hopefully tuloy-tuloy. Tapos isang lang, sabihin lang ako, sana matulungan niyo yung mga PH pros kung sino man. Kasi we're doing this to have our region or our country to be better sa Valorant. So hopefully may mga tao na makakatulong. Katulad kay EJ, sayang, di ba? So yun lang. Hope for the best sa everyone.
Yeah, I agree. Sayang talaga. I mean, it's a really, there's no other way to put it. But thank you for being such a good sport about it. And thank you for joining us, Mr. Nice Guy. And good luck on the semifinals later.
Thank you.
All right, so we just heard from Mr. Nice Guy from Walkure right there. Welcome back to the show. I'm going to reintroduce our panel here today. Again, I'm Illustrado. Joining me, Viminal and Ling. Let's just be real here. I'm going to break it down straight up. That was EJ not being on the roster of former Empire, of Org Not Found. It just felt it's just heavy. It's not the same, and it's kind of not the victory we want to see, but there's just nothing you can do about it. And we know it's all there's a power void, there's a vacuum of power that's just missing in that roster. And while Kitty did a great job, to go that extra mile and to get into the semis, it just wasn't there for them, Viminal.
Yeah, it really does change the dynamic of the entire team. When you have one person missing from your main 5-man lineup. Granted, Kitty did a good job, but in the end, it's just different. When you're not the person playing with them in the scrims, you're probably not the person that practiced with them a lot. It changes all the dynamics of the team. And we saw that here. For both of the maps, I do believe that LFO really struggled during their attack phase. Mainly because EJ was their entry, and the way they did their offense really changed as soon as EJ is out of the equation. During the defense, they were fine, but different story on the offense.
Yeah. Ling, you had a couple of thoughts to share with us here on this roster. I want to hear what you got to say about this previous match.
with Viminal mentioning about Valkyrie, or rather LFO, struggling completely on towards their attacking side, I would definitely would like to point out that they have this different kind of brutality being emphasized in their aggressive stance, which is them just forcing their way on towards the site and just basically ego peeking entire lobby, which is what I could have expected from a team playing around the duelist and didn't really have much enough time to prepare and revolve their plays around them. Basically, to put things straight, is that they put Kitty off the leash and let him do his own thing, because there really isn't much that they could work around with him. And as much as I would like to commend his resilient efforts, let's just say that he wasn't enough to fill in the big boy shoes that EJ left for him, and it definitely shows.
Yeah, and I'm gonna point out something that Mr. Nice Guy said in the interview. Really a really big deal that orgs and players get the sponsor that they need, get the support that they need. Simply want to avoid situation like this. First of all, it's not a good look, I'd say, but it's more having this struggle really kind of hampers dampens the growth of the local scene and the victory for the players as well. Sure, you got into the semifinals, but you're not 100% happy about it because the team wasn't at 100%. But it still goes to show that the sportsmanship and the respect within these players is just so massive. Like, you heard it in the voice of Mr. Nice Guy. Sure, he's happy to take the win. And I'm not going to say they don't deserve the win, because Walkure, they did deserve the win. Wild Oreo played well. Mr. Nice Guy played well here. Winter Love Connection right there with, supporting his team. It was great. I'd say it was a worthy performance of a semifinal. But having said that, Viminal, it still kind of undercuts the tone of the the whole vibe of the victory, because you didn't get to beat EJ at their best.
Yeah, I mean, that is of course that goes without saying. LFO at their best, of course, includes EJ in their lineup, but again, not to discount the victory of Walkure here. From the first game and here in the Ascent, just tremendous amount of mechanical skill being displayed by Walkure. The spray transfers, man, were real. Some heroic plays all around from each of their members right here, especially Ari here in Ascent. Those crazy one-taps with the Sheriff, just could not get enough of it. And yeah, it's just Walkure really stepping it up this week, and I'm pretty sure they were prepared to face LFO at their 100% form. But unfortunately, again, just not able to happen. But I'd also like to commend the sportsmanship from the side of Walkure, from Mr. Nice Guy right there.
Yeah, and honestly, and LFO, they did well. They did well even though EJ's not there. EJ wasn't there. So I just think that at the end of it, you have LFO, who's such a good team that they can almost force an overtime, missing basically their star player. And Ling, honestly, it's going to be a tough one as we move on to the next matchup here. They're going up against Hashira next, and they definitely are going to be the underdogs. But what do you think about that matchup? Obviously, we'll talk about it a lot more later. But what are your quick thoughts on the Hashira and Walkure semifinals later on?
Well, it's definitely what I actually have. It's not what I expected and how I want the series to actually go. But in this circumstance, I guess we just have to accept that the rice cooker was definitely wrong, not gonna lie. And let's just say a lot more surprises could still be able to unfold later on towards the day. Hashira facing on a new opponents and basically could be prepared for this. At the same time, this is a completely different element that they have to deal with. It's not Empire or LFO that we might have to see, but then again, they were the team that beat LFO. They could be a lot better, or they could be something different that Hashira will not be able to counter out.
Yeah, we'll see if that becomes true or not. But for the meantime, let's go and talk about something that we are sure of. The MVP of the series. Let's find out who it is. And honestly, this one's going to be a little bit of a tough one because, looking at the Walkure performance, pretty much spread out here. And everybody really able to come into their own and perform well, but it was actually Mr. Nice Guy who has been chosen. And you know what? I'm gonna agree with this, Viminal. I'm gonna agree with this. The number of holds he's had, the number of clutch situations he was able to win for his team, so well played from this guy here.
Yeah, I mean, not necessarily. It doesn't mean that if you're not a duelist, you can't really be the MVP or perhaps the most impactful in the game. But it was a concerted effort throughout the whole Walkure squad, and it was a sight to see. Definitely well played for Mr. Nice Guy.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing what else he can come up with later on in the evening. See if his holds can hold steady and whether he can hold the door up against Hashira later tonight. But let's go ahead and talk about the tournament right now. We just witnessed the quarterfinal, the very last quarterfinal of this tournament. So let's go and see where we are in the big picture. It's the tournament bracket right now. Let's take a quick look. So, Ling, what do we got here?
I mean, no other than Pirates versus Alpha Esports gonna be back at it again for another rematch. And might have to say, other than the stuff that's happening on the other half of the bracket, I am definitely looking forward to what this event could actually hold for us. I mean, for Pirates, man, they have been continuously have been showing us on what they are going to be about, and regardless of how much, or rather the stereotypes in terms of like their gameplay or the odds that have completely went up against them, I definitely say they have proven everyone else wrong. But then again, you have to figure out, or rather point out, that Pirates definitely had the same narrative, and this could be the ultimate matchup that I'm definitely looking forward to right now.
Yeah, I agree. This next match, man, it's gonna be fun. I'm looking forward to seeing Pirates versus Alpha. It's one of the matches that I think is so interesting, and one of these matches that draws viewers, not just because of the fan base, the really strong fan base that is behind these guys, but also because they're just so close in current power levels right now. But before we talk about the match, of course, let's take a little bit of time to thank our sponsors for this wonderful tournament that we do have today. Thank you, PPGL, the largest multi-game esport league in the Philippines, organized by Mineski and Globe Telecom. Hashtag reinvent exciting victories in Valorant with the new Sylvanas bundle. Get yours now on Coda Shop with Globe. And Globe Virtual Hangouts will reinvent esports and bring it to a whole new level. Let's get hashtag OL together now, as Virtual Hangouts Go Esports brings events and programs like no other, starting with an apprenticeship program led by the pros, stream takeovers, and local and international tournament. Download the Globe One app and click on the Virtual Hangouts tab to get updated on the latest happenings on Globe Virtual Hangouts. And also the Predator, our official gaming PC and laptop partner. Predator, hashtag summon your strength. Make sure you check us out on all our social media, PPGLGG on Facebook and YouTube, and PPGL_VCTPH on twitch.tv. And check us out on YouTube. It's at Hello PPGL. Now, you guys at home, if you're in any of our social media pages watching this right now, you know that we have a giveaway. So, Viminal, tell us all about what we got today.
So, of course, for a total of 10 winners, we have 1,500 Valorant points for you. All you got to do for a chance to win is like and follow the PPGL Facebook page, like and share the stream with a caption of which team you're rooting for, and make sure the post is set to public, of course, so we can see it with the official hashtags Valorant Challengers, hashtag Valorant VCTPH, and hashtag PPGL Valorant. The winners will be announced at the end of the stream, so be sure to stay tuned.
And on top of winning, or if you're tuning into the stream, there's multiple streams here, Ling. We got English and in Filipino. So let the audience know right now, where can you catch us?
Well, if you want to watch the English commentary to all the matches here, especially on the Pirates versus the Alpha Esports matchup, feel free to drop by at our Twitch channel. It's twitch.tv/PPGL_VCTPH. And of course, if you're going to be more interested in more Filipino commentary, check us out on Eliza Taylor, Ray Ray, and Vil, giving us more action in Filipino version, which is on facebook.com/PPGL. PPGLGG. And of course, if you're interested in watching this on YouTube, both links are available on bit.ly/PPGL-YT. And of course, all panel discussions are in English. So if you guys are interested or like looking for a Filipino panel, I guess we don't have that, but you have to deal with us here.
Yeah, sorry, you're stuck with this. This is it. This is as far as it gets.
I think we're more than enough.
Well, tell my ex-girlfriend that. But I didn't. You know what?
Okay.
Let's start with the waterworks. It's only 4 p.m. anyway, right?
Boy.
Let's go. But all right, so let's get into it. We're ready to dig down deep into the game itself. We got the first semifinal of the day: Pirates versus Alpha Esports. So excited about this game. I know you guys are hyped as well. Ling, the moment I mentioned this, your eyes sort of lit up and brightened up the room. What you got on your mind here?
Man, it's just Pirates. I'm just quite proud on how far they've come on towards this stage alone. You see them come in and out of the community and, not exactly making a huge dent, but then again, you've continuously heard their names, heard these players, and of course, an increasing fan base that they currently have right now, rooting for Fireside and even more. And of course, another duel is going to be on the line here, which is Senior Carl. A lot of things that I'm definitely going to be expecting here. They stick to what they know and definitely have to put up another show here. Not just the Farsighted show, but also each and every one of their team, especially with an anchor like Flash, huge plays from Tuga, and of course Nico with his amazing support playing for the duelists. Yeah.
Yeah, and looking so much forward to this game here. Viminal, we touched on Pirates a little bit, but let's go ahead and start with Alpha Esports. So, sorry, excuse me. Let's continue on and talk about 6045
Sure.
Pirates rather. These guys, they're looking like they're starting to piece things together. They're constantly, steadily but surely getting better. They're improving. But here's the kicker: so is Alpha. Last time we saw them, Alpha, they took a series very firmly and definitively.
Mhm.
Yeah, do you think this is the day that Pirates might be able to get one up against their counterparts here today?
Well, for me, Ling has always been a Pirates fan, right? And then
Oh,
I've
yeah.
always been an Alpha Esports fan from the get-go. But really, at this point in time, it's a bit of a toss-up between these two teams. Both of them on the upswing, both of them looking much, much stronger than they were in the previous appearances here on VCT. So it's pretty hard to point my finger on an outcome just, off the top of my head.
Yeah. I mean, but we have to because it's kind of
Yeah.
our job. We
It's
kind of
kind of
have
our
to.
job. It's
It's
kind
kind
of our
of, yeah, a little bit,
Yeah,
little
do I
bit,
have
yeah.
to? Do I really have to? But yeah,
Yeah. If we want to
I
get paid,
think
sure.
could this be the day?
That we get
Unless,
paid? Probably not.
yeah.
Oh no.
Stop making this more awkward than it is. Okay.
Let's just make this more weird.
Damn it,
But
Elu.
No. In all
right.
seriousness, I really think that AE needs to pull something out of the hat, a little bit of magic trick in order to overcome Pirates this time around. Because if they do the same thing that they did last time, and Pirates looking way stronger than before, it's not going to be a good story for them.
Yeah. And I'll say it out loud. I like Alpha. I like Alpha Esports. I like their players. They seem like cool guys.
They're pretty
They
chill.
seem
Yeah.
they're pretty chill guys. But I feel like there's a little bit of complacency there because I feel like they think that they can keep doing the same thing and win. Like they'll slowly and surely improve. I don't think that's the case. I feel like there has to be some changes. Some
Yeah.
serious changes in the way they approach the game, some serious changes in the way that they think about the game and how they approach their opponents. I don't think they do enough research. I don't know. I could be totally wrong here, and please correct me if you know more than I do. I feel like they don't do enough research on their teams because they play the same play style against everybody. I feel like they need to be a little bit more adaptive here in terms of their squad, especially up against the lineup of 6045 Pirates Lane. But I won't expound on that point for now. I do have to go ahead and talk about the next roster here. What are your thoughts on the Alpha Esports squad? We just brought them up right now. Do you think that they can change the pace here today and show us a whole new side, a new leaf?
I would definitely have to say that they are still undergoing in that period of adjustment, given that they are just like they basically just landed here. But then again, to answer the question, I mean, I'd rather not say it, but we got paid to do this. But yes, Alpha Esports could do with
Wait
the
a
best
minute,
way
you
that
you
they
guys are
can.
getting paid.
so so yeah, going back to my point, I mean they really have to at least put a little bit more variety
Right.
in terms of their plays. I mean they could do a lot more. I mean there's a lot of potential in what they could actually do, honing this raw talent. And I might have to say these type of individualistic plays could be a lot better, and they definitely know that one for sure. They try to do the research, but at the same time they haven't really gotten a full grasp of what are their strengths as a team or what are their strengths individually. And it's something that the team should make a decision within themselves.
Right.
So research could be great, but knowing what your team is about is like another thing that you have to know.
Agree. I agree 100%. But let's go ahead and talk about two players that we can zone in and focus on. We got the head-to-head coming up, and two players that we really want to sort of take a quick look at. We got GK Baby and Senior Carl, two of the duelists here of these squads. You know, Senior Carl really brings a fresh face to 6045 Pirates.
Right.
GK Baby, he's slowly but steadily improving. Despite all the memes, I actually think he's contributing a lot more. Yesterday, not so much. A lot of his entries were hit and miss. But I feel like later on he did improve. But Viminal,
Yeah.
you know, what's the story here? JK Baby and Senior Carl, who do you think is the more favored duelist among the two?
In my honest opinion, I think it's going to be Senior Carl, judging from what we saw during the recent
Yes.
performances. They definitely had a much more confident play style. It's it's pretty hard to sort of illustrate, but for example, you give someone the duelist role, and when you watch him play, even in a ranked game, this happens. You can sense that the person is a bit indecisive with the way their movement goes, with
Yeah.
the way their decision making is on the micro scale, and I feel that that is very indicative of what GK Baby is going through right now. It doesn't mean that he can't hit his shots. He has the ability to win the duels, but it's really the lack of confidence and the lack of the ability to read opponents, I think.
Yeah. I'm gonna say it's all about this for me. Like, okay,
It's all
so
about
check.
experience, honestly.
Yeah, yeah, and like, look, yesterday we saw him do entries, and I think the his entries on Haven were very shaky. The definition of a good entry, and remember this, guys, a good entry will not necessarily get the kills on site. A good entry gets into the site and takes space, creates space for his team, and is
Yeah.
able to maybe stay alive, and then it's a bonus if you get the kill. But the last thing you want to do is just die without getting traded. That happens so many times for GK Baby on Haven. And this is something that they need to rectify ASAP, especially against 6045 Pirates, who have such good supporting roles and such good, I'd say, sentinels that can counteract those plays. Ling, what do you think on that?
I mean, we basically had the same thoughts in terms of like GK Baby completely lacking in terms of his role as as an entry fragger and as a duelist. But I would like to even consider on what could be the factors that could affect his performance with a team like Alpha Esports. I mean, they're great individually. You see ITZ putting up with those clutch plays. But then
Yeah.
again, if I look at this in another different set of lens, I mean, it would be a lot more value to them to actually put the initiators quite comfortably playing with this the right type of communication with their duelist. I mean, it's great that you are going to be able to enable them to their full extent, but then again, it just takes two to tango. If you're not confident in taking and going in for those entries, and what more value could actually get from ITC's recon balls to their efforts to initiate or engage something on towards the site. It could be something, but then again, I'm just speculating on this, but
Yeah, no, I
yes.
agree with you. I agree with you because look, when you have the initiator and duelist combo, that connection needs to be instant. It needs to be like immediate. The way if you're trying to go for a flash play, and this is something I'm very well aware of, if you're going for a flash play, the timing needs to be instantaneous. And there's a lot, and
Exactly.
you pointed this out, guys, earlier on. The timings on Alpha, sometimes they're hit and miss. Fortunately, they win the rounds late game, mid round, late round, because they have great clutchers like ITZ.
There's a lot of clutches happening.
Yeah, exactly. But you don't want to have to rely on that. You
Yeah.
want to be able to get the 3-man advantage early on, or the 2-man advantage with a double entry or a single entry, and then secure map control. But a lot of the time, that's not actually what happens. The entry dies first, and then Alpha have to win a 4v5. Fortunately, they can. I'm just saying it's not a very successful formula for success, you know. But before that, let's go ahead and talk about the veto because we're about to get started with the match very, very soon here. We have the veto coming up for you guys. So let's take a quick look. And I feel like this is a very important veto. You got Haven, you got Icebox, you got Ascent. So Haven's somewhere that AE plays on. They're okay to play on it. But Alpha, they're known to be dangerous on Icebox, but so are Pirates, but they won last time against Pirates. And Ascent is a map that both of them can play. So I'd say Viminal, a fairly 50-50 selection here in the map veto.
Yeah, I mean, we noticed that GK Baby in particular, he tends to pop off when you give him a lot of space, a lot of room, especially if he's still going to go on that duelist role. I think he's going to be pretty okay in Icebox, Ascent, and Haven in general.
Mm.
That's a big question mark still, but him not forcing the operator, I think, is definitely one thing to consider here. Going
Yeah.
that rifle instead of the op, right?
Yeah,
But
okay, let's be real here. He doesn't hit a lot of the op shots. He misses a lot of the op shots that he needs to hit.
Yeah.
And on Haven, he was very shaky as an entry. So I feel like when GK Baby, the thing is with GK Baby is when you give him the right conditions and the right, I'd say like background, he starts to shine. But you
Yeah.
can't always have that in reality in a
Mm-hmm.
pro setting here. So before we go any further, I'm gonna ask you guys, what are your predictions? What are your thoughts here, Ling? I'll start with you, and then Vim can follow up.
sure.
I would definitely give this a 2-1 in favor of Pirates. I mean, yes, GK Baby, hit or miss, but then again, having a one-dimensional play like that could be something that Pirates could capitalize on for them to just immediately cancel out, and that's immediately a 4v5 for them. So 2-1, 2-1, favor
Okay.
Pirates and nothing more.
For me, it's going to be 2-1 in favor of Alpha Esports. Honestly, I'm banking on the fact that they're going to switch things up this time around. They're going to bring something new to the table. They've been teasing us, the past couple of days. So let's see it. Let's see it, guys.
Yeah,
Come on,
I'm
Alpha.
waiting on this is the moment. This is the moment that they bring out whatever trump card they have. And if they delay any further, it's just not going to be pretty. So I'm going to call it. I'm going to say the same thing. I actually believe that this is a very close matchup, like 60-40.
Very
But
close.
very close, right? But I think that Alpha actually has the advantage, so I'm going to call it 2-1. I think Pirates will win on Haven, but it's going to be a reverse sweep the other way around. So let's go ahead and decide, and see, rather not decide, but figure out whether that's true or not as we go ahead and pass it off to the amazing casters, who one of which, by the way, has a happy birthday to you, Nico, on stream, to Black and Blue. It's his birthday, so everybody in chat, shout out to him. So I'm going to leave it now all in the hands of the casters. It's the first semifinal of the tournament on the very last split here, on the very last week of this split, rather. It's going to be none other than the 6045 Pirates versus Alpha Esports.
Hey guys, welcome back. Is it going to be the NA DNA or the Pirates' life to win out and get into the grand finals here at Stage 2, Week 3 of Valorant Challengers Philippines? My name is Hashira, and of course, with me now is the birthday boy, Black and Blue. The birthday boy, Black and Blue. There you go.
Thank you,
Week
Hashira,
part,
for
yeah, go
passing
ahead.
it over. But I mean, I'm excited to get things going, more importantly because, well, we have big things at stake here. Of course, the winner of this weekend moves on over to the SEA Challengers Finals to join Bren as the second Philippine representative for that. And right now, we're in our first semifinal match of the day here, finally, for the last week of Stage 2 of VCT PH. Man, it's been quite a build-up. So many teams have been showing their strut, but as we move into the semifinal, it will be the Pirates versus Alpha Esports, Actually, this is a rematch from what we saw last week during week number 2. And that one, well, it was the Pirates who were able to come out of it, but Alpha, they're looking to finally make the comeback here. What do you think of this match coming up forward here, as it's basically Alpha versus Pirates part 2?
Yeah, I think there is definitely a noticeable improvement that came with both of these teams. While Alpha Esports, it seems like they were too aggressive and definitely relied a lot more on their clutches, but now it seems like they don't need to rely on that as much because their executes have been pretty flawless. I really like how Chris M has integrated the Astra in the dynamic right now of the patch and everything, and coming into this week 3, it seems like Alpha Esports got a lot going on for them. On the other end, Pirates, we were kind of wondering, is it always going to be the Fire Saiyajin show for up until the Pirates, maybe get removed out of VCT because somebody else takes their place? But it seems like they've done a good job at kind of honing everything in, integrating Fire Sage, but not only that, utilizing their players such as Senior Carl and Flash, who have been pretty exceptional in the yesterday matches, and now we're looking at them. So I think I have a good showing up against Alpha Esports, but I think in the end, Alpha Esports still have that bit more of a bite. But I'm always ready to be surprised, and I'm always a big fan of the Pirates just because of how well they've kind of come, from the first moment that we saw them.
Yeah, I mean, both of these teams coming into this having a lot to prove. Alpha obviously trying to prove that their decision to come back here home and try and make things happen in VCTPH was the right one, and Pirates trying to prove that they are the top, I guess, cream of the crop here for the Cebu, the Visayan region as a whole. Right now, well, we're going to be moving to map number 1. This is going to be Haven, which is the map pick here of the Pirates, but Alpha have shown some good things here on this map. They are going to be starting the defensive side though, but if you look at their composition once more, Astra, who has been getting increasingly popular on Haven, is going to come out here once more. It seems like both Toge and Chris M for either side are going to be bringing that one out.
I think the thing that makes Astra incredibly popular here in Haven compared to maybe some of the maps that we've seen like Icebox or Ascent is that her utility basically engulfs all of the crucial power points of the Haven map. If you want to go through Garage, you just put one of your stars at the entrance and it's basically clear. You can challenge it with your Astra and it works exceedingly well. Now we're going to be seeing even Pirates actually use that with 2GE stepping up to the plate to use it. We only have seen, I think, 2GE play Omen, if I'm not mistaken, but having the Astra out is definitely something that I think is going to be looked forward to. And now we are going to be witnessing, we are going to be experiencing this 2 evolutions of both Alpha Esports and 6045 Pirates. But is it going to be enough for the 45 Pirates to net that comeback, or will Alpha Esports just say, no, this is our time. We came all the way from North America to the Southeast Asia region, and we want our shot already at Masters 2?
Well, they're going to have to get through this semi-final match to be able to do exactly that. A lot of these teams are looking to prove a lot, honestly. A lot on the line here as well for these guys. It is the last week of Stage 2, and so after this, there will be a bit of a break, and lots of roster changes, lots of things can happen between now and then. But what should we focus on right now? Well, it's a game at hand. Map number 1 of this first semi-final here at VCT Week 3, starting off with Pirates on this attack. Early initial push here from the side of Alpha towards that A main banana position. That's 4 of them did initially aggress on, but Benoit Jet, that's going to be Gian Sandy finding the opening picture towards Garage.
He's going to find a second one as well, and he's just so deadly with that classic in tow. The rest of the Pirates, though, will be able to overwhelm and take the C site. Plant the spike down as well. Maybe try to hunt Gian Sanity here, as there's like 3 people already at this crevice of Garage. They know that they don't really have the numbers, so they have to get a quick little catch-off because it's just not going to work out because of the numbers that Alpha Esports do have. Fault line is going to be connected out there, but that won't stop GK Baby from dealing a lot of damage. And here comes Gian Sanity once again for the big enough peak. I think he had a camera inside Garage. Or no, it was on C that sees everything. And there wasn't really much time for Pirates to wiggle in that one because everything that they wanted to do spotted by the camera.
Yeah, I mean, initially Control was then seized even after that opening pick by Gian Sanity towards Garage. But as you saw, Alpha, they just stormed back on in and they took it back in return. And so now they're in a very good spot here economically, of course, after winning that pistol. But more importantly, I like already the start things off, the initiative rather, from the side of Alpha. You can see they went for that very aggressive A main push. And while they didn't find much information of that, at least meant that they were all kept together. And so when they came for that retake, they all were there at the same time. The timing was right. And, well, they swung things around their way. Now it's going to be Pirates in this. I think we're on a short break here. Might be a technical one before we get things going. But the Pirates, all classics in hand. Let's see what they can do with what little they have.
Well, Sometimes it seems like the Pirates just don't want anyone to see their setup, so they're just going back straight up into their spawn, and they're gonna have a huddle up here for the moment. At least from what we've seen, Pirates. Well, if that's going to continue, you know, just kind of losing people left and right and not being able to remove the utilities of Gian Sanity wherever he places himself, and if they challenge that, let's talk about like C, it's going to be very difficult for them to hold that post plan because everything that they kind of want to keep as a surprise is immediately made known to the rest of Alpha Esports, which makes it very difficult, or rather, yeah, exactly, which makes it very difficult for Fire Saiyajin, for 2GE on this Astra, to try to at least position themselves to catch off one or two people, maybe even none, if Alpha Esports do this perfectly.
They actually have so much information gathering here on the side of Alpha. Obviously, Gian Sanity on the Cypher and ITZ on the Sova, but everything else, you know, is kind of geared up towards pouncing on that information given by these two agents of theirs. You can see just the full effect of that should be a bit more obvious as we move into the later rounds, but even there, yeah, his cam alone honestly kind of bought them a lot of space to work with when it came for the retake. And now, I think you're right on the money. The Pirates are probably just waiting here in spawn, not going to any specific place because they want to be like, okay, if this is going to be a technical pause, maybe we can avoid any other misfortune happening if it will take a while. But finally, the timer has begun. And now we're going to finally get things going. And with Pirates down, obviously, here economy-wise, I quite favor teams to kind of stick together and make a one concerned push into a specific lane and try and take control of that, use their numbers advantage. And I think that's exactly what the Pirates are about to do here towards mid.
Lineup from ITZ there. Oh, that was actually pretty smart. That lineup does give him some vision on Sewer. If he gets a pulse, that areas of his can actually get a kill or two if Pirates was situated there, but they are on the outside of Garage. It's going to be GK Baby on the first mend. A little bit of peekaboo here for Fire Sage, and Singer Carl will be the first to come in. Smokes will be had. That's gonna tell Alpha Esports that Pirates is about to come out, but Chris M is holding it pretty damn well, and he overwhelms with the Spectre. Nice little use of the concuss as Arya Ryu picks one back up, and we are only left to Flash and Nico to make this happen. And the catch-off, a quick catch-off as he drops down from Garage will be that, and we go to the third round immediately as Alpha Esports, relatively clean round from them, Black.
It has been, but then again, of course, they had, the firepower going their way. This time, Pirates able to, I guess, finally stock on up on the gear here, and they will be fully geared on up to take this battle. And it seems like their initial kind of thoughts are going towards a sewer in a site position. And we haven't really seen them try that just yet. We saw Alpha try and do early A control, but now it seems like they want to do early mid control. You can see here 3 stacked towards that Gardens area. They will be pushing on that. Aldron will get the information, and they will push this very aggressively with the Spectres in hand. A frag will come from Flash, but it will actually be a double kill here for the side of the Pirates with only Flash going down there. So it's now a 4v3 with the Pirates in the man advantage.
We're going to have that man advantage. Having Flash out of here will mean that the Lurk is going to be more powerful for Alpha Esports. The Insanity immediately picks right back up, but doesn't take as much damage, or no damage at all. And he's going to be able to hold a site here with the Spectre and GK Baby side by side, stopping the offenders as Pirates really want to take this one. Nice little flasher from Singer Carl, but he needs to do one more unless Nico can line it up, which he does. Beautiful peek there from the Sova of Pirates. They claim themselves this nice little site, leaving it only to the hands of Ryu. He does have a Vandal, though. He can do some damage. He has some mobility as well with the Satchel. He's about to peek into the corner. He doesn't know where they are, but there's no real crossfires that's set up for the moment. If he can isolate the fight, this could actually be really good for Arya Ryu. Spots out the one, sees the one onto Graffiti, but cannot react in time, and that's going to be Pirates. Score on the board.
Yeah, Pirates, well, they get their first round of the board, and you saw that Alpha, they realize, okay, we're using the Spectres, which means we probably can't take too many far range fights, so let's try and close the gap here. Let's try and go for that mid push. And it would have been successful if not for the Aldrone kind of giving their whole plan away. That small gap in towards window really was enough for the side of the Pirates here to be able to counteract that, and they did that perfectly, taking control of the A site as well. 1v3, outmanned, outgunned, done deal. But now the Pirates once more sending here to Sewer's push Fireside, and he is looking to make a mark and already taking early control of it, but you have to be careful. Right around the corner, GK Baby is watching on down. Operator in hand will not land the shot. And able to back on the way, Fireside knows what is up here. He knows he can't continue to contest this, and he does fall back here towards main.
Problem there, though, is if they try to go around onto another site, you can see how much lockdown power I think Alpha Esports have created for C more specifically, because they do have Ryu as well as Chris M here. And there is a lot, and I mean a lot of scouting that is going to be possible because of Giansanity's positioning as well as where he placed his camera. They are hearing it though. They're still going to challenge for the moment. Fault Lines will be activated. They spotted the one already, but Fire Sage will not be denied. Spots at a 1 kill. Can he go to right behind it? Because Ryu's just tucked himself into that one. Logs. Crossfire is going to be real. Nico still here onto the side. They haven't planted the spike just yet, and they've kind of pulled themselves off for a moment. Giansanity will immediately get refragged, and as GK Baby drops down, Pirates, I'm liking this. They've gone for a slower approach. Even if they wanted to aggressively take the C side, it still works out in the end because they force Alpha Esports to pick them one by one.
Mind you, Flash had a great flank there too to go towards mid and then walk up into B to catch him in that spawn position off guard, and he does get the final frag. Close the round on out. 5th round here now coming up, and you can see AE obviously in a quite a bad situation economically. It should be around for the Pirates. The booty should be for theirs to be looty, and they should win that shooty. As Alpha, well, Sheriffs and the Judge, well, the jury's still out on how that's going to pan out.
Thank you for the baby talk. I know I could sometimes look like a little bit of a baby, but don't worry, I understand what you meant on that one. Anyways, let's see who's gonna be the shot. Look at him just follow it with the Sheriff in hand. I was about to say Deagle. Different game here. Not the one we're casting right now. Fire Sage and though charging right in. I do like the coordination using Singer Carl's flash so that he can have a really aggressive and I would say unstoppable quick dash into the site. But Ryu once again comes in from the back. He needs one more kill to get that showstopper, and this will literally plug up the attackers from getting out into the grass there. Singer Carl has to hit these couple of frags here and there, but GK Baby, okay, he steps right up to the plate, gets the Vandal already, and now it's all left into the hands of Singer Carl, who is going to get spotted out by Ryu, who is going to have that beautiful flank. And this, it should have just been a Pirates game, but Alpha Esports come out on top.
Well, able to bring it back, a thrifty round for them, and stopping the kind of momentum that Pirates were starting to build up here. The wind was being caught in their black flag sails, and finally Alpha able to, I guess, divert that towards their own way. And with this, on them on the defensive side, for them to have this lead is a good thing, especially here on Haven. They do have the stars lined up already, but the thing is, I'm not sure if it's the right year for that exactly. We're going to see if though if we're going to make it happen, because Pirates, they have been pretty confident on these pushes towards either side that they have committed to. We saw them initially like go with that one round A, then they wrap around to C, and for the most part it has been working, but this mid control is kind of been their bane. They haven't really been able to successfully take that away from Alpha, and Alpha are really good at controlling that as ITZ will get the tag up and the frag here on the opposing Sova. Nico goes down.
Hopefully Nico doesn't go down anymore because he's the birthday boy. If you guys didn't know what that joke is, Black and Blue's name is Nico. Just kidding.
Yes, thank you.
Exactly, right? But losing a Sova on attack really does put a bit of a dry paste in the lid of attacking here for Pirates. Nice little flash there, and Giansanity, he had all the necessary tools to get a shot off onto Fire Sage, but I think he's brain lagged for just a bit of a moment there, and Fire Sage is not going to miss the opportunity to entry onto the site, losing the Cypher, a big blow to the side of Alpha Esports. That's also going to allow them to set up their utilities and whatnot, and the Cosmic Divide to come out from 2GE. That's even going to put more hamper on things, and everything is being thrown out already at the very start for Pirates. And I do like their bravado here to make sure that every bit of utility is utilized, even if it's their ultimate, just to make sure they can get any advantage up against Alpha Esports. Almost taking out the head there of 2GE. He's going to be able to run around onto the smoke, but it's still not going to happen. Do they have enough of a lineup as Fire Sage comes in? Not going to be big enough. And that is going to be the half defuse, and that's going to be ITZ 4K in Alpha Esports. Even though Lockdown, Cosmic Divide is all thrown out, this forced quarantine from Pirates will not deny Alpha Esports from coming into the site.
Too easy for ITZ getting a 4K in that round, and initially it kind of looked a bit bad for the side of Alpha. They gave up the opening pick, but more importantly, it was Gian Sandy who went down, which meant that they did not have that cam that actually helped them on that C-site retake during the first round. But still, able to make great work of it. Now, finally, as we move into this 7th round, Gian Sandy, he's fighting the judge, and with him playing Garage a lot, it can actually swing things around and really, I guess, hold his ground with it. And as the Pirates are kind of they're shuffling here right now. Where exactly to go? You can see them initially having their intent to go towards mid, but they realize, okay, let's try walking up A main. But the thing is, there's already 3 defenders here ready to get things going and hold down the site, and so I'm not sure how this will pan out.
Spot out the one already. Ryu is going to challenge this, but Fire Saiyajin, yeah, he's wasting a lot of his blades here, and Ryu knows that. He's just trying to utilize this as much as possible, throwing away everything that he has so that everybody from his teammates will be able to deal that damage. They have to break this for the moment. Fire Saiyajin charges right in, but Nico finds him through the shock darts. Fire Saiyajin can pick up a weapon. What did he get into the goodie chamber? I think that was going to be the Phantom, which he does give to Senior Carlos. He drops it right back down. The ultimate will be used, cutting off the rotation that will be at least happening from short and long. Oh no, the judge that we all dread, and that is once again Gian Sanity activating his ultimate, dropping down onto the site with the auto shotty, and he just charges right in, forcing the close quarter because of the smokes, and he just anticipates everything. Down to 2 bullets, but it's all that he needs. He needs one more. Look at that bang. He's gonna get knocked out though, but of course ITZ was waiting onto the corner on the god spot to take him out. Alpha Esports, what a retake, especially with Gian Sanity on that judge.
What a great judge play, and that's exactly what you want to do when you go have the judge. You peek heaven here, and then you drop down to check hell and make sure that nobody's there, and you can win that fight because you have a judge. Mind you, he did all of this with 1 single magazine. Very economic there, and seems like he's also a fan of saving his mag. Look at this, 2 rounds left, 1 last shot here of the buck, and well, if he had a second, he could have potentially found that, but still, Alpha get the round on the board. They're up 3 right now, and Pirates are looking to be able to finally get things going, as they haven't won around 3 straight already after winning those initial 2. As GK Baby, a good opening pick from him as well towards mid. This has been a recurring problem here for the side of Pirates. They can't take it away, and Gian Sandy will find a double.
I mean, that aggressive peak, that is just Gian Sanity's Chad move. You know, when you're a Chad, you can just go up to the site there, go straight to mid, expose yourself. There wasn't even a smoke for him, and he hits 2 shots, 2 kills, leaving only Flash to try to muddle and work his way through a victory. He will get the shutdown onto Ryu, but it's far from over here, Black, as it seems like it's going to be forced into the 3 versus 1. He's going to wiggle his way through sewers. And can he get into the lid of the A side? Does he know that ITZ is lurking somewhere on long? Flash here, he knows he's in a numbers discrepancy. Maybe he doesn't even have to plant the spike down on A. Maybe he can go through enemy territory in the back lines and push through here. Maybe even go all the way. He has 30 seconds. If he plants his spike, that's going to just alert everybody that he's there. And ITZ, he's waiting. He's waiting.
He's waiting. The thing is, will even come his way. He will spike that plant down, but ITZ is already quick here to kind of react to that, and a quick frag from him, and a quick round, even more from Alpha. 2 of them actually getting a double kill. It's going to be Gian Sandy and GK Baby, both 2 apiece. And that was all because of the fact that GK Baby found that opening pick there towards mid. As we pointed out a while ago, you know, that mid position has been kind of the problem area for Pirates. They can kind of force their way into Garage and then go B, rather C, and then they can actually make a play towards A, but when it comes to taking that mid courtyard position and trying to take B, or even some control of courtyard at all, it's been, for the most part, a struggle for them. Only a single round they were actually able to kind of do that. And that was not the round that they won either. And so right now, Alpha Esports, they're looking to run away with this. Pirates, I think Fireside is picking up on what Gian Sandy did as a judge of his own.
But this is a judge where you try to force yourself into the sites. With the help of Sir Carl with his flashpoints, it could work. But charging right in with this, when Alpha Esports have so much coverage because of Chris M and Gian Sanity's duo, this Cypher and Astra, it's been very difficult for Pirates to find anything. And the one spot that there's no Astra nonsense is where GK Baby has his operator on, and he's been hitting some of the shots here. Like Dak said yesterday here, Black, is if you can give GK Baby some space, he will find that room to move around and connect the shots that add up more to the dominance that Alpha Esports are already showing. For the moment here, Astra will be used, or at least Pirates' Astra will be used to flush out the A site immediately. Gian Sanity is going to be here as he holds off everything, places down the Cypher cage and the traps. Ryu picks up the kill onto Nico, and it's going to be brute force all the way, all about that contact play, and ITZ in the back as well. Fireside Agent will be able to find one. Also, Gian Sanity will be shut down as well, and this is working pretty damn good for them. And as ITZ uses his ultimate, this lockdown cannot be destroyed anymore, especially as it gets planted down onto Hell. It's gonna be the spike to be placed onto the God spot. And they gotta be careful. With Fire Saiyajin, he wants more. He wants that forward position. He wants that early kill so that he can secure a win, a round win here, mind you, for the Pirates.
Yeah, I mean, the only way they can really deny that lockdown from happening is if they naded it from short or maybe main, but right now, that's not going to be done. So Flash, he's going to still play this crossfire with Fire Cyajin. It's going to be actually ITZ trying to walk on in here, but will they find a frag? No, trade off either side. It's going to be both of the Astras, but Fire Cyajin will find Chris M. It's now a 2v1. GK Baby in a 1v2 with the operator. I don't know, man. You're going to need to land the first shot, and he does not, which that means he has to back on off and will be finally a round from the Pirates after giving up 4 straight. They finally get one here going, and this could be what mounts a comeback.
Very good use of the rush play from the Pirates there. I mean, the mentality is if you're going to be in a match where your opponents basically have good control on any of the sites here, and you can't slow win a victory, a round victory, why not just go for a quick play? And we know that Pirates have the power to execute that because of how aggressive and, I would say, quick to react Fire Saiyajin is. With that, he's able to get a kill. Even if they lost Nico at the very start, it's going to be fine in the end. Gian Sanity here is going to be placing all of his kitten caboodles on the A site. But as you can see, Fire Saiyajin once again leading the charge all straight up to the C as they use the Cosmic Divide to split everybody. Rather, this map in 1/3. Nico will be able to plant down that spike, putting all his stars already from 2GE, as I believe Flash is already holding the flank. So this is perfect positioning, but this is still a 5 versus 5. Plenty of time to retake for Alpha Esports.
I have to give it to you. I've never heard anybody call it the kitten caboodle, but as the recon vault on goes out, they do get some information here that nobody's playing the back of the side, but, well, Fire Cyajin just making things happen. What? A triple spray down from Fire Cyajin, going completely hot, incendiary over everything. He's going completely maxed out, hotter than the sun right now as he gets a 4th on the Chris M, and the quick closeout from Fire Cyajin, pushing the smoke, a true jet main, true and true. It's never going to be safe against a man like this guy, and he gets the 4th here for the Pirates.
Oh, this is just like a replay of that. Oh, that was spicy. Fire Saiyajin, we know that last week, I think he wasn't up to form. I know, again, that we talk about how the Pirates are looking more of a well-rounded team than just the Fire Saiyajin show, but I think when they're going to be going up against teams such as Alpha Esports, he needs to find that kind of form where he was just incredibly dominant and add that to the now well-rounded play style of the Pirates. It's going to be such a devastating play, mind you that, and Fire Saiyajin finds Ryu just kind of hovering over the short angle. It's going to allow them to plant down this spike once again. What's going to be the plan here for Alpha Esports? The only ultimate that they do have is Gian Sanity with his Neural Theft, but as he sneaks right in through the smokes, he could actually find some targets here. Where did that recon dart come from as he finds opportunities left, right, and center?
Oh, a great neural theft as Chris M is able to find one, but the flurry of frags goes both ways. It's a 2v2 here right now as around this retake. Gian Sandy once more with the judge in hand, but nobody's actually towards main. So he clears it on out, but he has to check short right now. That's the angle to be contested. Both of them playing towards short in the Sewers position. Cam on out, confirmed right now with information. Nico will find the one. He's going to get the trade off, but Flash on the same angle will get it off here for the Pirates. A single round away from tying things up towards Alpha. Valiant effort, but in the end, the Pirates playing the Sewer position perfectly. They do bring it now to a single round to end the half.
Bro, this is why Pirates is probably one of the more entertaining teams to watch out there when they're on the attacking side. They have some set plays, yes, but it's the ability of Fire Saiyajin to execute that, to successfully execute that make them such an entertaining team and a very dominant team to kind of behold as well here. But of course, on the other end, Alpha Esports have done a fantastic job of kind of just plugging all the possibilities of Pirates. But we've seen a different metric, I think, from yesterday's matches. Well, who was it against? I think it was, up against Vendetta, where I think Vendetta had a very difficult time in just figuring out how to stop Pirates, or rather, to correct myself, Alpha Esports when they were on the defending side. But Pirates seem to have a much better job at being able to do this, especially when Senior Carl sets everything up for Fire Saiyajin. I mean, what comes with fire? Flashes, right? What comes with flashes? Fire Saiyajin. And it works, makes it work in the end. And it's 5-6, maybe a 6-6, as the only thing we have right now for Alpha Esports is blood and gore coming into the seaside.
Well, Rip and Tear right now is the name of the game, but Pinoy Jet, that's Gian Sandy, finding the opening pick on the Fire Saiyajin. It's a big pick. We know that Fire Saiyajin has been doing lots of things here for the side of the Pirates, and for them to go 1-for-1, it's a big deal. But Alpha, they have to go on this rotate now to help out the A site, which is currently going to be under siege in just a second, as the Pirates are already swashbuckling their way right into shanties here to the A site. And well, he's able to crawl on in, GK Baby, able to find the frag. He does still have a dash and an updraft to burn here. Actually, his dash has been already burned, but he still finds that frag. Natuge, Kenner Carl will say hello and send him back home. It's a 1v2. Gian Sandy, will he be able to do it? Nope, not letting him stick the landing. Senor Carl will say hola, at the same time goodbye. 6-6 to end the half.
It's so difficult to just escape or get out of Heaven window. Because the one main fact is, if you try to land on the box that doesn't allow you to take any fall damage, it's easier for opponents to punish you because you're going to be in a corner. But if you try to drop down, you take fall damage, which is around, like, what's 14 to 16. And your opponents, if you're not covered with, like, a smoke or something, it's very, very easy to punish. Like this one, Senior Carl just drops him like a bit of a fly. And the 6-6 is going to happen. What's going to be set up now, as we do have Alpha Esports switch to the attacking side. 3 ghosts. So they're going to be playing for a lot more of these long angles. We know that they can translate it, but let's see if they're going to be able to get this one. Pirates looking mighty fine. And now as they switch up to this defending side here, Black, it's going to be the setup for them. The 2 on B.
Well, there is 2 on B, and they might just be enough to hold that flank here, but they've given up this A C-link position rather, as what a great shot there for GK Baby to find the low Senior Carl already. Body shots is all he needed, and Nico with a great shot there to counteract that as well. The spike has been dropped. They will not be able to plant off just yet. They have to be very wary of this, but still Gian Sandy finding Fire Saiyajin. Where there's smoke, there's fire, and he banked right on that one. GK Baby able to find a second frag here in Nico, and it's all going downhill for the side of the Pirates here. They're able to find the frag though. Tuge making this a bit more digestible. Still, they're going to need a bit more of that Cypher Cam out here. That should give them the information, and they will get the plant here, Alpha Esports.
And they planted it as well for the C-long angle. This is perfect for them. Flash was able to wiggle through the stars, but it's going to leave his teammate to make something happen. He had to reload because the frenzy at that range is just not that fatal. And knowing that, Alpha Esports, they still had 2 on default, so they can just push right out and get that quick punish and basically leave it into a 2 versus 1, even though it should have been a 2 versus 2 because the other guy was reloading. And that is going to be perfect for Alpha. The shoots to the smoke as well at the start of the round, Black. That was fantastic. And yeah, Insanity just finding these picks. Lots of people really have to respect that smokes don't really save you from bullets. And if your opponents have that much experience to just know the angles, it seems like these shots are like vacuum shots, but it's not really. And it just catches Pirates off guard. They thought that the smoke was their safety, but in the end, it was their demise.
it's very apt to consider them vacuum shots because we have a Astra on both sides, so big sucky suck either way, no matter which side you're on. And so, well, GK Baby, he's going to find one for the side of Alpha Esports. Senior Carl, he's going to be the one going down as they try to push their way here towards the garage. Actually, initially, they were looking for it, but realizing, okay, we'll just smoke it on off. We still have that Cyber Cage, but look at this dash very hastily from Fire Cyajin. Once more, tries to go for a big play, but I think a bit mistimed. I can't really blame him for the initiative there, though. They were on an eco, they are on an eco, and so you kind of have to go for a play in that situation. But C is ripe for the taking. Should be able to take this, no problem, even with Toge there watching the cross.
There's going to be a quick charge here onto Garage. If they try to go for C-Long, there is a tripwire still there. And if they try to go through this, it's going to be such a murder hole. Imagine if they just rush out. There's going to be either a gravity wall or a suck that can really just hamper anything that they want to happen. Yeah, there it is. It's going to be the one. You only have Flash and 2GE to remain. We'll make that Flash. He does have a nice little corner here in the pocket of Haven. But, I mean, what can he really hope to execute here? Maybe an exit frag to save a Phantom or something going into the next round. But other than that, he does have to at least find some economic damage. It will not happen as ITZ was just too quick on that nice little peek there on Garage. And in the end, Alpha Esports will be able to claim that one 8-6, and they're starting to run away with it. But here we go. First buy round for Pirates.
First buy round for the Pirates. And as you said, the eco, probably the biggest factor there because they did have some good initial kind of, I guess, ideas that you saw them trying to unfold there with that garage hold. But then obviously with them being on, the lower side of the economy, means that they can't really do what they were planning to. And so now finally full gun round up on them. They are on the defensive side here. You can see them trying to wrestle control away from mid and that courtyard position, which was kind of a problem for them during the attacker side. But again, Sandy, he finds an opening pick here in the Fire side and again after he does go for that garage push. So once more, even here on the defensive, that mid area has been kind of a plague problem for the side of the Pirates.
He's gonna spot one out. Great little punish. Could be a double onto GK Baby, who does elevate himself onto the middle of the site. Still, Spike will get planted, but good damage onto Alpha Esports here. They still do have the numbers, mind you that, but they do leave Senior Carl with 2GE. Lots of utility, lots of flashes to be used, but of course that Cypher Cage is going to make them a bit honest here. But look at the positioning from Gion Sanity. He wants to get that pre-fire coming in, and the crossfire here from his teammate ITZ will not make it any more easy for them. 2GE, though, steps up to the plate. Okay, he spots out the one, and that's going to be the clutch 3K. 2GE. How does he make that happen? How does he do this, Nico?
2GE, 2EZ. He's, well, some people would like to call him a Toge, but at this point, he's more than deserving of that rap because 7-8, he's brought it back here from inside the park single-handedly. That was a triple kill going his way, too, in such a dire clutch situation to bring it on back. A single mag is all he needed. He found the heads, making John Wick proud, even in that one. And, well, great clutch coming here for the Pirate side, able to once more shanty their way into just arm's grasp here of the lead. They're one round away from tying things up. And I think the biggest problem here right now for the Pirates has been that mid position. Let's see how they can rectify that. They have the information to play off of, but what exactly are going to be the adjustments here?
Bro, that was 2 bullets. 2 bullets, and I think just the one was needed there to hit the brain of GK Baby. And like you said, this is going to be the take onto the B site, forcing Senior Carl out with that nade of his, but they do retaliate with Nico just throwing his own recon, or rather shock dart, to kind of stop them from the scenes. ITZ will be spotting out the one. No big ultimates to come out. GK Baby does have his blades, but they still are a bit more afraid to try to hold that, knowing that, of course, 2GE would be there to just place his stars and basically do a nice little gravity well to suck everyone in. Fire Sayajin, though, has his own little, again, corner of the garage area with a judge in hand. It seems like the setup is going to be here. They need to pop a shot off, but look at that. Everything is just getting denied. Aryu Ryu, he wants to go in for the flights, but I guess it's canceled, as there's going to be, of course, a little bit of that cosmic denial. GK Baby, 2K with the blades. He's not done just yet. Creeping his way. He's not going to be able to get that kill, though, as Flash does shut him off, gets the lockdown loaded. But of course, the thing with this one, Black, is that we're up here in a 3 versus 2. Even if they lose the lockdown, there's still going to be that C-Long open. it's not going to get detained, and they have all angles for that post plant.
Yeah, C-Long will be the big problem here right now. They don't have a smoke to play off of, and that's exactly the big problem there. Kian Sandy, a double kill to end things here and get the, well, round extension here to lead once more for Alpha Esports. They do extend it to a 2-round lead, and that's kind of the problem there. Yeah, Flash, he does burn his lockdown, but in the end, you have to realize if they're playing that C-Long position and you don't have a smoke, and in the end, they only had the Sova and that Killjoy, it means there's no real way to kind of block off their vision, and you won't have concealment, you won't have cover. Nothing you can really do, and maybe he had the right idea of, I guess, using the lockdown, but I think it was just misplaced. If they had maybe a smoker, it could have been done, but in this case, Alpha go up 2 rounds.
A quick little dash there from GK Baby, and this puts Fire Sage in such a precarious position. Still able to blade on out. Not really blade, sorry, Cloudburst on out there. It's going to be a weak buy for the Pirates. He did have to force himself to get that orb, I believe, because he needed to get his Blade Storm up and running. Flash will be hearing a lot of the footsteps. The rotations is going to be merited already from Alpha Esports. As his Pirates do get that info, they try to at least figure out where the rest will be coming. But I think Alpha Esports, they know that their opponents is going to be on the weaker buy. They know that there could be the possibility of the shotguns at close range. And they know that a straight up onto the sea, it's like a next top model runway thing here. And all they got to do is strut their stuff, and you're going to be able to claim that site. Are you Rio on top of this one? Nice little stun there coming in from the fault line. And let's see if GK Baby is going to be able to get the kill onto Fire Saiyajin. He does. Second to come out from Ryu. And now it's just crumbling at the seams for the Pirates.
It is. Of course, it is against a very light bot Pirates here. Not able to have the full economy that they want to come into this. And so, take it with a grain of salt, but still, they're taking full control of C. Not that Pirates could have done anything about it. And Senior Carl, he will find that frag in ITZ, but RU will shut him on down. The Flash once more in this situation. Again, all alone on this island. The thing is, Gian Sandy, as he does come through this, he might just face a shorty in hand, and that's exactly what he's got waiting for him.
Oh, what a reaction! He was just baiting himself, but he still got the kill in the end. I think what made that possible was if his opponent was there onto the left, he swung hard to the right so that the distance would have exposed or made the pellets just have a wider range. So not all the pellets would have connected to Gion Sanity. He was very low, but he still survived in the end. And the two bulges? No, not bulges, but two blasts from Flash. No, damn it. Not bulges.
But yeah, no blasts. No bulges here, aside from the one. Well, never mind. Let's go on to the Pirates, as they have finally been able to buy up here, and it seems like the Battle of the Bulge, though, has been taking place here. And that is not a reference to anything aside from the fact that it's a very historical moment. The Pirates, right now, you can see this early A-long aggression being taken here, actually. Senior Carl has walked his way up, all the way down to this A-long position, and they have a good crossfire in sewers, and so they have to know it's going to be either B, towards garage, or like maybe a C push. And I think they're also banking on a C push here, considering the smoke, and right now, you can see them, they're ready to pounce on this. I'm not sure if Pirates want to face check this, so they might want to play the retake game on this. It hasn't been too successful, but I think that's the right thing to do right now here. As, well, Alpha, they just storm into the site, don't give up that free pick from the showstopper. They'll let him go on in, and here comes the recon ball out for information. Full 5v5 take to happen.
See, gonna transpire here. Fire Saiyajin, he just says, I'm done. I'm not gonna use my Vandal anymore. I'm not gonna go for the rifle. I like the Cosmic Divide, though. This does allow them to get that defuse set up and rolling, and I don't think there's any utility that they can use through that. So all they have to really do is just wait and bait and keep them at bay for the moment as Flash gets the defuse. What a big brain play coming in from 2GE. They're able to save the Vandal and the Operator as well, and Pirates, they're utilizing the Astra quite well here, Black. It's not only Chris M who's brought it up to the plate, but the, let's call it the Galaxy Queen herself has allowed Pirates to really create some space where there's not supposed to be any. And Alpha Esports, they were like a 5-man there. It still worked out in the end.
You can totally see the whole I guess, effect of having the Astra there, and all the utility, honestly, the smokes and all the dissipation that was brought down for them to have that concealment and get the defuse off in their faces. So Pirates not letting Alpha here run away with this just yet. Of course, Alpha, they're on the attacking side, and so it does favor them as a tech pause does come on in, but they've been doing some good things here. I like the fact that the Pirates, they realized too that, okay, we can't necessarily face check this. We can't take this up front. We have to receive that attack. We have to play a bit more for the retake. That's exactly what they do. GK Baby, he finds a double, not more, but Senior Carl finds 2 of his own as well. And that is such, honestly, 2 big plays from 2 big players coming in on that round. But right now, Alpha, if they lose this one, they're going to have enough economy to buy up into one, yes, but still, that would be a lot more palatable for the Pirates to become back in, to actually make the comeback happen. It could easily be a 10-10, if not for this round going the way. And so this will actually mean quite a bit in terms of economy for both teams. Pirates, they lose this, they're going to go in eco. Alpha, if they lose this, it's 1 away from an eco. And after that, it could go either way.
It's going to be that technical pause here. Wanted to point out as well, I think Illustrado was pretty hyped up about it because his name's also Gion. 25 kills for Gion Sanity here, and that's merited, I think, at least 30-40% of that is through the judge kills, which is pretty insane. Again, I think the only time that we've seen someone really utilize a judge here is Gion Sanity and maybe Fulcrum when we saw them at their debut match. I think if my memory is really bad, but I do remember one of the other teams here utilizing a judge, but not to the same, I think, caliber as Gion Sanity has, especially on defense when he can use that Cypher Cage to kind of make sure that he has the angles. And ITZ backs him up with recon darts. There's so many things that they can bring out to the plate with different weapons that it works because of the setups that Alpha Esports do employ. And I like this because not only do we see some form of different play that I think this team from NA coming to Southeast Asia is allowing us to witness, but it also kind of elevates everybody here in the Philippines because as we can watch this, we understand that that's actually possible. It's not only, frenzy at range or frenzy at close range that makes something happen. It's not only the sheriff's one tap that make it happen here in the Philippines. It can also be something like that if you have the setups and I think just the experience to make it work, Black?
They definitely are the team that has more experience, at least in playing outside of things, but the Pirates are the team that have been here at the VCT a lot more, and so they know the PH style. It's Alpha who's actually trying to make the adjustment on here. Still, they're adjusting quite well. They're fitting into this mold like a well-tailored glove, honestly. Right now, with this early kind of sewers control trying to be wrestled away from the Pirates' hold, Alpha done a good job of flushing out GK Baby there on that one. Rather, Fire Cyanogen there as Pinoy Jet, that's Gian Sandy once more, finds the opening pay here towards the C site. Still though, Tuga is waiting here to pounce, and he does.
He knows that where there is a Cypher Cage, there is the Cypher waiting around the corner, knowing there's going to be a big swing coming right back out. GK Baby could provide some damage as everybody has their utility out there. Spike will get planted there for ITZ. And they do have some form of foothold onto the site, and I don't know what Senior Carl was thinking about on that one, but GK Baby is here, he's awake, and he is, well, just there to perform. Only 2 GE and Flash to remain. They're going to have to at least flush out Gong here for the moment as Ryu Ryu has the perfect positioning there. Not able to flush out the back of the side as Flash does get the kill. He will be able to spot out the one, but ITZ quick on the trigger, quick on the punish. And now we only have 2 more rounds before Alpha Esports take this first game.
A round away from match point 2 to seal the deal. And right now, it's Pirates who are in for quite the meal because, well, they're quite low on the economy, as you can see. Sheriffs is all they can really invest in. I think they can maybe force an SMG here, maybe on Senior Carl, but I don't think it will be worth it considering where they are right now. Still, though, yeah, Alpha economic advantage. They made that B-side take, which is honestly actually the first time that they actually went towards the B-side, and it went spectacularly well for them. And so they might want to try and replicate that once more, but they're playing very spread out here, looking for picks, looking for information, seeing what they can find, and seeing what can be given to them by the Pirates.
ITZ's backing away, but Fire Sage, and where the hell did he come from? Coming out of Garage, and there was a sale for him to get a kill or more, but only getting the one with the Sheriff in hand. But a kill onto GK Baby, that could be enough, because they do need that explosiveness from this Jet to take the side and allow the rest to follow through. And because they don't have that, somebody the Singer Carl can creep his way on A long and basically get the turnaround here. The wraparound gets the weapon already. Aryu Ryu still into the mix, but that setup with the satchel does not make me happy at all, or does not make the rest of Alpha Esports happy. I don't care about my happiness here, guys. It doesn't matter, but the happiness of Alpha Esports is into the question. As Chris M is trapped on Hell, ITZ will be coming outside of short, but the spike has yet to be traversed, and there is a lot of crossfires from Pirates. They don't have the weapons, though, but they do have the numbers.
Oh, what a great shot there for ITZ to find 2G. Many abbreviations, and Chris M will find Flash in return to. It's a 1v2. Now, Nico, he has a Sheriff. He's going to need to go big here and perfect, but he tries to escape. Chris M not letting him do that. Alpha, they do take match point now away here from the Pirates, and mind you guys, this is the map pick for the Pirates, I do believe, and so for them to be in this situation right now, Haven being their map pick, definitely seems to be Alpha Esports who's going to be pirating this one away.
One more round. There is still some buying power for the Pirates. Oh, can they sing the hymn? And can they hold the hum? As this Pirate's life for me has yet to come. We'll see how this comes out. I do love that play, though. The knockups from Senior Carl, but Gion Sanity was able to swing all the way across and get spotted out. He's going to get a kill here, but does he know that one right behind him to get that pickoff was supposed to be GK Baby? That Senior Carl is really just pulling out all the stops, able to get away, getting charged right in from GK Baby here, who whips out the blades. Not going to happen. Down to 6 bullets, but still in the end, the clutch is happening, and Senior Carl with the ace comes alive, comes to the rescue of Pirates, as it seems like it was looking pretty grim for them. Alpha Esports get denied a victory, at least for one more round.
Hola, de nada, adios, Senior Carl goes. He's like, okay, you guys want to come here see? Might as well. I'm gonna find the ace on you guys, and he definitely delivers it very, very quick. Look at this. He's actually able to back on this, and GK Baby, if he was able to get that frag while he was in that cubby position, then it should have been a done deal. They should have been able to storm that seaside even with a killjoy there, but still, Senior Carl playing that crossfire very, very greatly. Flash, even if he did go down there, the killjoy at the end of the C long was able to let, I guess, give him a bit of breathing space there, Senior Carl, to be able to get that ace at the end of things. So Pirates right now still holding on to life here, still holding on to map number 1. But look at all this utility towards the B side. They're catching on. That Alpha likes going here.
Bro, I was about to point that out as well. Imagine, like, you have a notebook that has, like, legends, right, to give you some information, or you're playing, let's say, something like
Strat-Rad.
I don't know, Breath of the Wild or something, and then you're collecting all the orbs, and then there's like all orbs that you're in your inventory. That's what it looks like on the B site.
That's pretty
I don't
much
know
it.
if somebody can understand what I'm saying there, but there is a lot of stuff. It seems like Alpha Esports for the moment playing a very, very passive game here. Look at how far back they are on their own spawn. Really respecting that there could be a peek out from Fire Saiyajin, but Pirates, knowing that they also have one more shot at this to push it into overtime, they're holding off, waiting for some contact before anything else. And because they have the alarm bot on Garage, they have their utilities on B, all they have to really worry about is C long and A. But as they can see the Cosmic Divide come in, here we go. GK Baby starts off the round. Nico has to back away already, wait for his teammates, and it's going to be the 5 versus 5 once again. But Fire Sage and Flash do have their big ultimates. Killjoy lockdown will be utilized, but GK Baby taking a leaf out of the book of Fire Sage, and that's the damage. Kill after kill will be had. 2GE and Sir Carl to remain. Can he find a kill? That's not going to happen, as 2GE is going to get dropped dead. 13-9, and Alpha Esports claim take game number 1.
From whence they came, they shall remain here, the Pirates, because, well, this is their map pick. They're going to be sent back and telling you guys, wait, sit on down. We're going to take this away from you. We're going to move into our own map pick as we actually get into it. Icebox will be the next one, but Haven, well, quickly taken here by the Alpha Esports squad. Good job, and these guys have more than enough to really continue that momentum into our second map when you actually do go over to it. We saw that Pirates realizing that they were like, okay, mid has been a problem for us, both on the attacking side and when we move over to the defensive side. So they were like, let's stack all that utility towards the B side, right? But the thing is, when that happened, that meant like the answer when they actually had to come back to hold on to Charlie, which is the site that they actually pushed Alpha, they didn't have enough for that. They had a lockdown, yes, but in the end, they just surmounted themselves, and that was all from especially that opening pick there from JK Baby playing to CT.
I think the unfortunate thing that I also have to point out is I think Senior Carl might be a non-factor at that one, because the problem there was, since they don't really have any form of information at the entrance or as you come out from spawn on C, he can flash, but they don't really know which is where. And that Cosmic Divide kind of makes it iffy. And I think they just had to go for full contact. The problem was GK Baby, I think he just wanted to play near there, and whether he lives or dies, at least he puts some pressure and keeps Pirates on the entrance and keeps them at bay for the moment, so that he's allowing the rest of the members of Alpha Esports to place themselves on that post plant to just get themselves that nice little corners to be able to fend off Pirates as they come into the site. Yeah. And in the end, it seems like that sacrifice or that aggressive play from GK Baby worked out in the end, and that's going to be allowing again this team to get their first victory here. And when at least we go for that next game, where is it? I think it's going to be Icebox, which it's a very Blue. I think it's like a very big toss up of. Sometimes it's a good map for Pirates, but sometimes it's a bad map.
Yeah.
Looking at the match that they had with Hashira as well.
I'm very curious on why they actually here Alpha picked Icebox. It's kind of a toss up, as you said. Yeah, for both of these teams, we haven't seen too many dominating performances, at least so far from them on Icebox. But well, we're gonna actually talk about that and move to that after this short break, guys. I'm Black and Blue. With me is Asarai. We'll see you guys in a bit. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back.
NA DNA of Alpha Esports sure is surging here in this best of 3 against 6045 Pirates. So what is going to transpire as we head to the chilly tundras of Icebox? What is happening with me and my pronunciations? Anyways, my name is Asarai. With me now is Black and Blue, and we're going to be covering the second game. What do you think is going to be happening here, Black? I talked about how Icebox really doesn't seem to be a favorable map for the Pirates, maybe because they don't know how to sail in icy waters, but it seems that they always struggle when they go to this particular stage of Valorant.
I mean, they had like one good showing. I think that was one of the earlier weeks that we did have here at the VCT on Icebox, and that threw us for a surprise. But Alpha, they're also kind of a 50-50 team here when it comes to Icebox, and the fact that they pick this, I haven't seen necessarily great things from this so far. They have had some signs of life, but I'm curious to see how exactly they're going to be playing their Icebox now, because I do think there are some holes in their gameplay that hasn't really translated well into the Icebox map. And right now, for them to be coming on here, they have to be feeling confident for them to even pick this in the first place. And, well, we're going to need some chimichangas to spice things up as we move into the chilly tundras of Icebox.
Oh, chimichangas, man. I like that. I'll probably maybe order something later on
for Dindin.
But yeah, this is a map that I feel like it's a map that is very well known already by Alpha Esports, and they've played this map multiple times. I think we've already come to an understanding that if you're a Pinoy team and you don't know Icebox, you're basically screwed. Because I think we've already transitioned from all of us know Bind, Ascent, we already know this. Now, what's the next map that everybody else in Philippines is starting to trend in? It seems like it's Icebox. I think for, the 2 of the 3 matches that we had yesterday, the first map was always Icebox. So you can see a trend happening, right?
It was actually every single series we had yesterday was on Icebox. So you can you go. You can just see the trend here of like teams actually surprisingly picking up Icebox quite a bit. We do see Icebox quite a lot. And now it's going to be our second map of this series. We can see here the side of Alpha filling out the Viper. Of course, it is a Viper map. It has been very popular for her. On the side of the Pirates, same idea. They do have that Sky, though, for the added bit of information gathering, and I guess as a replacement for not having that Silver for that information. Well, Flash, all you might have hovered on the Viper, unfortunately, only one at a time.
They've played Icebox, at least in VCT, 3 times already. That was one in the qualifiers, 2 during the main event, and one of them was the match that we saw when they went up against Bren. Bren did win that 13-9, but it was a very close call, and of course that's Bren, of course, a very strong team, and keeping it that close makes me a bit more uncertain of what is going to be the fate of Pirates here. They have shown to be really good on Haven because they're able to just find these picks unawares against their opponents, and people just pop off. But in Icebox, where everything is so open, is it going to work out in the end? I'm not sure. If Fire Stage does bring out his jet here, maybe, just maybe, but I think we've seen some games where he plays the Raze and not the biggest fan of it. And while he's going to do the same thing now, maybe it's because of the utility that will pop off. And I mean, Pirates have done a good job at utilizing that utility, but they have to go above and beyond to make it work against Alpha Esports.
I'm very curious on why the bootcamp of Pirates are so dark. It really is. It's like they shut the curtains out. Instead of, normally you'd be on the bridge on a ship. It's like they're down in the stern. And it's I guess it just helps them focus on what's at hand. And they're really going to have to focus here, considering the fact that they're on Alpha's map pick with them down in the series 1-0. This could be the last showing from them here on week 3 at the stage 2. And so they're looking to finally make their stand. But right now, with their initial idea to go towards this B main position in mid, that Viper Wall just cuts that idea away.
They do wait for a moment there, as it does deplete in its fuel. Spotting out the 1 already. There could be a wall to come out. As you can see the hands of the Sage there, boosting her up. She could actually go above and catch off Fire Sage, who does take damage already because he was kind of just swimming in the flames of the toxicity of that Viper. And that was a really good play from Alpha Esports. You can see so much coordination from this team, forcing out the rest of Pirates to just try to squirm onto the A site. They still have the numbers here in this 2 versus 4.
But it's going to be very difficult. Let's see how Gion Sanity is going to be there with the help of GK Baby. Look at that lineup to come in from GK here. He's holding the fort down, does get the kill onto the Spike Planter, and this is looking pretty damn well for them. 2GE gets the kill on the ITZ. GK Baby is still holding his ground, and he's dealing such substantial damage, and he's still alive.
Ooh, baby, a triple for the GK, but Gion Sandy will close the round off on Senior Carl. Thus, the pistol going the way of Alpha. On the defensive side here on their own map pick, this is a good start, the exact start that they wanted. And for the Pirates, well, obviously, in this case, not much economy on their side. So I think Classics is all they're really going to work with. They can't really invest in anything much else. Otherwise, it might be a bit short coming to the next one. But still, yeah, as you saw, no spike planted, which means full eco has to happen. Tico technical pause is going to be coming out here, and there's no pop-up yet, but granted, that is a technical pause. Don't worry, guys. Just waiting to get things going. But I think here, right now, what the Pirates have to focus on is, well, as we saw there on that attack, the Viper Wall has caught them out. They kind of, I guess, got their shoelaces tied on it, and they have tripped on it a bit. That did give Ryu that free opening pick, especially towards that green position. And it's something that they can't let happen to them, because Chris M, he's going to be able to just abuse the power of the Viper right now.
These setups have been really, really fantastic. I think Chris M has shown to us that even as a controller, he can get frags, but as a controller, he can... Damn it, what's a better term for a controller here? He can basically just oversee the entirety of a site by himself, especially in Icebox with this Viper, and claim it nonstop. There's going to be, of course, the X walls coming into B, but nobody is there from Pirates, only going to be 2GE. ITZ, though, as he doesn't get any info, well, he does use that Sova drone to find some eyes onto the back of the spawn on Pirates' side, and they don't really know where to go for the moment. They're feeling out the map for this time. And ITZ, as he jumps right back out, throws out the shock dart. That's going to be softening up the members here of Pirates. And even before they get any form of map control, they've already been spotted, and the wallbangs are coming in, but the Spectre really doesn't do much on those particular walls. He will be getting knocked out, but GK Baby is here for go for that punish. And Flash got to respect and back away, but still Pirates pushed back into their own spawn. They haven't even stepped into 50% of the map onto the side of Alpha.
Honestly, Flash was super lucky there that ITZ did not have a higher penetrating weapon, but Chris M, he's in prime position to make that Spectre work, and exactly what he does. A double kill comes his way. It's Senior Carl, the last one alive, and this one, I don't know, maybe he can isolate the fight here if he goes for this big. Maybe if the Killjoy on the opposing side, Gion Sandy, does push him, he can get that lineup and the headshot, he can potentially, I guess, steal the Spectre and try to save it over. But for the meantime, this will be a second round going the way here for Alpha Esports, and a quick cleanup job should be the only job that will be done. And that's exactly what Gion Sandy delivers. So Alpha, I think they're going to try and hold on to these Spectres for now. Considering how they've been playing, they like going for these pushes towards mid, and if they can smoke off the right angles and actually shorten the engagement distance that they have to really fight in with those Spectres, then they can make full great work of it, and I'm thinking that's what they're going to be doing.
No ultimates are up yet for Alpha Esports, even though they've gotten a lot of kills here up against the Pirates. Wall will be immediately thrown out from Ryu. I'm wondering if he's going to use it as a wall to kind of bait and push through on a tube there. Looks like that's going to be a no. Should be hearing Fire Sage and using his boost up, and of course that Recon Dart will spot him as well. And actually the Recon Dart by the Sova drone. He has a tight little angle here. He's spotting onto the corners, hoping that he can get some connections with the shot onto the Spectre, but still into the mid side we go. And Fire Sage, and this is what I was kind of worried about, is that there is a lot of mobility for this Raze, but comparing it to his Jet, especially here in Icebox where he needs to find angles and he needs to be fluid with his movement, it's a different beast. Flash is going to be using the Nano Swarm, but still knocks out Chris M, who is onto the corner there. And he's afraid of a push. That's why he puts down the alarm bot for the moment. But as you can see, Pirates are contained again. They're going to have to push throughout this because 50 seconds, that's not a lot of time, and they need to get some form of map control.
Oh, but GK Baby here with a flank, a great pick to find Senior Carl, and that's exactly why they kind of step on the gas, because GK Baby, if they gave up more time, he's going to be able to capitalize on that. And so with that opening pick, that gets them having to check around their shoulder. They have to look back their shoulder to check if he's actually going to be pushing them. And right now, that means that their whole post-plant situation here won't exactly be a comfortable one. Still, Flash is able to find that frag on the Ryu. They only have Spectres here, and the Ghost, of course, on ITZ. He's playing a close angle. Still, no. Nico will find him. Lots of time to work with here for the Pirates, and they will finally go for the spike plant the safest that they can at the right edge of it, and Toge will find that fragment GK Baby. Though, Spectre in hand, he will get the trade-off. Giansanity, will he get 1v1? Yes, he will, but still turned around at the last moment. Timing doesn't work out in your favor. The old FPS curse, you might be holding that forever. As soon as you turn around, you get shot in the back. In that case, Pirates find the right timing and get a round finally here for them.
I like that he crouched. That's such a weird thing to say, but hear me out here first. It's because you know that his opponent already has his crossfire at head level, and crouching like that makes sure that your shot accuracy is higher with the Spectre, as well as you kind of have that fraction of a second that your opponent might not be able to adjust to your head and hit a shot off. I think he saw his opponent there, but he still didn't get the connection. But speaking of which, connections will be done by GK Baby, throwing out the Sage Wall. The setups for Alpha Esports really showing us a different dynamic of the Icebox map. And as the spike is dropped down, it's going to be even more difficult for Pirates to make something happen here as Alpha Esports steps up to the plate with a lot of firepower now having on their rifle round.
And with a space given, now rather taken by Giansanity towards mid, that means that A main is never going to be safe here for the Pirates, who have already crawled their way up and have fully committed to this. There's no way they can back on off. Their rear, their flank is being watched here by Giansanity, and so they cannot continue to progress on further, at least backwards, to try and go for a safer play. Maybe transgress other words, but Tuge, he's going to find that opening pick in ITZ. The trade-off though from Ryu finds a double now to Gi, and does retrieve that spike. So he does pull out the ultimate. Now the Viper's Pit comes out. The Snake is ready to strike. The thing is, will he even be given the space to do so? He can go for this plan. He should be safe for this for now. But as he fakes it, that pulls Chris M here from screens. He catches the barrel on out and wins that fight too, fighting the opposing Viper and getting the third round here for Alpha.
Again, having your Viper Pit out, even if it's fully enveloping the site, it's not a sure ball way that people will not just charge out to you, because they know as long as they can hear that spike being planted down, you are vulnerable. You can try to go for a fake as well, but there is what you call the lower visibility that makes it so that Viper's ultimate, even though it's ridiculous, is not as ridiculous as you think it should be. In any case here, Alpha Esports have done a really, really good job at just kind of holding the fort and getting these setups on both mains to find catches up against Alpha. Or sorry, not Alpha against Apple, but Alpha against Pirates. And they're using it to their advantage. Look at how aggressive they are. And because they know that Pirates don't really have any weapons except for the upgraded pistols, they're abusing that fact. And they just keep challenging one after the other. Senor Carl and 2GE, where did that come from?
A collateral there for Senor Carl, and 2GE finds one of his own towards that green position, B main, and right now, you can see that Chris M is trying to actually buy some space. Oh no, if he actually held that angle, it could have been a frag. He does finally confirm it. Brings it to a 2v2, retrieves the smoke as well. And here we go, they're pushing their way towards the A site here, the Pirates. Still, 50 seconds left on the clock, lots of time to work with. They should be able to get the safe plant here, and Alpha Esports will have to go for the retake.
Will be able to go for that 2 versus 2. Senor Carl, oddly enough, he doesn't have another charge to get that quick little revive to get them the numbers. But they do have, like you said, the post plant. The thing about that though is it's so difficult to set up a post plant in a 2 versus 2 because there's just so many angles. But the same could be said from the retakers. Look at how Chris M and Giansanity, they're just kind of flushing off all of these corners. 2GE, perfect peek on the timing there. Let's catch him off. The Insanity is going to go for the charge here. Quickly backs away. He knows that he's not in a numbers advantage, so he has to just respect that it's a lost cause. Back away first, and I do really like this. Pirates will be able to claim the round for themselves. Insanity will just have a consolation prize of saving this Vandal, but in the end, Pirates with Senor Carl double kill with the Sheriffs there, though.
Pirates finding that opening there towards that mid position, walking their way up into screens and boiler, and, well, getting the plant, and of course, getting the round. So, the Pirates have been good at kind of waiting here. Actually, if the more patiently they play, the better it actually turns out for them, because sometimes it kind of turns into this like kill race for Pirates, where they get a bit eager to try and get those frags on the board immediately to start off the round. I just don't think sometimes that that's going to be necessarily viable against a team like Alpha, especially who has a Viper online. And so, well, lots of poison coming this way here towards the Bravo site. They are going to try and storm it, and ITZ starting off here with that frag on the flash. A great one from him with the Hunter's Fury to get things going.
They do have the one backup, as Senior Carl was able to get himself that revive. Lockdown will be utilized, Seekers will be utilized here, and they're throwing everything that they have, plus the kitchen sink, just to get the site here already and force that post plant. Because I think right now, Pirates, they know as long as they can set themselves there, as long as they can plant the spike down out in the open and have somebody just be able to spot it visibly, they should be able to get this one back out. Now, the question is, though, do they have Alpha Esports the necessary utilities to counter them out? Ryu, if he has a wall, this might force the rest of Pirates to just come right back out. But Gion Sanity, he knows that there was going to be flanking from Flash, and now the 1-for-1 trade happens. Ryu is turning right in. There's the wall as well. They back away for the moment. One was detained, and Pirates, there is going to be a discrepancy here as GK Baby with the Sheriff holds him at the fort, but see what happens here as 2GE lines it back up. He misses some bullets. He needs to reload the weapon, and unfortunately, there was just not enough in the chamber. But in the end, Pirates, they lost every single member on a weaker buy from Alpha Esports. The power, the aggression, the execution is just there from AE, but still, Pirates do get the round victory.
If they had better weapons, that definitely could have been a round and a successful retake here coming from Alpha. Actually, the second shot there was actually landed by ITZ. Still, though, Toge, he finds a triple kill to end the round, and he actually ends it with a Sheriff of his own. So, realizing the old Glass adage where, well, switching to your pistols faster than reloading rings true this time. Well, aggressive mid-push here coming from the side of Alpha as the smoke does come on up. That gives him some space to work with. I think, yeah, Sandy's looking to push this, actually. He's taking some damage, though. Look at this. Down to 43 HP, and that further dissuades him from trying to aggress here on the mid.
Let's stop them for a moment there. 2GE, you can just see his HP is dwindling little by little, 10 by 10. ITZ! The lineup from Flash spots him out. And I'm liking this more dual style approach from Pirates. They're not setting up as aggressively, but they're challenging these angles and betting on the fact that they can win these particular duels up. Ryu will be bringing ITC back to life like Evanescence does every so often. And it seems like that is going to be the catch on Senior Carl, who really want to go for that particular challenge. Fire Saiyajin, though, coming right back out into the open. He's got to back away now because there's going to be a challenge from Gia Sanity, who lines it all the way back out, coming in to the entrance of Kitchen. And he's not done just yet. He gets a triple kill and basically shuts down everything that Pirates have built up for themselves. This ship that has sailed has been docked at the harbor, and it seems like Alpha Esports once again take that round win.
Once more, Gian saying, look at that. Ah, no, don't cut away. We want to see the last frag. well, case in point, he got the 4K from that. Very, very smexy one, too. Double in kitchen, as you said, throwing the kitchen sink at them. I've never heard that. Well, so...
Yeah, everything but the kitchen sink. I think it's like a...
Yeah, I realize it's a saying, but for that to happen in game, it's the first time to you. That's right. You always surprise me in the best ways.
Aww.
But here's a surprise coming for you guys here towards the A side, because the Pirates, they're storming their way in. Frenzies in hand, only a single rifle here in Fireside, trying to make things happen, but GK Baby shutting down Senior Carl. Sage goes down, big opening pick, but Fireside finding one of his own here. Pinoy Jet, that's Yam Sandy getting taken down, but it's a 2-for-2 on either side. It's a 3v3 right now, and Nigo has retrieved the rifle. That leaves actually two members here in Pirates with actual rifles to work with. Flash does have a frenzy, but that can definitely steal some kills up close, and he finds a second here. ITZ, though, quick on the trade, and as the Viper pit does come on out, they actually have a chance here, Pirates, to make this eco round happen. Oh! Still, though, ITZ finding Toge. That brings it down to a 1v2. Flash is going to have to go big here, but with a frenzy in hand, he does have that Nano Swarm to try and keep them at bay, but could not retrieve a rifle. He's going to have to play the positioning here perfectly. Turret has been removed, and, well, that Nano Swarm, as it dissipates, it's going to have to go big. There's a Vandal right beside him. He's able to find the frag, but still, Chris M swings wide and does land the shot that will finally get Alpha Esports here a 2-round lead once again.
That was rather unfortunate. ITZ, he's so smart. He just knows how to play inside the Viper pit. That's basically it. I mean, does not really have to be inside it, but as a Sova, I bit my tongue there for a moment.
It's okay.
But as a, I know, right? As a Sova, he's the one agent that can really counter, I think, a Viper. Because before the Viper change, people were saying that Viper isn't really a good agent. And one of the big things because of that was her damage was really low. And when you're inside her Viper pit, it actually just makes it more difficult for your teammates to see anything. And your opponents can throw out a recon dart and basically spot you out. In any case here, it's going to be the charge right out. Chris M will be throwing everything that he has just to stop the attackers from coming right in. He stuck himself at yellow for the moment, but they're waiting. Fire Station spots one out. Chris M is still here, and he can provide some real damage as he spots out the one, the second as well. And that is going to be Alpha Esports' Chris M getting it with some crucial frags. 3 versus 3, though. Spike will get planted, but here comes the electric cha-cha, and it seems like Senior Carl cannot just dance to the beat. The boost up from RU Ryu. Killjoy Ultimate will be utilized, drops right down, and 2GE does not miss an opportunity to go in for that take. Spike has yet to get planted here, and now we're left into the 2 versus 1. 2GE is going to be helping out his teammate as ITZ will be coming from orange, but the wall is good.
Well, he has information to play off of right now. That recon vault immediately destroyed, so you have to kind of assume it's going to be a yellow plus B main hold. It's going to be the default here. ITZ, he does get spotted out. They know where he is right now, trying to swing left, trying to swing right. Which way will he find? But he's actually going in between them. This could be either big brain or completely go against him. And so, as he's made a lot of sound here, he has to find his frag, but he won't. Flash finally getting this one for the side of the Pirates. A good initial push here. Good retaliation as well. Good plant denial, actually, from ITZ with that Hunter's Fury. He dropped the spike, but still, Pirates are able to bounce back, get the round on the board for them, and they're only a single round away from tying things up.
They are a single round away. It's really forced them to play incredibly aggressive, but the trade game for the Pirates definitely has stepped up. At least when they're on the attacking side, they can group up a lot and just use their numbers to overwhelm their opponents here. Fire Sajan's going to be using his alarm bot, sorry, not alarm bot, but boom bot. Same bot, different creator. 2GE here, just into the corner, waiting for an opening, waiting for a peek out. He will just take a bit of damage as well, just to see if somebody is going to be creeping up there. And he's making sure that nobody is in the corner. Oh, this is beautiful, because Ryu's going to have to flush out here, but he's still not spotted. Is the barrel even shown? This could actually be very good for Alpha Esports if Pirates do not know that somebody is creeping here in the shallow waters.
Well, this time the Battle Sage looking to bring something to the table. Alpha Esports, a lot is actually riding on this hold from Ryu here towards his B main position. He's the only one who actually has that contact position to be played right now, so he's gonna have to go like 1 for 1, maybe even 1 for 2 to make this worth it. Oh, Fire Sage, what a swing from him! What game are we playing? How can you do that and get away with it? Ryu taking down immediately off the board, and here comes the attack towards the B site. Nico finding Chris M, and things have just been completely melted down here on the B site.
30 seconds
Torn
left.
asunder, I think, is the better terminology for that one. Though Senior Carl wanting to bite more will get chewed off by Alpha Esports. He wanted to get that catch-up, but it's not going to work out in the end. Killjoy Ultimate will be used here. Linus from the Shockler from ITZ and the big flanks from GK Baby. And, of course, Gion Sanity will just be holding true. He's down to 5 HP, but the damage is being done. And GK Baby finalizes the last kill. Look at how low their HPs are. Yes, he did have to swim a little bit into toxicity, but they were one shot away from going down. And 2GE just could not get the clutch in to his jeans. 4-6, and Alpha Esports find themselves with a bit of a lead up against the Pirates.
They once more take a 2-round lead, which actually I think is the largest one they've had entirely in this map. They haven't been able to get past that 2-round lead like twice now, and we're gonna see if they're gonna finally extend things here as a tactical pause comes in. I believe this is for the Pirates side. They don't want to get this lead to get too out of hand as we're moving into the last 2 rounds of this half. They can definitely tie things up here. But more importantly, I think if they can get a single round and bring it 5-7, then that just might be doable. Of course, they're on the attacking side, which generally is kind of the more favored side here in Icebox nowadays. And so they would like to get that tie score up. Yes, at the half 6-6, but the 5-7 could definitely be something that is workable with. And right now, you have to try and think what exactly are the adjustments here. They were able to find that great pick towards that, well, B main position, finding Ryu Ryu there, Fire Cygen with that swing, but not really able to necessarily convert it into a round at the end of things. That's, I guess, going to be their main problem, having to close that out and having to confirm those rounds to finally get them, I guess, within reaching distance of this lead.
They have everything that they need. Senior Carl also has another ult that's prepared for him if he gets that one kill. No. Sadly, nobody peeked out with the Sova drone. That could have been a nice little catch from Sir Carl there. I like the pocketing of himself into the corner, but he was able to sneak through. He is hearing the spray as well, and he can get... Oh, okay, that's going to be the first. Looking for the second, has to back away as he's down to 19, but he has the wall and has the site locked down already in his hands. Has to be aware here that there is going to be a lot of defenders, but it doesn't matter as Senior Carl shows to us who the real papi is. It's going to be 4-6, but it seems like it's going to be the 5-6 as Pirates with the 3K out of nowhere. Yeah, Insanity wants to step up to the platform here, but Nico, well, he's going to be catching one out of his own, and now Chris M left to his own devices. He's going to be on kitchen cooking something up, but will he be able to serve a dish that is going to be to the palate of Alpha Esports, trying to clutch the round out? But of course, as the turret spots him, he's not going to find any more than just a shutdown onto the man of the round, Senior Carl.
Well, unfortunately here, Asarai, it will be Pirates sending that dish out of the kitchen, and it's going to be Alpha getting cooked in that one because Senior Carl, just what an opening towards that A site. Finding all three just by himself, no team play, just good game sense, good positioning, good movement, and even better fragging capability. So now, the Pirates, they've gotten the score that they should be able to work with here, at least going to the second half. Even if they don't win this round, it should be a workable scoreline. But of course, they're going to want to tie things up as much as possible as you move into it. So now, last round of the half coming underway. Two ultimates on the side of the Pirates, only the Viper's Pit here for the side of Alpha. Very aggressive push already towards his A side. Boombot on out. That's information given away. And of course, the players inside the A side here, Alpha, have to kind of back off. Ryu Ryu, only a sheriff in hand. Here comes the showstopper, though. He's going to be able to clear the corner. Pyatt as well. And will find that fragment GK, baby, off of the door frame. Ryu Ryu finally able to confirm that, and he's still going to hold on here like the sentinel that he is, but Tuge going to not let him last for long.
He basically puts himself into an ice wall sandwich, hoping that he can survive. But Ryu Ryu, perfect positioning on this man, and he was just using GK Baby as a bait so that his positioning wouldn't go unchecked, or would go not checked. And it does. He does get the kill, though, but the immediate refrag from Pirates do give them the one-up into this one. Chris M drops down onto Raptor, spots at the one out, but 2GE, of course, will be able to get the refrag for his teammate. Pirates, they're not out of the count just yet. This second game looking at least as good as the first one, but now here comes the challenge. This is where they're a bit more shaky. Their defending side is where we kind of questioned the Pirates when we saw them go up against Hashira, I believe. I need to clarify that, but this is where they also have to be aware of Alpha Esports being a fantastic team when they just explode in onto that side. GK Baby starts it off, Jansari gets the frags, and that's where you kind of have to fear Alpha Esports.
The problem here is that Alpha Esports, they make their money on these attacking sides, and for them to be an icebox on this attacking map, it's going to be something that Pirates are going to really have to pull out all the stops to deal with. You can see Alpha, they're looking for early mid control already very aggressively, but the Pirates are looking to do the same exact thing. Flashing out by the sky, but it doesn't matter. They're able to walk in under two, but Xavier Carl's able to find that frag on the GK Baby, swinging behind them too. He's able to get the second. Will he find the third? No, finally they've taken down, but Nico is going to capitalize and pincer them here on the orange. It seems right now the only fruit that they've got to really bear with has been rotten away. Gia Insanity here inside the B site will probably be taken down. Camera cuts on the way, but he does spot him out, but still winning that fight. The ghost in hand, and he's definitely making a martyr out of himself if he does go down.
50 HP. This is still workable because it's only the pistols, and Ghost is very, very deadly at that range. Nate being thrown out to flush him, and into the corner. Is Flash going to be able to capitalize? Yes, he will. And I just want to point out, Alpha Esports is one of the teams that really like to push through orange using that wall from Ryu. And I think Pirates have done a good job at their homework, because even if that is just one thing that you can notice from a team, that can propel you rounds in the future. And now the Pirates have themselves a nice little buy round, they can at least start to mount a comeback here. And going back to the point that I talked about with Hashira, the rounds where Alpha Esports, or sorry, I keep mixing it up, Pirates were very dominant, was more on their attacking side here, Black. And when they went to the defending side, Hashira basically just broke their backs. And now, at least being on the defending side now, Pirates, they're doing a good job with that pistol. It's still just a pistol, so we'll see what happens after a few more rounds.
It actually just wasn't with Hashira. I believe in their match versus Bren during stage 1, it was kind of similar as well, wherein it was their defensive side that did falter. And so now they have lots to prove here, and they did get a good start off, but Far Cyajin, he finds a frag with that on the GK Baby, and Singer Carl will find one of his own. Double opening pick comes their way. Of course, pistols are all that Alpha got to work with, and Senior Carl, a triple for him once more. Gian Sandy, again in this situation where he is vastly outnumbered and vastly outgunned, this time even more heavily so, and Flash will get that frag onto Gian, thus getting them a 2-round lead here, the Pirates, the largest one they've had so far. And as we move into the gun round, Alpha, this is where they have to get the stop. As I said earlier on, this is where they make their money, this is where their name is built on when it comes to Icebox, and this is their map pick. So Alpha should be able to try and, or rather, they should be able to at least, get something going here on the attack, because this is what they were preparing for.
This is going to be the bonus for Pirates here, Black. And this is where they need to try to do something a bit more explosive. It's going to be the kind of twofer on the B main, but nobody is there from Alpha Esports. You can see everybody, the 5-man of AE is here, situated outside of main. Fire Saiyajin and Nico will be the ones to make the stop there. They do have the flashes, they do have the nades, and they do have the information now because of that blinding light. And what is going to be transpiring here? They're charging right back in. The dog has been utilized already. Toxins will be thrown out for the screens, but they still have to respect that Fire Saiyajin is going to be wrapping his way through rafters. The Insanity going to be going on top of 410. Going to be trying to utilize. Nice little vulnerability there with the snake bite, but still not getting the kill. As I say that, though, the explosion is going to be had. Nico a bit too overzealous, using his utility there to get the catch off. And as the last bullet picks, drops from the Vandal of Chris M, he gets the crucial kills here. And now it's only Senior Carl and 2GE to remain.
Well, they tried to just bum rush their way into the site. This Are You Ryu gets a triple to end things there. The problem is, like, as you saw, they gave the retake. Yeah, they gave up the site rather to play for the retake here, the Pirates. But as they pushed out that Viper wall, aside from taking just 50 instant decay, they didn't smoke off their right side, which allowed here Toge to really capitalize. And you got the double kill, I believe, from that too, which was more than enough to really halt any hopes of the Pirates to retake here. And that just is another sign that maybe they're a bit lacking in utility in that one. I mean, they should have had, if I think about it, Tuge, he should have had that smoke up online. Chris M, he did find the double at the end, but still, I think something's to be addressed here. Still, they are in the lead, but only a single round away as Senior Carl start things off with an opening pick.
Swatting the fly in the air. He wants to challenge a bit more, but he's got to be careful as that recon dart is there to kind of flush or at least get that info that he was in that general area. Going to be utilizing first, of course, the pulse, waiting for it for a moment. He does have the location now. He does have the angle, and he's waiting ever so patiently with his 2GE comrade. 3 will be coming. Knows that there is some information, spots one out, beautiful take in, and he can use the slow as well to get more, but he doesn't need it as the scope is gonna reign true. He's not done just yet. Just give him the ace, why don't ya? Chris M does deny that, but of course it's gonna be Chris M to not get the clutch. It's gonna be Pirates once again, 9-7, and they're looking hot as hell here, Black.
You can't be huddled up like that when you know on the other end of things is an operator waiting for you guys. Once they found out he was in towards yellow, that had to be an aggressive push. You can't peek him one by one here, and the fact that they just stood here and not really react to that meant that, well, it was literally just a day at the range here for Senior Carl. He was able to pop on off and almost gets that 5th. Of course, Chris M, very valiant effort with a double at the end, but Pirates have taken a 2-round lead here on Alpha's map, with Alpha looking to, I think they're kind of a light by here. You can see a Stinger is all that Gian Sandy's going to be investing in. ITZ, more of the same, I think. You will finally be able to afford that rifle, yes, but for the rest of them, it will be a bit of a situation to deal with. If they lose this, they're going to be in eco, and they're going to be down 3 rounds with Pirates, 2 to match point. That's going to be a tough cookie to swallow.
Well, if you got some milk for that cookie, I think you can swallow it quite nicely. But I get what you mean, man. It seems like there is some form of attacks or defensive openings here that Pirates are going to be utilizing. I'm not sure if B is the way to go because it seems like Senior Carl with that operator is pretty damn aggressive. Oh, I like his boost. He was able to get there with the self jump boost that you get. You have to like utilize the rope to get yourself high up there, or maybe his teammate boosted him. I don't know. 2GE is going to get spotted, though. Has to back away. ITZ yet to utilize his Hunter's Fury, but that does keep or give some information to AE that maybe it's just 2GE alone on the B side, but he's utilized everything, every single bit of his snake bite, and Nico coming in to just get that information as well. They're forcing a lot of their abilities. They're using a lot of it, and we're only a minute in here. I mean, yes, it does stop Alpha Esports from pushing right in, but you can really see how much the Pirates have no bit of information as well as so much respect to the ability, the entry fragging ability of Alpha Esports.
You definitely have to respect that because that is, as I say time and time again, where they make their money here, Alpha Esports. And so as they push on in, Viper Wall comes on up. No mind, no care to that. Still, 2GE, he's going to be playing his yellow position. Almost gets a frag, but ITZ, he will go down to Nico instead. Are you real? Get a quick trade off. It's a 4v4 right now with GK Baby taking lots of damage. And Pinoy Jet, the Insanity, finding that pick too. They gives them the advantage and they will get the res to bring them to a 4-man lineup. But look at this! Senior Carl still ringing true here. He's able to get that res, yes, and here now they have the man advantage. Nico able to find another frag here. It's a double fair, make that a triple. Ryu will get it, and he's gonna get the 4K, a quad kill at the end of things here. Nico just holding down the sky and the ice tundras here of Icebox. 10-7 eco round for Alpha, and Pirates 2 away from match point.
The back-to-back 4K. One for Senior Carl, one for Nico. Is it all about the 4s? Well, may the 4s be with you, as Pirates do definitely need it. Alpha Esports, they're a team that can always ramp back right back up, but it seems like their use of utility here, their ability to get the frags that they need at the start of the contact really has allowed Pirates to set everything into the motion of their ocean. And what are they going to find some more? This operator really has set the pace for Senior Carl as well. And even though he takes some damage, he still gets the kill. And now that really hampers a lot of the possibilities for Alpha Esports.
Well, there's a lot of things possible that could happen here for Alpha, but they're going to need an opening pick to make that actually viable. So Senior Carl, he does get tagged up, but carrying the world when you have a wall to get you that space. And GK Baby finds an opening pick onto him. That's exactly the kind of opening that they needed. Flash on out coming here from the sky of Nico. That doesn't do too much. Here comes a jellyfish out, and they're going to have to swim away from this. Able to deny one of those, but it does give information here that there's lots here towards this A main position.
Poison's off.
Oh, look at the positioning. Fire Sage, he was able to sneak all the way through. He's going to have to crouch here because his head, I believe, if he's not, is going to be peeked out. But I like it. He was able to just get on up there. A bit of an angle. The wall is about to break. They're going to hear it as well. But there's 2-3 at the A main entrance that can't stop them. Are you Ryu? He wants to at least get this corner peek with the Sheriff, and he's still able to hit the shot. My God, Ryu, where do you get this? Where do you have the ability to peek these angles and get the kills that you need? But as he throws out that slow orb, well, it's going to be the catch-off from 2GE, though. Damage still be done. 2 versus 1. GK Baby in a mix, in a grind, and he's not going to be able to get himself out of there. A clutch, a hope, as Pirates now 2 away from victory.
I think that was a bit reckless there that, you know, they got the frag there on the flash on the elbow side, and they thought that, okay, that means the site is right for the taking. We can just go in for it. And the thing is, it wasn't. There are like 3 other people playing there, waiting for that exact push from them. And you can see Pirates just shut it on down. I don't know about you here, but it's looking like a map number 3 to me, Hashira. And the Pirates right now, on this A-side hold, have been looking really, really well. They have lots of utility to support that, and you can see early information as well from that flash has been pulled out by the sky by Nico here towards mid, and so this wall is going to really hamper any other options that the Alpha Esports squad might have.
Damn, they're not wasting any time whatsoever as they get the ping onto Senior Carl. They immediately utilize ITZ's ult there. He's going to be flash on the site, but he has to back away as everyone else is charging right in. Nico does support him with a bit of the flash, but he's still here in the back. But I do think that they cannot give up this site already. The numbers advantage, the post plan for Alpha Esports might be just too damn good. Gion Sanity's waiting. They're going to be challenging the wall there. They can't really do too much, and Nico spots out the one. Gion Sanity has to back away. Never mind. It's going to be the shot off for Gian here. It's not down just yet. He wants to find the angle onto Nico, and he lines up a perfect shot. And now it's Flash and 2GE. Coming out from Raptors, coming out from screens. But Spike has yet to get planted here, and it's still going to work for at least Pirates. They have everything set into the motion, but you can see Alpha Esports have all but abandoned the A site, and they've decided to go for B. Now that they've known where the rest of the Pirates are, they have all the necessary information to do just that. And here we go. The lurk plays once again from Gion. 2GE here. He has to find him first. He's waiting for it. He knows that there's some shenanigans happening, and because there's a numbers discrepancy, he has to fill out all these corners. Spots out the one. We'll look for a second. Drop down to the site, and this is still workable, but they need to find that first frag again.
They're going to need to equalize the man disadvantage here, bring it to a 2v2 if they want to make this one happen. Otherwise, I don't know how well it's going to turn out here for the Alpha Esports, for rather the Pirates squad. So they find the opening pick on the Gian Sandy, which is good, but they're going to need a bit more than that. Chris M has given his position away towards Yell, and Flash will capitalize on that, channeling the speed force in him. Will he find a second though? No, ITZ will shut Duga down. Flash, a double kill goes his way. It's now a 1v2 here with the lockdown online, and he gets the clutch here, keeping Alpha Esports alive, not giving up match point just yet. The speed force is running through his veins, and this man is the fastest man alive, getting the clutch here as Pirates take match point.
My God, how does Pirates, who historically have a horrendous showing on Icebox map, come back on the map where Alpha Esports showed, I think, one of the most dominant performances we'd had, even against a team like Bren? How did they make this happen? How did they make this work? Is it because Singer Carl picked up the operator and basically ruined the momentum that is Alpha Esports? Is it because GK Baby's being shut down multiple times here? Or is it just because Pirates have finally found the formula that they had, that they need to break Alpha Esports, and it's looking to push into Game 3. People say that Alpha Esports is one of the best teams because they come from NA, stuff like that here, Black. But we have ourselves a team like G6045 Pirates, homegrown heroes from Cebu, that is saying otherwise. And it's not only Fire Station that is ringing it true, it's the rest, it's the whole team that is making that happen. But of course, there's still a possibility here for Alpha. They need 5 straight to go into overtime, and they have now the site with full 5 into the motion as Ryu gets the first frag.
A good opening pick here from Ryu, and Chris M will find the second opening frag here for the Alpha Esports squad. Bane chose to ring down, but not going to find anything just yet. Now he does blast back his way up here in the rafters, and he will find that frag 2Get as well. So Fire Station going big here, 2Get2. And Ryu and Chris M will find one apiece. That brings it down to a 1v1 once more. Senior Carl, a lot more health on him than Chris M does have, but Chris M has the element of surprise, and he's going to strike like the Viper hiding in the grass and get that round on the board for Alpha. Still, once more, keeping them in the game here, not giving up the map number 2 just yet. This is their map pick, of course, Alpha. The last time that the Pirates and Alpha squared off in the VCT, Pirates were able to take that series. Right now, Alpha do not want to give this map up.
12-8, it's still not done. Nice little clutch there from Ryu, trying to at least wrap around his opponent, not going to the angle where Singer Carl was. And that's where a Vandal can really provide its worth at any range. If you can hit that headshot, it's a one-tap. Fire Sagen, though, GK Baby catches him. That's a big step. And it seems like Pirates, they're going too much into the we catch you at first peak play style, and it's not working as GK Baby, once again, he said he's had enough. And Singer Carl drops, or is the only one to remain. It's a weaker buy for the Pirates on overall, and they do have to go for that save. But you can really see how, I think, Alpha Esports, they've also understood the playstyle of the Pirates here. Singer Carl does have a Vandal in hand. Maybe he can save this. And for the moment, he is being hunted by the rest of Alpha.
Well, we've seen Senior Carl do quite big things here. But I mean, at this point, I think he's just looking for exit frags. Of course, Spawn here being held by GK Baby. I think he catches the shoulder on out, but still, he's going to win that frag. A third for him in that round. A flawless one for Alpha. Keep all the weapons up online, keep their economy good and going. The Pirates will finally be able to buy up on here, and they're going to have a chance to, of course, take this map home. The thing is, if Alpha, if they can take this and bring it 12 to 10, that might put Pirates in another bad spot where easily overtime last round 12 to 12 could happen. The thing is, though, Alpha can get the two ahead of themselves. We kind of realize that, and they seem to realize that Pirates, they do like going for that play first, frag first, kill race style at this very start of some rounds, and Alpha Esports are just letting them do that, letting them, okay, come on in, and we'll try and retaliate and just punch you guys for that aggression. And so Alpha, they have to play this kind of counter punch way, otherwise the Pirates are going to beat them at their own game.
Now here's where you're going to point it out as well, Black. Alpha Esports, they have ITC back up with his Hunter's Fury once again. And we've seen what this thing can do. Even if Pirates do tend to clutch, losing 1 man at the start of the round is never an okay matter for them. And ITZ, whenever he can get a quick pulse, he uses it at the straight. Especially when Alpha Esports get the advantage, he just wants to keep using this ultimate to get them even more of a secured round if they can. And every round that they can get right now is so crucial. Look at the kills as well. It's not the farthest away. It's very close from both of the teams. 2GE at 21, Gion Sanity at 20, and everything else is following as well. Fire Sajin is down to 12. Not as explosive as we've seen him in the past, but the thing that he's done, I think, exceedingly well for Pirates, that he's done so crucial for the Pirates team here is he's died a lot, but he's also entry fragged a lot, which has allowed the Pirates to really just propel themselves during the attacking side. And now on the defensive side, he's done a lot to also get that quick information. And it has kept Pirates afloat. They do or are in danger of being reset once again. And this is where we tend to kind of question what's going to be the next step for the Pirates.
Well, they're going to have to be very careful which step they take, because there is a lot on the line here. They could give up this round, and that could be swung into a second map win. The thing is, the Pirates, they do have some cushion to work with, of course, yes, but you can't get too complacent with that, and they know that. You can see them finally playing a bit more passive here on this defensive side. Lots of presence towards mid, and they're not necessarily trying to go for any aggressive peaks, looking for Alpha to make the initiative and then counter retaliate. And I think it's the right move here for the Pirates to be making. The pressure is on Alpha, not them, to be doing stuff.
Fire Sajin, he could be in a really bad spot here. He got spotted out with a couple of wallbangs maybe, or he's just still there. I do like how there's a lot more mid control here. The smoke that was thrown out by Chris M did have to make Pirates a bit more afraid of what there could be on the mid side, but it still doesn't stop anything else. Nico, did I hear him just use his jellyfish to get some info? I think he might have. 30 seconds. This is Alpha Esports, I think, pinned to the wall. They haven't gotten much control in the map, but they're going to do something that we see them do quite often when they're kind of out of options, which is to wait, bait a little bit the utility, and then explode into the site. 16 seconds, there's not much that they can do, and here we go. As they do get the plant down, or will try to get the plant down. What's going to happen here? What's the retaliation for Alpha Esports? But the consecutive kills from ITZ and Chris M, that's not really what Pirates were looking for.
You're right on the money there. When they don't have like those openings that they want to really push into, they play this very like 20-second meta style. You can see that very delayed shock dart is about to rain down in a bit. But here comes out the Hunter's Fury, and ITZ finds that frag here in Nico. Maybe not too important, but still, Fireside will get that frag in GK Baby. They brought it to a 4v3 here. They had to pop it after that res, and so Flash, he's going to get that frag in Chris M, but still, there's no way that the Pirates are going to be able to retake this with enough time to actually make it happen. So they're going to fall on back. You can see here, Alpha will get a round still here live. 3 members still up for the side of Pirates, also for Alpha, but more importantly, Pirates will need those weapons coming to the next few rounds.
Yeah, quick save is the best that they can do for the moment. Saving the rifles, like you said, I think is the definite good answer here, because they're broke as heck. And if they do save into the next round, I don't think they'll still have enough to buy fully up until maybe round... up until I think Alpha Esports get to like overtime. So this kind of economy style or economy forward thinking from Pirates. At least keep them with a good set of utility, good set of weaponry coming into this next round. In any case, though, another quick charge here for Gion Sanity. He's very aggressive, and he's not really gonna stop being this aggressive, because one thing I want to point out, Ryu does have his ultimate once back up. So if ever they do lose one, they can pick one back up as well. And Senior Carl, he did have to utilize or use his res a while ago. It's only Fire Saiyajin with his Showstopper that can really bring some damage with the ultimate from the Pirate side.
Well, they're trying to make this A-side thing happen. They did go for that wall for the very shallow plant, but it has been melted down immediately here from the side of Pirates. And Nico's going to find an opening pick. Chris M will return the favor, and the res will come up here for GK Baby. Of course, the res of Pirates have already been expended on that previous round, and so they will have a 5v4 man advantage here. Although those walls coming on up, immediately back down. They will be able to kind of... Oh, look at this. They faked the rotation. They went all the way back towards main, which pulled the defense here of Pirates towards that B site, looking for them to go and, I guess, hold off to the B site. But still, Alpha, they've kind of committed to, they re-backtracked, and Nico's the only one in sight this time. This is a much more viable situation for them for this plant. They might not have the wall, but they might not need it either if they can find Nico playing in scubby position, and they will, and that opens up the side here right for the taking. Alpha, if they take this could very well be overtime.
Definitely could be, because there's not much money in the bank anymore for the Pirates. Fire Saiyajin is full in HP, but is not full on bullets, as he was just overwhelmed and consumed by Ryu. And it's 2 GE and Flash. He can deal some damage. He sees the head coming out from Pipe, but thankfully enough, his head wasn't taken away. But that is going to be the quick trade by Gion Sanity. A quick trade as well from Chris M. And we're one step away into overtime. Alpha Esports, they found themselves a bit of a loophole here, Black, and they're using it to basically win this war against the Pirates and deny them any fact of even getting that third game here. The Pirates, they have to buy up, but it's only with the Spectres, and this is where I was fearing. If they did not win out that game anymore, look at how much they've fallen in terms of the economy. They still do have 3 ultimates, which could work out in the end for them, because they do outman Alpha Esports in that regard. But Alpha Esports, they got everything else in the bag, including the better weaponry.
Mind you, Gion Sandy is only a single point away from this lockdown, so if they can control the ult charge here and get it for him, that means they're also going to have a counter lockdown of their own to really counter flashes when they do come into it. Of course, they're going to be pulling out all the stops here, all the ultimates, because it is the very final round, and so they do get that lockdown online. Gion Sandy, I think he's going to try and initiate with this, and that's exactly what he does. And here comes the obviously counteract retaliation from their own Killjoy. Are you Ryu? Opening pick towards Tuge, and that will force them on back to give them the site, and they should be able to go for the plant here. But you can see that because of that counter lockdown, they were forced off of it with still a minute left on the clock. I think they got a lot of things to do here, but they also have lots of options.
Look at how many bodies AE are just putting. They're not even getting any form of map control anymore, but this does work because they've already gotten the kill on 2GE. They know that Pirates will be spread thin, and if Singer Carl can get more than 1 kill, this is looking better and better for Alpha Esports. Because the one thing is still in the fact that Alpha Esports, they have the numbers. And if they can stick with those numbers, I mean, it's simple math. 5 minus 1 is 4. You still have the numbers to be able to get that. In any case, Fire Saiyajin is just going to swarm into the site, use the showstopper, and get stopped himself. But where is Nico? Where is this man going to be coming from? As they're going to try to get the spike planted down, but it's going to be the kill, it's going to be the and it's going to be the overtime between these 2 Titans. Icebox isn't done just yet.
Nope, we have not thawed out of the freezer just yet, because Alpha Esports, they've made the comeback happen. We're now moving into overtime. The economy, of course, resets for both of these teams when it comes into overtime. And they're going to have a side switch right on after, and we're going to see now who will prevail this time, though. Alpha Esports on defensive side. Pirates, they were good on that attack. And so, let's see now if they're able to really bring things back. They've gave up how many rounds in a row right now? I think it was like 5 that Alpha came back into. And so, the Pirates looking to finally get the stop, one that has been long overdue for their side. And you can see, while the spike is here towards A main, I don't think they're going to necessarily commit to that just yet. You can see some presence wanting to be taken here towards mid, but the wall will cut that idea off, and they have to kind of I guess, flirt with the A site here for now.
This is where Pirates got the most of their impact on, which was on the attacking side. Yes, there were some shots for them on the defending, but a pick like that from Ryu is just phenomenal. GK Baby here with the pick, but Sanger Carl knew what was going to come, and he was just a tad bit too early, and GK Baby didn't know what hit him. Just get the information, though, but in the end, we do go back to the 4 versus 4. What's going to be the movement here for the Pirates? They've all but given up the A main contestant, and they're looking for a G push. Or not a G push, but a B to go push. And what is going to be happening? The ball will stop them for a moment, but it's not going to stop them per se. And 2GE is setting stuff up already. And this is where we see the Pirates commit to the site. They still have 40 seconds if they want to back away, but they've really gone in here. And Nico, as he throws out the birds, we know it's here now.
Well, 30 seconds left on the clock. They might just have to commit to this, and they will. Flash on out. Nico will find that opening pick here for the side of the Pirates on this attacking side. Spike is planted down. It's a 4v3 here with the Pirates with that man advantage. But look at this flank actually coming here from Ryu. But the thing is, Alpha have to hold on off here till Ryu is in a position to strike, but he has going to be forced back. He's going to have to go in towards Orange instead. They will get the half defuse at the very least. Flash will get that frag. He's still sticking it. He can tank it, and he gets the defuse off of him. The Nano Swarm not enough to take him off of the board, and still Gian Sandy. What a hold, what a defense, and Alpha take the lead.
I can't believe that's how they won that round. Holding the defuse just because you thought that the Nano Swarm would stop it, but when it's already half like that, there is all the time in the world for Gian Sanity to keep the defuse rolling. He's not only the best lurker right now, or one of the best lurkers that's competing in VCT, but he's also one of the best, I think, people who just gamble with their lives on that defuse. Pros don't fake, and it seems like Gian Sanity does not as well. Transitive property, maybe he's also pro. I'm kidding, guys. Of course he is. Fire Sajin, though, with a kill on Gian Sanity. This is big because they take away one of the crucial threats from the Alpha Esports team, and Pirates now give themselves a glimmer of hope coming to this one. But ITZ flushes, scans the entirety of the site, and he throws everything to try to claim it with the rest of the 4 of Alpha Esports.
Nano Swarm out actually gives away the position here of Flash towards that back site, and so I have to be very careful what they're doing right now. And a great shell there from Fireside to find Chris M, and Nico will find one of their own here on the defensive side. Suddenly the Pirates looking better on this defense than they were on the attack, and ITZ is able to find one, not able to find more. GK Baby, 1v4 the situation. Will get it down to actually a double kill comes his way. The Fireside not letting it get too out of hand. They will extend us into more overtime rounds.
Overtime once again. The beautiful words. Are we gonna go for a second here, or will we see a game number 3, or maybe the end of game number 2? There's only 3 ways to go about this, and I know which way I'm looking at. Another overtime if possible. Yes, please. But we'll see how that pans. Because once again, it's going to be the rest of the Pirates going for the attack. The thing about that, I think the Pirates have made in terms of the mistake here is they're still betting that they'll still get the kills in 1v1 trades. Where I feel like they should just be getting for more, putting more bodies onto one of the sites here. And for the moment, there's not going to be the kills yet. Ryu does have a nice angle there onto the top of the site. But they still haven't gotten the pick. They still haven't gotten the info. But maybe it's because Pirates are going for a slower play here, waiting for the lurks to happen, that they go for this kind of split. As Nico will be there catching off somebody who will be protruding outside of the tunnels. But for the moment, a minute is onto the clock, and Pirates still go for the slow play.
Yeah, no picks being given either way. There are like 3 defenders here on the A side with, of course, Gian Sandy there towards Boiler looking and ready to help on out, but it's actually Pirates who are bring their attention towards the B site instead. They've taken green control and they're walking up towards the smoke here to try and pounce on the Soul defenders, and finally Alpha, they do catch on. They realize A is a bit too quiet. Maybe let's go towards B, but the presence here being shown actually by Pirates with 2 of them here towards this A site will pull the defense on back. Fireside an opening pick here on the GK Baby, and that brings it now to a 5v4 in their favor, but no, they swung it back 4-4, 1 apiece on either side as he crosses on in. The tube is actually still being played here by Nico. He's very, very deep be lurking in his mid position. Boiler is going to be contested, and he will find the frag on ITZ as well. Fire Cygen too, that's a second for him. A double kill as well for Nico. It's all on Are You Ryu, and he will only get one, and Pirates will finally take the lead here in overtime.
This adjustment from Pirates, we don't really see them going for the slow plays. They always like to go for these peaks, but whoever called that from the Pirates, it looked like, no, it was the correct decision for them, at least for that particular round, because Alpha Esports, they were scratching their heads. They thought that was going to be something different from the Pirates there, but it was, and that's going to be already match point. Are we going to go for a third game here with the Pirates leading the charge in this overtime? Or is Alpha Esports going to be given another shot at victory, another shot at a 2-0, and at least get themselves into the grand finals already, which we haven't seen Alpha Esports do, but with their limited time in the VCT, they've done an incredible job already at just being at the upper echelons of the teams here for the moment. But not saying that Pirates are not as well. They definitely have a good job at just growing up as an entire team, and we can see that. Again, going back to the point that it's not only the Fire Saiyan show, but it also is the rest. At Senior Carl, he gets a 1 kill, puts on the plug with the wall, and boosts himself up, wants to get that overview, and he's waiting for his teammate to drop it as he tries to get a bit of an angle. Can spot out maybe the one, but their heads are hidden. They spot him out now, but he has to back away first as he might bite off more than he can chew, and just gets away and still has his wall to plug up the hole there on the B main.
That's big for him to get away scot-free there. And right now, it's a battle. It's a story of thirds. Will we go into overtime number 3, or will we go into map number 3? That's a question. So, Are You Ryu will be the last guy on in to hold off that flank, but right now, the crawl here from Alpha, after giving up that pick towards the B side, looking to set their sights here towards Alpha, they will have to kind of open things up here because Nico and Flash are both very good at holding things down. Turret on out for information. Gian Sandy, the first one on in. He finds that frag on Nico. Here comes the Nanoswarm out, tugging him up quite a bit, actually. He's trapped between a rock and a hard place, and Fire Cygen will show him the way on out.
Fireside, you can't push through this snake bite, but he doesn't need to because ITC just goes in straight to his crosshairs. Chris M is going to be holding valiantly onto the maze, but that is going to be it, and we are going to game number 3. Pirates clutch it out. We'll see what happens as Alpha Esports, they concede the second game, and what a win from the Pirates in second overtime here on Icebox Black.
What a way to take it home, guys. Such valiant effort from so many players in that map number 2. Icebox was certainly a ringer, a star-studded show with so many great plays being made. You can see their Flash super hype, one and only. These guys are. They've been doing so much great work here. And Icebox has been the map where they've taken down titans such as Brand, such as Hashira and stuff. They've done actually, well, more rather, very important things and very amazing job at it. And now they do it against Alpha on Alpha's own mapping as well. We saw some great defuse clutches there, like from Gian Sandy. We saw some great clutches from everybody on else. Nico getting that 4K, Senior Carl getting that 4K with the operator. But in the end, it will be the Pirates sailing away.
What a comeback for them. They just were able to play, keep themselves consistent, and did not force anything too hard. And they waited, and they found the opportunities that they needed to. Yes, there was an immediate frag there by Gian Sanity, but Fire Saiyan definitely does have his moments, and shutting down the control on screens and in the back of the site really allowed, I think, the rest of Pirates to just come right barreling in. And the trade after trade, the numbers, the aims, they got it in the end. And we're going to be looking at that third game to be the final decider here, obviously, in this best of 3. And my goodness, we're not even done with the first semifinals. What could happen in the second one? But like you said, Black, it seems to be such a great comeback for a map that historically wasn't really something that I think anybody would bat an eyelash towards the Pirates. In any case, guys, we're going to go for a quick breather, and when we come back, game number 3 is going to go underway.
seems like our day is far from over as that first semifinals is still undergoing. It's not actually done just yet. Welcome back, guys. Game number 3 between Alpha Esports and Pirates, or the 6045 Pirates, will be going underway. And the final map, the decider between these two teams and best of 3, is Ascent. And we'll see how that pans out, as it seems like the Pirates still have a second wind here, Black. And coming into Ascent, which is a map that I think the Pirates also do pretty well in, they could be actually winning this series and denying any form of chance for Alpha Esports to get into the finals, and maybe even the first time we'll be seeing the Pirates into the grand finals. But both of these teams definitely want that first appearance in the, in the tournament where they can actually be going into the Sea Challengers.
You smell that, Asarai? You know what I smell? I smell a
What the
scent
hell is
here.
that?
I smell a very close game coming up for our map number 3. I smell a quadruple overtime, because that second map on Icebox was definitely a hot and spicy one for such a cool map.
Okay.
And for us to be going on here, both of these teams just have not yet been able to get over this semifinal hump and make their way into the grand final of any VCT weekend. Both of these teams looking to make their debut here, and they will be. Either of them will be if they do take this last and final map. Our decider will be once again on that Ascent, and it's going to be one heckin' show, I bet, as we move into it, because, well, we saw a very back and forth, a game of reads, a game of chess. Both of these people playing all the things that they can on the board. Both of these teams, rather, playing everything that they can on the board. Might be playing checkers one round, chess the next. Who knows? Mahjong the third. And it's just been a complete mixed trail bag of just, I guess, different strategies, different compositions, and different play styles in multiple rounds in the same map, just to be able to counteract each other. And that back and forth is, I think, going to give us one heckin' final decider.
This decider just goes to show that when both of these teams have full force, when we don't have any, oh my gosh, Rays, get out of my head. I know. You're amazing. You can make me fly up into the air, but not this time, baby, not this time. Anyways, just to go back to what I was talking about, when we don't have any hiccups whatsoever on the you-know-what side, Black, both of these teams can finally stretch themselves and run free, run wild. And when that happens, we have a showing, a match that goes back and forth. And even though it seems like Alpha Esports are the dominant team here, the Pirates still have some tricks up their sleeves. We're going to be seeing Fire Sajan not going to go for his signature jet, but will be on the Reina. Lots of firepower there. And they put Senior Carl on that jet. So double duelist for Pirates here, as we have also the double duelist for Alpha Esports.
Well, they will have the double duelist both on each other's board. The difference is one with the Reina, one with the Rays, both having a jet online. And so we're going to see here, one has a bit more, I guess, initiation power with that Lear, and then the other more corner clearing control. The tongue twister to get tripped up on. But yeah, more corner clearing with that Rays, and the rest, they do have the Lear. And so what I'm looking at here, as we're starting things off, yes, it is Ascent, but I believe on the defensive side should be, I guess, Alpha Esports. They should be starting in the defense here, all things considered, because it should be like the final decider left here by Pirates. And as we see it here, yeah, Pirates on the attack, and you see Alpha on that defend. And with them starting on the defensive side here, where we said time and time again, Alpha Esports, they shine truly when it comes to their attacking side. And while Ascent can be quite, not super quite, but it can be defender favored to some extent, I'm not gonna really think that that's gonna be too big of a factor for them, because once again, the attack is where they make their money. That's where the Alpha way, that is the Alpha way. And for them to be starting as defense here, they're gonna need at least a good start to at least, once more, get the most rounds that they can.
With this one way, with the smoke there of Astra, putting it for at least a peak, the quick peaks for GK Baby, back it on away. And since they have Gion Sanity on this Killjoy, they can just leave a turret there and be happy about what's going to be the defense on the A main. Nico, who does have the spike, seems to concede the mid control already and decides to go elsewhere. But this is where it becomes difficult, because you have basically a Skittle sprinkling of Astra and Killjoy utility that wherever you go, there's always going to be something there to kind of hold you in. And speaking of hold you in, there's going to be the gravity well with ITZ and a Bucky, or rather a Shorty at close range. Somebody who comes into this corner is going to be for a rude awakening here, Black.
Well, in this case, it might just be the nightmare they've been waiting for, because this is looking to send them back if they're not too careful. They already gave up the opening pick here, the Pirates, on Flash, and they don't want to give up a second on Fire Cyanogen if he does swing the Shorty here being held by ITZ towards B main. So right now, with what they've got to work with, Pirates, they will try and force the issue here towards Short, which does pull them on back, and ITZ will find that frag we were talking about towards Fire Cyanogen, and Ryu will get it as well on the Senor Carl. Leaves it in a 5v2. Well, right for the taking here as Nico finds a frag on the Ryu, yes, but still, oh, GK Baby holding on. And he will get Nico off the board. That's a second for him, and the first round for Alpha.
Weird little jump up there from 2GE. That was kind of interesting. And again, you do see some of the kind of nuances here for this matchup. And the one thing I do want to point out is Pirates, they still like to charge through corners when they put their smokes down. But it seems like they don't respect that Alpha Esports love to just challenge through smokes and keep spray firing through those smokes compared to, I think, any other team here. I could be wrong, though. But it seems like there is that kind of little bit of aggression through the smoke that allows him to make something happen. Chris M, he's not yet prepared to see Fire Cyanogen with a Sheriff, especially at the market. It seems he was not going to be able to get the good deal of the day. And that gives a bit of hope here for Pirates to be able to claim something. They can't take the weapon of Chris M, but at least they do have some of the numbers. And once again, Fire Cyanogen finds a kill onto Gion Sanity. This is looking to be more palatable, more digestible for the rest of the AE team. And Fire Cyanogen, what the hell? He's just connecting shot after shot after shot. And he's not done just yet. Senor Carl picks up, of course, a Spectre here. And now this Eco turns on its head. And AE, they're the ones running away.
Well, the frags seem to be on a fire sale here for one very hot Cyanogen. And ITZ, last one left alive, Ares in hand, but even a god might struggle in this situation. He's going to need to find at least an isolating fight to bring it to a 1v2, because two of them are quite low. Well, maybe not Senor Carl, but Nico definitely is. Senor at half HP without any armor could definitely be something that he can abuse. Now, 3 rounds in the mag, we know that this thing is like a fire hose of bullets. He's able to find that frag on the low Nico. Will he find the isolation here in Fire Cyanogen? He does spot him on out, but he's going to have to back on off, and I believe he should be low on ammo as well in the mag. Should have a few shots left, and as he tries and go for at least a half defuse here, they're going to swing wide on him and deny him from continuing on as they finally get the first round on the board here for the Pirates.
They even save some weapons there with the Spectres. The perfect round for the Pirates here. All set into motion by Fire Cyanogen, who gets 3 kills with a Sheriff. That's not always the thing that is common with these teams, but Fire Cyanogen, he just finds the opportunities to do just that. And now Alpha Esports, they're going to be on the weaker buy, but they still do have the utility to make it pretty difficult for Pirates to make something happen. Although, drone for drone is going to be the better of the DJI dronies here. ITZ will be charging right back out. He's going to connect a nice little shot on Senor Carl as the gravity well stops him in the tracks for the moment, throwing everything but the kitchen sink onto B main, but it still doesn't stop the rest of the Pirates from coming right in and claiming the doubloons on the B site. Leaving it only to Gion Sanity into the corner here, but he's just gonna get chased, charged, and charred by Fire Cyanogen, who finds another, and this is where he really likes to set his legs. The openness of Icebox is too much, the closeness of Haven is too much for him, but Ascent seems to be the perfect fit for Fire Cyanogen as he gets, how many kills already? You think like 7 or 8 now coming into the 4th round.
He's got 7 in 2 rounds. He found 3 in that second round and then 4 here in the previous one on round number 3. And so he's definitely, this is his proven ground. This is where he comes to feast. If he was a dinosaur, he would have made that long march all the way here to this birthplace. And right now, Ascent is, well, it's definitely lifting his hopes up because he's got a really great start already here so far on the Reyna. And we know if you're a Reyna and you're starting to feel it, you can definitely run away with round after round, and they cannot let Firesage catch on the heat here as well. Mid control easily taken by the Pirates. Senior Carl, a quick trade from him by GK Baby. They go one apiece.
That's going to be the trades for them. Thought Alpha Esports would not have enough money to buy, but I was sorely mistaken. And a quick little peek with a Spectre. Fire Satan is expecting all of these peeks left, right, and center. And they're just coming straight at him, but he is holding the blows and getting the kills. And now, Pirates, they have a straight shot into the A site. And look at that. Fire Agent's like, I'm going to use everything that I have, but might not even need to, as his teammates just pick up the slack. Maybe a wasted ult there, but just to make sure that they get all the rounds up against Alpha Esports is more than enough for Pirates to keep on using something like his Empress on a round like that.
Well, the Empress certainly laying down her might here to get the third round here for the side of the Pirates, but Alpha, once more on this eco, they've done great things. GK Baby can actually kind of invest here. He does have some money to work with, and they can still buy on up, even if he does kind of light mine this with maybe a Spectre or a Stinger of some sort. So, we'll see what exactly he'll do. Armor seems to be the only thing really he's going to work with, but as we said, yeah, Pirates, at least for Fire Cyanogen, he's been making a lot happen here on this Ascent map as we're in this very short technical break for the meantime. You can see 3 of them going for this kind of long take. We actually saw this from Pirates yesterday, I think, or in the previous weeks when they do play Ascent. This is kind of the default. They have 2 towards B main, which usually has a spike as well. And then they have this like 2 A main push and 1 top mid just to hold it off. And from there on, after they go for kind of an initial push towards either main entrance, they fall on back if no other, like, I guess, reaction has been given from the defensive side. And then they try and, I guess, really consolidate all their efforts into one lane. And right now you can see them play for that information, swing first and then pull on back, but actually never mind, as he just goes for a full swing on Singer Carl into Aryu Ryu, gets that pick, tries to fall on back, but look at this, quite a shuffle, and Pinoy Jet Gian Sandy will win that one.
Bit too overeager there from Senior Carl. Did he drop anything to be picked up by Gian Sanity? Because that's something that you never want to happen. Still though, his back's away. Nico will be using his ults. And this is enough for Pirates to communicate and translate into a round victory. They did have to utilize at least 2 of their ultimates, which they could have maybe brought into the next round. But at the end of the day, it's still a round win. And I talked about it already in the last round here, Black. As long as they can get the round wins, it's fine for them. Nice little peek there from GK Baby. Spots out into the mid, but he... what just happened there? He kind of put himself out of nowhere. I think he was lost for a second, and then somebody just picked up the kill on him.
Well, what happened was Fire Cyanogen just got 11 frags in, what, 5 rounds? So he's been doing quite well, to say the very least. Getting at least 2 per. And so right now, the Pirates, as we saw, they obviously came into that with the economic advantage. Alpha coming into it with a lighter buy. Yes, they almost kind of got something going there. They did burn the Hunter's Fury out Nico to be able to confirm that round. Really, I don't think they needed to, but case in point, they already used it, and so now it's only going to be Alpha Esports with that Hunter's Fury up online. And they also have the showstopper here, so they can make some noise. And really right now, whose hands is the remote in? Which show will you move into? I think Alpha are looking to finally turn the channel to their way.
A bit of a breather here. You can see Fire Sage, and oh, he's hungry for it, but the Nanoswarm stops him for a moment. Take your chill pill, Fire Sage, because it seems like he is just on a warpath here, Black. Nico making sure that nobody is going to be there onto Wine. The smoke's about to dissipate in a bit, but GK Baby has the operator. They have to be very careful. You know that Fire Sage can hit those shots, but that one crucial timing that he doesn't is where GK Baby can find him and shut him down. So a lot of utilities were thrown out. Everything from Gian Sanity is on short, and there's not really any position where Pirates can freely take an angle where they won't be thwarted by these stars and whatnot. But it seems like they will try to make something happen. Senior Carl is now slowly creeping up onto Market. as they're working their way onto B. Finding the kill onto Ryu is such a big step in the right direction for the rest, as ITZ is going to be pushed back. He should be able to at least put out some utilities here, but Senior Carl comes in for the big flank, so no more chance of being to hit those Hunter's Fury to deny the plant. And Pirates, you don't really see them running down the clock, but this is so different, but it works out in the end for the Pirates.
It actually does. They, I guess, get the... I would have said high ground, but in this case, it's more like the high tide for their side, because 4-2, GK Baby, G Insanity, what can they do? Not much avail. And in this one, it will be the Pirates to prevail. So GK Baby is probably going to save this operator. Never mind. Quick shot from 2GE. That will be a 5th for the Pirates. They've extended this lead to 4. And once again, every time we've seen the Pirates do this, take this early lead against Alpha, for the most part, it has been a struggle for Alpha to make that comeback happen. They are playing on the defensive side, yes. They are better on the attacking side, yes. Alpha, still, there can be no excuses and no mistakes happen when you're at a map number 3 playing for that grand final slot.
If I remember this correctly, was this the map where Fire Saiyajin went like out of his damn mind and got like 30 bomb, and the rest of his team was like just like 10 kills and whatnot? Senior Carl though, wanting to challenging GK Baby there, and he magnets his crosshair onto his brain, getting the shot to connect. ITZ is gonna just try to retaliate with an ult of his own, and Chris M out of nowhere finds a nice little frag there. And even though we do get the shutdown onto GK Baby, still in the end, Alpha Esports gets the numbers. They can't get the weapons though, but they still do have control of the map. This multi-peak, or this multi-stack onto the A Heavens could prove to be fatal for Fire Saiyajin, but if he can get the kill, he can dismiss, or maybe even just get the double and keep himself topped off, as he needs to find an opening here. He does secure the A site. Nobody is here. Door is closed, so he might need to rotate from Nico. He's still waiting to the corner. 45 seconds onto the clock. They can take their sweet time if they wanted to. And because of that, they're allowing Flash just come in all the way around, and is about to hit the beautiful little lurk. Not getting more than just the 1 kill, but of course it's going to be Fire Saiyajin to pick it up all. And this is where it just crumbles once again for AE, as it's a 3 versus 2, and Nico just brings it back. Chris M, do you even know that recon dart is coming for you?
Clearly taken off guard there, Gian Sandy, the last one left alive. The only hope for Alpha to take this round back, but I don't think he's even having an idea to do exactly that. Knows that he's gonna dodge that Al drone. If he can get isolation here, of course it can be done. 1v2, almost a 1v1, but Fire Saiyajin, he's so hot right now, dude. I think you're right. This was the map where he dropped the 30 bomb and did even more than just that. He went insane. And so here on Ascent, this actually, to be quite honest with you, is favoring Pirates a lot more than initially seen. I don't think Alpha are a bad team here, especially on the attack, yes, on Ascent, but Pirates, man, for them to do that to Alpha in Bind and now coming on here with a 6-1 start is already seeming, I guess, like the hopes are dwindling for Alpha Esports right now. It is only the first half, but I guess the Pirates are just, the wind is really, really carrying them far.
Well, the wind is carrying their sails here, Black. No doubt about that. And to clarify what was the game or that particular Ascent map, it was the match that they went up against Kadaliman, where Fire Saiyajin got about, 34 kills when everybody else was just averaging at 15. That's how insane he is on his Ascent map. I think this is his strongest map right here. And being the decider, Alpha Esports, they're in for a rude awakening. GK Baby's got to back away as he was in the open using a tailwind. Sir Carl, though, cannot capitalize out the openness of GK. But maybe a repeat here, and GK's pre-aim could win him a round, or could win him this duel for the moment. Oh no, he's going to be into the corner, spotted, wall banged, but keeps him safe because of the box. And where do we go? 40 seconds. Pirates really are taking their sweet time. They know that GK Baby is still here. The dash to commit, the nades to actually stop them from coming into A main, but that was only a fake, a ruse from Senior Carl. GK Baby's about to hit the shot of his life if he just needs to peek right now. And will be able to do so. Gets spot out, backs away. They do get the one. Ryu does get another kill onto Senior Carl there, but they still clarify the site. Fire Saiyajin is out, so it's only the one duelist but Ryu spots out the big flanks coming in from Flash, and this is now workable for Alpha Esports.
It is, but I don't think that the Pirates are out of a chance here on this situation. It is a 2v3. They are up 6-1, but as the retake comes in from Alpha, you can see Ryu is quite low. And so if they can get that pick, and they do, actually, it will be doable. It's a 1v2. Nico, he's gone big. He's going to have to go even bigger this time. Will he go explode? They know that he's here towards the Jenny. He can swing wide and find a double. They're not looking his way. He's going to find the clutch too, and he gets a triple kill here. Nico getting the 7th round here for the Pirates, and they're still continuing on. Steam full ahead, and the Pirates once more 6-round lead here over Alpha. What a clutch coming in from Nico.
Nico. I love the placement of this guy. He just tucked himself in the corner here because usually, as the retakers, you saw Chris M, he was hoping, waiting for Nico to come out of A main because he's thinking Nico might have his shock darts, Nico might have his recon dart to line stuff up on A main, and the bet on this guy to just not show himself at the last possible second because he knows he was getting already diffused, so why not kill the other guy who was defending and get the kill there? Senior Carl has done this twice and gets denied. And this doesn't give too much of breathing room now for the Pirates. Of course, it's going to be AE with a weaker buy for the moment, but Senior Carl, again, diving deep into enemy territory just does not work out for him. So he's got to be careful. He's got to be a bit more contained here. But they know that they're going to be on the weaker weapons. But GK Baby, unfortunate and unwarranted to die just straight up by a couple of utilities here and there. And a nice little kill there from Flash will start nicely for Pirates.
Ryu will get that frag, and I'd like to point out too that both times that Senior Carl has done that, where he just dashes on in with Blade Storm, has been on rounds where Alpha have been on an eco. I'm not sure if that's the right situation to be dealing in. Of course, it'll make it hard to track, but as Nico finds that frag, you're bringing the fight closer than it has to be, and in that close range, they can definitely make something happen as Chris M finds a frag with the judge. Jury's still out, and if he's gonna find more, he will be able to burn that door on down. But the flank here coming from ITZ is going to be huge. It's a 2v2, and ITZ finds a triple to close things out. Nico this time, the last one to go down, and they finally get around here Alpha on the board after that run for Pirates.
Senior Carl, he's got to put some reins in on this wild horse of his because he's going too heavy into the sites. Even if Alpha Esports are on weaker buys, you can expect that the sheriffs are always going to be fatal. Ergo, the shots that can come out from Ryu and Gion Sanity is nutty. So you always have to respect that, and not having your teammates to back you up and just charging right in. I think it put himself in too much pressure, and he could just not translate that into a kill of his own. He needed somebody to at least buddy system with him for the moment, but that's still not going to pan out in an eco round for the Alpha team. Now they're going to be able to buy up nicely into this one. There's not going to be an Odin for ITZ anymore, but he does have all the utility and Gion Sanity here to stop them from coming into the B site, and Gion being there with his lockdown as well doesn't make anything any easier for the Pirates, or not too pretty as well.
Well, it doesn't have to be pretty to work right now, and that's kind of what Alpha are banking on to be able to make this comeback happen. It doesn't look nice for them towards his site. The lockdown does come on out, which will force Gian Sandy all the way here towards the back of the boathouse, but he does do work with it quite well, and Senior Carl will once more go down firstly here for the side of the Pirates. Will he find a second? No, I don't think that was the right decision to make. He was pressured though, and so understandable why he went for the swing, but in the end, they will get the plant on down here, the Pirates, and Alpha Esports are going to go for the 4v4 retake.
Using their utilities to delay even further, but the Recon Dart spots out a couple of the members in the back of the site. Cosmic Divide will be used, and this puts, I think, yeah, this is going to put Fire Sage in a weird position, but the Recon Dart from his own comrade puts him up on a pedestal, and let's see if he's going to be able to challenge Chris M. That's going to be a no, but maybe just the timing is going to be enough, as Nico from all the way on back gets a Kobe shot with the Hunter's Fury still. It's going to be forcing him out. The Cosmic Divide is going to be out right now. It's a 2v1 will be coming in. And Nico, oh no, Chris M. He tapped the spike, but his brain was tapped in the head as Nico, like you said, again with the clutch. Nico.
What a play coming in from him once more. Not letting the ball drop at all for the Pirates. Man, their sails are full mask here right now. They're just going fully speed ahead. And with a 6-round lead once more here towards Alpha. With the last 2 rounds coming in, they have already honestly gotten the best scoreline that you could even want here on Ascent. Getting 8 rounds already with still 2 more to go. This means that you could potentially bring it up 10-2, and that is going to be something that will be quite worrisome for the Alpha side. And so Alpha, you can see them trying to make something happen here. They do go for that aggressive A main play and the A short as well to try and pincer on in. So it's going to be B that's going to be, I guess, the hole here for the Pirates to kind of exploit. Are they going to realize that, though? And with this mid control, Chris M will find an opening pick. That's a good start here, but Nico gives it in return, and a double kill from him once more. Not only is Fire Cyanogen doing well for the Pirates here, but Nico is just as good, and there it goes. A quick, clean shutdown from Fire Cyanogen, 4v2.
Have Alpha Esports plateaued already? As it seems like they always get into the quarterfinals and the semis, but can never really find any luck after that. I could be wrong here, Black, but Pirates, they just elevated. They have gone to the astral plane and have spoken with the psychic tandem War Elephant, and now it has granted their wish. And it's seeming like only 5 more rounds, and they're going into the grand final. 64-5 Pirates. This is a team that Ling was fangirling about, was telling us that it's an incredible team, especially spearheaded by Fire Cyanogen. And I know I'm talking about, like, it sounds like it's all over, but they have just set up such a high bar, and Alpha Esports just cannot find any way to go through it.
Last round in the half.
Last round in the half, to echo what the announcer just said. And look at the scoreline, man. 9-2. Pirates 3 away from match point already here. Man, oh man. Alpha Esports, I don't know. Yeah, looking that they've, had lots of experience in the NA scene, we kind of expected that they would have a bit more, I guess, stamina here coming into the series, playing a full 3 map, but it seemed like at the end, after losing map number 2 on Icebox in that double overtime, it seemed like their steam has just, it's been quelled here, the fire that's been lit under them. And Far Cyanogen and Nico, these are the guys who have suddenly come up here in the later stages of this series, and they're getting things going for the side of the Pirates with this initial information being taken here towards A main. Look at this, Fire Cyanogen just completely committing to that very open angle, standing in front of the door, and gets found. Now, typically, you don't want to stop in front of the door because, well, it's called the fatal funnel for a reason. In this case, though, he finds the opening pick, GK Baby down.
Bro, where does he just find these kills? Man, Fire Cyanogen, I don't know if he spots anybody from Alpha Esports and he gets the kills. I think we need to, maybe after this game ends, if ever they win this or even if they lose, we need to check the head-to-head matchup. So you guys can check that out, I think, at dlr.gg. Just search the match here and see how many times Fire Cyanogen has won against the specific individual members of Alpha Esports. In any case, though, there's going to be the take onto the B site as ITZ is going to be holding his own on Borkum and lines it way back up. He has the classic, and it's just enough to shut them all down. Senior Carl left here to rot by himself, down to 25 HP, has to pick the spike right back up, but ITZ, he's done damage in Alpha Esports. They end the round with a bang, 9-3, yes, but ITZ will not yield and just give us a nice little highlight play there going into the second half.
Look at this, just looking like the Terminator here, swinging left, swinging right, auto turret, finding each and every frag, doing whatever he has to hold on to this. Senior Carl, he was actually a split second away there from getting detained. He was able to dodge it, yes, in the end, but that was enough to force him out of position and for the Alpha Esports squad to get the frag at the end of things. So Alpha now moving over to the attack. We've talked about it time and time again. This is where they make their name. This is where they've shown to be such a formidable team on the attacking side, especially here on Ascent. But there's a lot of rounds between them and catching and tying things on up here for the Pirates. They have to go a bunch of rounds perfectly if they want to be able to even get a hope of making the comeback happen. As a one-way smoke comes on here towards A main, that seems like to push Alpha Esports to wanting to go towards B and mid instead.
That was interesting. Look at where 2GE just threw out his smoke. Rather than redo the smoke on the one-way, he just throws it out straight onto B main because they have somebody guarding the A entrance anyways. 2GE is about to find GK Baby here, and if he cannot translate into the kill, it's going to be so bad for him because he doesn't have a flash, he doesn't have anything else other than Frenzy, but thankfully enough, he's going to be able to run back all the way. But Ryu spots him out with the nade there. Spots in another kill, but it's just not going to be able to translate nicely for Pirates here. And Alpha Esports, a quick push into A short is all of what they need. Senior Carl is going to know that GK Baby is on the other side of this wall, but in the end, it's not going to work out as well for him. One is going to be crouching, one is going to be flanking as well. That's Chris M. He reloads. This could be a really big one as it's a 4 versus 3 here, Black, and the numbers not really pairing up nicely for Pirates.
Well, even more so now because it's only going to be Flash, the last one left alive. He might have saved the world many times, but in this case, he will not be able to save this round as Alpha take it here now and finally get the pistol that they need. This is, of course, still like a 5-round cushion between the Pirates and Alpha, but this is a good start. They probably should be able to win this and bring it just to a 4-round lead, bring the score 9-5. Because, well, now they have the actual guns to really support their play style. And in this case, well, Alpha, as we said, yep, they're good on the attack. This is where they're trying to make the comeback happen. They're playing for the second half here. And so to end that first half 9-3 was definitely not the best situation to be in, but they are looking to still make the comeback happen as this one way comes in once more from Tuge. That will not hamper any pushes here for any ideas coming from the Alpha side as they find an opening pick here. Still GK Baby towards Tuge too.
GK Baby, again, lots of people question this man, but what he needs when Alpha Esports need it, he does. They need every single bit of round, every single bit of dual victory or aim victory here that they can. It's going to be the 5-3 now coming into this post plant, waiting for the recon dart to come in from Nico, but not going to matter anymore as Ryu shuts him up. It's going to be Ryu elevating, but cannot hit the mark. Maybe that was just a fake there as he was waiting on Senior Carl to make something happen, but this is a weaker buy. This is just the nonchalant weapons from the Pirates, and we're just going to be looking at this for a 9-5. Maybe we can see Flash for the exit frag. He can provide some pressure there as he tucks himself into the corner. You can check out that A main. Senior Carl is going to be spotted, and now it's all into the hands of Flash. Going to get spotted as well, but of course, Gian Sanity peeks out the corner, due diligence, and that's going to be the 9-5. Alpha Esports are not out of this just yet.
Well, 9-5, as he did say, and now it will be a gun round coming for the Pirates. A bit of a bonus for Alpha, but I'm not necessarily going to consider it that because let's say they get the frags here. Let's say they're not able to take the round even though they get 4. That means that they're going to be only 2 away from giving up match point. And so at this kind of situation, sometimes you might see other teams actually invest into the rifles. You might see people like Chris M here with 3,400 actually buy those rifles, and same with ITZ. We'll have a Bulldog though, and so it's something to work with, but we're gonna see. They're gonna have to stick together to really make the full use out of what weaponries they have, the tools in their pocket. Here comes out the drone to get them information as the A site is once again under attack.
Oh, 2GE. Oh, unfortunately, he was spotted by the recon dart. That could have been the quick little take there, but as I do say that, the quick refrag from Fire Sage comes out. And now there's a little push here from Alpha Esports. Doesn't seem to be overly powerful, but they still do get that planted spike down. What's going to be the plan here on that retake? Breaking the wall for the moment. Fire Sage is going to be coming out here. That was sick. You see where he put that one way onto the Nano Swarm. It allows him to put it out as people come right back in. Fire Sage is not going to be happy about that. Flash left into a numbers discrepancy. One onto the side, wants it on the A main, and this recon dart is going to be spotting him out. He has to destroy it for the moment, but it's just too many, too much for him to handle. One in the front, one in the back, and that is a clean round for Alpha Esports.
Squeaky clean there from Alpha. You can see that when they were trying to filter through that short position, through that door, they literally just got shredded into cheese. And right now, Alpha, with this economic advantage once more, they can bring it down to a 2-round lead very easily. And they're definitely proving their whole, I guess, their whole play style of being this very attacker-favored team on Ascent. Right. This is how they like to play. This is their games. This is their game plan, basically. This is their play style. And right now, it has been working, but they still have a few rounds to go to tie things on up. But it's looking ever so more reliable and possible for them to actually do that. The smoke will block off B main here, yes, but I think they still want to kind of press the issue. They know it will be an eco round, and so they know that they have to stick together, not get isolated. Here finds Senior Carl, though, getting Ryu off already. Nico, he's going to be waiting here. He can do big things once more. GK Baby will shut him down as they do take control of the site, with Chris M finding another.
Fire Saiyajin, though, he has a chance to take himself with a rifle here, and they've kind of all but contained the rest of the remaining members of Alpha Esports into the corners. They still have to respect that there is utility left for them, but Fire Saiyajin, he has Empress, he has a Vandal, he has a chance, but the rest of his teammates are dying, and he cannot get the kills. But as I say that, the triple come out. No, it's not going to be the quadra for him as ITZ steps up to the plate and denies him that fact. Alpha Esports swing back, and they swing back hard. They lose more, but they still get the round in the end.
What a comeback, almost comeback there from Fire Saiyajin. If he had the dismiss, he would have been able to actually get into safety off of that. Actually, no, he did pop the dismiss and did give his position away as he moved into triple. Still, though, ITZ, great shot from him from the back of Boathouse to keep things within reaching distance here for the Alpha squad. Man, Asarai, as I told you, coming into this map, I smell one for the all-time greats here at VCTPH, and it's definitely looking to that. They're going to make this comeback happen. It almost seems like, and I feel like an overtime situation could be once more upon us. But here comes a lockdown towards B, and everything is going to ride on this.
Cannot let this happen once again, at least for them. Ryu's going to be charging right in. Nobody is on the site, so that Killjoy ultimate will not find anybody to detain. Nico, though, spots out GK Baby, unfortunately. Still out of count just yet. Fire Saiyajin gets the kill. There's going to be a shutdown as well. ITZ will be swatting flies with his ultimate. But Senior Carl picks up the one. They spot out Ryu as well, and Pirates decisively retake the site. They've all but abandoned it at the start when AE just wanted to go in all quick a la Trigger. But Pirates still get it in the end as they use Recon Dart, Utility, Blades to just retake, and now they're looking at that 2-digit round advantage up against AE 10-7.
10-7, as he said. 3 rounds now, they've extended their lead once more. But Alpha Esports, they've had a good run. They have to get that back up and going, though they might have stepped on a hump here, but still, the Pirates, they're looking to end this one strong. They're going to need a few more rounds, though, to be able to actually touch and be at the cusp of taking this map number 3. The final map decider, of course, to come in here, and it seems like Alpha want to take their, I guess, their talents here towards this A main site. Looking to drone out long. I'll drone out. We'll get that information that there is a player here towards Heaven. And so here comes out the Hunter's Fury, and Nico captures ITZ. That's a big pick for him. No more information here mid-round for Alpha Esports to play off of. Ryu, he's going to blast back his way on in, yes, but they have cleared the site. They've given it up because they know with the man advantage they can go for the retake, and Fire Saiyajin finding Gian Sanity. This looks so dire right now for Alpha.
Chris M is going to be pushing his way all through short. Spike has yet to get planted, and they're trying to exit out, and they're actually winning this. JK Baby, okay, double kill already. Senior Carl, though, is about to get spotted by Chris M, and even though this should have been a Pirates game, it seems like AE are just not having it. It's going to be 2 versus 1. Nico is down to 30. Ryu will be able to get the spike planted down as his teammate will be coming in all the way through Heaven, and that beautiful exit out allows him to get that victory up and rolling.
Oh, this is perfect.
Oh, he's going to spot it. Yeah, he's going to spot his opponent right then and there. Can he find him? The suck is too much. And will the gravity wall vacuum his way to that victory? Nico is going to go once again. He's going to get challenged. Chris M, he's missing the shots as well as Nico, but Chris M in the end, 10-8. Alpha Esports, how do they bring that back here, Black?
Well, I mean, it should have been around for Pirates, right? They got the 5v3, they had very good, important positions, and they were pushing for that short control, which by all means should have cut off this Alpha attack at the neck of things. But still, GK Baby coming on alive here at the right exact moment, getting those frags and making it actually happen for Alpha, giving them that 2v1 situation wherein Chris M is able to close it off at the end. Just what a sequence we just saw on that round number 18. And we're still continuing on here with Alpha once again within reaching distance of this lead. Only 2 rounds between them and tying things on up with this very aggressive mid control being taken, and Pirates on that eco. It seems to be another close match coming on here into the later stages of this map.
FireSajan wanting to get that initial frag on his Sheriff. Quickly spotted by Gion Sanity. I'm going to throw out the nades here for the moment. Gion is putting them to go to the B main. Senior Carl spots 1. He will spot 2, and he is just wild. He does get the kills that he needs, but there still is going to be the weapon discrepancy for Pirates. 1 is backing away all through the back of the site. Flash is going to be the one to do that. They know that Nico's right here. They can see the Sova drone being utilized, but Flash, what does he have in hand? It is only the Spectre, but he's not showing himself just yet. He's waiting for an opportune moment, and they line up for him. The damage is being done here, and 2G is the one to remain. But he does have a good weapon. He does have the Spectre, but the double up for AE might just be too much for him to handle. He pushes right out. There's going to be the Cloudburst, but maybe he can go all the way around. 1, he spots the other, and Pirates 2G. What a clutch from this man, and he does it once again. 2 more here, Nico, before they get that round. No, not round, but series win. What a clutch from 2GE.
He was born in the dark, and he definitely thrives in it. 2GE. He might only have 5 frags on his name, but when it matters most, he brings the round home here. And we cannot forget the amazing 2 shots from Senior Carl to hold down the line inside B main. ITZ, he also got, mind you, the Sova very, very low. He got Nico very low, which, on the back of the site. And so with that stinger, it actually allowed them to make a play here and get that round off, bringing them quite low. And so great individual plays coming from all of these Pirates members to bring things back on here as Alpha seem to be shaken. They cannot let us get to their heads, though. This is a time to bunker on down. This is a time not to get stirred by just the dominating sheer willpower of Pirates as they are on the light buy.
How are the Pirates able to do this? Just they were on a weaker buy there. They just placed themselves so freakishly well, and they timed it. They communicated well for it. Senior Carl, he has the better zoomer banger, and that's going to be the op kill for him. FireSajan tucks himself into a short. He will be shortly spotted by GK Baby, or maybe just not. Ryu, he's trying to flush out these corners. He has an angle at the head, and he spots it. Beautiful little take there. He has his teammate to step up and help him as he is going to retreat for a moment. Doesn't need to go too aggressive here, but GK Baby is to the corner. He's about to bypass each other, and GK Baby, he whistles. Oh, he whips the shots! What is happening? GK Baby, he just does not get the blaze. It's just not his time. He's already but lost, and now Pirates have gone in and gone to match point. That could have been the round. That could have been the play for GK as he snucks his way all through heaven, but it was plummeted down to earth as he does not get the kills that he needs, Black.
Oh dear. People are not gonna let that one down, and he's definitely gonna lose at least a minute of sleep from that, because that could have been it. He had a Blade Storm up. It could have been a quick double for him to clear out the rafters and then maybe try and get things going on that A site hold. But right now, Alpha, this is a gun round for them, and they do have some chances here. It will be a 4-round deficit between them and another overtime situation. They've done it once on Icebox. Can they do it again here on Ascent? And I'm telling you, it is smelling a bit of that way, but I think the Pirates right now, they're locked and loaded, and this time more confident than ever we've ever seen them to be actually taking the series and move on over to the grand final. And so the Pirates right now, they're gonna have to be calm, cool, and collected. Alpha Esports are gonna have to make the initial play here. That alarm bot will be given on out towards Pizza and lets them know that the B-side hit is coming.
The reach and grab, ITZ using his ultimate to flush the one at the back of the site, but of course, not gonna happen. Flash is still there. He can utilize all of his abilities, but GK Baby spots him out. FireSajan out of nowhere will be getting the kill through spawn. And now we do have the trades. Chris M has still yet to cross. He does have the spike, and he has to get there out of nowhere. Nice little kill from ITZ. It's not down for the moment, but Nico gets him through the shock dart. and they know it's dropped down. They know that it's still not getting planted, and they know that Gion Sanity is just out of nowhere, out of position. Senior Carl does have the operate. He does have his ultimate. Nico also has his own, and he can use it to stop, destroy the lockdown. Splits out Senior Carl, but he is getting thwarted. He got obliterated, and he got devoured by the Hunter's Fury. And did I just see that right? 60-45 Pirates winning the series. GG.
GG, easy for the Pirates here. Bring it on home with a comeback on Icebox, with the amazing, them dominating play on Ascent. Still, here, this is where they bring it on home. Ascent, I told you, man, this series is going to be one heckin' one to watch. And the Pirates will, for the first time, make their debut here at the VCT PH in the grand final tomorrow versus the semifinal winners of the next match coming on up. But man, oh man, Gion Sandy, he tried so hard to bring that last round back. You saw him land the insane nutty shot on the... I don't even know who it was. Was it the Jet? Was it the Rays? I don't care, because it was a nutty shot shooting somebody like Duck Hunt out of the air. Still, at the end, the Hunter's Fury will prevail. And, well, it's hunting season for the Pirates right now. The blood is in the water, and they're looking to be smooth sailing into the grand finals.
There was a moment there at that last play when he was getting hit by the Hunter's Fury. You saw him second guess what he needed to do, whether it was to try to run his way all through up spawn, spot out Nico, get the kill, but the distance and the time was just not there for Gion Sanity. And there was a split second where he said, crap, I can't do this. I have to just try to dodge the Hunter's Fury. The B stairs was just too short or too narrow for him. He got hit. He might have been able to dodge it in time if he did not hesitate for a moment, but it seems like he did. And that just was the final nail in the coffin, which allowed 60-45 Pirates to win. In any case, I can't believe I'm saying this, but 60-45 Pirates are going to go for the grand finals tomorrow. And now we're going to go for a break to see who will be their challengers. Is it going to be Hashira? Is it going to be Walkure? Well, we'll see that in a bit, guys. Don't go anywhere. VCT will be right back.
The Pirates taking their treasure, securing their spot in the grand finals. After looking a little bit marooned in the second game, they make a comeback and turn things around against the favorites, Alpha Esports here. Not a lot of people predicted this outcome, and I think on the panel only Ling Ling was able to do it. But we're about to get ready here and go into the interview. We got a very special guest coming on. We got none other than Fire Cyajin, the amazing player from the squad of the 6045 Pirates. And he's joining us for the interview today. Congratulations, man, and welcome to the show.
Thanks for having me. It's amazing, man.
Yeah, it's got to be. Tell me how you're feeling. Grand finals, man. Exciting stuff.
We worked so hard to get back here after we played here for 3 weeks. Last week, if you all know, GN Sanity's team, Alpha Esports, they destroyed us in a 2-1 game. So the moment we had a chance to go against them again, we didn't want to mess things up anymore.
Yeah, definitely. And so tell me about this roster change that you make here. So you guys are looking pretty solid. How's your connection here with your new player? It seems like you guys are working like really hand in hand, and it really started to shine, I think, in the previous series where you guys were just both popping off.
Before we had a new player, I had so much pressure on me to perform because we were basically using a single duelist comp, so a lot of the pressure of entry is on me. So when I have off games, it's very hard for me to be useful. So the moment we had a new player who was a very good duelist, it just took out all the burden and pressure from me, and the game just became way easier. And as you can see, our team has improved a lot compared to me just being the solo duelist of the team.
Yeah, and that's the thing. I said this, I said this on the panel earlier. Alpha Esports, I don't think they can win the best of 3 series against 6045 unless they change something, and they didn't. But you guys constantly reinventing yourselves, a big difference, and I'm so happy to see it. Now, however, you're going into the grand finals, and you guys have a chance at going and representing the country in the SEA Challengers finals. How big would that be for you guys if you were able to go onto that stage and play against the other SEA teams?
I think that would be the best thing we can give to the team, because the Pirates team gave us all the chance. So it's best if we could win the finals, represent the Philippines, because it would be a huge accomplishment for us, for the owners, for everyone, and it would open up new chances for us and be able to just represent the Philippines.
Yeah, 100% agree. You guys are doing absolutely amazing. But before I let you go, I want to ask you, anyone you want to give a shout out to, anyone you want to give thank you to right now, it's your moment.
First, I want to shout out Pirates for giving me a chance to perform. Not a lot of teams took a chance on me because I didn't have any background in it. So thanks to the Pirates management for giving me a chance when nobody gave me. Shout out to my friends watching my games. They're always supporting me, my family as well, and the staff, the management, everyone, my teammates, and especially my parents and God for helping us win this game.
All right, well, there you have it. The man the Pirates took a chance on now in the grand finals. Congratulations to you, and see you in the grand finals tomorrow.
Thanks for having me. Okay, have a good night, everyone.
All right, there you have it. The words from Fire Cyajin, the big man himself from 6045 Pirates. Wow, nobody predicted this. Ling, what the hell? What did we just see?
Man, why does it sound like Fire Cyajin was extremely prepared for this interview? Is it just
he knew it was coming. It's like this is the moment.
Smooth talker, this guy.
Yeah, definitely. So, but Ling, break it down for me. What on earth happened in that game? Why are Pirates so good all of a sudden? How have they managed to just completely maroon Alpha Esports in the best of 3?
Man, no matter how much I try to hype the team up for you guys, you guys seem to overlook the fact that they have the Fire Cyajin factor. Not only that, strong fundamentals overall in terms of team play, and they basically provided themselves the right foundations for them not to slack off on any route. They tried to switch a pace every now and then, which made Alpha Esports not quite too prepared on what's coming. And I might have to say, this best of 3 was nerve-wracking to watch, and you gotta admit they did put out a resilient effort coming out for Jin, Sandy, and everyone else on the team. But let's just say I definitely saw a lot of errors right there, here and there, for Pirates to capitalize on. And let's just say they weren't hitting their shots this time around.
I cannot believe, Viminal, that Alpha Esports lost in overtime and the 2-0 just didn't go their way. What do you think it had to do with the fact that they were all like, oh no, we got the overtime, and they just sort of let the moment slip, the morale just slipped from them, and then going into game 3 they just lost all momentum. Is that it?
That could be a factor, although I don't think they're a team that's easily phased by these sort of things. But I think it really all boiled down to the fact that they didn't really innovate coming into this series. Earlier in the panel, we did mention, Ling, that if AE did not change anything up this time around, they're going to have a really tough time coming up against the Pirates. And that's what happened, right?
And they didn't.
Yeah, they basically did the same thing they did the first time they encountered the Pirates and hoped it worked this time around. And when you try the same thing twice against an opponent, when it didn't work the first time around, chances are it's not going to work the second time around. And that's what happened here.
Yeah, just honestly a little bit of a disappointing show at the end there, but I have to give props, man. Senior Carl was just on point this game.
Oh yeah.
So was Fireside Jin. Man, it was a sight to see. Vim, like I'll go back to you on this. We have a lot to say on these two guys. How good is this new duo that we're seeing? It gives me like shivers thinking about it. Ooh, new group of duelists here, and they're so good.
It really changes the dynamic of the team. Again, I mentioned previously that adding even just one player or changing one player into the mix really can drastically improve or perhaps be detrimental to a team. Clearly here, Senor Carl is absolutely a perfect match for the team right here. And coming from the man himself, Fireside Jin, earlier, he did mention that it took a lot of pressure off of his shoulders, a lot of burden off his shoulders here, because now they share the same duelist role. But as we see here during the first game, Senor Carl, flexing to that initiator role, I kind of like the flexibility that we're seeing here.
Yeah, let's talk about Alpha right now, Ling. This roster, Gian Sanity, carried so hard, and he was doing amazingly well every single game. He was MVP. This guy's sick, but let's face it. Ryu stepped up, sure, and GK Baby actually had a pretty good game. Like, this is probably the best performance that we've seen GK Baby have on his jet, and he genuinely was pretty good. But there were a couple sleepers here. ITZ, someone who we expected to show up on Icebox like last time, he didn't. Chris M, a little bit of a quiet series as well. Where did it go wrong here, Ling? Is it just because, they weren't hitting their shots? What was going on?
I think it just boils down to how Alpha Esports just wasn't creative enough that Pirates figured out on how to counter basically everything that they throw at them. You did mention this a while ago, but then again, I would also like to include the fact that they are also not going to be capitalizing on much mistakes that Pirates usually made, and this is like the scenario that they didn't get the chance to actually play their cards right. Yes, Chris M, ITZ are great individual players on their own, but I definitely don't really get to see them shine inside the server for the sole reason that I don't really see them stay alive for as long as we should. There wasn't enough clutch factor to come out from them, because canceling out these two players in the team provides a lot of odds to go back in the favor of Pirates, and this actually shows. The scoreline says for itself, and they fully understood how the game is supposed to work once they're going to be countering out Alpha Esports in the series.
Yeah, and honestly, a great turn of events here. As you can see, the map just started completely swing in the favor of the Pirates. 13-8 on Ascent. This is just not something that we expected to see. Honestly, a little bit of a disappointment, but at the end of the day, we were able to truly experience, I'd say, the full extent of what Pirates can offer. Now, as the grand final game, whether they're ready to take on Hashira or Walkure, that's a very, very different question here, because I feel like they're about to face the stiffest competition that they've ever faced in their lives. They haven't, if I'm not mistaken, 6045 Pirates, they haven't faced off against Bren yet. Link, Viminal, they haven't really faced off against Brand. They haven't faced off against really Empire. So I feel like this is the first really true test of 6045 Pirates.
Yeah, I mean, they've had convincing victories over other opponents, which we consider to be perhaps tier 2 teams. So I think they're ready to step up to really the big boys over here in the bracket. And that's going to be a really interesting test once we see them in the grand finals.
Yeah, but let's see if any individual player stands out here. Let's take a quick look at the MVP of the series, see who we got this time. And if it's not Senior Carl, it's most of the time Fireside Jin, and I'm gonna say it probably is going to be Ling because just
probably Fireside Jin.
It's probably Fireside Jin. There we go. Okay, fine. I'm right. Ling, 268 ACS on him, an average kill of 19.8 kills total, and he got a 0.9 KDA per round. Definitely not the highest we've seen him perform, but the impact of whatever he did, the rounds that he clutched for his team, very crucial.
Man, and imagine this kid all on his own is behaving completely different to how a typical duelist that we see on tournaments. We don't exactly see the same amount of discipline of him just rushing or rather pushing on towards spawn or rather taking so much map control away from the defending side once you're actually playing for attacking. I mean, this is quite unusual, but at the same time, it works. I mean, this is something that Pirates is really known for them to revolve around their duelists so much and provide enough support system for them to actually pop off, and an MVP right there definitely shows ACS is going to be a good way to actually determine this. But then again, you have to give credits to what the flashers actually did and the smokes, the setups that they actually tried to do to make Fireside Jin get this highlight right here.
Yeah, I agree. Definitely worth the look here. But let's take a quick look at now the story, where we are, the bracket coming up for you guys as we go deeper into the tournament, closer and closer to the peak, to the finish line, and see where we stand in the grand scheme of things. And as you can see now, ladies and gents, we're already at the second semifinal. So it's the very last semifinal, Hashira versus Walkure. And these guys, these teams, they already know each other. Almost all of them have met each other previously in other tournaments in CS. And so Viminal, this is going to be, I'd say, a pretty good one.
Oh yeah.
Walkure, I mean, Hashira is a team that can bleed. They're not like Bren level yet. So Walkure actually I'd say Walkure has a pretty solid chance here at taking the series. What are your thoughts?
Walkure was looking pretty nutty earlier today. And again, as he mentioned, both of these teams know each other from way back. Not only from CS days, but in the early days of Valorant, when Hashira was pretty much AKG and Walkure was Audacity. These guys have a ton of history, and we might actually see that sort of manifest and reflect in their gameplay today. It might be a bit of a chess match, the way I think of it. But
yeah.
Walkure, we know for a fact, they're on fire today. And Hashira better be on their A game. Otherwise, they're going to be in trouble.
Yeah, I think so too here. But before we go ahead and talk about that game, we'll break it down later on. We had to take a moment to pause here and thank our sponsors. So thank you, PPGL, the largest multi-game esports league in the Philippines, organized by Mineski Philippines and Globe Telecom. Also by Globe. Reinvent exciting victories in Valorant with the new Sylvanas bundle. Get yours now on Coda Shop with Globe. And let's get #OL together now, as Virtual Hangout Go Esports brings events and programs like no other, starting with an apprenticeship program led by the pros, stream takeovers, and local and international tournaments. Download the Globe One app and click on the Virtual Hangouts tab to get updated on the latest happenings on Globe Virtual Hangouts. And of course, the Predator, our official gaming and laptop partner, has summon your strength. Now, don't forget to check us out on all of our social media. It's PPGLGG on Facebook and YouTube. And on Twitch, it's PPGL_VCTPH. And last but not the least, on TikTok, we got @HelloPPGL. So let's go ahead and start breaking this down, guys. We do have something to give away at the end of the day. So, Viminal, tell me a little bit about what we're offering our viewers at home.
Yes, sir. For all you viewers watching, we're going to give away 1,500 Valorant points to 10 winners at the end of the stream. All you have to do for a chance to win 1,500 Valorant points is like and follow the PPGL Facebook page, like and share the stream with the caption of which team you are rooting for, and make sure the post is public so we can see it with the official hashtags Valorant Challengers, VCTPH, and PPGL Valorant. So the winners will be announced at the end of the stream, so you got to stick around till the end, and you're gonna want to because pretty exciting semifinals.
Yeah, but the question is, where can you watch and where can you participate, and in what languages, Ling? Tell me about where we can catch these giveaways.
So you can drop by on towards our English and Filipino commentaries. The link is going to be flashed in the screens right here. So for English commentary, feel free to drop by our Twitch channel. It's twitch.tv/PPGL_VCTPH. And for the Filipino commentary, go ahead and drop by on Facebook.com/PPGLGG. And of course, both English and Filipino commentary is available on YouTube. The link is bit.ly/ppgl YT. And of course, both panel discussions are in English. You're going to be seeing more of us, Ilu, Viminal, and me, give and talk about more and break down the game.
All right. Well, you just already said it, breaking down the game. Let's go ahead and do our jobs because it's about time to get ready for the last series of the day, Hashira versus Walkure. And we're going to start off. Let's talk about Hashira first and foremost. This roster, this lineup, the six-man squad here, very much the Cinderella story of PH Esports. They started off decently in first strike, and now they might be our second representative to the SEA region. Viminal, what are your thoughts on these guys here?
I mean, Hashira, they've always been that. They've always been decent, but they were never thought of as front runners here in the Philippines scene up until the recent weeks here in VCT, and the crescendo was them taking down Bren Esports. I mean, whoever would have imagined that this would happen? And it was such a surprise to a lot of us here. Then Hashira basically skyrocketing to the moon. But when things go to the moon, sometimes they fall just, quite as fast. So really the question here is, can Hashira be consistently at that level?
I mean, it does look like they have some moments of struggle, especially the last time when they played up against Empire. But fortunately today, they were able to pull themselves together. Yesterday they were able to pull themselves together and make the biggest comeback in all of VCT Philippines history. And I feel like that's a really big turning point, which just goes to show that despite the fact the team, Hashira, they're growing not just in terms of their gameplay, but they're also growing mentally as players with that level of maturity here that we look to see from pros. And I think this is a good sign for them. So they're going up against a team called Walkure today now. So a team that also is yet to be fully, completely established, but they want to catch up to Hashira. So, Ling, let's talk about here these guys. Aryu, Flippy, Mr. Nice Guy, Winter Love, Wild Oreo. What they showed us today was something very, very nice. Wild Oreo and Winter Love, their connection was solid. Mr. Nice Guy had amazing holds, and Aryu was doing Aryu things. Tell me about Walkure. What do you think? What are your thoughts on this and their chances of taking the series?
I mean, aside from the fact that they have a lot of experience together, you definitely have to establish, or rather point out, that they already have so much chemistry in terms of like their plays. But then again, for a game like Valorant, you definitely see them pop off every now and then, and have been continuously been qualifying for VCT, and that says a lot. But about a team. But then again, this is actually their first time going in for the semifinals. So let's just say they're making progress, but of course this is baby steps for them compared to what they have against their counterpart, which is Hashira right now, who definitely did made the biggest step there is inside, or rather here in the Philippine esports scene, which is beating up the likes on Bren. So let's just say Hashira versus Walkure, the matchup here isn't exactly going to be that evened out, or might have to say. But then again, it's might actually looking like a David versus Goliath setup here for them in terms of experience, I might have to say.
Yeah, it's a pretty, I'd say the skill gap in terms of experience, sure, it's pretty wide. But in terms of individual ability, it might not be very huge here. Having said that, though, a lot of growth on the Hashira roster, and you look at players like Envy, who have just, he used to be, this quiet guy on the server, getting kills here and there, supporting his team, and now top fragging almost every game. And then 2766 really starting to develop as well. How can Walkure catch up to this? Let's find out as we take a look at the player head to head and see which players we want to sort of zone in on in this one. We got Hatred and Wild Oreo, the duelists. and two of the strongest aimers on the squad here. Viminal, what do you think about these guys?
I think these guys are pretty close to each other mechanically. Wild Oreo really, atop the leaderboards in ladder, and then the BPH 10 mans. And then, of course, you have Hatred, who's always a consistent performer. We can't get enough of him. He pops off time and again. But I think this is going to be a really good head-to-head matchup here. I think they're going to have a run for the money here in terms of Hatred versus Wild Oreo. But honestly, I can't help but notice that, we think of these guys as the underdogs, Walkure. But, judging from, our quick discussion earlier with Mr. Nice Guy, it's pretty intimidating. It's pretty scary to have an opponent like this who seems like they're absolutely dead set on their goals, on proving everyone wrong. And sometimes there are people who perform better under those pressure situations.
Yeah, definitely not a team to underestimate, because Valkyrie might just, be, one of those teams that are kind of like a dark horse that just ends up winning all of it. Who knows here? Especially if they go against 6045 Pirates tomorrow. Who knows how things will turn out right now? But let's go and take a look at the map, Vito. We're about ready to go and discuss that. I'm really looking forward to this Vito here, because this is going to really, truly tell the tale of how the series is going to go. I feel like there's a little bit of back and forth with the map favorites of these teams. And so we're starting with Split. We'll follow it up with Bind, and then we'll follow it up on Haven. So honestly, this is fairly decent for both squads here. The fact that Icebox isn't here is good for Hashira, not so good for Walkure. But the fact that we're not seeing Ascent's pretty good, pretty bad for Hashira. Ling, what do you think about these rotations here?
I mean, for the map picks alone, I would definitely have to say that this could be a huge possibility for Hashira to even have a clean sweep. And then again, I would not even discount the fact on how much impact that the players individually could make, Valkyrie could make, and basically just put things to their put matters on towards their own hands, and not exactly put out much team play here. But let's just say, if it weren't for the situation or the scenario that is going to be for purely aim duels alone, it wouldn't be like more of a kill race game for coming up from both teams. I would definitely have to say it's just Hashira really should be putting out like a better hand here, the upper hand here, and put a more tactical approach. And let's just say they have more odds against a team like this, especially with the map picks given.
Yeah, I feel like it's going to be a close series here, but let me get your final thoughts and your predictions, Viminal, before we get and go into the game itself.
Yeah, I mean, taking to account the map picks here, I think if Hashira close out the first game well, their second game is going to go their way, because it's Bind, and we all know how strong Hashira is on Bind. However, if we go to map 3, which is the decider, might not go too well for Hashira, because they've been having some trouble historically on Haven. But I think I'm going to go with a bold statement here. I'm going to go 2-0 to Hashira.
I might have to echo in that statement, because Hashira has proven themselves to be the better team compared to other teams performing here in the series or in this tournament alone. Now that Bren is out of the picture, and then again, I still have my eyes locked on this, and no one in the series has definitely caught my attention yet.
Yeah.
So.
Well, I'll be honest. I think if I saw Haven first on the first pick, it might have been a 2-1. But the fact that we're seeing Split and Bind, I genuinely think Hashira has a really good chance at taking this at 2-0. So I'm gonna lock that in. I'm gonna say 2-0 as well. I want to hear, however, what the casters have to say about it. And so here we are, ladies and gentlemen, at the very end of the day. We're about to get started into the very last series. It's gonna be Hashira versus none other than the challengers for that title. It's going to be Walkure.
And it is going to be a bit of a doozy. I think Dax was, we weren't able to hear his heavenly voice, so I'll let you do it over again, man. So you do you first, and I'll follow up after you. All right. Seems like Dax is having a bit of mic problems. Maybe if you try to put your mouth closer to the mic, that'll work. Oh no, okay. There. Watch this. Watch this. Is it there now?
Is it there now? There.
There you go.
Guys, the magic of Doing Things Online is you smack a button called refresh, and you go again. So let's try it again. Big quick little intro. The Pirates, they have left the ports and set sail for the grand finals, but they left behind a map. And the question is, who is going to join them in that venture? Will it be the Easterners? Will it be the Westerners? Will it be Hashira? Or will it be Walkure? Welcome back, guys, to Challengers Philippines Stage 2, week number 3, second semifinal. I am Dax, the man, apparently without a mic, but a mic right here. And Asarai, of course, the setup supreme, going to be with me for tonight's semifinal journey.
Yeah, I'm looking already to upgrade this bad boy here because, interesting enough, people keep saying that having like an AMD system, the newer versions is better for Valorant. It gives you more frames. Illustrator just upgraded his own PC, so I'm looking to get my bad boy here upgraded as well, so we can get as much as much performance as possible. Because I feel it, man. Whenever I'm streaming, dude, it just sucks. But I was about to say something else, but yeah.
Oh man, okay. We gotta refresh real quick, Asarai. After an incredible series that we just saw in that first semifinal, I gotta say, this next one, I think it's gonna be even better. We got some old faces looking to face off. We got Hashira on one side, Walkure on the other. Walkure, they've proven already how they can beat top contenders after they took down the ex-Empire Squadron. But of course, on the other side, this is a team that not only has made it to the finals, not only have beaten Bren, but also have won a championship here in the VCT. Hashira, they want to get back to that top spot. They want to make it to Challengers Finals, and they need to beat a team that is just red hot in today's games.
Yeah, I mean, we did see Hashira be, I would say, slightly shaky from the yesterday's matches, but honestly, I don't think they're still out of it just yet. I think one of their biggest competitors, which is supposed to be looking for Org, formerly known as Empire, wasn't the team that they went up against. It's now going to be Walkure. Walkure, of course, is a different kind of a beast. I think they have kind of smoothened out their wrinkles and have formed a really good team. This team kind of reminds me of 64-5 Pirates slightly because Wild Oreo just pops off so incredibly well, but their ability to utilize utility is incredible as well here, because people like Winterlove is able to create opportunities with the flashes that he drops down in, and Ryu has put so much time and effort in learning different controllers, so there's a lot more options for Wild Oreo and the rest of Walkure to either take or retake the sites, and it has again allowed Walkure here to look like an even more well-rounded team compared to what they were, initially when they joined the VCT.
Exactly. Walkure, they've really evolved in going back to their roots and understanding how to use utility as much as possible. You got Ryu really stepping it up to the plate, getting the damage done, and a comfort pick here for Walkure to play split where the Rays can reign supreme. But Hashira, man, oh man, Asarai, history has been made by Hashira on a map like this. They beat Bren on this map to seal the deal. We saw it also in yesterday's game versus Galaxy Racer. So either way, this is a map that can be hotly contested by both sides, and I cannot wait because this map pool is looking very, very exciting, especially if we get all 3 games.
This set of maps that we have, though, even though we do know that historically Walkure do like to play on split, Hashira also has a good track record on this specific map, and it might be Walkure choosing it, but we do know that both of these teams are at least pretty well equipped to traverse the very tight nooks and crannies of the split map. Now we are going to be dropping into the map itself. We're going to be seeing how that pans out. And here's a fun fact, Dax. There was a tweet I think it was yesterday or the day before, that at Play Valorant did say that if any of these teams get into Masters 2, Breeze, which is the new map that has been revealed already, will also be in the rotation. And there's going to be a different way of, I think, doing veto with the maps. So that's kind of interesting. There's not a lot of time before we integrate the new map here, and teams got to pick it up immediately or just ban it straight off.
Yeah, I think that's going to be the case. When you get a new map in such a big tournament, most likely will be banned out because no one is really that prepared unless you can throw a curveball and surprise the competition. But that's next month. Right now, we are going to be seeing who's going to be representing the Philippines in the SEA Challengers Finals. And this is one of the last steps that one of these two teams need to do to make it to that regional warfare. So Walkure on the attacking side to start things off. You see that signature sky there for Winterlove, still feeling comfy with the Animal Kingdom right behind him. Hashira in the meantime got Amix in, and that's one thing I love about Hashira. They have a 6-man squad that is a rotation. It's not about subbing on in. There are certain aspects in certain maps where you have Amix in, other maps you have 2766 in, and specialization. The way to go for Hashira, as they are going to be trying to defend after Walkure is controlling the middle bit by bit.
They still haven't really shown their forces much there. Hadra gets spotted out, but he backs away from the God Spawn, does get that double peek in. He charges right through because of the flashes coming from Amix, but that more than helped, well, the rest of Walkure rather than it did for Hatred, plugging up the wall, but they just back away. That could have been a peek through for Jeremy, but he now knows. Because nobody has gone to the site just yet, there could be the wraparound going to the A site. Envy activates everything, but everyone else is going to be coming here through the Evans side, and Jeremy with the Kobe paint shell nade, stopping the rest of the members. But with 15 seconds, they have to commit, or that's going to be it.
Oh my god, time is ticking and Walkure is running out of it. But surprise, surprise, on A site, there is a man there, Mr. Nice Guy, alongside that Brimstone. And here we have it, Walkure. Interesting enough here, Asteroid, they are running a double controller setup. It's the Brimstone and the Viper together. It's all about the smokes right now. And sneaky peeky, it's going to be with their love and Mr. Nice Guy getting on the board. It really feels like Walkure, they're bringing out every little bit of their bag of tricks right now. There we go with the takedowns. Amix though, on site already. They're going for the defuse right now, but here comes that cloud. Amix though, he's just on the side of it, and RU, he's not gonna be able to spot this in time. That should be Hashira taking that round. RU though, so he's gonna be able to get that kill, but this might hurt him in the long run. Not too sure if he's gonna be suffering under that money penalty because he survived after everything is said and done here, Asarai.
Pros don't fake. How many times have we seen somebody just straight up defuse that spike? Again, the problem with these plants that they do have is because they're far away, even if you can set, let's say, like post-plant mollies or smokes like that, there's a travel distance to these utilities. And if you're not there, or if you understand that your opponent is already there defusing the spike, there's no chance that you're going to be able to counter that. So might as well just run all the way and respect it rather than allow them to just get that, you know, the defuse straight up. In any case, though, that is going to be to the favor of Hashira. A quick charge in. Of course, we've seen Amix and Hatred do this time and time again. And even through this smoke that RU has placed up into mid, it still doesn't stop the fact that Spectres be cracked, yo.
Yeah, that's pretty much it. Just get in the face and get with the flicks. And Hashira, I've seen this roster do wonders with that gun, especially in the likes of Hatred. Somehow, some way, he just controls those bullets like they were just butter on a hot knife. And it really feels like here for Hashira, they understand how close they want to play. They already get rid of Wild Oreo to start things off. And look at this. They're just such a, I'd say, suffocating team to deal with. If Walkure is going to be playing it slow and steady and looking to play the smokes to sneak onto the site, Hashira, they're just going to be happy to hang on back, set up the traps, and wait for someone to come.
30 seconds left.
Let's see how this pans out now. While Oreo has gone to the way of the dodo, Mr. Nice Guy is here for a really big flank, but he just cannot connect the shots.
Spike planted.
A rather unfortunate turn of events for him. The rest of Walkure, though, will be able to plant down the spike, so at least they do have mission completed. If you can get a kill or two here, that's even going to be greater for them. It's going to force at least Hashira to buy up into the weapons. Fault Line and Paranoia will be used, so there's no chance of re-engaged from Winterlove. And RU once again all the way going to the ramps is making so much noise, and he's throwing out the utility here, but again, a tad bit too late, and his body should just be, what's the word here? Forfeit. That's going to be the round again for Hashira, but Walkure do get the spike at least down.
Yeah, the stake gonna get stomped there, and it really feels like Hashira right now having an idea of how to play against this setup from Walkure. They're expecting more and more of those sightlines being broken, but they don't really care. They have such a good setup, especially in retaking these sites, Azurai. You have Emix and Rabbit there with the lineups and more. Jeremy gonna be essential as well with the raised paint shells if need be. But now, this is the time for Walkure to show what they have. I've been waiting to see what the Brim and Viper can do together on a map like this. There's a lot of lineup potential if they get that plant down. But how will they survive? That's the question to make it to that situation. Here we go now with the Cloud being thrown on out. Toxic screen set up onto A as well. But Mind Games are bound right now since that screen is going over A. Walkure, they can change up the pace and move over to B side instead. Just trying to really bait out Hashira right now.
Quick little shot there from RU. Also able to save the weapon. Look at that peek out from Rabbit, though. Out of his hidey hole, he does come off. But it still is not going to work out. Jeremy and Envy charging right through. But there still is going to be the plant, though. Mr. Nice Guy is out in the open. He's got to be careful because now somebody's going to peek him out here. Maybe, just maybe, Spike will get planted, but he survives. That was interesting. I was kind of thinking that he might have not been able to do or execute with that one. There's Mr. Nice Guy and Wild Oreo. A peek out again. Wild Oreo. No, Mr. Nice Guy gets another kill. And that is going to be the round for Walkure. An almost quick amount of punishments, but the walls and the slows and the smoke able to allow Walkure to get in onto the site.
Yeah, and Walkure in the quarterfinal today, they showed us the variance on speed. Now we're seeing a variance on composition, and it's interesting how they use that Viper and the Brimstone together. So Brimstone, classic stuff on B side, throwing out the smokes and make it happen. RU in the meantime, just the mind games on A, and it basically says here to Hashira, we're gonna be looking to pressure you no matter what, no matter where. And from that point on, Hashira has to be really aware of where Walkure is coming from, because they can easily overwhelm the defenders if Walkure stacks up correctly. It needs to be some potency in the front line right now from Hashira, or they might just get overrun here, Azurai. And, you know, there's a thing called fire occupancy, right? There's a maximum limit as Flippy gets rid of Hatred. And right now, Walkure, they're trying to exploit that as much as possible. Rabbit, though, with a kill onto Mr. Nice Guy. And from 2 smokes to 1, it's up to the Viper of RU right now to try and figure out how to block the sight lines of Hashira.
As Mr. Nice Guy does go down, that kind of gravitates everybody from Walkure to come back, because if you see where the spike is, it was all the way there on spawn. They were getting that mid control and whatnot, but still in the end, it's going to be the quick revive from Flippy. How many kills has this guy had? Because fourth round, he gets himself that revive so quickly. That's at least going to bring back the rest of his teammate up to full. Hashira here, they don't really have anything much in terms of equipment and weaponry. So all they can hope to do is some economic damage, but maybe, just maybe, the positioning for Rabbit is gonna come in to fruition. Peeks right back out, but 3 people were straight looking at him. And that is going to be the quick plant. Smokes will be set up to block the vision of Hashira. And it should be a clean round unless they get some nice little sick shots.
Yeah, they need to pick off Mr. Nice Guy right here, right now. That Orbital Strike is available here for Walkure. And the thing is, with this double controller, Azurai, not only did they control the sightlines, they control the orbs as well. Jeremy, though, peeking on out. This is, of course, pistol round here for Hashira right now, as they need to go for the save. And Flippy gonna get 3 so far. This is why the Sage has gotten a quick little res, just because he's getting the takedowns just like this. Mr. Nice Guy, though, on the board yet again. Envy right now says, okay, there's a wall. Might just go home. I'm going home. Maybe let's get some dinner, guys. Take 5. That's gonna be the round. He will, of course, sacrifice himself to the Spike God just to not get penalized on the money side. But Walkure, very, very interesting setup here. And oh, Envy? No, he's gonna be saving his sheriff. Interesting call. And almost getting the kill. But look at that, Azurai. Now, since he didn't die, he will have to go for light armor instead. And Hashira, they're really forcing things out on the armory side here as Walkure is able to tie it up. This is a very intriguing game, and honestly, there's a lot to learn round by round on how Walkure is going to play this.
mean, they were on weaker buys for Hashira, so they didn't really have much in terms of the utility department, but like you said, Hashira is going to be on the weaker buy. Hatred is on the naked op, meaning he doesn't have any shields whatsoever. It's going to be very risky for him, and as they see the smokes being thrown out, backs away immediately. They do hear the dash, so they should know that Hatred is going to be left without a proper escape tool, escape mechanism. This could actually work into the favor of Walkure, because every single bit of utility that you can burn from a jet, especially when it's Hatred, is such a big factor here and now. They do know that the operator, or at least Hatred, is there on B Heaven. Immediately backs away, looks for A main, and the first contact will be Jeremy. But if he can get a kill, his showstopper is going to be up.
Yeah, it's going to be big here for Jeremy. Can he actually hold the line? Wild Warrior right now throwing it over onto the main side just in case someone's holding danger close. Jeremy, he's shrugging off the decay. Invido on the board. Here we go right now with the dynamics of off with the Sentinel as well as the Duelist. Here we go with the counter phase shells. And Ryu, he's caught into the blast radius, getting chipped on the way onto the side we go as Envy has already fallen. But it's up to the Sage and the Viper right now to figure things out. And here comes Hashira. They're prepared to go for their wombo combo here, Asteroid. Amix and Rabbits. They're ready for it. Paranoia gonna get thrown. Here we go right now with Jeremy hopping off top. Sees Blippi already and sees another one. Hashira so secure when they have the lineups and they have the sight lines anyway. And no matter what, no matter where, your eyes are gonna get blinded by the Omen and the Breach together.
Jeremy also saved up his ultimate there. What you and me take a little bit of a bet and see if Jeremy's gonna try to do a flights play on A as he gets set up with the flashes from Amix. Amix is gonna be B though. But look at a couple of set flashes here on that highlight, and they don't even have to use anything too fantastic or too drastic rather for that. Is a couple of blinds is enough, and a boost over the wall is just what the doctor ordered.
Envy, he has really just been the star of the show. He was a bit low-key at the start of the Hashira run, and every single day would see him play. He made a bigger and better name for himself. Now, I'd honestly say he really is one of the stars of Hashira as a whole. And you can see how consistent this guy can be, even in dire situations like yesterday, right? Envy was the one popping off and was the standard for Hashira to mount that comeback. Hatred, though, not gonna hit hits mark onto Mr. Nice Guy. Walkure, they're down by one, but they still have the guns anyway. And the thing is for Walkure, they just need to shut down the op sight lines as much as possible, and they can go for another side take here and now.
Rabbit is positioning himself there, has to back away. He does have a double up with Amix. He just immediately uses that smokes of his. Has to be afraid, and he actually just goes right in, but the daze doesn't even phase him. Gets the 1-for-1 trade. Flippy this time would not have his revive up and running. Jeremy slithers his way through the vents, but in the end, his showstopper just does not connect, and he gets flushed out because of the Viper, or the Snake Bite rather. That will be a bit too much for him to handle. And that's gone onto the wayside. Flippy does get blinded by his own teammate. Not going to matter though, as Hatred does have the operator. Picks up 1 kill. Still is here, but does get blinded. Still, he does have everything that he needs. Tools necessary in his kit to hit shot after shot. Misses the other one, can get repositioned. Still has a tailwind. Waits for the peak here. Defender, oh my goodness, he's getting hounded down, and he will get taken away from the board. But Envy is stopping them with his ultimate, and they had to respect the Killjoy lockdown. He can reposition now. He only has a Spectre.
No time.
RU does have 50, but yeah, 1 versus 1.
No time at all. That was just so smart by Envy. The decision making here for Hashira has really just been one of the best components of this team, and that lockdown was the icing on the cake. The countdown was perfect. Walkure, they wanted to execute during a low time situation just to burn out a bit of utility there from Hashira. But Hatred, man oh man, hitting some good shots. And even though he couldn't hit Mr. Nice Guy, it's fun to see, like, you can see how much experience they have in tactical FPS, because Mr. Nice Guy is like, let me get in your face, you're not gonna hit me, you're not gonna hit me, it's not gonna happen. And even though that happens, right, Hatred still buys so much time, and Indy realizes the situation, gets the kill onto the Brimstone, and secures the round for Hashira. It's a game of intellectualism right now here, Asrai, compared to the other one where it was just all about going for the duels and more in the first semi-final. You can see it's innovation and isolation being the answer for both of these teams. And Jeremy, he's ready with the paint shells, but Walkure, I'm loving the take so far, and onto A side we go. Envy will fall.
While Oreo is a knife that has the edges sharpened to the maximum. My goodness, able to just connect shot after shot. Aryu activating his ultimate already. And something to point out as well, Dax, I think I did not see this earlier on. We got double controller, but even if you get double controller, Hatred just slithers his way to victory, even to the toxicity of the pit. It's not gonna matter though. Jeremy's the last one standing. He knows his opponent is right there, but loses all the bullets in hand. Throws at the nade already, backs away for the moment because he heard a showstopper come into fruition. It's gonna be wasted a little bit. He's waiting. He has the time to do so. Rips right back out and pick up a weapon as Oreo is going for that quick little reload. And now just a little quick peek as well. And that is Jeremy to clutch the round. Wild Oreo, he had everything set into motion, but Jeremy was hiding in Ninja. Peeks right on, gets the second kill, and gets the final one as he waits for the showstopper and clutches for Hashira 2-5.
The battle of the raises, and just look at this matchup, right? Jeremy versus Wild Oreo. I'd put these guys top 5 minimum in playing that Ancient. And interesting enough, Walkure, they beat the team that had another top raise in the roster in EJ. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to play, but this is what I'm waiting for. This is what I'm so excited about as we go into a map like Split. It will be a test between Wild Oreo and Jeremy. Who can outsmart who can get the angles against the other one. And right now, Jeremy filling that role as Wild Oreo. A bit of a whimper right now coming into the attacking side. We all know Splits. There is still, of course, that intrinsic advantage of being on defensive instead. And Walkure, they're really experimenting right now with the mind games, with the smoke criminal plays. But Hashira, they're understanding slowly but surely how Walkure is trying to play things out. And more often than not, they're the ones coming up ahead here, Azurai.
They definitely are. Winterlove popping his flash. Think he did blind Hatred there for a moment. But do they know that it is the sniper that is there? It's going to be a quick shot. Hatred has yet to really miss any of these initial angles. He's down to 10, but getting the kill into Winterlove is such a big thing. Flippy will have to use his wall and revive and everything. But Amix is just blinding everyone. Can't really do too much, but look at this. Oh, they don't even know what is going to happen. A double take onto the sewer. Jeremy popping out. Flashes once again, they line right back up, but do they know there's someone else lurking, which is Envy. He gets one, he's almost missing the shots, but he does connect in the end. And Hashira, Walkure, it took too long, and Hashira, the impatient team that they are, just says, damn it, Amix, set up everything for us, and we'll get it for you. It's still not done just yet. It's 2 versus 1. Mr. Nicegate coming in to the mid. He has 20 seconds onto the clock. Hatred misses the shot, backs away for the moment. But 15 seconds, he's got to bum rush his way. He has to go through this molly where he was the one who put it. There's the nano swarm as well, and
yeah,
I think this round is over, Dax. Yeah, there's nothing.
Have to say, okay, and that's what Mr. Nice Guy is doing. It's like, okay, it's happened again. The spike has fallen in a place where we cannot get it, and Hashira, this is just so smart. Again, the fact of the matter is they hit the critical target when they need to the most. Catch out the courier of that spike. And as you mentioned, right, Amix setting it up. Sure, there was a bit of some, struggles here for Envy and Jeremy to be as secure as can be with the shots, but eventually it happened. And apparently the Hashira, not only they are samurais here, not only are they swordsmen Azurai, but they're ninja turtles in the making. In the sewers, they thrive, and you gotta be careful because this Hashira roster right now is raiding Walkure round after round and putting them in such a bad spot. Showstopper now from Jeremy, decides to push on through A, and are you goodbye to your tricks, and hello to spawning next round.
Oh, that front peek from Flippy. What a shot to connect. He's the battle sage here. Flippy has been insane for the rest of the team. One is going to be in the smokes once again. It's Rabbit with his shenanigans. The smoke is about to dissipate, so he needs to get one more kill, but Flippy shuts him up. And wait, Jeremy? How dare you betray me? That is going to be the team kill for him. Flippy's not going to get one for himself, though. Envy is sneaking his way, does get spotted out. That's going to be the one kill. And Jeremy in a 3 versus 1. Can this raise bring it all the way back for Hashira? Or will Walkure finally get themselves that round? He will have to figure out that there's one on the rafters, and this molly is burning so much time here. Everybody's speaking to the heavens, but Jeremy is about to peek in here. Nice little shot there. Look at the back of the site. Nobody is there. B main as well in the back of the pillar. Just many to look at and not a lot of time left for him. He does find the angle but cannot execute in the end.
And Walkure, they needed that one, not just because they need a round win, right? They need to make sure that they remember how to put that spike down onto the site, because we've seen it already time after time in these shenanigans really getting in the way. But in that case, Walkure, so reliable with that stage. Flippy doing an exceptional job right now, going for the battles with 13 kills. Not only that, this means his res is online a lot more often than usual. Should give Walkure the edge if need be. And besides that fact here, Asarai, splits, the attacking side can control those orbs as much as possible. When you have this much smoke, it's even easier. Right here, right now, Mr. Nice Guy, he's one away from getting that orbital strike over and out to Class B push here from the side of Walkure. But Wild Oreo, he's getting some good taps here and there, cannot secure the kills because of the flashes. Hashira hanging on back with only the pistols, and it seems like their stack is on point right now, trying to be extra sneaky with that shrouded step.
They shouldn't be near enough to know that he booted off right on top there. Although they do concede the B tick, as there's so many utilities being thrown out already by Hashira, they still are here, Walkure, and they can just come back if they wanted to. Hatred is going to be the one to be the initial sacrifice. Rabbit comes back already. Doesn't respect that maybe his opponents have gone towards A. He's going to sneak his way through here. I do like the angle, but if he peeks out, he's going to get spotted, and that's going to be the trick for Walkure. They knew what was about to happen. H is about to hit another shot, but of course, Mr. Nice Guy denies him the fact. And here we go with the take. Quick flashes, though, from Amix, but it's still not happening.
Yeah, that's a solid flash, but unfortunately, they don't have the firepower to just follow it up. And Hashira right now, they are tumbling on down because of Walkure and their force. You can see yet again the patience of Walkure is really paying off time after time. And as Envy is trying his best to thread the needle, thread the pixels of that toxic screen, are you with the flank and just steps on the opposition. The Viper is there to bring in another breed of damage. 4-6 as Walkure try to tie things up right here, right now. And this is such a good sign for Walkure. The more rounds they can get here on the attacking side, the better chance they have when they're on defense. And again, Flippy, he's just in control. We got Mr. Nice Guy ready with the orbital strike, and are you coming close to the Viper Spit as well? More shenanigans and more ways to block vision. I like it here from Walkure.
Stay safe.
They're slowly rallying back. Still 6-4, but that's pretty huge considering how aggressive and defiant Hashira is from just holding these particular sites. Bouncing up the boom bots, sending it all straight into the ropes or the vents area. And we'll at least give them some information that Hatred has all but just conceded that particular location. Amix, though, is still here into the corner, throwing everything that he can. I think Winterlove had to also deactivate his dog just because the Aftershock would have connected, and that would have just been really bad. If they lose Winterlove, they lose all form of flashes and basically flushing out the corners here. But at least Walkure is taking a bit of a breather here, slowing the pace down. They're getting that mid-control Dax, but it seems like because they haven't found any kills just yet, they second guess and try to figure out where else that they can go. Maybe another try onto the B main, or just hold off a little bit longer and keep the mid push rolling.
Yeah, that's right. I don't know if you feel the same way, but it feels like this match right now is an exam for us. We're getting tested trying to figure out what the hell is going on, but they're also testing each other. And I'm loving the fact that it's really a game of intellectuals right now coming into the set. These old guns, as Amix does get the kill onto Wild Oreo, have made such a name for themselves in the Valorant scene. And right now they're showing another level, another dimension to play as RU gets rid of Amix. But Hashira right now on the board again. Time is running out for Walkure, and this has been the struggle for them. Operate the shot doesn't connect, but Rabbit is there to get that takedown. 3 rounds now, the gap. Hashira looking to make it 8-4 to end the half if ever. But Walkure, they still want to go for that comeback. They still want to keep it close, and they have the money to do so.
Last round. What's going to be the buy here? Still the operator for Hatred. Doesn't have his blades yet, so he needs to have a good secondary weapon if ever his shots do not connect. He's connected, or he's hit a couple of pretty nasty ones already, more specifically on the B side, but he needs to do more. I think putting himself on mid has kind of made Walkure known of his shenanigans. And now he's hearing a lot of bodies being thrown to the A main. Jeremy's going to be the one to connect through all of this. But if they do try to go through that, his pain shells is ready to be thrown out. He's got to be careful from this one as well. And what a flash and a peek out from Envy. I just don't know how Walkure, or rather Hashira, come out swinging, but they come in hard, and this haymaker is not going to be enough as Jeremy whips right back out, but everybody from Walkure was able to dodge. Still again, Amix steps up to the plate. The sixth man of Hashira, he's been shaking the past couple of weeks, but now coming into the third one, he's well integrated to the Hashira roster.
He's doing really well, especially today, and come on, Asarai, let me tell you the way of the Hashira. It's the combination combo nation. Just, you can see how quick they are with the flash into the peaks, with the utility. And more often than not, when you're dealing with Amix on the other roster, you better get some sunglasses because you are going to get flashed time after time when you try to take a side. So Hashira will end that half with a 4-round lead. Walkure, though, in the meantime, it's time to see what the Viper and the Brimstone can do on the defensive. How will they hold the line? What kind of decay shenanigans will we get here from RU? And will Flippy keep it up on that battle stage? 14 kills has just been the medication that Walkure needs for a few of those rounds. If they get more of that res, especially on the defense, then it's going to be such a good sign for them to hold the line as Hashira. Oh, they're hiding. They're hiding, and the Trailblazer doesn't make it to the shoe shop whatsoever. Now sneaky peeky here, but the flash is huge, and Walkure will confirm that it just might be an 8 take.
If the dog doesn't sniff it out, use the bird to get the vision from up high. And they're still adamant at taking this site. Now throwing out Jeremy's boombot there will give them some leeway. Smoke he goes. Amix is there to flush out the site. They know that Winterlove is going to be on the corner. They get the kill onto the screen one as well. And they tuck themselves on elbow. They've gotten the damage. They've taken the rounds, but they're also being flushed out themselves. Wild Oreo is setting up his motion as he waits for the rest of the members of Walkure to come right in. Flippy is there to the side. RU should be expecting one of the peaks out here, and the boombot perfect for Walkure. And it's only Rapid to remain. 3 versus 1. Are you ready to go for that headshot damage battle? And that's going to be the round win, round 1 for Walkure here. 5-8, and they start off the second with a banger.
It's a tough decision, my friend. Are you going to die to the Viper? Or are you going to die to the Boombot? Decisions, and in the end, Hashira just decides to go for the pinch and to go for those takedowns. So Walkure will be the ones to get that first round there for the second half. My mistake there, it's Walkure making the decision for Hashira. But thing is, this is what they need. You can see on the defensive side, they are just going to be so stifling in those post-plant situations. I'm looking at their roster, and you have what? The snake bites, the incendiary grenade, the nades there from Wild Oreo, the snow orbs, and even the guiding lights. If Hashira decides to station onto either A or B, they're going to be in for a tough time to hold onto the site, and this will force a scatter here from Hashira. If ever, we'll see how the adjustments can be made, because Hashira, they had to adjust at the start of that first half. We're going to try to see if they can do it on the second, but Walkure, another wrench in the plans of their opponents.
Here. Yeah. Like you said, a wrench into the plans of Hashira here. Now we've flipped the tables. Walkure do have Spectres. Look at how much they respect Hashira here. No one went in for just a pistol buy or even something less than a Spectre. They could have maybe gone for a judge on Wild Oreo or something, but in any case, 5 SMGs just goes to show that there is no chance that Walkure will try or will give any leeway here for Hashira. Quick little flashes onto the mid, but that wall really puts a wall in things. And Hashira cannot push through. They set up everything. They set up the flashes. They use the dash from Hatred. But in the end, it's still going to be Walkure securing the mid side. Everybody else from Walkure is on there in heaven. And if they spot out someone coming out through the B mains, there is Ryu with his wall. And if somebody comes through that with 100 HP, they get split in half, and that Spectre becomes deadly at range.
Oh, Hatred with that first kill, but Wild Oreo and Flippy, a firing squad from above. Painter's Knight is gonna get thrown on over. And even though Envy trying to play the lurk on the A side, the hunt is on. Amix gonna get seen, gonna get caught, gonna get taken on down, and it's time to defuse this bad boy out. So Walkure will get the round. It's interesting what happened there at the start there, Asteroid, because We saw Hatred try to go for the updraft into the tailwind play, but he did it a little too early. An inch off the mark, just fell on down flat on his face in front of the wall. At least he did get a kill there, but besides that, it now is going to be Walkure getting 2 rounds in a row to get the momentum really here for the second half. Bonus time for Walkure, but you can see that the positioning is key for this defense. Make the firing squad happen from above. Wild Oreo, he has had a relatively quiet day today. He's been getting kills, sure, but it isn't as flashy as the last time we've seen Walkure. At least we see the inspiration is still there, as now Hashira gonna get the guns they need to try and fight back, and Jeremy with the entry trying to fly on in, but are you with the Sheriff there to get that takedown? Hatred dashing on in, though Cloudburst getting thrown on over, but are you another one? It really feels like the sting of the Viper is being felt here by Hashira.
He got those kills through aggressive peeking, and one of them was also, I believe, through a flash. Are you playing out of his damn mind? And he picks up the fallen weapons of Hashira here, who charge right out. This is one of the Hashira quicks that we've seen before in the previous matches they've gone, but this one definitely was not executed properly. Flippy now picks up a Phantom. He can line stuff up and blow them away, put them asunder. We do have 50 seconds onto the timer. What's going to be the answer here? 2 from Walkure are already on A. There's 2 on the B side as well. And this is the perfect time for Hashira to go for B. If Rabbit can find Wild Oreo there placing himself at the B lobbies or the B stairs, this could be really big. But Flippy gets another, and oh no, Rabbit left to his own devices. Everybody else is just running on through, and Rabbit has to connect the shot right now into Flippy. He does. Doesn't have his ultimate though, so he has to straight up plant this spike now and just hope to God that he can defend this in a 2 versus 1 when one of the retakers is gonna be Winterlove. Oh, he got spotted as well. I don't think so.
The dog bite there, the Tiger getting the hit, and Mr. Nice Guy with the sucker punch to end that one up. Walkure, you can rely on that Sage to do his duty. Not just your healer, also going to be the guardian of base side. And crazy stuff here from Flippy so far. He's just hitting shot after shot here, Azurai. 17 kills on the board from Flippy. And, you know, he's always been a good player for Walkure, but you don't expect this kind of monster performance from the Sage. Now, he's proving he can be one of the strongest here, especially in this matchup, putting such a dent into the plans of Hashira right now. And another save round here for the attacking side. Walkure, 1 away from tying things up here.
Looking really strong on that one, and resetting Hashira is definitely not a good thing. Or, well, a good thing for them, but not a good thing for Hashira themselves. Hatred is going to be charging once again, using the cover of the Cloudburst. Nobody's onto the site, but if they don't get anything else on Heaven, they're just going to get to the meat grinder. The shock and awe is already done, but as long as the spike gets planted down, I think Hashira should be happy with that. But Hatred, he doesn't even need to see that visual confirmation. It's all about the pre-angles for him. Trades the Sheriff for the Blades, and now I think this turns into a very doable situation for Hashira, even though they're just on the weaker weapons, now that Hatred has his Blades out.
Yeah, just have to be careful. The floor might be not lava anytime soon, but the floor might be poison as soon as Aryu gets there. Here we go though with the scout, scouting someone out by the plant box there. While they're in the meantime, a bit of the push. Snake fight right now, getting a bit of connection, forcing them out, and Flippy gonna get 2 so far. Rapid and Hatred though, answering back, and it's all up to Hatred right now. Can he channel his rage? He does go for the burst fire, but Flippy gonna get a triple. Problem is though, the floor was in the way, and this is gonna be a bit close. Azurai, can Flippy make it? He's already made miracles, but no, in the end, his own utility will hurt him there, and Hashira will clutch it out with the Blades from the Jets.
0.46 seconds. I think we needed to see the POV of Hatred there, because he got some pretty important frags and whatnot. Not the kill on one to Wild Oreo, but the ones before that really put Walkure in such a situation. But definitely Hatred, where does he find the groove? Where does he find the opportunity to get the kills, have enough to charge his Blades, get more kills from that, and just keep going at it time and time again? There's going to be the flash out, but he's not going to be done just yet. Look at that spray transfer coming in from the Phantom. That's why this rifle has gone up into stardom, and these star players really making use of that. Now, with Hatred being into the forefront, he's about to find more, but of course, Wild Oreo and Flippy will deny him any more satisfaction. But Jeremy, Oh, he's about to find a corner here, and he just got the perfect setup from Amix. Maybe have to back away for the moment, but his teams will pick up the slack.
But they have to be careful onto A main because RU is there. Dark cover though, just blocking that assault, and a great call from Rabbit to smoke that one out. Invido and Flippy trading blows and getting takedowns for their teams. RU in the meantime seeing the turret, and here comes Flippy. Comes close, doesn't care about the nearsightedness. RU in the meantime gonna be there onto the main side, and Flippy with 3. This time there's no self-slow orb gonna be in the way. Walkure proving the strength yet again, and now gonna get another round. 8-9 the score here, Asarai.
What a play coming out from Walkure. That was out of nowhere, and they synced perfectly to do just that. A couple of kills that they need, and I think the overcommitment of Hashira. In any case, if Hatred could have gotten more kills, that would have been the Hashira round, but they had the numbers. Not sure how they were just able to give up the side that quickly, but in the end, Walkure will be happy and content, keeping it close up against Hashira, especially when they're supposed to be the ones to get these rounds out. Now, Hashira do have money in tow. Amix does have his Rolling Thunder, and this should keep Walkure on their toes as well, because there's the one little fact here. Rolling Thunder, Flash, and Dash from Hatred, it's a nasty little combo, even nastier than just being blinded.
It's nauseating to say the least, and it's just such a struggle to move on around. But here for Hashira, their flashes have been on point, but I know it's a little bit difficult to ask, but you need to hit the shots onto flash targets. You need to make sure that the setup there from the initiation is really well rewarded. And sure, we did see Jeremy get a single kill, but if he got a second one, that would have been round secured there for Hashira. In any case, though, Jeremy looking to make amends, but he will fall to the hand of RU. Walkure with first blood coming into the round. They're already throwing out the snake bite just to get in the way of that default. And Waldoria from above. Invi and Hatred, though, on the board in response. It's 3v3 right now, but the stall game is so strong here from Walkure. Apparently, though, Hatred, that's painful. The glass and a bit of that damage. Lockdown now going to be into play. Rabbit playing bodyguard, and he gets rid of RU there. There's space now being created here for the side of Hashira, but Flippy with a catch onto the Omen. Hatred right now going to be retrieving that spike, and as soon as this is a patient of the side of Walkure to move on away, here comes Winterlove, and here comes Flippy right 2v2, and make that 2v1, 2v none. Flippy again, flipping the script with a triple kill, and Walkure will tie it up.
Flippy also the one to just step up and showcase his, how to say this, his stock as a pro player for Walkure, especially when they went up against, I believe that was it yes? What was it again yesterday that they went up against? It was... Man, my memory is bad right now.
But Walkure played today, remember?
Oh, what is wrong with me? They went up against
my day.
Former Empire. All right,
Yes,
Flippy
sir.
just played out of his mind. I thought it was yesterday. It was today.
I mean,
it feels like so long ago because that match between Alpha Esports and 6045
Exactly.
Pirates felt like an eternity.
That was
Anyways,
so long.
so go back into it. It wasn't only Wild Oreo that just showed his stock for Walkure. It definitely was also Flippy, and you're seeing his, I think, newfound confidence just, show its prerogative here. In any case, though, Jeremy will be going for that quick play. He really loves to do this when he has the showstopper, but everybody else and their mothers from Walkure has gone into vacation, and they're coming home. But they're coming home with a bushel of weapons.
I mean, they watch the VODs, they watch the tapes, and they know that Hashira, we've seen them clutch it onto B-side with a play like that. Rolling Thunder gonna be there, but Flippy, Mr. Nice Guy, these guys getting the takedowns that they need, and as soon as they come on site, they are kicked out. Orbital Strike even to seal the deal onto the alleyway, and Walkure, they've taken the lead away from Hashira. Statements being made right now. Flippy incredible with the kills, and this time you can really see that everyone else is up to the task at getting the takedowns. Hashira, they're a bit at the edge of the rope here on splits, and I worry for them if they don't get this map, and they are forced to go all the way to map number 3. Haven hasn't really been the best map for them, and Walkure might take advantage. Great pick for them for map number 1 out of this set.
Finally getting that advantage, like you said, man. But I don't know. It seems like there was that breach play that came out from Amix that might have just put, or actually, what's the word here? Also hit Hatred And that might have been where his blades just gone and been null and void. Now, Hashira, they still have the money and everything, but playing on attack here, you can really see them have the difficulties, especially when Walkure is setting so well up. And also Aryu just spearheading everything with his poison walls. It's very difficult. Mr. Nice Guy, though, is about to spot out one. If somebody does challenge, and if he does tend to go down, Jeremy is also waiting at the other edge of this fence, ropes. What's gonna be the thing to just fire here, Dax? Oh.
Ooh, question is, which shoe will fit? Who will actually put the wrong foot on? And as Mr. Nice Guy, the timing, man. We've seen timing hurt some teams in the long run, and especially today. Jeremy, the win so far, make that 3. And if he only just stayed a second and a half longer, that could have been the catch there onto the Rays. But sometimes that's just the nature of the BCR of tactical FPS, and Walker's like, unlucky. I guess we wait now and give the round to Hashira.
Well, Hashira basically have put this into the bag. So unless Aryu and Flippy are gonna be charging in any second here now, you should be seeing a 10 for 10. But look where Aryu is placed. Of course, we do know that Hashira is gonna back off safely here and be careful of the exit frags. But Aryu can provide some damage, although Envy says, "What's up?" And what's up is him going down. That's gonna be the 10 for 10. Hashira equalize.
Didn't even hit the armor there, and absolutely no dings there. And here we have it. Equalization by Hashira. The equation has brought these two teams into double digits. But then again, for Hashira, they still need to struggle to get on these sides. Walker has proven how strong they can be on the defensive. They've taken the lead away already, and they can do so again. The call for Hashira might be to play into the middle right now just to shatter out any kind of expectations of rotations there for Walker. But that res, that showstopper, some tools right now for Walker to hold the line. We'll see though as we get into another round who can get the decider here, who can actually go up to 11. Time to find out as Hashira moves into the mid, and that's gonna be a green wall rather than the blue one you usually expect. Walker changing it up yet again.
Nobody's brave enough to charge in there, especially with the snake bites being used. But I do like how the answer to that for Hashira here is just to block the vision on Mail. Makes a lot of sense, because if that wall is there, I think you don't want anybody playing on ropes because it's such a dangerous angle, and them not having a jet even puts them in such a hampered position. Wall is about to break. They might have heard this initially at the start of the round. That's why they just waited for it to just dissipate for the moment. They know that Flippy is somewhere, somehow, just, kind of nestled at the back of the B. They have an ultimate or maybe something to flush him out. They do have the nade from Jeremy, which could be good, but it's all about the waiting game for Hashira as they're burning off the fuel and the utilities of Walkure. But with 30 seconds onto the clock, it's now or never because they're going to lose a lot of time just waiting around here.
30 seconds left.
And the talk screen going to be there yet again. Envy right now with the lurk, but no one taking the bait and pushing forward onto A side. So it's Hashira right now having to fight, and Flippy, even though he's been exceptional on that spot, this time it's not going to work out. Aryu in the meantime with a kill onto Jeremy there, and it's 4v4 after everything is said and done. Spike though being planted, rotation onto the tower. The paint shell's a little too late to the party, allowing Hashira to back on out. And here we go, Asteroid post-plant with 3 members of Hashira looking to defend on B, and Envy trying to play the backstab.
Yeah, that was very smart plays from Hashira. The early bird gets the worm, but sometimes the later the day we go, the more that they just get tired and whittled and whatnot. While Oreo, though, popping a couple of shots, they do get the kills onto Hatred, and the retake is insanity. Envy's gonna run all the way around back. He's gonna come out here. Nano Swarm he does have, so maybe he can throw that away, but it was a 1 versus 4. That retake from Walkure out of this world, all the way spearheaded because there was the flights play from Wild Oreo, zooming in the skies. And with his showstopper, I think everybody from Hashira was like, get out, run for cover, he's here, or she's here. Or whatever you want to talk about it. I'm not going to say it as like that. But you know what I mean? It's just a showstopper that really put the fears in the hearts of Hashira.
It's 2021 Asteroid. Anyone can be what they want to be, and I identify as a rocket flying to your face, so please respect that. Thing is though, that was just such a good call from Walkure. They realized that, hey, there's someone missing here. Where's the turret? Where's the alarm bot? Where's the nano swarm? Envy, he just might not be in this location, and as soon as they went for that push, they just overrun Hashira on B side. A stellar retake there from Walkure, and they've really shown us a completely new identity for them. It does feel like that the wild and crazy Walkure is still in them. They can still go for the fights just like that with the flights, but just the reservations and the, I'd say, how smart and responsible they've been playing this series out and the previous series out has been such a sight to behold. This is such a good match versus Hashira, who are just so stellar at going for those 1-2 punches, who are so strong at setting up the flashes into the kills, and it's really just a fight to see who can outsmart who can out-clutch who, and who can actually outmaneuver who in terms of the tactics.
It's all about the speed here. Whether it's to execute into a site or retaking it, it's all about who is faster on the trigger. These teams show to have such propensity to do just that. Again, another waiting game for Hashira. We've seen them do this at that last round, but I mean, it was all good. They wasted all the proper utilities, but in the end, it was the explosiveness of Walkure that did win in that out. And you're right, Dax. While Oreo is going to be utilizing his Boombot for the moment. They're going to wait for that to at least come out, but Wild Oreo could have maybe gone through the spawn already, and the smoke's being put onto mid. What is going to be happening here? Hashira, they haven't found anything just yet, and they're about to explode, and Wild Oreo is about to be able to spot him out, and the Hamix almost gets taken away. Nate's being thrown out. The flash, though, getting the entry frag, and Envy and Jeremy, the duo, the dynamic duo, the terror of Hashira strike once again. They should be able to get the site. Spike planted down, and RU Flippy to remain.
You know, the triple Ds from the H&J, the dynamic duelist duo doing it there yet again. Paige and Jeremy, they needed to get that kill. If they couldn't, they would have been all dead in defense from Wild Oreo. Flippy, though, in the meantime, with a backstab onto Rabbit. Unfortunately for Walkure, that was the one spot they could not afford to lose. And as soon as that happened, it's now 4v1 with everything set and done. Can Aryu, though, play the clutch? There we go with the jump peek. Aftershock zoning him out. And this is just a struggle here for the Viper. Fault line, though, doesn't get connection. Good hide there onto the corner. But Jeremy, one step ahead. And Make-A-Wish Asterai, we already saw one extremely close semi-final match. Can you handle another, my friend? Because here we are, 11-11. Very possible to go into overtime if things go 1-1 in the next few rounds.
We Filipinos, we know what 11-11 means, man. It's a sale. And now we got ourselves a nice little deal as Walkure and Hashira. They're butting heads here non-stop. And like you said, man, I'm in for a long haul of a night because it seems like both teams are just not backing away. My goodness, this has gone neck and neck. Walkure, they've done a fantastic job at everything now. There is a triple stack on A main. They're pushing through their own smoke, and they might be able to take a page out of the book of Hashira here, sneak their way all through vents, or all through sewer and get a kill there. But the thing about that, though, is they have to respect that Envy has his shenanigans or has his bots all the way. And as he hears like multiple footsteps, he just says, go for it. We have everything. There's going to be one to his corner. That is a big rocket that is blocking the vision of Jeremy, but his flicks and everything, his ability to scan the site is too quick. And that is going to be the demise of Flippy.
I love the movement there from Jeremy, avoiding the headshot to connect on himself, and Flippy is the one to die instead. Now, this is the problem because Walkure, they've had the res for quite a while, but we haven't really seen it being utilized because Flippy is just getting caught out in these first contacts. When you rely on your stage to get the kills, sometimes the medication is just not there. Mr. Nice Guy, though, comes close to get that takedown 4v4 right now. A bit of the stunts and a bit of the surprise. Envy right now with that birthday party to give to many, and just Hashira cleaning up house. The pinch into the setup. Here we go again with the combinations. When you look at Hashira, man, it's like they're playing a fighting game rather than an FPS because just the way they string things together, it's just so stellar to see. And he's just like, turn around. I know someone is there, but I can't see them. My eyes, they just betray me.
Yeah, he has the worst headache ever being hit by the fault line, if I'm not mistaken. There is still some buying power here for Walkure, and are we on a match pause? Tactical pause, mind you that, I would assume, because Walkure, they need just one step to push this into overtime once again. They have the weaker weapons, no doubt, but they do have really good sets of utility or ultimates to make something happen. Maybe we'll be seeing a quick activate from RU on B, force everybody to flush out onto the A side, but you can see right now that Walkure is just going straight up into the base, and this is, I think, what teams have been doing just because of something that I won't be pointing out on the stream. In any case, here they still do have the necessary tool stacks to clutch out the rounds and whatnot. And the only big factor there is I think Walkure are reaching too far. It's not bad to peek out the mains, but when Hashira can figure out how many you are trying to be aggressive onto one of the mains here, you saw how quick they were to just punish the site there. And the post plant, everybody from Walkure was just charging in from A, wasting a lot of good time to play that retake. And Hashira just made advantage and capitalized.
The retake push is strong from Walkure, but the Hashira pinch is even better. When you still have members on both sides for Hashira, that's when you get the sandwich, and that's when they bring in the fist to give them the round. So one more thing I mentioned it a while ago, Flippy, he's insane. Look at that. 1 kill away from getting that 30, bro. But again, him dying very early on, him being the one to rely to get those kills, means that he's not going to be going for those reses. It's do or die for him. Sure, he can take down maybe 2, maybe even 3 members, but you still want that res to make it an effective 6v5 for a round. If Walkure can pick up the slack a little bit better and prevent Flippy from dying early on into the round, it's going to help them because that trade is not going to be even whatsoever. There's Sage on one side, there's no Sage on the other, and Hashira. They're just doing Hashira things here. That's the way they win on Split. They made history on a map like this to beat Bren for the very first time into the VCT. Not only that, this was the map where they sealed the deal in their match against Galaxy Razor. And as we are in a technical pause, this is map point right now for Hashira, and this is such a good sign. If they can take this away from Walkure, I feel like they have a better chance at getting the series, because we've seen them be very shaky on Haven time after time, which is map number 3. We'll be going into their map pick in map number 2. And of course, you know, that confidence being shattered from Walkure, but I love the experimentation. I love that we're seeing something very different from Walkure, and it just proves how much of a melting pot the PH scene in terms of the comps, in terms of strategies, and in terms of the teams.
We've come a long way, Dax, from just thinking about, oh, Brent's gonna win this easy. They're the strongest team right now. To
I took nap. I took a nap.
I took a nap, and who's gonna be the one to dethrone, or who's gonna be the one to show up the other team? Because there's so much elevation of play here. Just it's fantastic because we haven't really seen this much in the Philippines before, but it's a really nice sight to see, and it's all because of, I think, the support from the devs that we've been able to do this. So thanks so much for that, guys. And at least while we are seeing a bit of a technical pause here for the moment, guys, it is what it is. At least we can make sure now that when we do resume, there's not going to be any hiccups anymore, and we can see these teams go up to full fruition. And I do dream of the day, Dax, that we can stop with the online broadcast, go to a live venue, and see these guys play at offline events, and just, you know, be as hyped AF when they're there.
I'm a little scared. I might be too shy to talk to people. It's like, oh, hi, you're Dax. I'm like, yes, I'm Dax. And then I go to the desk, right? I sound so confident, and then afterwards I'm just like on the table. It's like, you guys did good. You know, you guys might need to work on this. I'm like, hello. I was like, okay, that kind of thing. But I am very excited. I do not want technical issues anymore. I'm sick and tired of it because it really affects the games. It affects the rankings of the PH scene, and it does affect a lot of the confidence for the players. It's that feeling of helplessness that we see from them sometimes. So, like, it hurts their careers, it hurts them in the long run. But, you know, we are making do, and honestly, no matter what, it's been an amazing story, an amazing set of games anyway, despite the issues. So here we are, Hashira is on map point. Question is, though, can they seal the deal? Because Walkure, they still have a chance, they still have the guns, and they're 1 round away from forcing overtime here, Asarai.
They've given the Vandal to Flippy, and Mr. Nice Guy is going to be the one to play the Spectre. We were talking about how Flippy might be able to at least stay in the back, but they want him in the front lines. He's a frontliner right here. He's a healer, He can get the kills, he can get the slows, and he's been an insane shot for Walkure at the start of this day. I thought it was yesterday, but you know what? He was insane in any day, and he's really evened out the roster here for Walkure. Now, I think Winterlove knows, has an inkling that there is some form of control of Hashira to the B heavens. He's about to spot out the one, but Jeremy, shut up. That's illegal. That shot was just too much. And they even sidestep Flippy. How does that even happen? Already 2 down. Hatred is out for the count. The post plant is set in motion for Hashira.
Just the medication has been spilled and it becomes Envy with that Dome of Doom. Lockdown gonna be into play right here, right now, while Loria backing on away. And Walkure, they need to respect what Hashira set up on. You've seen the Hashira Empire, they basically built it on split B side time after time, and it would just be poetic if they can do it yet again. Third time might be the charm, and there we go with the backstab there from Envy. The steps that Hashira has taken to be successful as they are seen yet again on this B side. And a win here on splits for Team Hashira, 13-11 in the way they know and love. Familiarity braids it yet again for Hashira, brings them to that 1-0 lead. And Walkure, loving the innovation, loving what we've seen so far, but still gonna be the one down. 2 rounds was the gap, Asteroid, close as can be, but it's not enough there for Walkure.
In the end, if you can win the game, that's about it. It's as simple as that. And even if that was a close one, that last round did not even look even for both of the teams. And by that, I mean the quick frags, the quick take on the B side. It seems like Walkure just lost the control on the mid, and they waited. They waited a lot. And honestly, I was wondering why Winterlove was just holding the angle. Maybe someone else could have been helping him out there, and he could set up a flash or something. But they've all but just relegated at the back of the B. And when Jeremy can hit those shots, he becomes a non-factor. There could have been something for Flippy, but there was like 5 people, and he was a Sage. Unless he could just line him up one by one, or his spray transfer is godlike, it's not going to work out in the end. And we end at 13-11 with Hashira getting the 1-up already, and they're 1 game away from winning the series and going straight to fighting 60-45 Pirates tomorrow in the grand finals. But of course, it's a best of 3. We'll see how that goes.
And we are going to be taking a bit of a break after that stellar matchup. Walkure looking for that reverse sweep. In the meantime, Hashira going for that 2-0. We'll be right back in just a bit. Smoke Criminal. Sounds like a good record to scratch on, but apparently, Hashira, they sing and dance to their own tune, and they play the pinch instead. So welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Incredible split map that we saw there. Battle of the Intellectuals. I'm Dax, joined by Asrai. And Asrai, you've been talking about vitamins, minerals, and all the like. And I think you know the secret stuff, the secret juice that Hashira has. Tell me all about it.
Yeah, it seems like Chad has also made me aware of we didn't see any bananas being eaten by Hashira here, and Chat was graciously observant of that, and they did say, and they did maybe clarify that Hashira has been intaking their potassium, but it's been on the squirt end, just injecting it in their veins and getting that banana juice all up in their arteries and whatnot, and it's giving them a nice little boost here. And even though Walkure were heading or standing toe-to-toe with Hashira, in the end, it's a 13-11, and we're coming into bind with a bit of an Hashira, I would say, advantage here. This is a map that we've seen Hashira do well, and Hatred made famous with his Bucky plays, although we are on a different patch now, on a newer patch that does nerf the Bucky to oblivion. It's still a very strong weapon, and at range, the left click can still do some really good damage. It's the right click that has gone to the way of the dodo, but it's still fine, and we've seen something happen like that, but it's also a map that Hashira know pretty well, and they have some really disgusting setups that Walkure have to deal with.
Man, you were talking about it historically with the Hatred, displaying the entries on the blind attacking side, doing a stellar job there, but Hashira, spam this banana to help Hashira. That potassium infusion has to be the answer for many of this. So that extra energy, allowing Hashira to edge it against a really innovative Walkure team, rather. Because Walkure, they've proven how much variety they can bring today in their quarterfinal against X Empire and now in their semifinal against Hashira. I'm really excited to see what kind of setup we'll get right now because it really looked like Walkure could have gotten it. 30 kills there for Flippy and the rest of the crew doing their job, especially on the retake side. But sometimes you just gotta watch your back, and sometimes you need to keep the prime targets alive. Even though Flippy got that 30 set of kills, the res was just a non-factor for the last half of those rounds because he was just dying way too early. And I think for Walkure, they need to understand that it's not just about getting the stats for the kills. It's also about keeping the right members alive at the right times. We'll see them, though. They're on the defensive. They're down by 1. And they're looking to force out a map number 3. Hashira, though, we all know that they want to make this 2-0 as quickly as possible. And you're going to see it now. Jeremy looking to play that solo duelist as Hatred. They'll be going over to that battle stage again.
Oh yeah, they're gonna get those revives and whatnot. Walkure though, Winter Love, always happy to see him playing that Sky of his. I don't think it's at least for me, I don't think it's as explosive as Envy's Sky, but Winter Love makes it happen, makes it work, and it really allows Walkure again to have so many options when he has that Seekers of his activated or available. He'll be able to scan the map here, which allows Walkure to rotate in kind. In any case, it is going to be RU once again on the Viper, and he locks it straight up into our face, and he will be using the Toxic Queen to lock down a couple of these, and that could actually work out in the end, because Hatred will be using these walls. If RU can react properly and set up some lineups with his Snakebite, they can effectively actually delay the plants, even if the wall does block out most of the vision from the people on the site.
Here we have it again, Asrai. The wacky world of Walkure and their compositions. Double controller and double initiating intel. Sova Sky with Brimstone Viper. I don't watch EU all the time, but I don't think I've seen this. This is interesting. I may be wrong. Sometimes it's hard to stay awake 24/7 to watch every single scene of Valorant, even though it's quite worth it. But again, Walkure and their innovation. On the other side, Hashira, I like the fact that they're playing the Sage. Not only have they been stellar at playing that agent on a map like this, really limiting the choices of the opposing team, it's also a lesson that they can show to Walkure. Hatred, he's so quick at getting those revives, and he's so quick at making them happen. If we can see Hashira get an advantage, make it effective 6v5s, you're gonna see Hashira overwhelm the opposition. But come on, Walkure, I'm excited again. This is just gonna be a double cross waiting to happen, a completely new set of assimilation of strategy. Here we have them though on the defense. Hashira in the meantime stacking up on the short A side, and here we have it. This is gonna be match point for Hashira if they get all the way to number 12. And we'll see if they can win it out here and now with a 2-0, or can Walkure tie it up 1-1.
Look at this wall here. Kind of splits the map in a weird way that does give some leeway for Hashira to charge right in. They will be getting outside of the A control, but U-Haul is still no man's land as RU does have the control here. Free fire will be had, but Hatred picks that right back up. And there is going to be some sort of foothold here for the U-Haul for the moment. They're going to be waiting for the wall to maybe break down. The rest of the members of Walkure are here in a quick flash from Winterlove. And look at these crossfires that are being set up, though. It's going to be thwarted once again, and Hatred, as well as the combination with Rabbit. That's going to be a great take onto U-Haul, and a clean round for Hashira.
Yeah, Hashira, honestly unsurprising that they get a pistol, and wouldn't be too surprised to get that 2-0 unless Walkure rips something out from the bag, because I think that the Walkure roster really only makes sense once they start having the guns here, right? Because they want to have that effective range. They want to take away advantages like armor, advantages with using chip damage as much as possible. And that will be the defining factor for Walkure. So overall, this might just be a heat check for these two teams who can outmuscle who into the initial volleys. But don't count out Walkure as of yet. He still got Wild Oreo having that Sheriff and had 4 classics though on their side. And Hashira, they're playing divide and conquer here, trying to make sure that they have an opening on the A side, looking on the round. Also, watching out for potential flanks. Base is covered here by Hashira so far.
Ryu's already down to 34. Hashira, while they do have 2766 back here, it's not going to be Amix to play. And because he is a Sova, there's going to be a lot of lineups here and there. Ryu was able to just come into the corner, but Hatred makes the diligence, just peek it out, and Envy, one tap through the smoke, one tap as he sees it visible right out in the open, knows that one has dropped down already, and we're down to Wild Oreo. He does have a Sheriff in hand. At this range, it could be fatal, but there's just so many targets to try to peek out of, and the wall doesn't help his case. Maybe he has to use the satchel to jump off of that, but also say peekaboo because the camera sees you.
Did he get a headshot there to start things off and just extra tap to get that takedown? But yeah, smile for the camera, Wild Oreo. It's like you go to a roller coaster and have to buy the overpriced picture. In this case though, 2766. He's back on the board. He's back onto the lineup because this is a map where he plays. And the 6-man rotation of Hashira bearing fruit yet again. The Sova has been one of the biggest improvements for the Hashira roster, alongside of course the star power of Envy right now. And 2-0, as I said, Hashira now gonna get tested by Walkure on whatever the plan is with this double smoke and double intel.
Is allowing them for a lot of control. We did see some of the, I think a bit of a preview that it's very, very powerful, but it lacks the weaponry. Now that Walkure do have their first gun round, this is where we'll be seeing much of the power here. And Hashira, they go for a very slow push into this one. They have to respect that the wall not only lowers their HP, but also gives a lot of cheeky little angles for Wild Oreo to play in. He's going to be calling for a wall once again, and because there's no more boombot for Jeremy, they have to actually peek out the side, and Wild Oreo, what? They knew. Either that or it was his due diligence to flush out the corner there, and that was Wild Oreo without even a bit of a peek. He was just down.
Are you now downing Envy there? At least an answer back from the Walkure squadron, but Hashira, they're feeling very confident. They have 2 rifles in their roster right now. They're trying to play onto a site, and they feel like that this might just be the Viper all alone here. There we have the top screen yet again. There's a bit of an opening into the corner there, but there's the wall on up. Snakebite will be the response. Beautiful bounce though from Aryu right now, really hurting Hatred where it counts. Spike though planted, but the recon ball gets the location, and here we have it. Walkure trying to siege on back. That barrier orb gonna be very pesky. There we go with a bit of that intel game right now, and it seems like they're shattering that first block here, Asteroid. Ari though seeing 2766, but the swing isn't gonna be enough to get any kind of takedowns because of the reload. In the meantime, Poison is there. Flippy able to get the zap onto his counterpart, and here comes Walkure. Mr. Nice Guy with the takedown. Rabbit though in response. Jeremy is there, and the firepower is even, allowing Hashira to get the takedowns. It's all up to Flippy now. He's on the Sova this time rather than the stage, but time is running out, and Hashira will make sure that they will be the last one standing. 3-0, bonus taken, and statements being made by Hashira to just run away with a potential lead in this game.
There was a fair amount of trading there, but Jeremy just taking the extra steps to get more kills than he already has gotten, which really secured the round there. Even if Rabbit didn't survive, I think Jeremy should have been able to clutch the nade also to delay more of the possible clutching from Flippy. And we're going to be seeing Walkure once again back to the drawing board, weaker on the buy. They only have the Sheriffs in tow. Mr. Nice Guy, he's at 3-1, but he's only playing the Classics, so this should mean that there could be an up buy next round from Walkure here, maybe into the hands of Wild Oreo, because they need something different and they need it fast. And I think at least Walkure are putting that into motion. And at least for the moment here, no buys will be had. Or maybe it's because Mr. Nice Guy is having some tech issues and he hasn't bought anything just up yet. But I don't think it's a bad idea to try to use the op as well, because if they can get that quick one catch off, they either force Hatred to use his wall and revive so quickly that, you know, Hashira basically has no more wall and revive as the round progresses, or it's just a really good tool to stop them coming into the side as well.
Yeah, I don't think it's a bad idea to go for the full eco right now. They have that orbital strike just in case to put maybe a bit of the pinch. Maybe Sheriff's gonna be the answer here to go for the taps. But overall, Walkure and their composition right now, I'm not seeing it too much, because you have so many ways to block out vision, but we're not really seeing them flush out the opponents that much. Hashira also, they're hitting things as much as possible. They're just getting the headshots that they need. And in that last round, it was the guys with the rifles that stayed alive longest to turn the tides in favor of Hashira. So, Walkure, I'm already expecting the same mind games we saw from Split Attack to happen on their attack, with RU trying to bait out a little bit of that movement with his setup, Mr. Nice Guy playing default smokes, and of course intel from both Flippy and Winterlove. But here on the defensive, they need to get more value out of the decay. It just feels like for the toxic screen, it is a wall that you can pass, but there's so much time and space that Hashira is given, so the decay doesn't get that value. I like what RU is doing though. He is going to be camping on that into the shower so far, getting zoned out though by the slow orb, and he's waiting. Is anyone going to challenge the Viper here? Is it time to duel in the showers? Patience is a virtue and toxins are low. Now Hashira might be able to strike for free.
Once again, it's Jeremy and Hatred to be into the corners here. There's going to be the quick peek out, but look at the speed at which Jeremy just flicks and just finds his target. But Walkure, I do like the placement here. They're able to just corral around, and Winterlove, he spots out his target before he can get that wall up. And Walkure, they've done a good and fantastic job here. Jeremy and his teammate will be going down, leaving Walkure to pick up the Vandal weaponry. 3 versus 3, but they have everything here in the shower control, mind you that. Rabbit's about to peek out as well. The smoke was refreshed, but he does have all the corners. Where did that come from? But 2 of them are playing around the orbital strike, and it's just too much for them to handle. It's all into the hands of Envy. Does he know that one is peeking out? Well, he did, but not enough time to react to that one. And Walkure, a weaker buy, but not a weaker mindset, and they get that 3-1.
Just the elements of Walkure that propelled them to the semifinals and making it happen there. Winterlove, just so silent, but so deadly, out of nowhere, showing on up to get those kills. Mr. Nice Guy, right place, right time with the orbital strike. And overall, it does feel like some of the elements there of Walkure are individually giving them a chance. We're still trying to paint a full picture here for Walkure. They picked this roster for good reason, so they have that idea. Question is, how can they execute? Will Hashira give them their chance? Will they try to figure out what their opponent is even up to right now? Because it seems like we're as Asura loves to say, it's a smorgasbord of different ideas here and there, different little bits of utilities. You know, it's a buffet of all you can eat smokes and more by this point. But besides that, I'm still wondering it. Like, let's listen down Asura real quick. I think we're in a bit of a pause. There's you doing Viper things with the Haunted Shower, and Hashira's answer is to wait it out and go for the push when it's gone. And then Winter Love getting a bit of that intel with both the Seekers, with his Guiding Lights, etc., and peeking at the right time. Orbital Strike, so good with the zone. It's just basically a bigger molly to flush out the competition. Flippy, some darts here and there. Shock Dart's gonna be strong. And I really think here overall, alongside the Wild Warrior for the Raze, if you have a map and you have this composition, usually you have, okay, this guy can flush out this part, but all of them can flush out pretty much anything. Even the Sky, he doesn't have that direct damage, sure, but it just gives that intel anyway. And I think that's the plan for Walkure. They're going to be coloring the map with a lot of different utilities later on, especially in post-plant situations. But right now, with Hashira able to dismantle the system that Walkure is trying to set on up, and basically getting in the way of that setup in the first place, we haven't seen that abstract art that Walkure is trying to paint for us.
Still, Walkure, though, you talked about it, man. They're a very ingenious team here. You can create substance out of nowhere. They're basically alchemists. Or, I don't know, alchemists. I think if you watched Full Metal, you probably talked that there's equal trading and whatnot. Sure, they've spent a lot of blood, sweat, and tears to get the pickoffs on Jeremy and Hatred there on the showers, but the result was definitely excellence. Mr. Nice Guy, though, will be peeking right back out. The flash is committed, but Rabbit, well, you thought it was going to be the Rabbit season, but it is the Rabbit season of killing, not of him dying. And, well, that little flash play will be spotted, and there's going to be the 4 versus 5. Where did Jeremy find that? Where did he come out of? Was that from Hookah? He went and traveled all the way to Octagon, and Jeremy flies high and shows to us that he's not the only one who can make everything happen, but he does have that big impact for Hashira.
Yeah, my friend, you're looking for that comedy inside that tragedy. And Hashira, this is what we're talking about. An artist cannot work without the right environment and without the right tools. And right now, Hashira is just taking not only the canvas, not only the easel, not only the paint, but even the paintbrushes. It's just like, no, you get a piece of paper, and that's it. Try to draw with your mind. And with Flippy all alone like this, Walkure, I feel like we're not seeing the full potential of this roster so far. Hashira has just gotten in the way time after time. And it really feels like they're just getting in the way of the plan. That's just it. Don't allow Walkure to do this experiment. Some of the greatest minds need the proper environment to do what they want to do. And Hashira says, no, that's it. No fun for you. And 4-1 is the scoreline just because of it.
Now this is out of nowhere. Jeremy explodes, my friend. He explodes. And the smorgasbord of strats not only comes from Walkure, but also here from Hashira. The brains behind the operations from both of these teams. My God, Dax. My God. In any case, though, 2766. I thought he was going to go for the lineup that gives him the vision on B from A, but he's going to use the one, just spots out outside of showers, because every shower take that you get is, I think it's pretty good, because you can get the orb quite quickly there. In any case, Jeremy, he's going to be flushing out the hookah angle here. They're looking for an opening, but because of the smokes, the rest of the members of Hashira can't get B control just yet. Rabbit, what?
What?
He smoked 2766. That was interesting.
No one saw that. If they don't know you're there, no, it's fine.
Minimap, guys.
That's an interesting dark cover. So now Paranoia is perfectly placed. Winter Love, though, the surprise factor yet again. You know, you don't expect Father Time and Father Frost to come on in, but Winter Love is, of course, one person you can expect to go for the refrag as soon as possible. Hashira, though, despite the dark cover shenanigans, they are all serious and all business onto B side. Trailblazer creeping closer and closer to get the concuss onto Hatred, but as Walkure is trying to swarm right here, right now, it's Flippy on the board. Crunch shots with the burst there with a classic. Are you gonna get that takedown as he slides on in? It's 4v3, Snakebite into the tower. half. Are you right now just showing us how it's done? 2766 and Rabbit on the board, but it's 3 already for the Viper. Rabbit versus RU. It's just captain versus captain, control versus control, and who is in control of this round? We'll find out. The Tin Can though will go Echo in favor of Walkure. A 4K for the Viper to give Walkure that second point. Just a clutch factor right now from Walkure, keeping them alive, and what a way to go. Are you just out maneuvering Rabbit there?
And that was a very, very complex game of cat and mouse. The up, down, left, and right of scanning there. You saw from Rabbit, but are you definitely one of the most explosive players right now? I was talking about Winterlove's, talking about Flippy, but RU's one of the persons that just he just comes out of nowhere, and then he just gets these kills that net them these round wins. Still not going to be the at least the advantage taking round for Walkure, but it's a step in the right direction, and they're almost about to break the economy here for Hashira. Just a round or slightly a round more, and they should be able to break that. Check this out. He was just only on a classic. How does he get that? And then he gets himself a Vandal, an even more deadly weapon, and he finds even more from that. Flicks after flicks after flicks, and that's gonna be the clutch for RU. We already know what happened here.
Yeah, the thing is, I've been following this guy's career for quite a lot, and you know, I do mention it in some of my casts where I think that okay, this guy has really improved, and I mentioned it for the likes of Batghost. I know I've been tracking like Fire Cyajin and his progress from collegiate to pro, and he's also extremely improved. He's always been a powerhouse, but even more so. But then you get the RU. First time I saw him in the roster for Walkure before, I was like, is this just a sub? Because I know he's the coach. I know he's the one who's giving them the calls, but they explained to me, you know, shot calling and all like, and he did struggle the first time I saw him into play. But now, here in VCT especially, he's just gotten better and better. Not only decision making, but also on the mechanics side. You can see right now that Walkure is such a well-oiled machine with the improvements in the roster as a whole. And they're throwing us a completely different card here, Asarai. Usually, you expect that with 4 suits. This is the 5th one. This is the Joker here from Walkure. But the joke's on you. It's been such a strong showing. They made it to the semifinals for good reason. I still worry about the longevity, though, of them on the defense. If Hashira can keep getting in the way, but at least those clutch times, those clutch situations, they're still there. And Wild Order right now going for the classic hops. But a tripwire, well played by Envy, getting the way. Flippy, though, from afar, catching out Hatred and getting rid of the Sage coming into this round.
I thought there was gonna be no value whatsoever from that ultimate, but it seems like there is. But with a lot of bodies being thrown out onto A, Hashira quickly see this, realize that B will be a weaker portion. The double peek onto Mr. Nice Guy, and he's already out for the count. Spike has yet to get planted down as Rabbit is getting that elbow control, but they have all time in the world. He has his ultimate as well. If they get the kills here, they can just translate or transport him to A, and it's going to be fine and dandy. Envy's going to be spotted out as well, while Oreo's onto the side, but the teleporters are going to be real. And, well, the rotation is going to be merited. And here is where it comes out. Also, I'm pretty sure Hashira knew this, because the last time we saw Walkure, Wild Oreo playing here on Bind, they did the exact same thing on a weaker buy, if I'm not mistaken. And Hashira doing their homework, knowing that there is some aggression that comes out from Wild Oreo when he has the showstopper, is putting him in a bit of a bind. Flippy, though, always great with his shots, but will not find the kill that he needs to claim U-Haul. And Envy, while he's wrapping around, APC is not for anybody to see here as Envy gets in the beautiful backstab, and that's going to be another round for Hashira.
The Pink Panther with a white hat, Envy doing it again and showing up when he is needed the most. But like you said, Asarai, Hashira watching the tapes with Wild Oreo's push there being red. Same case a while ago on Splits. Jeremy's hops were spotted on out and read like a book by Walkure as well. So you can see how much effort these two teams have really watched on each other. I know for a fact that Walkure does do those VOD analysis in the Discord. The same thing for Hashira, especially because of the prodding of one of their coaches. So I love to see that kind of statements being made by these two teams. They're not just getting better at the game, but they're taking that extra time to learn the opposition. Know your enemy before you know yourself. And right now, we're trying to know which of these two teams will meet Pirates in the grand finals. But Jeremy, the door closes in front of him. He tried. He's like, let me in. But apparently, it is a maximum occupancy. And over to A side, we will go instead for Team Hashira.
Entrance denied. Wild Oreo. He's like a snapping turtle at the edge of the corner here. Jeremy flying high. And he has the rocket. Oh, he's about to find one already, but he throws it out to the other corner. Could have been able to take out Flippy already. That shouldn't matter too much, because they do have well control onto the sites. Rabbit is already setting his paranoia, as you saw. And Jeremy can't capitalize. There is some shots being thrown out from Flippy through that, and Jeremy does get tagged. Rabbit activates his ultimate just to get that info back. And okay, we're seeing the kills. Nice Guy gets another one. They will be taking the weapons here, but they've taken a long time at this, and I don't think they're going to be able to clutch it, but they are going to be able to save the weapons, which I think is at least a consolation prize for Walkure. The one guy to remain, which is Mr. Nice Guy, and is all the way through the B site. He's going to be welcoming them maybe, but he immediately goes straight into elbow. So that's going to be a non-factor. And Hashira, 6-2.
Yeah, thanks for coming, Walkure. Have a Vandal before you go. A little unfortunate though for the roster, because it was Ryu who had the rifle for quite a while there, but he had what, like 10, 11 HP in that onslaught. Eventually, Mr. Nice Guy sees a teammate fall. It's like, hey, free rifle. But the round, you mentioned it already, taking way too long. Hashira right now up by 4. But we're not done. 6-2 is a scoreline that's still doable for Walkure to try and tie things up if they can get on a tear. They have the rifles right now. They're going to be going at it here and now. Divide and conquer, though? No, it's more of a B push with a bit of alert onto A site and onto the showers here for the side of Hashira. Envy yet again trying to play a Lone Ranger here with the white hat and the Cypher. Smoking away, but he will see the Brimstone tries to flick for it. Mr. Nice Guy just evades at the right time. Walkure gets the advantage.
Well, it should have been a B push, but when they lost Envy, look at the rotations coming out from Hashira here. Not having the Sentinel anymore, but Ryu drops down. Hatred getting a nice little entry frag there, and Jeremy clearing out the corner once again. The Orbital Strike called from the heavens. That does stop the spike from being planted down, and through that kerfuffle, through that confusion, the walls have been broken. What's going to be the option here for Hatred, as he also gets spotted by the Recon Dart, has to respect that this pulse and the wall being broken does allow them to get a quick little kill here and there. Rabbit and Jeremy waiting for the inevitable teleport. The trade for trades, and they still have time to go all the way back onto the A site, and this actually is perfect because it's a 3 versus 2. They've gotten the trades that they need. They've already expended the ult of Winterlove, and when they go back onto the site, there is already control from 2766 because he has prepared the site of that Sova drone. While Oreo, though, he can satchel over the wall, but decides to go for U-Haul because he's a sneaky little devil, and this devil is about to sprout its wings.
Oh, and there you have it. Hatred gonna go on down. Goodbye to Medic immediately. It's 2v2. Wildor going for the blast backs, trying to flush out the competition. But does he know that the Raze here on the other side? Yes, he does. Jeremy don't try to avoid, but Waldorio will still get the kill. But 2766, he's ready with the Hunter's Fury, and he gets the kill off the Winterlove. He's looking for another one. Waldorio, he has 85 HP. It's halfway done, and Walkure will be able to get the round. A great effort there from the Sova to open up the A side, but Waldorio does a little too much better in that situation. Come on, you gotta give it to Wild Oreo. He got the kills, he went for the push. He's had a quiet series so far, but when Walkure needed him the most, he showed up and gave them that round.
That was...
What a situation.
Yeah. I don't know, man. He waited too long to use that ultimate of his, and that definitely put a lot more emphasis for Walkure to just get the half, and I will be able to clutch this out for you. Wild Oreo was so adamant on that one. As long as he can get the half on the defuse on the spike, if you have enough HP as well, that Hunter's Fury becomes a non-factor, especially in a 2 versus 1. This is why people now, even if you have a chance, even if you have a chance to use the Hunter's Fury at a long range, if you know that your opponent has an extra person to use as basically a punching bag for the ult, you have to be able to be nearer so that you can challenge that one. And 2766 just got outwitted, like you said, by Walkure.
Here we go. At blasting, it's indeed who is going to be a survivor, but Jeremy is the first one to snuff out the flame of Mr. Nice Guy. And over to A side we go. Thing is, Azurai, a while ago, we finally saw a bit of the masterpiece that Walker was trying to set on up. The Orbital Strike to kick things off, and just so many different kinds of utility to force Hashira to play the TP instead. But without the Brimstone, it seems like the initiation is gone for that retake if ever. And with Arya going down, it's going to be even worse. Indy with that kill, he's ready to get healed on up by the Sage if ever. And Hatred, he's just holding it. It's like, come on, peek. Peek for me so I can heal you, good sir. And he's just trying to be sneaky here. Azurai Wilder, though, up on top of the tower here. He sees the wall though, and he's a bit scared of that one. The shock darts are coming, and Walkure, they're getting hit from afar as they try to move on in. Hatred already with a kill there onto Wild Oreo. 5v2, 5v none. Hashira take the round in flawless fashion.
7-3, and they're starting to build a substantial lead here. Hashira, they're getting peaks, and it's translating into kills as well. Walkure cannot trade for that because they only have one just holding the angle. But the times that we saw Walkure win, I think it's more of them just being able to get the trades that they need quickly. But even then, I think Hashira is just so quick to read the situation that they understand that if Walkure have like 2 bodies on Shower, their B is immediately weaker now. And they can just brute force their way in. There's nothing much that Walkure have done to really counter that. And one of the rounds where Walkure also did win was a pistol buy where they just charged out on Teleporter and got the kill on Jeremy and Hatred. After that, it's been just Hashira executing round after round, getting kills time after time, and it's just been very difficult for Walkure to wiggle their way through victory here. Now Jeremy going to be waiting for maybe an orb or a from his teammate so that he can get a double kill onto Hookah, but I think they're going to save it for the site first because the Sova drone is giving them the crucial little info of what's happening.
Yeah, and the biggest thing here is Hashira is able to get onto the site because he just don't have the usual tools, but Mr. Nice Guy, and are you getting the kills anyway? Envy in the meantime with the refrag there, Wild Oreo flushing out the competition from B-Long with that showstopper, and this leaves 2766 to fend for himself, but the rotation with the TP is there, forced out by the side of Walkure. And I was just about to say that Hashira, they have an easier time to get on site because Walkure, they just don't have the usual things to get in the way. You don't have that Sentinel, you only have a single duelist, but you don't really have that Sage anyway. You have the Sky and the Sova together who take a bit of time to set things up. But if you get the kills anyway and you use the showstopper to zone out the competition, then sure, why not? Fair game. Hashira, they're running out of time. They have to get on side. 2766 to clear out the elbow and getting rid of Wild Oreo, giving Hashira a chance for this round. They're able to set up onto the side, but the Hunter's Fury is being called. The plant is there, but Flippy with a takedown. 2766 avoiding the shocklets right now, avoiding the lightning there. But Mr. Nice Guy, he cannot get that kill. 2v2, Oreo on the board. And now Walkure, they're trying to yoink this away from Hashira. Can they do it right here, right now? Azurai 2766 going back to the octagon, playing into the garden, and Flippy alongside the toxic stream, giving the pressure. Flippy with the kill, and Walkure never counts a team like this out.
You saw that 2766. He jumped. I'm pretty sure that jump was unjustified, and he might have just fat fingered a scroll down or a space bar or something, because he just
maybe
try to hop his way to victory or something, but
maybe sorry, maybe he got scared of the toxic screens, like, oh,
true,
hot potato, I don't want to step on that. But yeah, you were saying.
Yeah, just to finish off, again, it's these eco rounds that Walkure has set up that work out so well for them. Interestingly to see, they had so many bodies stock on Octagon that Hashira thought it was going to be a good idea to just fight them up and get them, you know, maybe the quick round with the set kills that they had. But because Walkure did a good job at just hiding their presence for a moment and peeking at the correct possible precise times, it allowed them enough kills that they could pick up the weapons themselves. They also have a double controller, which makes smoking such a breeze, and Hashira could not really retaliate. In any case, though, last round into the first half, And the nades being thrown immediately, and the shower being drained here by Hashira as they do claim that one. But Aryu on the other side and using his Viper Pit to fend off all challengers. But the Sova drone will be getting some info, and Aryu has to respect that.
Yeah, Flippy on the board just like that. Applying more pressure on Hashira. You mentioned it, that Viper Spit in such a good spot, preventing any kind of short takes. You are going to be walking into the lair of the snake. And as Hatred, he puts the wall on up. He's trying to go for a res if ever. Flippy in the meantime, Owl Drone right now to scout out the competition. But eventually, Hatred will get the res anyway. Spray down into a takedown, perhaps not going to happen. Jeremy, he still has that showstopper. The thing is, Hashira, they don't want to give up on this A side Asteroid. They still want to go for it. Envy getting hit though by the shock darts. Recon Vault is there as well. But Walkure getting the reads at the right time. And you can see it now. This is what this comp is all about. This is when they can finally use their utilities to the best degree. And they're hampering any kind of push from Hashira whatsoever.
Because there's like 30 seconds left into the clock. It's going to be so difficult for them. Hatred, oh, perfect. He did not shoot the dog. Because if he did, that would have alerted the rest of the members of Walkure there. Although Winterlove, to kind of plug the hole into that information gathering miss that he did, well, he'll be having his ultimate up and ready. But the execution from Jeremy is too nutty. That's going to be the one kill already. B will be taken. Spike will get planted down. And even if Wild Oreo is blind, his sight, his aim will be true. He does find another, but Envy will finally take it away from the board. Envy has to pick this one up as Rabbit falls down. And now he has a good position at this elbow location. Has to back away for the moment as Aryu is still alive with the big flanks coming in through the teleporter, but Hatred is just nutty with the aim here. Everybody from Hashira doing their bit just to keep this team alive, just to get them that advantage. And Aryu drops right in, but they have to respect that. Envy was waiting for a stab.
That was almost a knife. I saw the Cypher right beside him on the minimap. I was like, come on. And then they started each other. Come on, bro. Let me have that knife. But Hashira will get the round. And, you know, I think I figured it out, that's right.
Yeah.
By your powers combined, fire, poison, lightning, nature, and explosives. I am Captain Postplant. That's the way here from Walkure. And in that round, you know, it's their proof of concept. You could see the power of the Viper Spit. You could see the power of the shock darts really flying on in to flush them out on A side. But the thing is, yes, Hashira, they just brute force their way through. They use the showstopper to make that opening, and then Envy with the clutch again. That's the problem right now for Walkure and their defensive, but luckily for them, it's now them on the attacking side. If they can get some raw peaks to work and get the kills from the get-go and set up that spike down, I really feel like that's the win condition for them. Hashira will have such a tough time, especially if Walkure has a full roster still alive as soon as the spike is set on up. And we'll see how they're going to answer. Here we go again. The innovation needs an answer for Hashira to take this. But Walkure, they're the X factor right now of this bracket. They made it already through a favorite in X Empire. And they're trying to do it again here with such a different kind of composition against Hashira.
Can probably argue that Empire that they fought a while ago, former Empire, are now known as Looking for Org. They didn't have EJ, which is arguably the missing piece in the puzzle for them to have been able to complete themselves as a team. That will be not the case for them, although, okay, dunking to Kobe from Jeremy there. He just hits the what is these shots coming out from HSR through the smokes? They're connecting just without even confirming that their opponents are there, and this basically dwindles the numbers of Walkure. 2766, he's going to be calling for an aim there, but Jeremy already wall banging onto triple box. This now leaves Aryu and Flippy for that post plan. They don't even have the shock darts anymore. They might have the lineups, yes, for Aryu, but they spot out where he is, and Flippy has to charge right in, but this is a
Hatred. He's going for it, and the right, eventually he finds his target, and yes, the dance of Hatred. It's a mating call inside the smoke. Flawless win from Hashira, and I gotta say they've learned their lesson from yesterday, Mr. Astray. I'm sure that Hashira played yesterday, not today, in their quarterfinal against Galaxy Racer. And one criticism you could see in the first half of the series was like, Hashira is struggling mechanically. And now, to keep it very simple, guys, they're just hitting those. They're getting the shots. Hashira looking very nutty on the mechanic side. And this is just what they need. The combos have been good. The shutdowns have been good. And now the aim is through and blue for them. Things are looking so good for Hashira right now. 9-4 scoreline. But yet again, as I mentioned a while ago, Walkure's artwork, Walkure's masterpiece, it does feel like it works a lot better when they get the guns. Can they figure something out, play the clutch as they done so a while ago in the thrifty round? Or will it just be them keeling on over and saying, okay, go next when they have the rifles?
We'll see. It's very difficult to allow Hashira to get something like a double-digit lead already because it's very difficult. 2 drops heard. And that is going to give a bit of good information for Wild Oreo that there is, of course, that crossfire once again. When they put the wall on Hookah, you better damn well be sure the Hatred and a teammate will be holding that. And this is where it becomes very difficult for Walkure to find any openings because if they try to go for that contact here on A main or on short, it's going to be the Paranoia and the nades to kind of welcome you. So they have to take down Jeremy first above anything. But what's going to happen here? Gonna use the snake bite for the moment. Jeremy is into the corner there and he spots one out, but he got spotted himself. Winter Love sneaking his way to victory. And now we do have the 5 versus 4, but they only got themselves the ghost from Jeremy. And there's still gonna be 2 people who have the Spectres. Not really gonna be too happy about that, but they do have the spike planted down. And that is more than enough for Walkure. They cannot get the round in the end, but at least they do have the spike for that economy.
Right place, right time for Winter Love, but besides that, gun advantage for Hashira to take the win. But you mentioned, at least they got the plant on down, and now it's time. Will they be able to summon it? Will Captain Flow's plant be able to show up in its full glory? We saw it a while ago. It was elements of it. Viper Spit plus Shock Darts, yes, was nice. Orbital Strike plus Snake Bites plus Smokes was amazing. But I want to see it, Walkure. Give it to us. There is a reason you're running this comp, and I want to see it at least once. But in all seriousness, Hashira, they've proven that they can just get in the way of any kind of plan. They have their own plans, and it's kept simply to step on the opposition with their combos. Here we go, though, with the flash immediately into the showers with the guiding light. Might be a peek, though, from Hashira. They want to play aggressive and get close with the Spectres. In the meantime, on the other side of map, as right here by B-Long, barrier orb being placed. Hatred trying to go for the orb, but since people are here, it's going to get busted on now, denying him that extra bit of ultimate. And this is now Walkure saying hello on both fronts.
Well, they haven't gotten into a site just yet. They are going to be using, of course, Flippy's drone to get the catch off. Envy, he's holding the down part here. And he knew that he wasn't spotted by the Sova drone. That's why he's not freaking out and giving much control onto Hookah. But he does propel himself up there to towards the box. And he does have his traps as well. He has such a good position there. And he made some noise. He picks up his own spike, but this might actually allow him to get some damage right back in. But Ryu, he's been such a crucial component for Walkure to really clutch out some of the rounds that they've won. And getting the takedown onto Envy and Hatred being onto the side, not getting any kills! It's gonna be something that Walkure will be happy about, but... Double kill with the Spectre. That changed the dynamic drastically here in Walkure. They got a plant now because post-plant is gonna be hell for them if they cannot back away into Octagon as well as Hookah.
3v3, but man, come on, Hatred. He just does it again. I noticed this yesterday and last week especially. You give him a Spectre and somehow, some way, he just knows how to control it so very well from the initial recall to the succeeding shots. One of the best Spectre players I've really seen here that doesn't just rely on the run and gun, but Flippy now on the board. Make that too. Rabbit gonna get that kill. And Rabbit looking for the backstab. He'll get the takedown. 4 bullets though in the chamber. Trying to fake it out, but are you at the right place and at the right time? Walkure will win out a round. That third round turnaround for the second half will come their way. But that was just very costly, Asarai. And not only that, tough decisions now need to be made by Walkure because their money doesn't let them get the full bite plus the utilities. It is just going to be them trying to figure out the mix and match like Candy Corner and some light armor there for Wild Oreo. Not everyone going to have the utilities. Hashira in the meantime, oh, they're still feeling it. They're still feeling the Spectres here, Asarai. And you can see some buys there for Hatred and Rabbit. An interesting armory. Okay, back to the rifles and yeah, Rabbit going gunless, I guess. So A bit of miscommunication perhaps for Hashira, but in any case, they still can bring in the firepower. We'll see how this is going to work as the split A going to be the way for Walkure.
You should hear the ore being taken already. Rabbit is hopping up on APC to get that information rolling. And I don't think it's a miscommunication. I think what they did here was Rabbit's only on the classic, but he has 50 extra HP. So he's going to be a utility tank, so to speak. He's going to be taking the bullets. He's going to be using the paranoia, right? So at least he doesn't buy into the weapon, and he's going to allow the rest to have the Vandals to make that work out. I do like how he blinds everything, especially the opponents there, but a bit of a misconception on to where he needs to reposition when the nade's being thrown out. And as a byproduct, Jeremy was left to defend by his own. When the walls and the nades were being thrown as well into U-Haul, he really couldn't do aside from just push in and hope that he can get more than one kill, which he does not. But in the end, it's still going to be a 3 versus 4, and the post plant is already being set up. What is going to be power here for Walker is that Flippy and Ryu have both their ultimates up, and this could be a very uphill battle for Hashira. Still 10-5 though, but Walker have everything that they need to win this one.
Yeah, they get the kills or it's over, and there we have it. Hatred getting one, but with their love on the board, Hatred now, the Spectre got himself doing it again. Envy, the clutch master, and Ryu, he needs to make a decision. There we go, though, with a push into the labs. There we have it, and Envy, he's helping on out yet again, a helping hand to the recently resurrected teammate. And not only that, they get the defuse. If you get in the face of the opposition, prevent them from using the utility to just flush you out, then that is the Hashira way right now for the success. And I think you were right. You know, whatever the miss was, it's a critical miss with Rabbit and Jeremy going down early on. But it looked conceptually that Rabbit was basically the bait, saying, oh, you know, I only have a classic, you know, I only have her playing the eco guys, and then suddenly all the other members will surprise them. But the biggest surprise of them all, or by this point, it's not even a surprise anymore, Asrai. Hatred, Spectre, doesn't care, goes in, gets the kills, and Envy, of course, consistently clutch. So Hashira now 2 away from taking this series. Showstopper, at least by Jeremy, but he's trying to make a wish that someone is here. Unfortunately, it has run dry. 2766 though on the board versus Ryu, and 5v4 Hashira with the advantage and with just the holds onto the sites.
Winterlove just setting out the Tasmanian Tiger for that info. 2766, I think he's pretty well enough into the back of heaven that he's not going to get spotted. And that nade from Wild Oreo was, I think, a bit too hopeful that it would have flushed out and allowed him to peek on through, but its explosion area is not as big. And as you can see, Hashira, they've gotten a full grasp onto this defending side. They haven't even lost one, and it's now down to just Winterlove and Mr. Nice Guy. What can they hope to do when the numbers is not onto their favor and everything can be thrown out by Hashira here? They're not going to be setting their utilities. They're going to go for the pinch, but it's a 2 versus 4 as they try to claim the A.
And here in the VCT, as Envy gets that takedown, this was the map where Hashira made the statement that they were contenders. They came on into the stages. They're like, okay, we're a newly formed Hashira. They will take the round right now. But this was the map that really kicked things off. They showed up against some of the best teams on Bind, and now they're 1 away from taking the series versus Walkure. Walkure, in the meantime, can they execute it? Look at the guns they have here, Asrai. It is quite a pittance to compare to the economy of Hashira. An uphill battle, looking to be a climb to Mount Everest, but we'll see if Walkure can kick things off. It might be a comeback to remember. 7 rounds the lead. Let's see if they can do it, or will Hashira move on to face off Pirates tomorrow?
It's gonna be the option for them. Is it to yield, concede, or will they, as their name implies, fight, rise up high? I don't know what's gonna happen here, but Walkure, it's not looking too good for them. There's a lot of things that they can try to make happen here, but they set their foot onto the A site. If memory serves me correct, if these past rounds have been a lesson, A site is just not where Walkure have their potency on. But I mean, if you think about it, B isn't even there because there's just so much lockdown potential from Hashira here. Maybe the slow drawn rounds will allow them to fake Hashira for the moment. these smokes and setups that we're seeing right now is going to allow them to take the site, and they're pouring everything in. And here comes the post plan.
Yeah, there we see it. Captain Post Plan can be into play. And the arts of Walkure finally there. But 2766 with the Hunter's Fury. Mr. Nice Guy now burning out Rabbit in response. But thing is, Asura, usually art, it only gets popular after you're dead. And can Walkure still stay alive and just get their claim to flame? Hashira, though, the way of the sword and the Hashira way has been timeless so far. And they're doing it yet again. Invi, though, gonna fall while they're in the meantime with the clutch back. They're on the other side. The Showstopper, though, doesn't get the connection. 2766 on the board. And it's all up the Wild Oreo. Flashback to hop on the way. It's 1v2, but the Storm is there. And Hatred with the wall bang. And Hashira will make it another trip to the finals. 13-5 to wrap it up. We have a match for tomorrow. And we have Hashira taking care of business and taking down Walkure. 13-5 of bind and 2-0 in the series.
They're back. Hashira's back. This is the Hashira that we missed during week 2, but they're now just back to full form here. Of course, they weren't fighting up against a team, let's say, that beat them the last time, which was Empire, but up against Walkure, who showed us a fantastic match on the split. This is something to look forward to, not only for the Hashira fans, but to the Walkure fans as well, because Walkure has so much going in for them, but it seems like Hashira, they're back to their old shenanigans, and this is the team that look to be the champions of Stage 2 Week 1. And have they really returned to full form? Because now they have a contender in set motion. Going into the grand finals, it's going to be 64-5 Pirates up against Hashira. And my oh my, Dax, I'd never expected this to be our ender for today and our starter for tomorrow. Again, those two teams.
This is huge. Two-time champion perhaps for Hashira, or a crowning achievement for an up-and-coming Pirate squad. You know, new versus old for tomorrow. But in that game, man, sometimes when you're in really those clutch situations in the furthest regions you've had as a team, you might want to play it as simple, especially against the refinement of Hashira. I love the concept from Walkure, and at least we saw it at the end, right? That's what it's supposed to look like. That's how much of visual clutter is going to be there, but it just takes way too much of a setup, and the mind games were eventually read by such a stellar team like Hashira. But Walkure, we know they've evolved, we know they can bring out something wacky. We've all seen how they've adjusted in that speed, and I expect great teams for a Walkure roster that looks even better than before. But Hashira, my oh my, they're at it again at the finals, and now they're going to be looking to take down the stars that are Pirates. But what a series we'd had in the semifinals, an intellectual one compared to the brawl we saw in Semi 1. Some great matches for today, and of course the panel going to be breaking it down. From us, from the casting booth to you, we thank you for your time. We'll throw it over the break. When we return, interview plus the panel. We'll see you guys then. This is Stage 2 Week 3. Semifinals are done. We'll see you guys tomorrow for the grand finals when you see some more for that post game.
Hashira looking a little bit shady in the first one, but catching up in the second and asserting their dominance, showing everybody what makes them champion material. And amazing stuff from the young squad here, showing everybody that they still got it despite the faulty performance in the previous week. They still have what it takes to be champion level material here, and we hope to see them in the coming grand final. That's going to be tomorrow. So if you guys want to know when that is going to be, it's going to be the same time tomorrow. No, it's not going to be the same time tomorrow. It's going to be at 4:30 p.m. So tune into that. And by the way, we have an interview in a second. Before we talk about the interview, we have to go ahead and thank our sponsors. So big thank you to PPGL, the largest multi-esport league in the Philippines, organized by Mineski, Philippines, and Globe Telecom. Hashtag reinvent exciting victories in Valorant with the new Sylvanas bundle. Get yours now on Kodashop with Globe. And Globe Virtual Hangouts will reinvent esports and bring it to a whole new level. Let's get hashtag all together now as Virtual Hangout Go Esports brings events and programs like no other, starting with an apprenticeship program led by the pros, stream takeovers, and local and international tournaments. Download the Globe One app and click on the Virtual Hangouts tab to get updated on the latest happenings on Globe Virtual Hangouts. And also thank you to Predator, our official gaming PC and laptop partner. Predator, hashtag summon your strength. Do not forget to like and follow as well our Facebook pages and Twitter and everything else on social media. It's PPGL on Facebook and YouTube, and Twitch is PPGL underscore VCTPH. And don't forget to mention our TikTok. Don't forget to check out our TikTok. It's at Hello PPGL. And got a lot to break down here, and the panel will be joining me very, very shortly. But this is a crucial part right now. We're just about to go into the grand final tomorrow. We have a participant. It's the 6045 Pirates, and we're also going to be joined by Hashira, who, but one of these teams are going to be the replacement sort of Archangel, who was the last representative on Masters. And this is going to be a crucial part because we're going to find out whether one of these teams are going to be going to the SEA Challenger Finals. That's going to be happening this coming weekend. But interview's ready, so let's go ahead and talk with our player right now. We got Rabbit from Hashira. Welcome to the show. Is he already on here? Oh, hey, Rabbit,
Hello
welcome.
po.
What's up, man? How are you doing?
Okay. Doing okay.
Yeah, you don't sound too happy about that win. Why is that?
Medyo magulo yung laro namin. Like, paano ba to? Like mababa yung basta magulo yung laro. Like, unsatisfied kami sa laro namin.
Yeah. Obviously, you guys are holding yourselves to a higher standard because you might be the next representative of the Philippines to SEA. How are you guys preparing for that? Are you mentally prepared for it? Are you planning to be like, how are you preparing to go to the SEA Grand Finals if you win tomorrow?
I think we will try to fix the small mistakes with the short time na meron na mabibigay. But yeah, if we will qualify man, we will do our best to represent PH.
Yeah. Let's focus on tomorrow, however. 6045 Pirates, how are you feeling about that one? And how do you feel about your chances going up against these guys? You've played them once before and you beat them in a 2-0, I think, or a 2-1.
Yep.
And it was pretty successful. How do you feel going up against them in a best of 5 this time?
Confident. We're feeling confident naman dahil yun, na-build up na yung composure ng team mula nang like natitilt or nagpapanik. But yeah, we need to fix the small mistakes para hindi makakuha ng advantage ang kalaban sa mga mistakes namin. So yun, see you Pirates tomorrow.
Yeah, well, don't be too hard on yourself. Perfectionism, of course, comes at a cost. But before I let you guys go, I want to ask anyone you want to give a shout out to, anyone you want to give a thank you to. Right now is your moment.
Thank you to our sponsors, Philips Monitor, Stream Raiders, Inline Asia Corporation. Ano ba ako? Blacktop PH for the jerseys namin. And yun, thank you for our family members and families wala na todo support sa amin.
Yep. Well, there you have it. Congratulations again, Rabbit, and good luck tomorrow in your grand final.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye. And yeah, we just heard from them. So thank you, Rabbit, again. Welcome back to the panel here. Viminal Ling. Let's break it down. First game, I'm gonna dive straight into it. First game, chess game. Okay. Split. It was kind of like, in the words of our producer in our league ops, Mr. Kingmaker, he says it's whoever has the better default wins those rounds, and it felt like a chess game. Viminal, kind of really tactical. It's a far cry from the rest of the games we saw today, which were kind of all shoot shoot bang bang.
Yeah. I mean, that was what we were initially expecting, knowing these two have had some history in the past. And this is the type of caliber of match that we were expecting coming into this one. So it was a pretty satisfying series, all things considered.
I mean, on the other hand, I definitely see Hashira already came to a point that it definitely did show on how much they depend on each other so much, which is honestly both a good and a bad thing for the team. I mean, then again, they have amazing set plays here being shown out for the games, but then again, you see a lot of players being too far away from their teammates to the point that there weren't enough tradings for them to actually do, and rather this is what actually put them on the brink of almost losing on towards that first map.
Yeah, and it got really scary there for a minute here for Hashira, but I think it came down to late round calls and individual performances. Like Jeremy was so good the whole series, man. Hatred, of course, newly crowned as the Spectre God from by Dax himself.
That guy is sick on a Spectre, man. I just gotta say.
Yeah, it's pretty gross, and I wouldn't be happy. I don't know how he does it, like getting double kills, like double spray transfers with a Spectre. I'm not so convinced that that should be a real thing, but it is, and I guess he's just good at using guns that are like disadvantageous. He's just good at shooting things.
Shooter. What do you expect?
Yeah, I mean. He's bringing it back to the basics, to this root, to the square number one here. So, okay, Walkure, let's go ahead and sort of try to synthesize where they went wrong in this one. We have a lot to say about this, Ling. I know you have a lot to say about this composition they have. Double initiator, double controller, and a single duelist on the defensive side. What?
I mean, it definitely poses a lot of questions in terms of like their choices, in terms of like the agent composition they are currently running on, especially on towards the second map. Because regardless of how confident Hashira is in playing in the game or playing on basically anything in the series, you still cannot discount the fact that even though if you're running on a meta that was supposed to be in the mainstream right now, Viper is great on its own. But let's just say the double controller setup didn't turn out so well for the side of Walkure, because you'd see Mr. Nice Guy not exactly comfortable with the role as a controller. We've seen him being amazing with his killjoy, but it's just quite disappointing that I didn't get to see that at least for the series.
Yeah. Viminal, this lineup, this roster here, it looked good, and Dax actually mentioned that these guys were actually doing quite well, for a while, but only when they had guns. And like we said, there was just too much visual clutter. The rounds were dependent on them having their ultimates up, and just a lot of their performers on their team just weren't able to step up. Look at this Wild Oreo, 0.7. In terms of the KDA, and Flippy was amazing in the first game, but come towards the second game, it started getting a little bit shaky.
It's just that, again, it drives home to Link's point that this team comp, while it does look pretty attractive on paper, it really relies heavily on the execution, whether or not you can make it work. Because from what we saw earlier, there's a lot of visual clutter going on. Sometimes it's like a double-edged sword. Your enemy can't see you, but you can't see them either. So I'm like, questioning their execution at that point, and maybe again, Mr. Nice Guy just not comfortable in his role. That's why he wasn't able to do Mr. Nice Guy things. So I really believe they should have gone with a more traditional Walkure lineup that we were accustomed to seeing coming into this bind game. Because here in bind, it's just so hard to deal with Hashira when they're so clean on their crossfires, they're so clean on their retakes, and they were just hitting their shots today. So.
Yeah. And one thing that I don't know if you guys noticed, but Envy actually swapped roles. He's doing more Sentinel now.
Mhm.
And this is, he used to play like hard flex, but this is something that Hashira has been working on. They've put him on Sentinel. It seems to be sort of effective, and it's adjusting. I mean, we kind of like it thus far,
Mhm.
but I'm not 100% convinced of the efficaciousness of the NV, because we look at him, Ling, and we know that he gets ridiculous kills on Sky. So to put him
Yes.
on Sentinel, it's a bit 50-50, isn't it?
I mean, it's still gonna be going down to how much, or rather, the progress that they could be making in that period of adjustment. We've seen them pop off in a certain role, but then again, the team is making these decisions because they think there's a huge possibility that once they actually mastered and embrace these type of roles, it could be better for the team. This is where we actually see them continue trying to progress and learn more about themselves on what are their strengths and weaknesses, and putting this flex role or concentrating on a specialty agent could
Right.
be one thing. It could either be your win, or rather the reason why you're going to be losing. So Hashira did definitely pull this off really well still.
Really well said there, and I know a lot of teams actually struggle to reinvent themselves. That's the problem we saw with Alpha Esports a little bit earlier on. But the fact that Hashira pulling this out a week before their big tournament, is a pretty good sign here. But before we go and talk about Alpha anymore, let's talk about the MVP of the series. Who could it be? We got the MVP coming up for you guys. The number one player in this whole semifinal is none other than, it's got to start with the J, doesn't it? Yeah.
Oof, yeah.
He was really just on fire today, though. He was like the shots he was hitting. This kid again.
And again, Hashira, when they're on their A game, when they're on point, on fire with their aim, it's just a scary thing, especially when we're talking about this man, Jeremy, right here.
Whether it was double spray downs or just ridiculous entries, or that play when he just whipped out the showstopper and went towards Belong from hookah and then just did a 180 flick crouching. Just a lot of ridiculous things that have been happening, and quite the fearsome thing. If I were on the receiving end of it, I'd definitely be a little bit scared here. But we do have to talk about the wonderful, wonderful state of affairs that we have right now. We are in the grand finals already tomorrow, and let's take a look at the tournament bracket to sort of show where we have landed. The journey, the path to get here has been this so far. Ling, tell me a little bit about our journey here.
Man, for this time alone, I mean, looking at the first half of these brackets, I would definitely see it wasn't an easy way for Pirates to actually even secure their slot on towards the grand finals. They beaten up the likes of Vendetta, which is honestly not really much of a struggle for them, but Alpha Esports was definitely poses like a huge challenge for them overall. It wasn't an easy breezy run for them, but then again, it's a well-deserved spot and proven themselves to actually be able to take down these NA boys. But for Hashira, man, the third time is definitely going to be the charm for them after beating the likes of GXR. And after seeing this match against Walkure, I'm definitely convinced that this team really does deserve reaching up to grand finals and possibly be able to represent the Philippines on towards the regionals.
Yeah, and before we move on, though, let's talk about you guys as winners at home. We have the winners. We've been waiting for this all day long, and I usually do it. So this time I'll let Viminal do it. You I mean, go ahead, man.
All
You
right,
can
I've been the
announce.
giveaway man.
Yeah, exactly. So
Since
this is your
earlier.
thing now.
All right, I'm gonna announce the winners, and again, I'm really excited to share this news, this good news, to all of you. Mark Angpeo, Robert John Mercado, Carlo Comeling, Aaron Angeles, Brandon Baracchio, Michelle Ann Magano, Roslyn Guillermo, Maverick G, Brian Paez, Prince Jethro. Congratulations, guys. Each of you just got 1,500 Valorant points. How do you feel?
And Viminal gets plus 10 points on recitation. Thank you, Mr. Viminal. You may now
Hell
sit
yeah.
down. Amazing stuff right there. And we're here
It
now.
always feels
I mean,
good.
yeah,
Oh no.
plus a little gold star for you there, buddy. Yeah, bam. There you go. But it is the end of the day now, however, so we got to say our goodbyes, our bid, our adieus. Ling and Viminal, what are your final thoughts for tomorrow? It's 6045 Pirates, and it's going to be Hashira.
Go ahead, Ling.
Oh, it's me that goes first. Anyway, for whoever wins or loses for the grand finals tomorrow, really do hope that it is still gonna be a learning experience. And for Pirates, they've made it this far. I mean, there's nothing that could stop them right now. But meanwhile, for the side of Hashira, man, keep doing what you do, and trust me, you could actually be able to make it, because I have high hopes for both of these teams. But then again, it's hard to actually pick favorites right now.
Yeah, it is. It is pretty hard. I mean, taking a look at what Rabbit said earlier, his mind said earlier, he had this. He holds his team to a very, very high standard right now, much more than ever. And previously here on VCT, I was thinking maybe Hasha was getting a bit complacent, but that erased any doubts in my mind. He was looking dead serious when he said that they wanted to do better, and I really admire them for that. Especially the fact that Envy was relegated from the flex role to the settle role just this week, and it shows that they're not stopping when it comes to innovation, and that's what a champion team really needs to do. So
Yeah.
very much deserved a victory for Hashira here, and again, Pirates on the upswing. Tremendous story, tremendous background. You know, they're giving it they're all absolutely passionate team, big fans of both teams. Very excited for tomorrow's match.
I am too. I think it's all we've been waiting for. Not the grand final we expected, but maybe the grand final that we deserve. Anyway, that's been it from us here today at the Updraft by Predator. We've been your panel. It's time for us to say goodbye and good night to everybody. Again, this is Viminal. This is Ling. I'm Ilustrado. And yeah, it's been a wild ride. It's been a fun ride, but it's again time for us to go. So thank you very much, everybody, for tuning in, because tomorrow we got the grand finals. It's going to be a best of 5, and it's Hashira versus none other than the up-and-comer 6045 Pirates. We'll see you guys tomorrow.